When Liu awoke, he discovered that he had traversed into the realm of the game Eternal Path. At this moment, there remained a span of 6 months before the arrival of players. The cataclysm of the demonic calamity had yet to commence, and the deathly zones such as the Decaying Marsh, Golden Sand Desert, Ghostly Mountains, and Boundless Demon Sea lay in tranquil slumber. The entire realm of Diqian was enveloped in serene calmness. Seizing the advantage of his prescient awareness, Liu took the opportunity to cultivate in seclusion. After the game officially launched by the banks of the Clearwater River, players frequently spotted a high-level NPC adorned with a radiant golden ID, engaged in fishing. Whenever players, filled with excitement, approached him in hopes of becoming his disciple or triggering a quest, he would respond, "What? You wish to be my apprentice?" Liu would shake his head, "Forgive my candor, but your aptitude is woefully inadequate. However, I once lost a Chi Dragon Jade pendant in the zombie cave. If you can retrieve this item, I might consider imparting a spell to you. You wish to learn the art of alchemy?" Liu would smile slightly. "There exists a nefarious group of wicked cultivators at the Five Ghost Cave of Qilao Mountain. If you can rid the people of their torment and bring me their magical artifact, the golden copper bottle, I shall teach you the ways of alchemy." In the village of Shaogua, midday brought forth a blazing sun that cast down swathes of scorching rays. Cicadas. Cicadas. In the spacious courtyard, a venerable tree stood tall, its branches lush and dense, while cicadas emitted a frenzied, high-pitched chorus. At that moment, Liu, clad in tattered rags and emaciated to the bone, found himself bound to the tree by a coarse rope. The bindings were so tight that they had left deep welts of blood on his skin. A dull ache occasionally throbbed at the back of his head, accompanied by a clammy warmth, and he could even detect a faint metallic scent of blood, suggesting he might be bleeding. Yet, Liu had no time to dwell on his own plight. His attention was wholly captivated by the scene before him. In the courtyard at the base of the western wall stood a pig pen constructed of stones and branches, where several plump, round pigs lay comfortably on the cool ground, contentedly grunting. Beside the pig pen was a middle-aged man sharpening a knife. The pivotal detail lay not in the act of sharpening itself, but in the man doing so. He was rotund, with a face marked by excess flesh, donning a greasy leather apron and wielding a rusty, slaughtering knife, fervently honing it against the whetstone. With the unmistakable appearance of a butcher, Liu gazed at the man for a moment before exhaling deeply. Could this be the butcher Du Chong of Clearwater Town? His expression remained unchanged, yet his gaze deepened with contemplation. I never imagined that I would traverse into the realm of Diqian. Having absorbed all the memories of his former life and witnessing the familiar NPCs from his previous gaming experience, Liu finally confirmed with certainty that he had indeed entered the world of Eternal Path. Eternal Path is a colossal online fantasy game developed by the Federation in collaboration with the Eternal Group. Set in the expansive realm of Diqian, it encompasses an immeasurable territory filled with countless majestic mountains, rivers, and mystical lands, far surpassing the scale of the Federation world he once knew. As for the uncharted, treacherous zones and wild lands, their vastness remains an enigma yet to be unveiled. Moreover, this world is rife with an array of extraordinary powers. Fierce and enigmatic beings, such as demons, spirits, and monsters coexist alongside various cultivators whose ultimate aspirations are the attainment of immortality and enlightenment. Initially, the allure of this game was rather limited. Despite relentless promotion by the federal authorities and the Eternal Group prior to its launch, the number of players who ventured into the game at its inception was merely over 80 million. This figure paled in comparison to the Federal's reported population of over 270 billion. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the realm of Diqian is not a figment of imagination, but a tangible world. Moreover, the Eternal Path serves as a key to the extraordinary incursion into the realm of reality. In the midst of the game, over 60 years post-launch, many players gradually realized that their skills and abilities within the game could be transferred to the real world. Although, due to certain circumstances, the powers they brought forth were minuscule, and the cataclysmic spells diminished to less than 1% of their original might. The divine fire, capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas, could now merely roast chickens, ducks, or whole lambs. And the rain-calling rituals might only conjure a small cloud no larger than a hand. Yet, upon the dissemination of this news, an uproar ensued. The incursion of the extraordinary into reality signified the shattering of the old order and the emergence of a new paradigm. It further implied that those enigmatic artifacts, miraculous elixirs capable of reviving the dead, and the profound longevity possessed by high-level cultivators would potentially manifest in the real world. What a remarkable turn of events. Consequently, individuals of all ages, regardless of gender, became fervently enamored. They flocked into the game world in droves, exhausting every means to seek various opportunities and become cultivators. Soon, the prices of resources within the game, such as cultivation techniques, elixirs, and magical artifacts, began to soar to unprecedented heights. For instance, a cultivation manual of a certain rank, even if slightly flawed, could fetch astronomical prices, often existing only as a theoretical value without actual availability. Some individuals who achieved extraordinary feats within the game began to thrive in the real world as well. In a previous life, Liu was among the fortunate few who first ventured into this uncharted territory. Originally an ordinary casual player, he unexpectedly stumbled upon opportunities within the eternal path that transformed him from a leisurely participant into a professional player, gradually ascending to become a renowned expert. When the extraordinary breached the boundaries of reality, Liu acquired a fraction of extraordinary power in the real world. However, his status and identity surged remarkably as he transitioned from an ordinary citizen to a practitioner wielding extraordinary abilities, subsequently being recruited by a top-tier studio to explore the secrets of the game. In the latter stages of the game, during a joint assault with numerous elite players, Liu met an unfortunate fate at the hands of the demonic master Qili Laozu, who used a scheme involving the soul-burying bell, obliterating him and scattering his soul. Thus, he perished and inexplicably traversed into this world. Liu is acutely aware of one thing. His current predicament is perilously dangerous. Before him stood the butcher, Diqian, whose intentions were clear. He intended to slaughter him to feed the pigs. In the early days of the game, a particular incident sparked quite a stir on the forum. A player with a penchant for gourmet cuisine stumbled upon an intriguing discovery. The pork from Qingshui town differed remarkably from that of neighboring areas. Its texture was tender, exceptionally delectable, imbued with a unique fragrance. This player, known as I Have a Big Base, was a casual gamer with a somewhat stubborn disposition, prone to taking matters too seriously. He found it perplexing that, despite the proximity, the pork from Qingshui town bore no resemblance to that from the adjacent town. Determined to investigate clandestinely, he embarked on a quest for answers. To his astonishment, his inquiry bore fruit. He uncovered that, although Diqian rarely ventured to gather pig feed or procure pig fodder, the pigs in his care were remarkably robust and exceptionally aggressive. The following day, the outsider mysteriously vanished, yet remnants of the gruesome act remained on Diqian's chopping block and in the pigsties feeding trough fragments of bones and traces of blood. Witnessing the unfolding events, I Have a Big Base was utterly overwhelmed. Never did he anticipate that a mere game would expose him to such a gruesome, shocking, and mature scene. It is said that his reaction was quite severe. He fainted on the spot, suffering from a bout of nausea that culminated in a distressing episode within the gaming chamber, ultimately leading to his forceful ejection from the game. Moreover, this incident left him with profound psychological scars. From that moment on, the mere sight of pork induced bouts of nausea, compelling him to swear off meat entirely, thereby embracing a life as a devoted vegetarian. The butcher Diqian's apprehension of Liu clearly mirrored his sinister intentions. Chapter 2. Counterattack. Liu inherited the memories of his predecessor and became aware of his identity. The former self was a homeless drifter, nameless and faceless. Known only by the moniker Ergo, wandering aimlessly due to his lack of a home, he had become accustomed to a transient existence. Presently, Diqian was on the verge of finishing his sharpening of the knife. If Liu did not act soon, he would be subjected to a gruesome fate. With thoughts racing, Liu began to contemplate a way out. Having miraculously transcended into this new life, he was determined not to be slaughtered like livestock. He suddenly remembered that Ergo had concealed a small knife within his belt, a tool for self-defense. As a drifter, he had to remain vigilant not only against other beggars, but also against feral dogs and wolves. Consequently, Ergo possessed a small, hand-sized knife that had been sharpened to a fine edge for protection. Fortunately, Diqian had not searched him, granting Liu a glimmer of hope for escape. Fixating on Diqian, who was engrossed in his knife sharpening, Li began to struggle against his bindings. With considerable effort, the ropes around his arms loosened slightly. Seizing the opportunity, he hastily withdrew one hand, the coarse bark of the tree scraping painfully against his skin, but he paid no heed to the discomfort. He deftly retrieved the small knife from his belt, concealing it within his palm. At that moment, the sound of sharpening ceased. Diqian lifted the butcher's knife, examining the glinting blade in the sunlight, nodding in satisfaction. However, upon rising and noticing that Liu had regained consciousness, a look of surprise crossed his face. He is not dead? Last night, he had struck with lethal intent, delivering a blow to the back of Liu's head that had rendered him unconscious, seemingly lifeless. The fact that this youth had revived was indeed peculiar. Diqian approached Liu, scrutinizing him for a moment before a sinister and cruel smile crept across his lips. It's fortunate you're alive. If you had died, that would have been rather dull. Ha ha ha. His smile was chilling, and the words that followed sent shivers down one's spine, revealing a hint of madness. After all, what kind of normal person could commit such a grotesque act as dismembering someone to feed pigs? Liu commenced his performance, feigning panic and terror. Why you? Who are you? Why have you captured me? He then began to plead desperately, please, let me go. I promise I will do anything you ask after a prolonged appeal. He saw no reaction from Diqian and erupted into a loud wail, tears streaming down his face, painting a pitiful picture. Woo-woo. I don't want to die. I haven't even married, yet I've never even touched a woman's hand. Yet Diqian remained unresponsive. As if deaf to his pleas, his face flushed with excitement as he wielded the butcher's knife, gesturing over Liu's form as if contemplating the most fitting way to deliver the fatal blow. Indeed, I possess wealth, and upon my person lies a golden ring, a treasured heirloom left to me by my mother. Liu seemed to recall something and hastily exclaimed, if you release me, I shall bestow upon you the golden ring. Silence. Diqian, increasingly vexed by the incessant noise, impatiently threatened, speak another word, and I shall sever your tongue. Despite his words, the mention of the so-called golden ring piqued his interest, prompting him to search Liu's person. Yet, he did not neglect the matter at hand. As Diqian lowered his guard, Liu swiftly extricated his right hand from the bindings, brandishing a short knife that he deftly used to slice across Diqian's throat. Caught off guard, Diqian's eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his neck and staggered back, his face a mask of incredulity. You. Before he could finish, streams of crimson blood began to pour through his fingers. Clang. The butcher's knife clattered to the ground. Diqian, weakened, collapsed, emitting gurgling sounds from his throat. Witnessing the success of his plan, Liu calmly untied the ropes binding him, the look of terror on his face long since vanished, replaced by a serene gaze. Though clad in tattered rags and appearing gaunt, at that moment he exuded an extraordinary composure, as if the weight of the world bore no significance to him. He then bent down to retrieve the butcher's knife from the ground, executing a flourish before decisively plunging it into Diqian's heart. Diqian's body stiffened abruptly. Clutching the knife embedded in his chest, he emitted a choking sound, his eyes bulging, bloodshot, fixed in a stare of terror at Liu. A realization dawned upon him. In comparison to himself, the other was the true aberration, the executioner. Diqian spat a mouthful of blood, a surge of bitterness washing over him, his face twisted with resentment. You wretched dog. You little bastard, I loathe you. He could not fathom that something he deemed no more than a slab of meat for slaughter would ultimately turn the tables and slay him, leaving him filled with discontent. In the face of Diqian's dying curses, Liu remained impassive, looking down upon him. Farewell, I shan't see you off. Diqian gazed intently at Liu, mouth agape as if to utter something, yet ultimately, no words escaped his lips. His eyes glazed over, life gradually ebbing away. At last, he was dead. Liu shook his head slightly, surveying his surroundings. Seeing no immediate threats, he began to erase traces of his presence, such as bloodstains and the strands of hair inadvertently stained red upon the tree. He had no choice but to be meticulous, for he understood well that this was a world brimming with extraordinary powers. Throughout the Central Plains, within the dominion of the Great Xia dynasty, each county would invariably have a demon suppression guard stationed. These guards belonged to a specialized institution under the Great Xia court, tasked with responding to and managing extraordinary occurrences. Such individuals could easily trace him through a single strand of hair or a drop of blood left behind. Liu, at present merely an ordinary individual, must conduct himself with discretion and allow ample time for his development as he embarks on the path of cultivation. Therefore, exercising caution is imperative. Although such prominent figures may not concern themselves with trivial matters like homicide, when it pertains to personal safety, no amount of vigilance is excessive. Having completed these considerations, Liu ventured into Diqian's bedroom, where, after a brief search, he discovered a wooden box beneath the bed. Upon opening it, he found 7 or 8 ingots of varying sizes, along with a collection of silver fragments and several strings of copper coins. In total, these amounted to over 60 taels. In the dryland realm, currency is minted from copper, silver, and gold, with a straightforward and direct conversion rate. 1,000 won equates to 1 tael of silver, and 10 taels of silver to 1 tael of gold. The cost of living in this world is relatively modest for merely 2 won. One can purchase a large meat bun, 2 pancakes, a skewer of candied hawthorn, or a bowl of plain noodles, among other items. As he exited, Liu also noticed a wooden table in the hall adorned with a butcher's knife, accompanied by an assortment of fruits and pastries, as well as 3 yellow incense sticks. The knife's handle was wrapped in red cord, measuring 13 inches in length. Its surface bore a faint dark red hue, seemingly stained by the blood of countless slaughters, while the blade emanated a chilling, pale light, subtly infused with a lingering aura of malevolence. Chapter 3. The Blood Curse. Liu recognized the butcher's knife. Diqian's butchering skill was a family heirloom, and this knife had been passed down for over a century, claiming countless souls beneath its blade. Consequently, due to the numerous lives taken, this knife was imbued with a heavy aura of death, proving particularly effective against specters and malevolent spirits. In a certain sense, it could be considered a magical artifact. After the disturbing revelations of Diqian's gruesome exploits surfaced, several players fixated on him. Following Diqian's demise, these players unexpectedly found themselves enriched, acquiring the knife, which possessed the ability to ward off evil. Subsequently, they utilized this butcher's knife to vanquish a minor boss, reaping significant rewards. As for Liu, this knife held great potential for him as well. He would undoubtedly find it useful in the near future. Finding a piece of cloth, he wrapped the butcher's knife and tucked it into the small of his back. The knife's oppressive aura sent chills coursing through him. Like the piercing sensation of countless needles, and prolonged contact could lead to its sinister energy infiltrating his being, affecting his mind. Diqian's irritable temperament was likely linked to this knife. Otherwise, he would not have forsaken its use. After sifting through the spoils, Liu ignited a fire, tossing the remnants onto the woodpile in the courtyard, where flames swiftly engulfed the debris. A quarter of an hour later, on a hillside outside Shaogua village, Liu gazed at the distant compound billowing with black smoke and flames, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then turned to depart. However, at that moment, an inexplicable shiver coursed through Liu's heart, causing him to instinctively pause and glance over his right shoulder. He beheld a shadowy figure. The girl stood barefoot, her feet smeared with mud, her expression vacant, with her eyes glaring wide and devoid of color, presenting an eerily unnatural appearance as she fixated on Liu, sending a wave of goosebumps across his back and arms. Liu's gaze sharpened, drawing from his past encounters with various demons, spirits, and other supernatural entities. He swiftly concluded that this girl was likely not human. Oddly enough, she seemed somewhat familiar. Had he encountered her before? Liu began to retreat slowly, sensing that something was amiss. Just after he had moved back a dozen paces, a sudden, bone-chilling cold seized his arm, accompanied by a surge of intense pain. The sensation was jarring, as if his flesh had been cleaved and a chunk of ancient ice had been forcefully thrust within, the coldness oppressive. Looking down, he was horrified to discover a dark red, centipede-like scar had mysteriously appeared on his arm. Damn it, it's the blood curse. Liu's expression darkened abruptly, his face contorting with distress. He shot a furious glare at the enigmatic girl, disregarding his composure, and unleashed a torrent of curses. What the hell is wrong with you? Out of nowhere, you thrust a curse upon me. Have I wronged you in any way? He had never anticipated that he would be targeted by such an aberration. This was undoubtedly an unwarranted calamity. The term aberration referred to a unique form of supernatural existence, distinct from typical demons and spirits. These entities defied logic and were shrouded in unfathomable mystery. It can manifest as a person, a beast, a tree, or an object. It may also take the form of a stone, a mountain, a house, or even a city. Such extraordinary phenomena are often more inscrutable than the wickedest of spirits. Yet they follow certain patterns. When confronted with bizarre occurrences, understanding their underlying principles and the logic of their inception, coupled with a stroke of good fortune, may grant even the most ordinary individuals a chance at survival. However, it is evident that Liu's fortune is not particularly favorable, for the nature of the bizarre is notoriously capricious. Perhaps it was due to his proximity to the entity moments ago that he inadvertently became tainted by a curse. Or maybe it was merely a glance that drew its attention upon him. The blood blister curse is notoriously regarded as one of the most difficult aberrant curses to dispel. Shaogua village lies at the foot of Niujiao Mountain, where, shortly after the game launch in his previous life, an extraordinary calamity erupted in the vicinity. This bizarre phenomenon spread over a vast area. Anyone caught within its reach, once tainted, would descend into a stupor, losing their sense of self, marked by gray cursed sigils, and become a puppet of the aberration. The Blood Blister curse seems to bear some connection to the anomalies of Niujiao Mountain, yet it also possesses distinctive traits, having manifested several times during the eruption. According to Liyu's knowledge, this curse is exceedingly malevolent, surpassing the gray aberration of Niujiao Mountain in its terror. Those afflicted by it are doomed. In his past life, several players unwittingly fell victim to the Blood Blister curse, meeting a swift demise, even among those who were cultivators. Even as the game progressed, none dared claim they could resolve this curse. The reason Liyu remains alive now may be attributed to the source of the aberration still lying dormant, coupled with the feeble nature of the bizarre energies within him. However, should the source awaken, he would find himself in grave peril. Despite Liyu's vehement curses, the bizarre girl remained unresponsive, resembling a mere puppet. Her eyes devoid of life, fixated upon him without any movement. Taking a deep breath, Liyu struggled to regain his composure. It seems I must wait until I become a cultivator to devise a means to rid myself of this wretched thing. Having suffered an inexplicable misfortune, he naturally felt a sense of indignation. Yet, dwelling on it would serve no purpose. It would be wiser to contemplate how to eliminate the Blood Blister curse. Casting a cold, piercing glance at the girl, Liyu recognized her as a mindless, aberrant servant. Setting aside the fact that he currently possesses no cultivation power to defeat her, and that attempting to do so might result in his own demise, killing the aberrant servant would bear little significance and would not alleviate the Blood Blister curse. Committing her visage to memory, Liyu let out a sardonic laugh and decisively turned away, striding off. In the realm of the extraordinary, only the extraordinary can contend. This is an unwavering truth of the earthly realm. The Blood Blister curse can only be addressed once he has ascended to the status of a cultivator. He had already formulated some plans in his mind regarding how to embark on the path of cultivation. The girl stood motionless, her pallid eyes quietly watching Liyu depart, making no attempt to move. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting the disheveled strands of the maiden's hair and revealing a peculiar white jade hairpin nestled within. The hairpin was exquisitely crafted, its jade smooth and lustrous, reminiscent of the finest mutton fat jade, clearly sculpted from superior quality material. However, within this jade pin lay a web of intertwining crimson veins, resembling dark red arteries, which emanated a chilling and eerie aura, sending shivers down one's spine. Chapter 4. The old woman Liyu arrived in the town. Qingshui Town, named after the clear waters of the river that flows nearby, boasts a relatively dense population. Standing on the street, he observed various inns, fabric shops, rice stores, pawn shops, and medical clinics opening for business on either side of the thoroughfare. Although the foot traffic was not abundant, it was certainly not sparse either. This place held the opportunities he sought to plan for. As he contemplated his next course of action, a horse-drawn carriage came to a gentle halt before him. "Miss, the weather is delightful today. Look how lively the street is." A delicate voice floated from within the carriage. "Is it?" The curtains were drawn back, revealing a pair of bright eyes curiously peering outside. However, upon catching sight of Liyu in the distance, those eyes widened momentarily before the curtains were hastily closed, as if to shield themselves from an unsightly view. A soft voice emerged from the carriage, tinged with a hint of disdain. "Knowing I have a distaste for filth, how dare you let me see such a person? Xiaomei, you must be doing this on purpose, right?" "I would not dare, Mississippi," came a quivering response from within. "Yes, I shall obey, thank you. For your grace." The whip in the household was no ordinary one. It was a specially crafted leather whip adorned with spikes and infused with chili pepper essence. A single strike would leave one in agony for days. A torment that would bring even the stoutest of men to tears, pleading for mercy. "Let us go. This beggar has ruined an otherwise splendid day." As the words were spoken, the carriage swiftly resumed its journey, moving away. Liyu, once a formidable being of golden core and celestial essence, found himself branded a beggar before others, prompting a slight furrow of his brow. Yet, in his tattered garments, his frail figure resembled that of a mere wretch, exuding an odor that was utterly repugnant, with hair in disarray akin to a tangle of weeds. In appearance, he was indistinguishable from a beggar, which explained the disdain he received. "Wait a moment, Liu. Is this the carriage of the Liu family?" Upon noticing the character Liu inscribed on the rear panel of the departing carriage, a smile spread across his face, rich with implication. "Ah, This holds some intrigue. The Lu residence was the abode of a wealthy merchant in Qingshui town, possessing numerous shops and farmlands. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the fact that within the Lu estate lurked two practitioners of nefarious arts, or perhaps NPCs. Eliminating these two humanoid aberrations would yield valuable rewards, artifacts, techniques, and elixirs among them. Beyond these treasures, the Lu estate also harbored a fragment of a dragon's jade, which concealed a legacy of profound knowledge. This was Li Yu's ultimate objective. As for how to infiltrate the Lu estate, there was no rush. He needed to prepare thoroughly. After all, as an ordinary individual, to scheme for the dragon's jade beneath the very noses of two malevolent cultivators would be no easy feat, akin to daringly entering a den of dragons and tigers. Turning down a bustling street and traversing a narrow alley, Li Yu arrived at the entrance of an inconspicuous courtyard. Then, a rare expression of respect and gentleness appeared on his face as he gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Came an aged voice from within. Grandma, it's me, little Yu, Li Yu softly replied. Upon hearing this, the voice inside rose a notch, trembling with evident excitement. Just a moment. Grandma will open the door for you. The door swung open to reveal a frail old woman with wispy white hair. Her face was lined with deep wrinkles, indicating her advanced age, yet her demeanor was warm and kind, though her eyes exhibited an abnormal grayish hue, as if shrouded in mist. She was a blind elder. Little Yu, let Grandma see you, she said, stepping forward with a cane in one hand, while the other reached out eagerly. Li Yu quickly supported her. Grandma, it's me. In his previous life, upon entering the game, Li Yu had arrived in Qingshui town. Strapped for cash, he struggled to get by, even facing difficulties in securing meals. It was this blind old woman who took him in. She had no name, simply referred to as Grandma Gu, having lost her husband long ago. She had one son who, after much hardship, married and had a child, but tragically, during an outing, the entire family fell victim to a robbery, leaving her to reside alone in this place. Neighbors speculated that her son's family had surely met with misfortune. Coincidentally, her grandson was named Li Yu, sharing a phonetic similarity with his name but differing in characters. In his former life, it was upon hearing Li Yu's name that Grandma Gu stubbornly adopted him as her own grandson, treating him as if he were her flesh and blood, bestowing upon him numerous acts of kindness. Regardless of Li Yu's attempts to clarify the situation, she remained resolute in her belief. In the real world, Li Yu was a child from an orphanage, having experienced the benefits of social welfare and the harshness of human indifference. Yet he had never encountered the warmth of familial affection. Grandma Ji's grandmotherly love and care allowed him to savor the essence of kinship for the first time, leaving an indelible mark on his heart, which lingered even into the later stages of the game. Now, he needed a credible identity to integrate into Qingshui town, and Grandma Gu was the key figure to validate that identity. Oh dear, my little Yu has grown taller and thinner. It pains Grandma's heart, she exclaimed, stroking Li Yu's head and clasping his bony hand. Without a shred of doubt regarding his identity, she was nearly brought to tears with concern and hurriedly ushered him inside. Come in, you must be hungry after such a long journey. Grandma will prepare something delicious for you. Li Yu obediently followed Grandma Gu into the courtyard. The small courtyard, though modest, was impeccably clean, exuding a faint air of simplicity and elegance. Although Grandma Gu was blind, having lived in the yard for over 60 years, she was more familiar with its layout than anyone else, tending to it with meticulous care. Before long, a steaming bowl of hand-pulled noodles was brought forth, topped with a pristine white egg and sprinkled with finely chopped scallions, filling the air with a delightful aroma. Li Yu, ravenous, accepted the bowl without hesitation and began to devour the meal voraciously. After a brief moment over tea, a generous bowl of hand-pulled noodles found its way into Li Yu's stomach. He contentedly let out a hearty belch, and then, with the gentle grasp of his hand, the elderly woman began to engage him in conversation. Her frail, aged hands, marked with age spots, clung to his with a palpable sense of urgency, as if fearing his imminent departure. In a past life, Li Yu had vanquished countless demons with a ruthless heart, yet, in this moment, he wore a serene smile, showing no sign of impatience. He patiently indulged the elderly woman in casual banter, sharing simple stories that frequently elicited joyous laughter from her. Chapter 5. The Art of Nutrient Absorption. When the elder inquired about his parents, he concocted a casual excuse to deflect the question. He was well aware of the elder's family's circumstances, which allowed him to navigate the elder's inquiries with ease. As night fell, silence enveloped the surroundings, the moon hung high, and a gentle breeze whispered through the air. After soothing the elder to sleep, Liu settled into the bed prepared for him by the elder's wife, sitting cross-legged. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing the ominous blood curse etched upon his arm. This dark crimson scar, akin to a sinister centipede, was roughly the thickness of a pinky finger and extended about half a foot in length. Whether it was merely his imagination, Liu distinctly sensed that the color of this blood curse had deepened since the day, and the chilling aura emanating from it seemed to have intensified as well. As a result, he felt a shiver coursing through his body, as if he had caught a chill. Gazing at the blood curse on his arm, Liu's expression turned somber, enveloped in silence. He could feel this curse gradually gnawing at his vital essence, subtly influencing his consciousness. If this persisted, he feared he would lose himself over time, his awareness fading into oblivion, ultimately becoming a mere puppet, half dead and half enslaved, at the mercy of others. Fortunately, though he could not dispel the blood curse, Liu, relying on his past life's wisdom and experience, was confident he could at least delay its effects for a while. This peculiar curse was evidently draining his vitality and tainting his spirit, and to resolve it, he needed to bolster his essence. The art of nutrient absorption was the key to achieving this. This technique, which Liu had stumbled upon in his previous life, was not a method for refining true energy, but rather a regimen for nurturing and replenishing one's essence. In the realm of Taoist scriptures, there existed a stringent hierarchy, ranging from ordinary to supreme qualities. This particular scripture was merely of ordinary quality, not even reaching the level of exquisite quality. However, it possessed one significant advantage. Despite its simplicity, it allowed for the refinement of essence through consumption, nurturing the three treasures of vitality, energy, and spirit, enabling him to regain strength swiftly. Thus, the value of this scripture was by no means inferior to that of an exquisite quality Taoist text. With his intellect, Liu had already comprehended the art of nutrient absorption with remarkable depth, even surpassing its original insights in certain aspects. Therefore, he felt no hesitation in commencing his practice. Without delay, he cleared his mind and entered a state of tranquility. His breathing fluctuated, at times rapid and fierce like a serpent's hiss, and at others slow and prolonged, reminiscent of a tortoise's inhalation. The circulation of his vital essence quickened, and the peristalsis of his stomach accelerated. As time trickled by, after an hour had passed, Liu noticed that his previously full stomach had flattened, the food completely digested. Simultaneously, a warm current surged within him, flowing through his limbs and throughout his entire being. In an instant, he felt as though he were enveloped in a warm spring, both inside and out, a sensation of comfort washing over him. Once this warmth dissipated, Liu noticed that his previously frail and chilly body had warmed somewhat, even generating a flicker of strength, and his mental state had improved significantly. The only discordant note was the rumbling from his stomach. He was hungry once more. At present, two pressing matters demanded his immediate attention. First, he needed to acquire the remnants of the Chulong jade from the Lu residence in order to obtain the profound teachings behind it and become a practitioner. Second, he had to address the blood-soaring curse. The latter was manageable, for with the swallowing essence and nourishing marrow technique at his disposal, he need not worry excessively for the time being. As for the Chulong jade, it concealed a unique legacy that Liu must secure. The two malevolent cultivators within the Lu residence posed a challenge, yet Liu felt little trepidation. His intent was merely to procure the Chulong jade, not to confront the two evildoers directly, which rendered the task difficult, yet not insurmountable. Moreover, he calculated that in approximately 6 months, a multitude of players, known for their chaotic and greedy nature, would begin to flood into the Diqian realm. These players, notorious for their audacity, would undoubtedly disrupt the former tranquility of the Diqian realm, leveraging their immortality to instigate turmoil. Furthermore, judging by the girl today who bore the blood-soaring curse, the foreboding demonic cataclysm, anticipated to manifest in a year's time, was already beginning to reveal its ominous presence. This cataclysm would unleash a wave of malevolent spirits, wreaking havoc across the Diqian realm, compelling many hidden cultivation sects and solitary masters to descend upon the mortal realm to vanquish demons. In the later stages, terrifying zones of death and strange territories would emerge, leading to rampant chaos as malevolent entities overran the land. At that juncture, not only ordinary folk, but even low-tier practitioners would be as vulnerable as ants, with only high-tier practitioners possessing a modicum of self-preservation capability. The future promised to be fraught with challenges, and Liu felt an acute sense of urgency. He understood that he must swiftly strengthen himself before the players arrived. By doing so, when the players descended, he could exploit his NPC identity to deceive them, reap substantial rewards. and venture into perilous territories to uncover the opportunities etched in his memories, gradually enhancing his power. In this manner, he could survive the impending demonic cataclysm and establish a foothold. Otherwise, a single misstep could lead to a cascade of failures. Should his strength prove inadequate, he would forfeit numerous opportunities for ascendance. A month later, on a crisp morning in the courtyard, Liu wielded an iron axe to chop firewood. The heavy axe glided through the air with remarkable agility in his hands, as light as a feather. With each swing, the wood was evenly split. After splitting a pile of firewood, Liu felt beads of sweat forming on his brow. He refreshed himself by putting down the axe and wiping his forehead with a towel. At this moment, he appeared vigorous, having grown at least an inch taller compared to a month ago. The once emaciated frame, resembling little more than skin and bones, had been replaced by a robust and powerful physique, characterized by well-defined muscle contours. His skeletal structure and body proportions had approached a state of perfect harmony. Coupled with his bright, spirited eyes and his fair, handsome visage, he now seemed a completely transformed individual, unrecognizable from the person he had been just a month prior. Chapter 6. Terrifying nightmares. Relying on his profound understanding of the swallowing essence and nourishing marrow technique, Liu dedicated a month to perfecting this method of health cultivation. Consequently, he underwent a transformation akin to a rebirth. His originally frail body was rejuvenated, becoming robust and vibrant, with unwavering willpower and strengthened sinews and bones. In fact, his physical prowess surpassed that of an ordinary adult by several folds. However, the price he paid was substantial, as he expended more than half of the over 60 taels of silver he had scavenged from Diqian, primarily on various nourishing foods, supplements, and potent medicinal herbs. The sole discordant aspect of his transformation lay in his left arm, which bore a grotesque blood mark. This scar resembled a sinister and vermilion centipede, thick as a pigeon's egg and extending over a foot in length, coiling menacingly upon his arm. The centipede-like appendages appeared to writhe, akin to strands of blood, sending chills down one's spine. In stark contrast to its previous size, merely as thick as his pinky and half a foot long, a month later, this mark had significantly enlarged. Moreover, the affected arm appeared distinctly more desiccated than the other, with prominent veins and skin tinged with a foreboding gray, reminiscent of flesh harvested from a corpse. Becoming a cultivator was imperative. Gazing at the cursed blood mark on his arm, Liu sighed. He could sense that this limb had grown exceedingly cold, as if submerged in icy water. Despite having cultivated the swallowing essence and nourishing marrow technique to its zenith, with his vitality surging like a furnace, he could not dispel the chill emanating from his arm. On the bright side, this technique had exerted a certain degree of suppression on the blood curse. At least he had not experienced nightmares for the past 2 days. This confirmed his suspicion that the swallowing essence and nourishing marrow technique indeed bore some restraining effect on the blood curse, albeit limited. As for the nightmares, over the past month, he had endured more than 10 such harrowing experiences due to this curse. Each time, Liu would find himself in a peculiar chamber, a bizarre bridal suite. The room was adorned with exquisite, elegant screens, intricately carved rosewood beds, a lavish dressing table beside the bed, and an ancient bronze mirror, alongside a dark red makeup box. The overall ambience of the room was somber and dim, faintly suffused with a sinister crimson hue, as if veiled by a thin mist of blood. At the bedside sat an indistinct woman, her features obscured. She wore a scarlet veil and a vibrant red wedding gown, her feet clad in golden-threaded red embroidered shoes, appearing ethereal and dreamlike. The atmosphere within the chamber was permeated by an almost imperceptible aura of terror, causing Liu to tremble instinctively, gripped by fear, as though confronted by an exceedingly terrifying presence. Whenever he attempted to survey his surroundings, particularly the woman, he would awaken abruptly from the nightmare. His bedding would be soaked with cold sweat, leaving him lethargic and his consciousness blurred, often muttering incoherent and bizarre phrases under his breath. With the increasing frequency of these nightmares, his condition grew increasingly severe. Fortunately, having mastered the art of nurturing one's essence and replenishing marrow, the current situation has eased. Otherwise, his consciousness would likely have been supplanted by some sinister force. "Little fish, are you hungry? Grandmother has prepared something delicious for you." At that moment, Grandmother Gu approached with a bowl of wontons, her smile warm and inviting. The elderly lady was generally kind-hearted, but she often fretted over his slender frame, concerned he was not eating enough. "You are at an age where you are growing. Though you eat plentifully, you seem to become hungry more quickly. Besides, would Grandmother ever harm you?" The sound of her cane tapping rhythmically against the ground urged him on. "Oh, no need for such words. I shall eat. I shall eat. Li Yu, unable to resist her insistence, quickly complied, disregarding his hunger as he began to devour the wontons. Though he could not see, the sound of him slurping and gulping down the food brought a smile to Grandmother Gu's face. As if recalling something important, she solemnly advised, "My dear grandson, you should stay home in the evenings and refrain from wandering about." Startled by her words, Li Yu inquired, "Why do you say that?" After a moment's contemplation, Grandmother Gu quietly revealed, "I overheard old Gu, the night watchman next door, mention that he has seen some unclean things while on his rounds at night." "What? Unclean things?" Li Yu feigned alarm, saying, "Grandmother, I have heard that in recent years, people in our town have gone missing without a trace. Could it be ghosts?" "Oh, my dear ancestor, such words should not be spoken carelessly. It could lead to trouble if overheard." Grandmother Gu interrupted, startled by the mention of ghosts. Li Yu fell silent, his gaze deepening with contemplation. As someone who had been reborn, he understood that these occurrences were the work of the sinister cultivators from the Liu family, but there was no need to burden Grandmother Gu with such knowledge. After finishing his meal and engaging in light conversation with her, Li Yu made an excuse to step outside. The neighbors, upon seeing him, were not at all surprised. With Grandmother Ji's endorsement, they all recognized him as her grandson. Of course, Li Yu confirmed this to the outside world as well. After all, the elderly lady's grandson had been gone for 7 or 8 years, and few could recall his true appearance. Furthermore, Li Yu was well aware of Grandmother Ji's situation. Ensuring that no discrepancies would arise, he diligently fetched medicine for her, drew water, and chopped firewood, taking on all of the household chores. Grandmother Gu, once lonely and despondent, now wore a brighter smile, and her spirit had significantly improved since Li Yu's arrival. Thus, no one doubted his identity. As he stepped out into the street, the warm sunlight bathed him, creating a soothing and tranquil atmosphere. Li Yu, familiar with the path, made his way toward the town entrance. With the blood curse temporarily resolved, it was time to set his next plan into motion. At the entrance of Qingshui town, there stood a grand banyan tree. The banyan tree stands majestically, its branches lush and verdant, with a trunk so robust that 6 or 7 individuals could encircle it with their arms. The canopy is dense, casting a shadow that obscures the sun. Beneath this grand tree lies a dilapidated wooden shed, humble in stature, housing an altar and, beyond that, a scruffy little beggar. As Li Yu passed by the great banyan, he instinctively came to a halt. His gaze fell upon the small beggar and the ancient tree, his eyes reflecting profound contemplation. This banyan tree boasts a history exceeding 3 centuries. According to local elders, it possesses an extraordinary origin, having been blessed by a celestial being, thus endowing it with spiritual essence. It is a sacred tree. While such beliefs may seem like mere superstitions of the rustic folk, Li Yu understands that this legend holds a kernel of truth. Chapter 7. Spiritual bird. This banyan tree has indeed been enlightened by a person of profound cultivation, who, despite being gravely injured, imparted the remnants of his ethereal essence into the tree, aware that his time was fleeting. This act is the very reason for the tree's luxuriant growth. Coupled with the unwavering devotion of the local populace for centuries, the banyan gradually became sentient. The small beggar residing beneath its branches, due to his persistent efforts in maintaining the tree, cleansing, pest control, fertilizing, and offering worship, began to receive the tree's benevolent responses. Occasionally, wisps of ethereal essence would wash over his sinews, nourishing his spiritual roots, and thus, his physique began its transformation towards the legendary wood spirit body. In accordance with the original trajectory, 2 years hence, a wandering Taoist would pass through this area and take the small beggar as his disciple. This Taoist, known as the Wood Taoist, possesses unfathomable skills and is the very master of the cultivator who once enlightened the banyan tree. Upon the arrival of a player in Clearwater Town, he quickly sensed an anomaly and shrewdly befriended the small beggar, mimicking his actions and assisting in the care of the banyan tree. When the Wood Taoist ultimately accepted the small beggar as his disciple, the player would also bask in the resulting fortune, consequently being taken under the Taoist wing. The Wood Taoist, having uncovered the clues to his former disciple, resolved the regrets within his heart, achieving completeness in his Tao heart and transcending to the 4th tier, attaining the status of a celestial being, thereby securing eternal life and the freedom to roam. The player's identity and status rose correspondingly, becoming a direct disciple of the 4th tier celestial being, provoking considerable envy among other players. Casting a lingering glance at the small beggar, Li Yu turned to leave the town. What he sought was not this opportunity. While becoming the Wood Taoist's disciple promised a vast future, the time required was far too lengthy. 2 years was a duration he could not afford to wait. Moreover, who could predict the unforeseen events that may arise during that time? Crucially, the quality of the cultivation methods varied. Although the opportunities presented by the Wood Taoist were commendable, they paled in comparison to the inheritance hidden within the remnants of the Qi-Long. In other words, this chance was beneath his aspirations. This was also why, despite possessing numerous Taoist teachings in his mind, Liu had steadfastly declined to pursue them. After waiting by the roadside for a considerable time, he noticed a bullock cart emerging from the town. Liu hurriedly approached to intercept its path. "Good sir, where is your cart headed? Might you grant me a ride?" The driver, a somewhat stooped old man, appeared rather gaunt and initially exhibited a hint of wariness. However, upon hearing Liu's inquiry and scrutinizing him for a moment, he reluctantly nodded. "I am off to Gunning Town next door to fetch firewood. If that suits your route, then hop on." "Excellent. Thank you, kind sir. I want to take advantage of you. Here is a fare for the journey, should you not mind accepting it." Liu smiled, producing a handful of copper coins and placing them in the old man's hand. Though merely a few coins, this sum constituted an unexpected boon for the impoverished common folk. For some destitute families possessed but a single pair of trousers, which they had to share among themselves. The old man had lived for the better part of his life and had seen much. Weighing the copper coins in his hand and squinting slightly, he remarked, "Youngster, it's just a matter of convenience. No need for such generosity." Liu wore a smile, displaying a courteous demeanor as he casually retrieved 2 boiled eggs from his pocket, one for himself and the other offered to the elder. "Rest assured, I mean no harm. Besides requesting a ride, I also wish to inquire about a few matters." The old man cast a glance at him, but did not refuse. Instead, he accepted the egg, his weathered hand gently caressing the smooth shell. Ultimately, he decided against eating it, placing the egg within his coat and nodding, "Come aboard." Liu chuckled softly and nimbly hopped onto the vehicle. The realm of Diqian is a tangible existence, devoid of the confines of a mere gaming world. Every tree, flower, grain of soil, stone, person, dog, and even a pile of refuse within this world is undeniably real. Even the most destitute beggar on the street possesses a unique identity, emotions, and even wisdom. Many players, upon their initial arrival in this world, underestimated these NPCs, subconsciously viewing them as the dim-witted characters found in other games, leading to many misfortunes. Gradually, they awakened to the realization that the intelligence of these NPCs rivaled that of genuine humans. Ultimately, as the extraordinary seeped into reality, they came to understand that this is a true world, and these NPCs are, in fact, authentic human beings. After a span of over an hour, Liu arrived at Gunning Town. His purpose here was to procure a chicken, a rooster of over a decade in age. It is well known that roosters embody a potent yang energy, with their blood possessing the ability to ward off evil and banish spirits. To his knowledge, there was a household in Gunning Town that had raised a rooster for over 10 years. While ordinary chickens may live for 7 or 8 years, this rooster had thrived for 17, reputed to be a rare breed with an even more abundant yang energy. The Liu family harbored spirits, malevolent ghosts, and even more terrifying entities. This was a truth Liu was acutely aware of. If his sole intention was to acquire the remnants of the Qi-Long within the Liu estate, he would certainly avoid direct confrontation with the malevolent cultivators, quietly infiltrating the village instead. Yet, the Liu residence contained not only malevolent cultivators but also spectral beings. Upon reaching the entrance of a villager's home, Liu rapped on the wooden door. The couple raising the chickens were rather modest in their means. After a brief exchange, it became clear that Liu sought to purchase a chicken. Initially, the elderly couple hesitated and outright refused, having developed affection for the rooster over the years of companionship. Liu was not taken aback. He swiftly produced a 2-tailed silver ingot. Upon seeing the weighty gleam of silver, the couple fell silent, struck by the undeniable allure of wealth. After a moment of hesitation and exchanging glances, they promptly agreed without further ado. 2 taels of silver constitute a significant sum, especially for the common folk living at the lowest rungs of society. With this amount, the arrangements for his son's marriage could commence. Within the confines of a cage, there resided a resplendent rooster, its plumage vibrant and its coma striking red, tinged with a hint of purple. Even though confined, it exuded an indomitable spirit and an unmistakable vitality. Radiating with abundant yang energy and an air of intelligence, it was indeed a remarkable breed of spiritual fowl, perhaps having pecked at some ethereal essence or awakened a latent lineage. After observing it for a moment, Liu felt quite pleased. He possessed some knowledge regarding avian spiritual beasts, such as the colorful pheasant, the serpentine-necked snow fowl, the azure pheasant, and the solar golden rooster. The spiritual creature before him likely had awakened a certain bloodline, as evidenced by its purpling comb, thereby qualifying it as a spiritual bird. Acquiring such a spiritual fowl for 2 taels of silver was undoubtedly a lucrative investment. Chapter 8. The Golden Light Fiery Mirror. Young man, have you ventured so far just to purchase a chicken? The elderly carriage driver cast a curious glance at the purple-crowned rooster within the cage. I have heard that. In our town, unclean entities roam during the night. I am concerned for my grandmother. It is said that a rooster wards off evil spirits. Hensley smiled faintly, leaving his words unfinished. Yet, the old man grasped the implication, a mix of realization and trepidation crossing his face. You, young man, are aware of this matter. Not only in Qingshui town, but in several neighboring locales as well, sightings of malevolent apparitions proliferate at night. Over the years, countless lives have been claimed. Such matters are well known among the elder citizens. Some have sought the aid of shamans or monks to address these issues, yet for reasons unknown. These efforts have often resulted in naught. Liu was acutely aware of the true puppeteers behind these occurrences, yet he preferred to refrain from discussing such topics. He naturally shifted the conversation. Old sir, you are well versed in many matters. Do you know of a place called Horong Valley? In his previous life as a player, he had often frequented forums, where he had either directly or indirectly acquired various snippets of information. Some fortunate players would, through serendipity or other means, stumble upon talismans, magical artifacts, or elixirs, and often felt compelled to boast about their fortunes on these platforms. Liu recalled a post from one such player, claiming that Horong Valley harbored a spiritual artifact. Though it bore some imperfections, its power was considerable, possessing the ability to repel evil and vanquish demons. Securing this artifact would significantly enhance his chances of obtaining the residual jade of the Chi Dragon. Horong Valley? The old man repeated, a frown creasing his brow as he pondered. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Let me think. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, his expression lightened. I remember now. It's not far. Just through the old man's narration, Liu learned that this location was indeed nearby, situated within a large mountain approximately 60 miles away. There, nestled within a small valley, grew a peculiar herb known as Horong flower. Its scent was overwhelmingly pungent, yet its warming properties were unparalleled, often sewn into blankets and garments to provide additional warmth. Regrettably, the Horong flower was scarce, and its odorous nature deterred many from foraging it. The following afternoon, Liu arrived at Horong Valley. The valley itself appeared unremarkable, a verdant expanse of foliage stretching as far as the eye could see, devoid of any distinguishing features. According to the player's account on the forum, he had discovered the bronze mirror within a fox's den. Reflecting on the information about that player from his previous life, Liu felt a twinge of nostalgia. Indeed, there exist individuals in this world blessed with extraordinary luck. Many coveted artifacts, miraculous elixirs, and even certain cultivation techniques are often acquired effortlessly by such fortunate souls. The player who had obtained the bronze mirror was one among them. Upon the player's initial arrival in the earthly realm, he found himself bereft of fortune, enduring hunger and hardship, consumed by worries about sustenance and shelter. Fortune smiled upon him when he fortuitously befriended a hunter, from whom he acquired skills in hunting and foraging, gradually managing to carve out a life in this realm. On one occasion, while ascending the mountains in pursuit of game, he stumbled upon an ancient bronze mirror nestled within a fox's den. The fox's den. Liu began to search the area. After a little over an hour, he halted before a pile of scattered stones. Beneath this chaotic heap lay a small, dark cavity, roughly the size of a bowl, with smooth edges that exuded a faintly unpleasant odor, occasionally revealing a few strands of tawny animal fur. However, Liu's gaze was drawn to a cluster of wild grasses nearby. These grasses, tinged with a delicate shade of red, bore bright crimson blossoms atop each slender blade. While not conventionally beautiful, they emanated a vivid and energetic aura, each flower turning towards the sun, akin to miniature sunflowers. The fox's den, fire fluff flowers, indeed. The bronze mirror must reside within this hollow. Liu nodded slightly, retrieving an iron shovel from his pack. After digging for a while, he finally struck the bottom. There, nestled in a soft bed of grasses, lay a round, bowl-sized bronze mirror. Its surface, a mottled green, was marred by rust and a web of cracks. Yet, as Liu grasped it, he felt a warmth emanating from it, spreading through him like the gentle caress of spring sunshine. It was no wonder the fox had chosen to place this mirror in its nest. It was a veritable talisman of warmth. Could this be the famed golden light blazing mirror? A glimmer of excitement sparked in Liu's eyes. With a swift motion, he pricked his finger, using his own blood as a catalyst to intricately inscribe several special and complex symbols upon the mirror's surface, awakening its latent power. In an instant, a thin layer of dazzling golden light enveloped the mirror, bright and piercing. This golden radiance coalesced into an intensely scorching beam, which shot forth from the mirror's surface, striking a boulder of azure stone that stood half his height. Boom! The resilient rock shattered explosively, swiftly transformed into a pool of molten rock by the searing light. At that moment, Liu felt the bronze mirror in his hand grow rapidly cold, as though the force of that strike had thoroughly depleted its energy. He smacked his lips, drawing upon his experience to ascertain the mirror's nature. It was a fire element spiritual artifact of considerable quality, boasting significant power among spiritual implements. Regrettably, its severe damage rendered it less than 1/10 effective. Nevertheless, in his past life, a player had wielded this treasure to vanquish demons and amass resources, gradually ascending the path of the extraordinary and ultimately achieving great success. Liu also keenly sensed that, under the sun's rays, the bronze mirror in his grasp was gradually regaining warmth. He was not surprised. The mirror, known as the golden light blazing mirror, was inherently capable of absorbing the fiery essence of sunlight for storage. Although the damage sustained limited him to unleashing but a single strike of the sunfire demon-slaying divine light. Possessing only one formidable blow, it could, if wielded adeptly, even vanquish a practitioner at the innate fetal breath level. Such is the overwhelming power of a spiritual weapon. The dense growth of the fire velvet flower at the entrance of the fox den is indeed a testament to its influence. Yes, it can serve as a valuable trump card. With the item now in hand, its unexpectedly potent power has left Liu quite satisfied. As night descends, the bright moon hangs high in the sky, casting a silvery glow akin to flowing water. Under the moonlight, the town of Clearwater appears particularly tranquil and silent. Suddenly, clang! The arid atmosphere warns of fire hazards. In the distance, the sound of the town crier, Old Gua, striking a gong shatters the serene night. Once Old Gua has moved on, a figure clad in black, with a masked visage, emerges from the shadows. All preparations have been meticulously made, rendering this evening the perfect opportunity for him to act. Chapter 9. The enigmatic shade navigating through a narrow alley and turning down several streets. Liu's gaze swept ahead, and his expression subtly shifted. He abruptly came to a halt, twisting his body to conceal himself in the recess of a wall, holding his breath and silencing his movements. Simultaneously, his hand gripped the hilt of the butcher's knife at his waist. Before him, at a distance of several dozen paces, a vague shadow drifted into view, coming to a halt before the window of an inn. The figure was indistinct, yet with its emergence, the surrounding temperature plummeted dramatically, becoming chillingly frigid. Despite Liu possessing a physique superior to most, with a vigorous flow of vital energy, he too felt a penetrating chill enveloping him. Observing this, he silently shook his head. Encountering a ghost upon venturing out was indeed an ominous sign. Ominous it may be, yet Liu discerned that this specter was likely an ordinary phantom, scarcely worthy of being labeled a malevolent spirit, although perilous. With his butcher's knife and the golden light fire mirror for protection, he did not feel overly apprehensive. However, the apparition's presence was no mere coincidence. It was undoubtedly being orchestrated by someone, most likely an agent of the Liu household. At that moment, he was preparing to infiltrate the Liu residence to procure the remnants of the Klong dragon jade. Thus he needed to tread carefully to avoid alarming the adversary. The ghost entered the inn, and shortly thereafter, it emerged once more, gliding away. Liu observed silently, taking no action. Once the specter had departed and he confirmed that the vicinity was clear, he resumed his progress. Casting a glance through the window into the room. Inside, he spotted a young attendant, seemingly asleep in a corner, clutching a blanket, with a solitary oil lamp flickering in the dim light. Although the attendant was alive, his complexion was pallid and tinged with a bluish hue, exhibiting the signs of a spirit's drain upon his life force. Clearly, he had been robbed of his vitality by the ghost, leaving him severely weakened. While he would not perish, a significant illness was inevitable, and he would be bedridden for several days. The grand vermilion door loomed before him, flanked by towering walls, with a pair of 3-foot stone lions guarding either side, imparting an air of magnificence. This estate belonged to the Liu family, though the Liu residence appeared tranquil and unguarded. Liu was acutely aware that prominent households like the Liu family typically employed guards and a few hunting dogs for protection. Should an unwitting thief dare to trespass, they would soon be apprehended. Liu would be no exception. However, he was not devoid of a strategy. Admittedly, this plan was somewhat distasteful. Indeed, distasteful. According to Liu's knowledge, the remnants of the Klong Dragon Jade resided within the Lu's rear courtyard, which was inhabited by the female members of the Lu family. While it may have some guards, the defenses here were relatively lax, and there were no hunting dogs present. Moreover, within this residential area, there existed a latrine. Such places were traditionally associated with filth and squalor, and even spirits would typically avoid them, especially considering the impurities associated with women. Conveniently, the latrine at the Lu residence had a foul-smelling sewer leading outward. This presented a vulnerability, as long as one did not mind the uncleanliness. Entry into the Lu estate was feasible through this route. This discovery was made by a certain lecherous player in a past life. Reborn individuals often possess foresight regarding numerous matters, equipped with valuable information and intelligence. Even when faced with adversity, they can swiftly devise solutions. One of the advantages of being reborn. Liu quietly arrived outside the toilet in the Lu residence's inner courtyard, where an indescribable odor permeated the air. Despite the diligent cleaning efforts of the Lu family servants, the stench remained pungent and unpleasant as one approached the lavatory. Upon seeing the scene, Liu was reminded of a renowned gourmet from his past life and some of the illustrious quotes attributed to this culinary maestro. My friends, there is nothing you can't imagine that old Ba can't achieve. Stinky tofu, captured, with a hint of lemon delicious. Liu's expression was stoic, yet tears silently streamed from the corners of his eyes. Although he had prepared in advance by concocting a fragrant powder to mask the odor, its efficacy was limited. The stench was overwhelmingly strong, truly eye-watering. Nonetheless, for the sake of the Chulong remnant jade, here goes, let us do this. Taking advantage of the solitude, Liu crouched and leapt into the cesspit. The viscous and foul-smelling black water rose to his chest, with suspicious solids floating atop. Swaying grotesquely and twisting his expression in discomfort, he hoped fervently for success this time. Otherwise, the loss would be significant. Liu gritted his teeth, his brows twitching. He then used both hands and feet to stealthily navigate through the narrow, malodorous sewage passage into the toilet within the wall, all the while suppressing the intensifying urge to vomit. At this hour, the world was cloaked in silence, and the servants of the Lu residence were evidently ensconced in slumber. The Lu courtyard was eerily quiet. Liu was no stranger to the Lu residence, having visited a few times in his previous life. Lu Yuanwei and the elder of the Lu family were both cultivators, practitioners of sinister arts that involved raising and controlling spirits. Over the years, several small towns in the vicinity had experienced frequent disappearances and deaths involving young adults, children, and even pregnant women, most likely orchestrated by this father-son duo. After a somewhat renowned studio arrived in this realm and undertook various tasks in the nearby towns, they soon set their sights on the Lu residence. Suspecting it to be the mastermind behind the disappearances and deaths of several residents in Qingshui town, and they coveted the potential cultivation techniques hidden within the Lu household. However, the information somehow leaked, reaching the ears of certain players. The studio was infuriated but found themselves powerless. Ultimately, after much deliberation with some players, they decided to collaborate. Liu was among them. The first and second attempts by the players ended in failure, but thanks to the ability to resurrect, their losses were minimal. By the third attempt, the studio had recruited a player cultivator from an unknown source, who, along with several players wielding butcher knives and talismans, combined their strengths with the other players to finally breach the Lu residence, yielding bountiful rewards. In the end, ordinary players like Liu did not acquire any cultivation techniques. Yet they still received a share of over 10 taels of silver and a handsome payment from the studio in the real world. Subsequently, they learned of the opportunities concealed within the Lu residence. The sinister legacy possessed by Lu Yuanwei and his son was nothing extraordinary, merely a common text on demon taming and spirit refinement. The fragment of the Qilong Jade possesses an extraordinary origin. Remarkably, it nearly culminated in the emergence of a 6th-tier Yuanshan Earth immortal grand cultivator. Striving to disregard the overwhelming scent that filled the air, Liu emerged from the restroom, casting his gaze towards a nearby room. It was the chamber of Lu Ying, the daughter of the Lu family. Lu Ying was the same woman he had encountered a month prior, seated in a carriage, afflicted with severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Now, the Qilong fragment resided within Lu Ying's room. Chapter 10. The Maternal Shadow Demon. However, to gain entry into Lu Ying's chamber, one must first address a certain inconvenience. Liu cast his gaze towards the gazebo in the backyard. There stood a robust middle-aged man, a sword hanging from his waist, vigilantly guarding the area. He occasionally stifled a yawn, revealing a hint of fatigue etched upon his face. This was a hired guard of the Lu residence, perhaps possessing commendable martial skills. Yet no stronger than an ordinary individual. Liu exhibited remarkable patience. Concealed by the lavatory's entrance, he quietly waited for nearly 2 hours, refraining from any rash actions. Those who have endured sleepless nights know that during the watch, idleness and solitude can easily lead to drowsiness. Before long, the guard yawned repeatedly, growing increasingly weary. After a while, he strode towards the lavatory, his steps hurried, seemingly eager to address a personal matter. Liu silently retreated, and as the guard stepped into the lavatory, he swiftly struck a decisive blow to the back of his head. The guard's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Liu caught him and gently laid him down before proceeding directly towards Liu Ying's room, his movements agile and swift. With a soft creak, he pushed the door open, which emitted a faint sound. Liu's gaze sharpened as he peered into the room, where he spotted a woman lying upon the bed. "Xiao Mei, is that you?" The sound of the door was inevitably heard by Liu Ying, who, in a daze, inquired. But as she opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of a dark, unfamiliar figure. Initially startled, she quickly regained her senses, a chill spreading throughout her body. This figure was robust, with piercing eyes, certainly not her devoted maid, Xiao Mei. Before she could utter a word, the shadow advanced swiftly to her bedside, covering her mouth with one hand. "Miss Liu, it would be wise to remain compliant. Otherwise, I presume you wouldn't wish for me to engage in activities that might bring you untold pleasure, would you?" A slightly hoarse voice, imbued with a hint of youthful mockery, whispered threateningly in Liu Ying's ear. Yet, she had no time to ponder these words. The moment Liu's hand covered her mouth, she felt a slick, cold substance adhere to her lips, accompanied by an overwhelming stench that assaulted her senses. This sensation instantly conjured associations with something found in the lavatory. As the abhorrent thought of having that substance on her mouth struck her, Liu Ying, who harbored a severe aversion to dirtiness, felt her scalp tingle, her eyes rolled back, and with a piercing scream, she fainted. Well, that saves me some effort. In a previous life, the fragment of the Qi Long was discovered by a player named Qian Li Jiangling within this very room. Being jade, it should likely be stored alongside jewelry. Approaching the vanity, Liu swiftly spotted a jewelry box, dark red in hue, embellished with exquisite patterns. Upon opening the box, he beheld an assortment of treasures, pearl earrings, silver rings, gold hairpins, and bangles, among others. These are exquisite pieces of jewelry, shimmering faintly under the moonlight that filters through the window. Yet, Liu's gaze is fixated on a fragment of jade among them. This shard of jade, shaped like a crescent moon, boasts a translucent and delicate quality, as if it were carved from the finest mutton-fat jade. Its form resembles a vividly lifelike dragon, intricately crafted with extraordinary finesse, evoking a striking sense of realism, almost like a miniature dragon. This is a piece of broken jade, a dragon's fragment. This item is precisely what Liu has been scheming for in recent days. He carefully extracts the dragon's fragment, wraps it in oiled paper, and conceals it in his bosom. Subsequently, he closes the jewelry box, takes it with him, and without hesitation, turns to leave. This way, he can utilize these items to supplement his own needs while obscuring his intentions, preventing others from suspecting that he came solely for the dragon's fragment. However, as soon as Liu steps out of the room, he hears a startled cry, "Come quickly. Thieves are stealing." The voice, piercing and urgent, shatters the stillness of the night, emanating from the latrine, where it seems a servant who had ventured out at night has discovered the unconscious guard. In an instant, lights flicker on in various rooms throughout the Liu residence. The sounds of hurried footsteps mixed with barking dogs arise from the front courtyard, suggesting that other guards are hastily approaching with hunting dogs. Has he been discovered? Liu's expression shifts slightly, but he remains composed. He takes a few running strides, using both hands and feet to scale the high courtyard wall, then dashes away. The swallowing essence and nourishing marrow technique has endowed Liu with a robust physique, granting him exceptional physical capabilities. Once outside the Liu residence, he sprints with all his might, occasionally turning sharply, weaving through the streets and alleys. Eventually, he only manages to escape his pursuers upon reaching a dense thicket outside the town. However, Liu does not relax his guard. He senses that something is still following him, indicating that the situation is far from resolved. Indeed, when he turns around, he sees a pale figure closely trailing behind him. The figure moves with an eerie swiftness, practically gliding through the air, exuding an unsettling and ghostly aura. Simultaneously, a haunting and sorrowful wailing echoes in the distance, sending chills down his spine. As the pale figure draws nearer, its true form is revealed, a corpulent woman garbed in white, barefoot, with disheveled hair. Her emaciated body is horrifyingly contrasted by her swollen abdomen, which is covered in dark veins. Her eyes seem to blaze with a ghostly fire, emitting a chilling glare that instills dread. It is, astonishingly, a maternal specter. Upon sighting this rotund woman, a weight descends upon Li Yu's heart. Among the denizens of the Lu residence, there are two individuals he fears most. One is the elderly patriarch of the Lu family, a cunning and deeply concealed figure. A demon who has prolonged his life through nefarious means, making him a formidable adversary. During the initial siege of the Lu residence by numerous players, he was the ultimate boss, and most players perished at his hands, including the lone practitioner among them, who suffered a significant defeat. Another individual is Lu Yuanwei from the Lu residence. Although he does not conceal himself as deeply as the old Master Lu, he is nonetheless a formidable adversary. Lu Yuanwei has cultivated several malevolent spirits through his soul altar, including the formidable mother and child Yin demon before us. This demon appears neither entirely demonic nor ghostly, surpassing ordinary malevolent spirits in its terror. Just moments ago, Li Yu encountered a Yin ghost on the street. Yet that specter pales in comparison to this mother and child Yin demon, which scarcely merits mention alongside it. There are even faint connections to the legendary 9 sons of the demon mother. Chapter 11. The place of fortune. Li Yu could hear the mournful wails, causing a splitting headache and a sensation of being submerged in an icy abyss, as if his very blood had frozen. Without a moment's hesitation, he removed his gloves and unsheathed the cleaver from his waist. His other hand grasped the golden fire mirror, tightly wrapped in oil paper against his chest. As he tore away the wrapping, a warm current coursed through him, dispelling the chill that had engulfed him almost instantly. The shrill cries of the Yin demon subsided into a less piercing sound. Yet, the Yin demon's swollen belly began to undergo a terrifying transformation, as something inside writhed and struggled. Suddenly, with a sickening burst, a gaping wound appeared, blood splattering everywhere, and a pair of withered, grotesque claws emerged from within. The claws fought to tear open the bloody hole, viscous fluids and entrails spilling forth in a repulsive display. A shrill, nightmarish cry of an infant echoed from the depths of the belly, signaling that the ghostly child was about to emerge. At that moment, Li Yu charged forward, the cleaver gleaming coldly in his hand as he slashed downwards. He was acutely aware that allowing the ghostly infant to escape its mother would only heighten his peril. As he approached, the ghostly mother extended her eerie claws to intercept him. Clang! The malevolent cleaver clashed against the demon's claws, sparks flying as if iron met iron. The ghostly mother's attack was thwarted, yet the ghostly infant's head began to protrude from its mother's belly, its gaunt and hideous face tilting slightly, its sinister eyes locking onto Li Yu's, momentarily disorienting him. In the next instant, it transformed into a shadowy figure, lunging at Li Yu with alarming speed, its mouth wide open, revealing a maw filled with sharp teeth as it aimed to bite him with ferocity. For someone unaware of the situation, the sudden assault from the ghostly infant would likely lead to dire consequences. Yet, Li Yu was well prepared, fully aware of the Yin demon's nature. He swiftly retrieved the fire mirror from his bosom and struck it against the ghostly infant. The fire mirror, a potent artifact embodying the essence of purity and light, contained within it a divine fire capable of banishing evil. As anticipated, upon contact, the foul aura of the ghostly infant ignited the inherent response of the fire mirror. Without needing Li Yu to channel its power, it erupted in a brilliant, searing golden light, akin to a blazing sun rising, illuminating the area for miles around. As for the ghostly mother, she reacted with surprising speed, retreating several meters in haste. Nevertheless, the radiant light enveloped her, causing her skin and flesh to melt away as if snow met the sun, large chunks of her corporeal form disintegrating. Her terrified wail echoed through the air as she exploded into a cloud of black mist, fleeing in abject terror. Such audacity to act recklessly in my presence, how foolish. Did you truly believe I had made no preparations? Li Yu scoffed. As he spoke, he cast a seemingly casual glance at a tree not far away. Behind the tree, a figure suddenly spat blood, evidently suffering from a backlash, before stumbling and retreating. Li Yu remained stationary, observing the figure's hasty departure with a distant gaze, choosing not to pursue. The golden fire mirror could only store a single ray of the sun's demon-vanquishing divine light. In other words, it possessed but one strike's worth of power. Once that strike was expended, it would be rendered a mere shell, devoid of utility, unless it were to bask in the sun for another 2 days to replenish its energy. The adversary, unfortunately, remained unaware of this limitation. Fortuitously, fear had seized the opponent. After all, this individual was likely Lu Yuanwei from the Lu family, apart from the mother and son demons, who could fathom how many other spirits he might harbor. Should he provoke the opponent to desperation, what if he found himself in dire straits? Nevertheless, Li Yu's objective had been accomplished. Gazing at the jewelry box in his hand, a satisfied smile spread across his face. The following day, news of the theft at the Lu residence rippled through the town, causing quite a stir and shattering the tranquility that had once enveloped the small settlement. Many gossipy townsfolk speculated about the audacity of the thief. Who dared to rob even the Lu family? What could he possibly fear? Numerous citizens expressed their concerns, anxious that the nefarious thief might return to wreak havoc upon them. The Lu family, deeply entrenched in the affairs of Qingshui town and possessing considerable influence, mobilized numerous individuals to scour the area in search of the thief. Alas, their efforts proved fruitless. Those with keen ears picked up rumors that, following the incident, Lu Yuanwei had shut himself indoors, and even his daughter, Lu Ying, had not made an appearance, often succumbing to bouts of inexplicable dry heaving, the cause of which remained a mystery. Yet, these matters held little significance for Li Yu, who had no time to concern himself with such trifles. At that moment, he had journeyed over 20 miles along the banks of the Qingshui River. Arriving at a hillside, the hill stood beside the water, its crystal-clear depths revealing smooth pebbles and lively little fish darting about the riverbed. According to his knowledge, this place concealed the opportunity hidden behind the remnants of the Chulong Jade. In his previous life, a player named Qianli Jiangling had inadvertently triggered a restriction here while seeking the Chulong Jade and was drawn into a cave dwelling, eventually gaining a profound inheritance through the Jade. Qianli Jiangling was a second-generation affluent individual from the federal world, blessed with wealth and leisure. Bored, he established a studio named Rising Sun Studio, aspiring to carve out a niche in the game Eternal Path and achieve success. After seizing this opportunity, he devoted himself to diligent practice and, with the studio's focused efforts in the Diqian realm, acquired various resources. Ultimately, he indeed forged a successful path. Not only did Rising Sun Studio flourish and become bustling with business, but it also ascended to the ranks of the top gaming studios in the federal world. By the game's later stages, Qianli Jiangling had transformed into a formidable god cultivator, ranking among the top 10 on the celestial leaderboard established by players. Thus, he failed to make it onto the rankings, and though he enjoyed a modest reputation, it paled in comparison to the illustrious achievements of Qianli Jiangling. Of course, all of this transpired in a previous life. As for this existence, it is likely to unfold quite differently. Chapter 12. The Inheritance of the Heavenly River. Teaching Li Yu surveyed his surroundings and finally settled on a prominent rock by the riverbank. He produced the fragment of the Chulong Jade and immediately felt a force of attraction emanating from below, subtly linking him to the jade pendant in his hand. Simultaneously, a radiant white light erupted from the rock, enveloping him completely. Li Yu, sensing this power, chose not to resist, but willingly allowed himself to be enveloped. When the white light dissipated, his figure had vanished entirely. The cavern was approximately the size of a dozen basketball courts, hewn into a dwelling-like structure, featuring a grand hall, bedrooms, an alchemy chamber, and a herbal room. Above the hall, peculiar fist-sized luminous stones were embedded, casting a soft, non-dazzling glow that illuminated the area. The entire dwelling was sparsely adorned, appearing somewhat rudimentary yet possessing an air of natural antiquity. In the center of the hall stood an altar, upon which rested 3 items, a black box, a jade fish, and an ancient scroll. Below the altar sat a Taoist figure. The Taoist was an elderly man with white hair, his skin soft and tender like that of an infant, his complexion rosy, and he donned a green Taoist robe that gave him an ethereal presence. His eyes were half-closed, seemingly in a state of feigned slumber. Yet Li Yu distinctly sensed that the old man was devoid of any vitality, as if he had long since attained a state of transcendence. Lying across the Taoist's lap was an ancient sword with a black hilt and pine-patterned sheath, its sharp aura subtly emanating despite remaining sheathed. At his waist hung a red-skinned gourd, shimmering with a mystic light, indicating it was no ordinary item. Li Yu offered a respectful bow to the Taoist, acknowledging the master of this realm. He then observed with curiosity, ultimately focusing on the jade fish upon the altar, and with a smile, he greeted, "Junior Li Yu pays his respects to the elder." Initially, the hall was enveloped in tranquility, but after several breaths, a transformation occurred. The scene before him began to morph, resembling a reflection in water, then rippling like waves. Ultimately, With a resounding crash, the vision shattered, and the black box, ancient scroll, and the white-haired Taoist disappeared without a trace. Only the jade fish remained, its surface shimmering with a jade-like luminescence. It then flicked its tail and leaped into the air. Hovering gracefully, its scales glistening with ethereal light, and its eyes fixed upon Liu. "Young one, how did you perceive my presence?" There was a hint of astonishment in its voice. The young man before it radiated vitality, with a robust physique and unwavering will, suggesting he had practiced some foundational texts for enhancing his essence. He possessed a measure of innate talent. However, it had encountered many individuals with exceptional potential. Even those with the rarest natural Dao bodies were not uncommon to it. Hence, it did not regard this youth with particular concern. What truly astonished it was the boy's ability to see through the illusion it had crafted. Naturally, this was merely conjecture. Liu smiled in response. In truth, he was only aware that in his previous life, the distant Jiangling relied on the Qi-Long jade fragment to acquire a tome of water-based cultivation by the banks of the Clearwater River. Through this tome, one traverses the 1,000-mile expanse of Jiangling, gradually cultivating until one attains the formidable status of a god, drawing ever closer to the realm of celestial immortals. Yet, the specifics of this tome and the manner in which it was acquired remain shrouded in mystery. Perhaps it is due to Liu's previous existence as a golden elixir practitioner that his innate intuition is particularly acute, allowing him to sense an ethereal quality to his current circumstances. Upon further investigation, his suspicions were confirmed. Guessing, the stone fish scrutinized him for a moment, uncertain whether to believe him, and shook his head. "Young one, I do not deceive you. My awakening is indeed due to the Chulong remnant jade in your possession. Your acquisition of the Chulong remnant jade and your arrival here signify a certain affinity between us. Hence, I shall grant you one request. Speak, and as long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall acquiesce." Liu did not hesitate, bowing respectfully as he declared. "As a junior who has long admired the path of immortality, I humbly beseech you to accept me as your disciple and impart your cultivation methods." Stonefish was not taken aback, giving him a penetrating gaze before responding. "To be frank, your innate potential is rather average. I would say it is merely passable. Even if you acquire cultivation techniques, achieving significant success may prove challenging. However, as I have promised to fulfill one of your requests, I shall honor my word." Liu smiled, refraining from disputing Stonefish's assessment. In his view, while innate talent is indeed significant, what truly matters is a steadfast and indomitable heart dedicated to the pursuit of the Tao. Without a resolute heart, even the best innate gifts are rendered worthless. Nonetheless, having achieved his goal, he felt no need to take offense at the other's words. After all, no flesh would be lost in the exchange. At that moment, a scale detached from Stonefish's body, transforming into a streak of light that imprinted itself upon Liu's forehead. Instantly, Liu felt a cool sensation at his brow as a torrent of immense information surged into his mind, which he absorbed. This revelation enlightened him to the nature of the cultivation method. The soft water classic? A tome of profound mysteries? And this was merely a foundational technique. Liu's eyes sparkled with brilliance, akin to two resplendent pearls. From this influx of information, in addition to inheriting a tome titled Soft Water Classic, he gleaned pertinent details. This soft water classic, extraordinary in quality, belongs to the realm of profound mysteries and serves as the foundational technique of the ancient sect, the Heavenly River Sect. In the world of cultivation, techniques are categorized into 9 tiers, ranging from ordinary to supreme quality: ordinary, exquisite, unorthodox, profound, authentic, divine, extraordinary, legendary, and supreme. To possess a foundational tome of profound quality is remarkable. One can only wonder at the caliber of the more advanced texts that lie ahead. It is worth noting that even the primary technique he practiced in his previous life was of profound quality, propelling him to the golden elixir realm. Though fraught with challenges, a golden elixir is still a golden elixir. A 4th-tier golden elixir, a fruit of the human immortal rank. Once the golden elixir is formed, one is said to possess an existence of 800 years, heralded as ageless across the millennia, transcending the mundane. Only those Taoist sects that have birthed beings beyond the Yinshan level are worthy of the title of ancient sect. Certain ancient sects, steeped in tradition, have even given rise to transcendent beings who have ascended to ethereal realms. Liu of the Tianhe sect is somewhat acquainted with this knowledge. The origins of their doctrine can be traced back to a time long past, founded by a formidable being, with a lineage that is both ancient and shrouded in mystery. It is no wonder that Qianli Jiangling has achieved the status of a 5th-tier god, with such extraordinary opportunities. one could aspire not only to the God realm, but even to the realms of Yinshan and beyond. In this moment, Liu suddenly felt a wave of gratitude. Since his arrival in this world, he had wisely refrained from hasty cultivation and instead focused on the strategy surrounding the remnants of the Qi Long. Had he established a flawed foundation? He would have surely missed out on this monumental opportunity. Chapter 13. The true classic of soft water. Regaining his composure, Liu prostrated himself without hesitation, expressing his gratitude with utmost sincerity. Thank you, Master, for imparting your teachings. His extensive experience and insights accumulated over more than 170 years of cultivation in his past life had endowed him with an extraordinary resilience. Prostrating oneself and seeking favor was trivial. As long as the benefits were substantial, he would not hesitate to bow 1,000 times. After all, it was for the sake of attaining enlightenment and longevity. What was there to fear? Moreover, given the profound grace the other party had already bestowed upon him, it was only fitting that he showed his reverence. You are indeed a cunning fellow, remarked Shiryu, a smile playing on his lips, suddenly finding this young man rather intriguing. What began as a mere transaction had now transformed, with the lad boldly seizing the opportunity to formalize their relationship into that of master and disciple. Unexpectedly, this seemingly simple-minded youth revealed a thick-skinned and shrewd nature. A thick skin paired with a cunning heart was commendable. In this era, it was evident that the honest were destined to have short lives in the realm of cultivation. Furthermore, since he had passed the foundational teachings of the Heavenly River sect to Liu, it was clear that there was a deliberate intention behind it. Now that you have received the inheritance of the Heavenly River sect, it would not be inaccurate to consider you one of its disciples. Of course, you are not yet worthy of being a true disciple, but you can at least be regarded as an inner disciple. With a chuckle, Shiryu gestured for Liu to rise and said, in strict terms, I do not truly qualify as a disciple of the Heavenly River sect. As for why I have imparted these teachings to you, consider it as me taking on an apprentice on behalf of my master. And you need not address me as master. If you prefer, you may simply call me Shiryu. Liu was wise enough not to take this statement literally and maintained his respectful demeanor. Brother Shir. Upon hearing the term brother, Shiryu not only did not take offense but appeared pleased, regarding him with an expression that conveyed the sentiment of a mentor pleased with his pupil's potential. He smiled and said, Li, I shall not conceal from you. I have been sealed here for many years, and only the remnants of the cataclysm jade can unlock my confinement. Though I have awakened now, I am still far from complete liberation and cannot leave this place. The cataclysm jade was shattered into 5 pieces due to an accident. If you are earnest, seek out the remaining 4 fragments to assist me in breaking the seal. In return, I shall transmit to you the subsequent teachings for your advancement. Fragments of the cataclysm jade? At these words, Liu's eyes flickered with interest, and he nodded earnestly. Rest assured, brother, I shall take this task upon myself. Shiryu was quite pleased with his attitude. Subsequently, he began to guide Liu through the nuances and key points of cultivation within the true classic of soft water. This text served as the foundational scripture of the Heavenly River lineage, elucidating the practice of maintaining the primordial essence, sitting in forgetfulness, and drawing upon the water energy of heaven and earth, amalgamating it into the essence of soft water. This essence nourished the sinews, blood vessels, and refined the spirit and soul, facilitating a transformation that would elevate one's being. This scripture allowed for the simultaneous cultivation of both life and spirit, enabling practitioners to reach the foundational realm of Tao. Initially, condensing just a drop of soft water essence would mark the entry into this path, as one employed the true energy of soft water to open the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 standard meridians, and subsequently cultivated 365 drops of soft water essence to fill the 365 acupoints throughout the body. One would achieve the grand completion of Qi cultivation. Afterward, the true energy and spirit merged into one, breaking the bridge between heaven and earth, allowing for a communion with the cosmos. The essence of spirit intertwined with the universe, resulting in an unceasing flow of true energy, thereby achieving the primordial state of breath. The subsequent practice involved accumulating the essence of gentle water, nurturing a river of true water within the Diqian, while also excavating the source of the river, the Guishu Spring. In this manner, with a source for the water, a foundation for the law, and a base for the path, divine powers could manifest, thus solidifying the foundation of the way. This method could be deemed as having reached great perfection. In a previous life, Liu was a golden core immortal, possessing extraordinary insight and experience. He could discern that this scripture was indeed exquisite and brimming with potential, far surpassing the foundational texts he had cultivated in his past existence. With a lofty perspective, the gentle water cannon posed no challenge for him. However, he did not underestimate this seemingly inexpensive senior brother, at least in his view. This enigmatic figure before him possessed formidable cultivation, undoubtedly far superior to his previous self. Liu attentively internalized the guidance provided and silently contemplated the scripture. Aligning it with his own reflections, which indeed yielded significant insights, this cave dwelling was nestled at the base of a mountain. Drawing upon underground water veins to harness the primordial energy of heaven and earth, resulting in an abundance of spiritual aura, making it ideal for cultivation. Liu entered a state of deep concentration, closing his eyes to visualize the core imagery within the gentle water cannon. Before long, a fine mist of water enveloped his entire being. The mist was ethereal and pure, absorbing moisture from the surrounding air, ultimately transforming into a drop of radiant true water, vibrant with life and vitality, which Liu absorbed into his dantian. This droplet, the size of a longan, was perfectly round and lustrous. Upon entering the dantian, it released a subtle mist that dispersed throughout his entire body, nourishing his bones, flesh, and internal organs. In a short while, Liu underwent a remarkable transformation. His eyes became exceptionally clear, with distinct black and white, devoid of impurities. His skin turned soft and luminous, with delicate pores, and his aura became increasingly pure and gentle. Witnessing this, Shiryu was taken aback, narrowing his eyes in rare surprise. Goodness, I misjudged this young fellow. He possesses quite the talent. To master the fundamentals of this scripture within merely 2 hours showcases an extraordinary comprehension and a remarkable pace of cultivation, of which he had seldom encountered in his lifetime. Perhaps he had stumbled upon a treasure. After concluding his practice, Liu sensed the changes within himself and felt a surge of elation. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to request assistance from this senior brother regarding his troubles. Thus he spoke. Senior brother, sure, some time ago, I encountered an anomaly in the wilderness and was cursed by it. I wonder if you could assist me in resolving this matter? Anomalous curse? Let me see. Shiryu replied, momentarily taken aback. Upon witnessing Liu roll up his sleeve, revealing a withered arm adorned with a gruesome, foot-long centipede-like blood mark, Shiryu's expression twitched. With a flick of his tail, a green light enveloped Liu's arm, and he immediately felt a wave of soft yet potent energy penetrating his limb, as if to extricate the bloodsore and curse afflicting him. Yet at that moment, a sudden upheaval occurred, as if sensing an imminent threat. The blood curse erupted with an intense crimson glow, seemingly on the verge of spilling forth. A wave of excruciating pain surged through his entire being, nearly overwhelming Liu. Hiss. Mother. His eyes instantly reddened, veins coursing with blood, and his body swayed precariously, almost toppling over. The intensity of the agony threatened to shatter his sanity, his teeth grinding audibly, as if they might fracture under the strain. Just when Liu was on the brink of succumbing, the torment abruptly receded like a receding tide. Junior brother, from whence did you acquire this curse? Though it appears to manifest upon your arm, it has truly penetrated to the marrow of your bones and the depths of your veins, even affecting your very soul. Chapter 14. Rapid progress. With a grave expression, Shiryu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. With my current abilities, I am unable to completely dispel it. I can only assist you in temporarily sealing it. However, this is merely a stopgap measure. Unless you procure the remaining shards of the Chi Dragon's Jade to aid in my unsealing, I will have no means to assist you further. Seeing that the blood blister curse on Liu's arm had faded significantly, and his entire arm had returned to normal, no longer withered, he felt a slight sense of relief. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he bitterly remarked, It seems my little brother has had the misfortune of being inexplicably cursed with this blood blister jinx after being glanced at by a sinister slave. Noticing Liu's troubled expression, Shiryu offered words of comfort. There is no need for excessive worry. The soft water essence cultivated through the soft water true scripture is renowned for its richness and purity, making it particularly resistant to foreign energies. As your cultivation deepens, you may very well be able to gradually eradicate this curse. Liu was taken aback to discover that even his powerful senior brother was unable to dispel this blood blister curse. He nodded and sighed, with your kind words, brother. I can only accept this for now. After conversing for a while longer, Shiryu excused Liu, citing the need for rest and reduced consumption, advising him to visit less frequently in order to focus on his own recovery. Once outside the cave dwelling, Liu did not venture far. Instead, he sought a tranquil spot by the nearby riverbank to gather the essence of the Gue water and continue his cultivation. The soft water true scripture, being a water-based path, was ideally suited for such a humid environment, even if it fell short compared to the conditions within the cave. Finding a smooth rock along the shore, Liu waved his hand, summoning a wisp of vapor to cleanse the stone until it was spotless and pristine. Although he was still a novice in the realm of cultivation, he could already manipulate a small cloud of mist. Utilizing the innate abilities of this technique for minor tasks such as cleaning and concealing his presence and form. Sitting cross-legged, Liu faced the clear waters of the river and began to breathe rhythmically, absorbing the essence of Gui water. By evening, feeling that the drop of soft water essence within him had become more abundant, he rose to return home. With his extensive experience in cultivation and the ample moisture by the riverside, his progress was remarkably swift. Within just a month, he had successfully opened all 8 extraordinary meridians in the 12 primary channels. He had condensed 7 drops of soft water essence, filling all his acupoints and significantly enhancing his cultivation level. If a novice were to achieve even a fraction of his progress, it would be considered commendable. Should his senior brother become aware of Liu's rapid advancement, he would undoubtedly be astonished. However, Liu was fully aware that his swift progress was largely attributed to his prior life as cultivation experience. Having begun his education in kindergarten and acquired a wealth of knowledge, he found that learning anew was as effortless as eating and drinking, devoid of any pressure. In fact, the act of restarting his studies allowed him to draw parallels and grasp concepts that had previously eluded him in his past life. Now, all of Liu's extraordinary meridians and primary channels had been fully opened. The remaining steps of cultivation, such as nurturing and unblocking the 365 meridians throughout the body and refining the essence of soft water to fill these meridians, require a patient and meticulous approach accumulated gradually over time. Those with superior aptitude may achieve this in 3 to 5 years, while those of lesser talent might take 10 or even 8 years without guarantee of success. Liu was confident that he could complete these steps within 2 years, attaining the pinnacle of postnatal qi cultivation. However, with only 4 months remaining until the arrival of the players and less than a year until the impending calamity of the demonic forces, he simply could not afford to wait. Fortunately, Liu had never intended to adhere strictly to the conventional path of cultivation. Upon reviewing his past life memories, he indeed discovered 2 methods. The first method involved a moon pearl located in a zombie cave approximately 50 miles from the county seat of Zhoukou. This extraordinary item was birthed from a millennium-old clam that absorbed the essence of moonlight, embodying the finest qualities and containing an abundance of water essence. It was a superior-grade spirit artifact embryo, the origins of which were unknown, even to the old demon residing within the cave. For Liu, who had practiced the water-based Taoist texts, this item was akin to a miraculous elixir that could greatly enhance his cultivation. The second method was a Dragon Tiger Jade liquid grand pill, which was likely sealed within a tarnished bronze furnace. This pill had been refined through secret methods for many years, accumulating rich and pure medicinal properties. It was believed to be hidden somewhere inconspicuous within the realm of Tongzhou. Years later, after the player's arrival, it would be inadvertently discovered by one of them, subsequently presented to their sect, and praised by the elders. The primary effect of this pill was to assist individuals in breaking through bottlenecks, while also enhancing cultivation and reinforcing one's foundation, proving beneficial even to those at the golden elixir stage. For the moment, Liu decided not to pursue the Dragon Tiger Jade liquid grand pill, as searching for a bronze furnace across the vast expanse of Tongzhou, spanning over 100,000 miles east to west and 70 to 80,000 miles north to south, would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, he resolved to focus on the moon pearl, planning to seek it out once his cultivation deepened further. That morning, after breakfast, Liu set out as usual, intending to draw the essence of water from the clear water river to enhance his cultivation. Upon leaving his home and crossing a street, he felt a subtle sensation stirring within him. With a fleeting thought, he maintained his composure and continued on his path. Soon, he left the town and arrived at the banks of the clear water river. The water was crystal clear, gently flowing, and the landscape unfolded into a winding beauty, accentuated by hills and dense trees lining both sides of the river. Yet, Liu had no time to admire the scenery. He paused and glanced behind him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "You have followed me for so long. Why do you not reveal yourself now?" With that, a cold snort emerged from behind a large tree, and shortly thereafter, a tall, stern-faced, middle-aged man stepped forth, clad in a gray-green robe. He bore a gleaming copper seal at his waist, inscribed with crimson characters, subtly shimmering with spiritual light. The Demon Suppression Division serves as a specialized agency within the Great Xia dynasty, dedicated to addressing and managing extraordinary events. Although the calamity of the malevolent spirits has yet to descend upon us, the realm of Diqian remains far from tranquil. This world, after all, is rife with supernatural powers, leading to the occasional emergence of minor demons and spirits that wreak havoc upon the populace. Consequently, it is customary for each county to be guarded by at least one demon suppression officer. The ranks of the demon suppression officers are categorized into 7 tiers, with the lowest rank being that of a junior seal. Each junior seal is a practitioner of the mystical arts. Chapter 15. The Jade Wave Sword Technique. It seems that I have ultimately attracted the attention of the Demon Suppression Division, Liu sighed inwardly. However, he was not overly concerned. A month ago, prior to his cultivation, such an encounter would have posed considerable trouble. Yet now, he could be considered a practitioner. Although his abilities might not match those of his opponent, they were not significantly inferior either. You, relying on your meager skills, dare to commit murder and theft in county? You possess quite the audacity, Zhang Cheng remarked, his demeanor cold, his gaze sharp as a blade, revealing the reason for Liu's exposure. In terms of murder, since his arrival in this world, Liu had only taken the life of the butcher Du Chang. Thus, the means by which he had been discovered were all too evident. After disposing of Du Chang, Liu had meticulously cleaned the scene. But lacking any cultivation at the time, he had inevitably left behind traces. It was only natural for someone to detect the clues. Liu, with a smile, subtly dismissed Zhang Cheng's accusations, refusing to foolishly admit to anything. He had always held such individuals in contempt. You refuse to acknowledge it? Zhang Cheng sneered. Very well. Once I capture you, we shall see how bravely you can speak then. As he spoke, he executed a swift step, closing the distance between them in mere moments. A short sword appeared in his hand, gleaming coldly as it transformed into 3 blossoms of sword light, aimed at Liu's chest, throat, and forehead. A chill ran through Liu's heart as he sensed the deadly intent behind the sword, while his opponent clearly intended to capture him alive. Should he be unable to deflect the strike, he would either die or be gravely injured. However, Liu remained unperturbed. With a composed gesture, he extended his finger, unleashing a foot-long stream of emerald sword energy to meet the 3 blossoms of sword light. Clang, clang, clang. The pure, jade-like sword energy repelled all 3 strikes, dissipating into countless glimmers of light. The true scriptures of gentle water encompassed not merely the techniques for harnessing the spirit of heaven and earth, but also a series of magical arts, including gentle water true thunder, illusory mist escape technique, and the Jade Wave Sword Technique. Regrettably, while the Jade Wave Sword energy was sharp, its essence was merely a form of gentle water true energy. Against a magical artifact, it ultimately proved somewhat fragile. Liu discerned that the short sword wielded by his opponent was indeed a magical artifact. Though of inferior quality, it was still superior to a mere sword energy. Of course, had his cultivation reached the innate stage, the situation would have been vastly different. A casual release of Jade Wave Sword energy could effortlessly shatter the opponent's short sword. Yet, Liu remained remarkably composed, engaging with nothing but a single stream of Jade Wave Sword energy, employing techniques that were smooth and seasoned, leaving no traces behind. Wait. His expression darkened. Despite his slightly inferior cultivation, Liu had managed to pressure him to this extent, something an ordinary rogue practitioner could scarcely achieve. It was likely that Liu was a true disciple of a reputable celestial sect. Continuing the battle, not only would he fail to capture his adversary, but he might also suffer significant losses. The emergence of such a figure on his turf was far from favorable for him. Liu casually dismissed the emerald sword energy, remarking nonchalantly, "My origin should be of no concern to you." Zhang Cheng, accustomed to being treated with deference, had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner, and upon hearing those words, a flicker of anger crossed his face, igniting a fire within him, which he forcibly suppressed. Coldly, he replied, "You, young man, I shall not waste words on you. You committed murder in the jurisdiction of Anong County, and by rights, I should apprehend you and confine you within the Demon Sealing Tower. However, given Du Chang's heinous deeds, your act of slaying him is not entirely unwarranted. Thus, I extend to you an opportunity. You seem to possess some skill. Assist me with the task, and I shall cease my pursuit of this matter. What say you?" Liu laughed heartily, flicking his fingernails in disdain. "Who is Du Chang? I have never heard of this individual. Furthermore, your accusations are baseless. What proof do you have of my supposed crime? You label me a murderer and yet expect me to assist you without recompense? Huh, you must still be dreaming." You may wish to reconsider your stance after hearing my words, Liu frowned, gazing intently at his interlocutor. Speak plainly, he urged. Zhangqing wasted no time, stating directly. You may not yet be aware, but over the past month, more than 40 individuals have mysteriously vanished from Anong County, with neither trace nor remains. My investigations reveal that at each of these disappearance sites, there lingers an unsettling aura of Yin and ghostly energy. The perpetrator, capable of executing such deeds without leaving a trace, is undoubtedly not a mere specter or malevolent spirit, but rather a practitioner of the dark arts. Even in your own residence of Chishui Town, the situation is no different, particularly in recent days. Over 10 individuals have gone missing. Chapter 16. Relentless Pursuit. Annihilation is key. Zhangqing's intent was unmistakable. For practitioners of the sinister path, it was utterly commonplace to absorb vital essence and blood energy to mend their wounds. To an ordinary person, they were akin to living elixirs. For cultivators like Liu, whose vital essence and blood energy were particularly abundant and pure, the allure was exponentially greater. Once that malevolent practitioner set eyes on Liu, he would undoubtedly pursue him without mercy. Therefore, if Liu wished to avoid becoming a target, he must devise a means to eliminate the threat. Even if the adversary bore no immediate malice, one cannot allow a tiger to rest beside their pillow. With such a formidable foe lurking, how could Liu, a mere local snake, feel secure? After absorbing these thoughts, Liu felt a flicker of realization, already grasping the root of the issue. Previously, in his quest for the remnants of the Klong's jade, he had inadvertently stirred the dormant Lu Yuanwei at Lu Manor. The latter had unleashed his maternal and filial demons in pursuit, only to be severely wounded by Li Yu's blazing sun-ass demon exterminating light. Not only were the demons nearly annihilated, but Lu Yuanwei himself also suffered significant backlash. In light of this, it was entirely plausible that Lu Yuanwei resorted to extensive abductions to recuperate. This affair was not devoid of connection to Li Yu. After a brief moment of hesitation, he readily acquiesced and posed his inquiries. His willingness stemmed, in part, from the fact that Lu Yuanwei was indeed his victim. In Amir County, there existed at least one minor demon sealing imprint for protection. Thus, across the 21 counties of the entire Xinjiang Prefecture and the 16 prefectures of Tongzhou, comprising a total of 396 counties, one could only begin to fathom the sheer magnitude of the demon sealing agency's covert influence. The minor disagreement between the two was inconsequential. Individuals of his caliber, with unwavering resolve and pure intentions, inherently understood their rightful paths and the means to achieve their goals. Hence, they would never allow trifles to compromise their guiding principles or fundamental interests. If there are no further matters, we can depart tonight to encircle and annihilate the foe, Liu declared resolutely. Allowing that sinister practitioner to roam unchecked within his jurisdiction would yield no benefit. Very well, let us act tonight, he affirmed after a moment of contemplation. The two individuals, who had previously been at odds, now found common ground, swiftly coordinating their collaborative efforts. Neither felt any dissonance. In the realm of adulthood, self-interest reigns supreme, and minor frictions are insignificant. They both understood that this was merely a temporary alliance. Once the matter was resolved, they would revert to their respective paths. Under the cover of night, within a desolate estate, a gaunt middle-aged man with a somber visage sat cross-legged in the courtyard, lost in deep meditation. Before him lay several corpses arranged haphazardly, alongside a black and red jar. The mouth of the black jar emitted a faint gray glow, enveloping the corpses within, while an inexplicable force emerged, drawing forth droplets of crimson and white essence from the bodies, which were consumed by the jar. The corpses visibly withered, their skin wrinkling and hair turning white, as though they had lost all vitality. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and the night breeze carried a subtle, eerie wail. Suddenly, the middle-aged man opened his eyes, a flash of azure fire illuminating them, and remarked, in the dead of night, when a guest pays a visit, why resort to such furtive actions? Despite his words, the man reacted swiftly, slapping a gray-white pouch at his waist, from which billowing clouds of ominous black mist erupted, transforming into three ghostly figures that surged towards the southeast and northwest. Liu found himself positioned in the northwest, perhaps sensed by the middle-aged man as being slightly weaker, prompting him to send a ghostly entity to attack. This entity took the form of a disheveled female specter clad in white, her face a ghastly shade of blue, marred with purple-black spots of decay, tears of dried blood staining the corners of her eyes, and an oppressive aura of malevolence that chilled the air around her. As she lunged forward, her spectral claws aimed at Liu's chest and abdomen, exuding a chilling malevolence, intent on eviscerating him. Unperturbed, Liu raised his hand, a blade of emerald sword energy extending from his fingertips, effortlessly dispelling the specter's assault with a graceful sweep. The verdant sword energy, both gentle and fierce, shifted with exquisite finesse, swiftly severing the specter's neck. Upon receiving Li Yu's strike, the ghost emitted a piercing wail of anguish. The severed head flew back to its headless body, reattaching itself almost immediately, though the body appeared significantly diminished. While the specter was impervious to ordinary physical attacks, it was vulnerable to magical assaults that could erode its essence. Moreover, Li Yu's emerald sword energy contained a trace of sword intent. Though subtle, it was both delicate and sharp, capable of piercing the core of the ghostly entity, rendering it a formidable adversary. Not one to hold back, Li Yu unleashed his sword energy with abandon, repeatedly striking the specter. Within mere breaths, the specter's form disintegrated, ultimately succumbing to Li Yu's relentless onslaught. Chapter 17. Unexpected Gains. Zhang Qing's expression was far from pleasant. The power of this malevolent practitioner exceeded his expectations. Merely the ghostly creatures he had nurtured could easily ensnare him. If the opponent were to unleash their full strength, would he not be in dire straits? Witnessing the destruction of his nurtured specter at the hands of Li Yu, the middle-aged man's countenance darkened, and with a cold snort, he raised his hand, summoning a streak of black sword light that shot forth from his sleeve, aimed directly at Li Yu. This blade of light was enveloped in a layer of ashen-black flames, swift as lightning, and manifested considerable ferocity. The moment it appeared, a chilling and sinister aura rapidly enveloped the surroundings, akin to a ravenous demon descending upon the world, poised to unleash a tempest that instilled terror and heightened pressure. A flying sword. The instant the sword light emerged, Li Yu's brows furrowed, sensing the impending danger. Flying swords were notorious instruments of slaughter. They ranked among the most lethal of all magical artifacts. Were Li Yu to possess a flying sword himself, his masterful swordsmanship would render him unafraid. Yet, his resources were currently scant, with only a blazing golden mirror and a butcher's knife at his disposal. The butcher's knife could barely be classified as a magical artifact, but it would stand no chance against the flying sword. Their collision would undoubtedly shatter the knife. Though the golden mirror was fundamentally sound, it was regrettably damaged. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to withstand the assault of the flying sword. Li Yu reacted swiftly. As thoughts raced through his mind, he produced the golden mirror, channeling his true energy to awaken the artifact's latent power. Although the soft water sutra belonged to the water element, which is known for nurturing all things and encompassing vastness, it could also transform into a cataclysmic flood that obliterates all life. Among the 5 elements, water possesses the greatest capacity for acceptance. Moreover, the soft water sutra diverges from ordinary water-based techniques. The essence of the cultivated soft water is not merely water energy, but rather embodies an essence that is both exceedingly gentle and pure, imbued with vibrant life force and a hint of the true meaning of creation. The refined soft water essence is a rare spiritual material, useful for healing, alchemy, and artifact crafting. Thus, activating this fire-based spiritual tool posed no challenge. As Li Yu channeled his energy, the mirror's surface shimmered with a rich, dazzling gold light, bright and blinding, resembling molten liquid gold. The golden light coalesced into an intensely scorching ray of radiant energy that shot forth from the mirror, colliding with the black sword light. The black sword light, formidable in its own right, exuded a chilling aura and a dense malevolence, clearly identifying itself as an evil flying sword. Unfortunately, it encountered the radiant energy, a divine spell designed to dispel evil and quell malevolence. Clang. Upon impact with the radiant energy, the black sword light was instantly shattered. The ashen black flames dissipated, revealing its true form, a gray-black longsword exceeding 3 feet in length. However, the sword was now slightly deformed, emitting wisps of grayish-white smoke, as if it had been scorched by intense flames. It wobbled before Li Yu, ultimately collapsing powerless to the ground, resembling a man utterly exhausted after a night of relentless debauchery. The connection of the heart and blood was severed as the flying sword sustained damage, resulting in the destruction of the spiritual imprint contained within. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of old blood, his expression a mixture of shock and fury, his eyes wide with rage. So it is you. His anger was not provoked by the shattering of the sword light, but rather by the identity of Li Yu. Upon seeing the radiant golden fire mirror in Li Yu's hand, he immediately recognized him. This youth before him was none other than the mastermind who had recently infiltrated his estate, plundering treasures and severely injuring him. The essence of this flying sword was surprisingly good. Despite the blow, only the restrictions were destroyed, while the sword's body remained intact. Li Yu, however, paid him no heed, casually stowing the now powerless golden fire mirror into his chest and retrieving the sword from the ground. He examined it briefly and couldn't help but commend its quality. The sword had withstood his conjured sun-extinguishing demonic light, indicating its exceptional nature. If refined with the essence of soft water to eliminate the lingering resentment and malevolent energy, and to enhance its material quality, it could indeed be transformed into a superior flying sword. Ultimately, it was a reflection of the opponent's poor swordsmanship. He had evidently not cultivated any sword techniques, allowing a properly crafted dark sword to exhibit minimal power. Otherwise, resisting such a strike would not have been so effortless. Acquiring this flying sword was an unexpected windfall, yet Li Yu did not lose sight of his primary objective. He swiftly approached the middle-aged man, sword in hand, ready to strike. As Li Yu raised his sword, the man, his eyes bulging in desperation, bellowed as if driven to madness, "I bear no grudge against you. Why must you relentlessly pursue me? These people on the ground have no enmity with you either. They surely pleaded for mercy before their demise. Did you spare them?" Li Yu's expression remained indifferent. As he spoke, he deftly swung his sword, unleashing a surge of verdant sword energy that cleaved through a hidden specter attempting to ambush him from behind. And yet, even now, you remain unrepentant, foolishly seeking to attack me. You might as well perish cleanly. Li Yu offered him no chance. With a horizontal strike of his sword, a flash of light ensued, severing the man's head from his shoulders. Brotherly is indeed formidable. Tonight's endeavor owes much to your presence. Without you, I doubt I could have subdued this man alone. Although he spoke thus, a forced smile graced his face, and his gaze towards Li Yu held a hint of wariness. Initially, he believed Li Yu's strength to be commendable, but constrained by his cultivation, they were likely evenly matched. However, Li Yu's earlier display had exceeded his expectations. Zhang Qing mused that had he been in Li Yu's position, he would certainly not have been a match for him. Furthermore, their earlier exchange indicated a prior acquaintance. Consequently, Li Yu's enigmatic presence in Zhang Qing's mind grew ever more profound, enveloped in an air of mystery. Li Yu smiled faintly, casting a glance at him, fully aware of his unspoken thoughts, understanding them all too well. Chapter 18. The Black Fiend's Soul Sword Indeed. He then shook his head and remarked, "As for his identity, I am at a loss." Before him stood the middle-aged man, Lu Yuanwei. This individual was raised by Old Master Lu and had been immersed in the dark arts since childhood, characterized by a sinister and cunning disposition. For his own safety, he had long concealed his true appearance. The amiable, slightly plump Lu Yuanwei that he usually presented was merely a fade meticulously crafted by him. The current visage of this middle-aged man was, in fact, Lu Yuanwei's authentic countenance. Remarkably, even his wives, who had shared his bed for many years, were oblivious to this truth. Only Old Master Lu was privy to such knowledge, revealing it would serve no benefit to himself and might invite unnecessary troubles. Additionally, within the Lu residence, there lurked a final boss, Old Master Lu. This was a nugget of wisdom left to him by Li Yu, which he could exploit when the players arrived, thus reaping some rewards. "Ah, so you are also unaware," he said. Naturally, he would not readily accept Li Yu's words. Yet given the latter's reluctance to elaborate, he found himself powerless. Otherwise, adhering to his usual methods, he would have already apprehended the man and resorted to severe interrogation. This situation was, therefore, most fortuitous. Li Yu casually nodded in agreement. Zhang Cheng's gaze settled upon the middle-aged man. This individual has cultivated malevolent practices through the suffering of the living, committing numerous heinous acts, and has thus transgressed grave taboos. Once I have resolved the ensuing matters, I shall dutifully report to higher authorities. Brotherly, your contributions are invaluable, and you shall undoubtedly receive rewards. As for the subsequent affairs, leave them to me." Zhang Qing spoke with righteous authority, then casually glanced at the long sword in Li Yu's hand. Seemingly indifferent as he stated, "Furthermore, the sword you possess is crucial evidence regarding this man's identity. It is also an artifact of the dark arts, imbued with excessive malevolence. Therefore, you must relinquish this item." The implication was clear. You may depart, but the item must remain. Although Zhang Cheng endeavored to exude an air of casual professionalism, his heart burned with fervor. As a cultivator backed by the formidable town demon division, he understood the worth of a flying sword. In contrast, the short sword he wielded was merely sharp and resilient, a standard artifact of the town demon division and of inferior quality that paled in comparison. Moreover, besides the flying sword, the black ceramic jar on the ground was evidently also an artifact, in addition to the storage pouch at the waist of the dark practitioner. This excursion had proven to be far from futile. What? Zhang Cheng furrowed his brow. Brotherly, why do you speak thus? As a dark practitioner, everything he possesses is a treacherous and dangerous artifact. If it falls into the wrong hands, it will undoubtedly harm innocent civilians and bequeath endless calamities. As a member of the public office, I cannot stand idly by and allow such occurrences. Seeing the other party feigning ignorance, Liu sneered coldly. I am not a member of your town demon division. Even if I were to achieve monumental merit, what relevance would your so-called rewards hold for me? He then waved his hand dismissively, unhesitatingly tearing the facade. Of course, you could choose to take action and stop me, but you must consider the consequences. Having spoken, Liu paid no heed to the ghastly expression on his adversary's face. He calmly unfastened the storage pouch from Lu Yuanwai's waist and turned away with an air of nonchalance. Zhang Cheng, with a darkened countenance, fixed his gaze upon Liu's retreating figure. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword, veins bulging with suppressed rage, as he several times seemed on the verge of striking. Yet, despite Liu's growing distance, he ultimately refrained from taking action. Outrageous. Truly a lawless individual. Zhang Cheng exhaled deeply, his eyes tinged with crimson, a manifestation of his ire as he gritted his teeth, vowing that one day, his demon suppression division would eradicate these lawless, ungrateful wretches. The more powerful one becomes, the greater the havoc they wreak upon the world. The establishment of the demon suppression division was precisely to prevent such calamities from occurring. Liu. Humph. What can the celestial sects do? Lord Li Zhu of the Shenyang Prefecture despises those who disrupt the legal order and act without restraint. When Lord Li Zhu arrives, I shall see how you extricate yourself from this predicament. Those who bear the title of the Great Seal must not only possess an unblemished reputation and a record of substantial merit, but must also exhibit unwavering loyalty to the Great Xia dynasty. Furthermore, a crucial requirement is that the Demon Suppression Division oversees all corners of the realm and quells chaos far and wide, where martial prowess is of paramount importance. Thus, to attain the status of the Great Seal, achieving the innate stage of fetal breath is merely the foundational prerequisite. While Zhang Cheng harbored doubts about his ability to confront Liu, he firmly believed that once his superior intervened, Liu would find himself trapped with no means of escape. However, he suspected that even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. This journey has not been in vain. As Liu made his way, he toyed with the flying sword in his hand. Infusing it with a few drops of the precious essence of soft water he had painstakingly cultivated, silently purifying its impurities. After being immersed in the most profound and gentle, purest essence of soft water for a while, the malevolent aura and Diqian energy emanating from the sword noticeably diminished. This flying sword, known as the Black Sha'in Soul Sword, was forged from various spiritual materials, then refined with the blood and essence of 49 vengeful souls, inscribed with demonic prohibitions, and imbued with bloodthirsty energy, making it one of the more renowned left-hand path flying swords in the realm of the sinister arts. Chapter 19. The transmission of the Taoist text in a previous life, Liu had dabbled in the arts of alchemy and artifact forging. With his keen insight, he was able to discern the materials used in this flying sword. Apart from the somber iron, copper mother, and refined gold, there was even a small piece of the exceptionally precious cold iron essence. Unfortunately, the materials, which were more than sufficient to forge a spiritual artifact, ultimately yielded only a magical flying sword. Although it was of superior quality, a magical artifact was still merely that, an artifact, and could not compare to a true spiritual weapon. What a waste of resources. Liu shook his head slightly, yet he understood that had he faced a genuine spiritual artifact earlier, achieving victory would have proven far more challenging. This flying sword, while of the sinister path, possessed a hint of transformation and subtlety within its essence. Capable of being refined both through water alchemy and artifact forging, Liu could certainly utilize this opportunity to refine the sword, gradually altering its material structure to create one that would suit him perfectly. With this flying sword, combined with his extraordinary swordsmanship, the two would complement each other, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. At that point, he would have a strong chance of exploring the zombie cave and obtaining the Haoyue pearl. As for the storage pouch, it contained a fair number of items, several large denomination silver notes, a variety of gold and silver treasures, an exquisite human skin mask, and a volume titled Devil Taming and Ghost Refinement Record. The remainder comprised an assortment of trivial, useless objects. The Devil Taming and Ghost Refinement Record was the cultivation technique practiced by Lu Yuanwai. From Liu's perspective, this technique seemed to be missing a significant portion. resembling the style of ghostly Taoist texts while also being intricately linked to demonic paths. Particularly noteworthy were the methods detailed for refining and controlling the offspring of the ancient demons. These were undoubtedly derived from the demonic arts. While there were many exquisite elements within, Liu found little interest in it. Possessing the true classic of gentle water, a legitimate and promising foundational Taoist text, he naturally regarded the devil taming and ghost refinement record, with its potential for future troubles and sinister aura, with disdain. As night fell and the bright moon hung high, Liu sat cross-legged in the courtyard, bathed in moonlight. A stream of clear and bright gentle water essence poured forth, swirling through the air like a dragon or a serpent, slowly refining itself in the moonlight. While enhancing its essence, it also extracted the power of the lunar force, sketching out lunar runes in preparation for condensing the lunar talisman. The lunar talisman was crucial for cultivating the divine ability of the lunar treasure mirror. As the night gradually brightened and the sun rose in the east, Liu opened his mouth to swallow the gentle water essence, breathing it in harmony with the morning sun, collecting a strand of pure purple sunlight, roughly the thickness of a thumb. The fusion of the lunar radiance and the purple sunlight created a balanced interplay of yin and yang. Under their refinement, the gentle water essence underwent an indescribable transformation. Simultaneously, a layer of jade-like brilliance radiated from Li Yu's entire being. His skin became as luminous and white as the finest jade, akin to a sculpture carved from exquisite sheep-fat jade. His gaze was as clear as mountain stream water, and his entire presence exuded a quality that was as light as water and pure as jade. In the nearby chicken coop, the purple-crowned chicken appeared to be feigning sleep. Nestled within the coop and utterly still. In truth, with half-closed eyelids, it secretly observed everything, possessing a rather furtive demeanor. Upon witnessing this extraordinary scene, the exorcising purple-crowned chicken suddenly widened its eyes, seemingly in great astonishment. Before long, the anomaly dissipated, and Li Yu rose after concluding his work. The purple-crowned chicken hastily shut its eyes, yet Li Yu cast a sidelong glance at it. I am aware that you possess a semblance of human understanding. Though you cannot yet speak, you can comprehend human language. He pondered for a moment, then raised his hand, directing a beam of golden light that flew forth and merged into the chicken's mind. I have a premonition that the days ahead are destined to be tumultuous. Your bloodline is peculiar, endowed with the ability to dispel evil and illuminate darkness, a pure and auspicious spirit. I shall impart to you the first volume of this meditation on the red sun. As long as you safeguard Granny Go and protect this courtyard, I will bestow upon you the second volume, granting you the chance to attain a modicum of longevity. What say you? The exorcising purple-crowned chicken exhibited a measure of potential. Should fortune favor it and fully awaken its bloodline, its future achievements could indeed be boundless. Since resolving the matter with Liu Yuanwei 3 months prior, Liu had devoted himself to cultivation, successfully refining 26 acupoints, thereby amplifying his prowess severalfold within this brief span. He also tirelessly purified a black malevolent soul sword with the essence of soft water, eradicating the murky and dark energies, malevolence, deathly aura, and demonic presence within, refining the impurities and transforming it into a flying sword suitable for his own methods, significantly enhancing its combat capability. Thus, the purple-crowned chicken's ability to dispel evil had diminished in utility to him. However, if it could fully awaken its bloodline, and were it to indeed possess the lineage of an ancient rare bird, it would be worthwhile to nurture it. Upon receiving Li Yu's teachings, the chicken's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding, as if it realized the benefits it had gained. It rose and circled around Li Yu, clucking excitedly. Flapping its wings in a jubilant display, its spirit evidently uplifted, seeking to ingratiate itself further with him. Li Yu chuckled softly, choosing to ignore its antics. While the teachings of the craft should not be imparted lightly, if this chicken proved to be truly exceptional, sharing the remainder of the technique might not be out of the question. Subsequently, he raised his hand and summoned the black malevolent soul sword. However, this flying sword had undergone a significant transformation. Originally a grim, dark blade of 3 feet and 2 inches, it had been refined through the essence of soft water into a 2-foot-7-inch sword. Its exterior had transformed into a pure texture, radiating a crystalline clarity like water, glimmering with a chilling light, appearing entirely different from before. After 100 days of arduous refinement, not only had the sword's quality improved tremendously, but it had also become a superb magical artifact. Although the malevolent flames and sinister spells originally attached to the sword had been cleansed away, this only rendered the blade more pristine, preserving its resilient and sharp essence. making it even more suitable for the green wave sword technique. Should Li Yu's cultivation deepen further? There might even be a possibility for this sword to metamorphose into a spiritual weapon. Guard well. Seeing that the old woman in the house was still fast asleep, Li Yu uttered a phrase to the purple-crowned chicken and merged with his flying sword, transforming into a delicate beam of sword light that soared out of the courtyard. The sword light resembled a faint blue smoke, ethereal as mist, pure as water, swiftly escaping from Qing Shui town and heading into the distance. In his previous life, Li Yu had achieved profound mastery in the sword arts. Among numerous players, he was undoubtedly one of the few experts in swordsmanship, thus this posed no challenge for him. As he passed by Niujiao Mountain, Li Yu paused for a moment. The scenery was picturesque, with clear waters and lush greenery, exuding an aura of tranquility. However, Li Yu sensed an inexplicable eeriness in this place. Despite its seemingly normal appearance, an instinctive unease began to stir within him, as if something profoundly terrifying lay hidden here. After circling around Shaogua village, he found no trace of the enigmatic girl. Li Yu was not surprised. He had visited several times before, only to come up empty-handed each time. Resolute, he decided not to squander any more time, merging with the sword light and departing directly. Just as Li Yu had vanished from sight, the space rippled like the surface of water, and a girl abruptly materialized, as if squeezed from the void. She was clad in a crude cloth dress, barefoot and smeared with dirt. Her appearance could barely be described as delicate, her expression vacant and wooden, with eyes that revealed nothing but the whites, casting an unsettling glare in the direction Li Yu had taken, motionless. After a prolonged moment, her figure inexplicably vanished. Chapter 20. The Zombie Cave. The Zombie Cave is situated in Zhou County. While its name may evoke the image of a cavern, it is, in fact, a subterranean grotto. Centuries ago, a devastating plague swept through the nearby towns and villages, claiming countless lives, and this very cavern became a grim repository for the dead. Fortuitously, beneath this cave lies a malevolent energy vein, where countless corpses have accumulated over time, gradually giving rise to numerous unsettling transformations. Consequently, the cave is now suffused with an array of negative energies, deathly auras, ghostly presences, resentful spirits, and various sinister forces, all contributing to the emergence of terrifying corpses and malevolent entities. The zombie cave has transformed into a veritable den of dark magic. Li Yu is no stranger to the zombie cave, having explored its depths multiple times as a player, even meeting his demise within its confines on one occasion. Thus, he possesses a clear understanding of what lurks inside. While many of the undead spirits lie dormant for the time being, it is anticipated that they will awaken and begin to roam once the impending calamity strikes. Over the centuries, these malevolent beings have attracted various practitioners of dark arts, drawn by the prospect of capturing the undead for their own nefarious purposes. The Haoyue Pearl, an object of great power, belongs to a practitioner named Cha, who specialized in the art of corpse cultivation. In life, Cha fell victim to his own obsession, resulting in the catastrophic rupture of most of his meridians and rendering his cultivation nearly futile. However, he proved to be a formidable individual. In a desperate bid to escape his grievous condition, he resorted to a perilous and forbidden technique that fused his essence with that of a zombie. Such a method is fraught with danger, and the odds of success are exceedingly slim, with failure leading to utter annihilation. Yet, through an inexplicable stroke of fortune, he not only succeeded but also advanced his cultivation. Ultimately, he transformed into a wicked entity that is half corpse, half human. Now, this ancient sorcerer harnesses the unique energies of the cave to nurture his form, bringing his abilities perilously close to the pinnacle of innate perfection. In order to obtain the Haoyue Pearl, Li Yu must contend with this formidable adversary. Indeed, his journey to the zombie cave is driven by the singular purpose of acquiring the Haoyue Pearl, with nearly a month remaining until the arrival of players. The majority of the undead spirits within the cave remain in slumber. It is imperative that he seizes this opportunity to claim the pearl, for such an advantageous moment may not present itself again. Furthermore, although the blood blemish curse has been temporarily contained, it remains a persistent thorn in his side. Until it is eradicated, he shall find no peace, as if a fishbone lodged in his throat. Only through the elevation of his own powers can he confront the challenges ahead with composure. Standing at the entrance of the zombie cave, Li Yu paused in contemplation. The entrance looms large, resembling an irregular sinkhole, shrouded in darkness that even the brightest sunlight struggles to penetrate. As he stood before the cave's mouth, he felt a chilling aura emanating from within, piercing through the warmth of the day. With a calm demeanor and no hesitation, he invoked the illusory mist escape technique, rendering his form nearly imperceptible, akin to a wisp of smoke, and he plunged into the depths of the cave, his figure vanishing into the shadows. Shortly after Li Yu's entrance, a streak of light soared through the sky and swiftly hovered above the zombie cave, revealing its true form. It was a finely crafted wooden boat, adorned with intricate talismans and formations, shimmering with a faint white radiance of prohibitive spiritual light. On the boat stood two figures, one elderly and one youthful. The elder had graying hair, a plump visage, and a complexion flushed with vitality, accompanied by a subtle smile. The young man, handsome and elegantly dressed, wore resplendent robes and a jade pendant at his waist, exuding an air of distinction that suggested a notable lineage. "Qiubo, is this the zombie cave you mentioned?" The young man inquired, his curiosity piqued as he gazed into the dark abyss below. With a smile, Qiubo nodded. "Indeed. This place was merely an ordinary cavern hundreds of years ago. However, following a plague, it became a site for disposing of corpses. Coincidentally, there lies a vein here. And with countless bodies accumulating over time, it has transformed into a den of darkness. The old demon Cha we seek has made this place a sanctuary." As he spoke, Qiubo turned to his young master, earnestly advising, "Though I have had some dealings with this person in the past, the years have passed, and I can only wonder how much of that connection remains. Rest assured, I fully comprehend the situation," Su Chongqing replied, nodding before sighing. "Were it not for my father's sudden disappearance with his cultivation, the Black Sand Old Demon would never have dared to deceive the Su clan or invade our spiritual lands. How could we have fallen into such dire straits? The Su clan, a venerable lineage of practitioners, may not rival the likes of the Zixia sect or the Shinshao sect, which have endured for millennia, yet they boast a distinguished heritage, having thrived for over 6 centuries. The clan's ancestor was a formidable 4th-stage golden core cultivator, shrouded in mystery, and none dared provoke him. Although the Su clan's influence has waned over the years, they remain a significant force in Taizhou. However, the clan's patriarch has mysteriously vanished, and most of the Su disciples have suffered grievous attacks, resulting in substantial losses. Even their cherished spiritual lands have been seized by the infamous Black Sand Old Demon. As the young master of the Su clan, he now finds himself homeless and relentlessly pursued, bluntly stating that he is scarcely distinguishable from a stray dog. Qiubo, seasoned and wise, refrained from dwelling on such dismal thoughts, maintaining a cheerful demeanor as he consoled, "Do not lose heart, young master. The Haoyue pearl in the possession of that old demon is a rare water-type spiritual pearl. With your exceptional talent and the cultivation of the authentic text, 5 elements celestial scripture, rooted in the water element, acquiring this treasure will surely elevate you to the realm of innate embryonic breathing. Upon achieving the first stage of innate mastery, you will be able to transform water into wood, and together we can channel the powers of the great 5 elements wheel, enabling us to contend even against base-level cultivators." Su Chongqing listened intently, nodding repeatedly as clarity dawned upon him. "What you say is indeed true, Qiubo. Hope still lingers for the Su clan, and I shall not succumb to despair." "Your optimism is most commendable," Qiubo replied with a warm smile. Subsequently, he stowed away the wooden boat artifact, and the two approached the entrance of the zombie cave. Qiubo could not help but remind once more, "There are numerous malevolent spirits lurking within, young master. Do exercise caution." Su Chongqing replied with a chuckle, "There is no need for your concern, Qiubo. I possess the great 5 elements treasure wheel for my protection. Even without having fully refined this treasure, its defensive power alone renders me impervious to ordinary malevolence. The great 5 elements treasure wheel is the supreme treasure of the Su lineage, embodying both offensive and defensive capabilities, its mysteries boundless. When fully activated, even a 4th-tier golden core cultivator would approach it with trepidation, for only those of the Su bloodline can wield its power." "Haha, the young master speaks wisely. My worries stem from my care." Qiubo acknowledged this sentiment with a smile, expressing his agreement. Chapter 21. Who is that boy? As the two prepared dinner, a furious roar echoed from the depths of the cave. "Damn little thief, dare to steal my treasures." The voice boomed like thunder, causing the ground to tremble. A chilling aura of murderous intent spread through the air, reaching far and wide. Even Su Chongqing, with his perfected innate qi cultivation, felt a shiver coursing through his body, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Almost instantaneously, the great 5 elements wheel within him activated, emanating a faint, multicolored radiance that seemed eternal and unyielding. This luminous aura swiftly isolated the menacing presence from their vicinity. Startled, the two instinctively focused their gaze, and soon a pure azure sword light surged from the cave, revealing its true form, a young boy. The boy was tall and athletic, his skin fair and delicate, with a handsome face. His eyes, strikingly clear with a stark contrast of black and white, sparkled like the pristine waters of a snowy mountain stream, yet his gaze was sharp as a blade. Surrounding him was an overwhelming aura of sword intent, fierce and unrelenting, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. What astonished them further was the wound on his chest, from which a noxious black mist swirled. The flesh around the injury had begun to darken ominously, curling into grotesque shapes, releasing a faint scent of decay, suggesting an encounter with some malevolent creature. Su Cha-Ching? Li Yu's eyes scanned the area, noticing the elder's lack of reaction. Upon seeing the young man, he was taken aback, recognizing his identity. What was a member of the Su clan doing here? He felt a flicker of curiosity but dismissed it, offering a slight nod to the two as a greeting before leaping away, transforming into a streak of sword light. Swiftly departing from the scene, he had already acquired the Hao Yue pearl, having ventured deep into the cave to pry open the coffin of the old demon, seizing it from his grasp. As for the old demon, he had just awakened, his powers not yet restored, and due to various other factors, he could not linger in the zombie cave for long. Thus, as long as Li Yu kept his distance, he had no fear of the demon's retaliation. How could it be? This young man has comprehended sword intent. Su Cha-Ching stared in disbelief at the retreating figure of Li Yu, struggling to accept the reality. Despite his higher cultivation level, he had just felt an overwhelming pressure in the presence of the young man, accompanied by an unsettling chill. This was truly astonishing. Yet, Su Cha-Ching understood the truth, for the sword intent enveloping Li Yu is unmistakable. To comprehend sword intent indicates a mastery of swordsmanship that is profound and refined. Such a person is certainly not ordinary. At that moment, a pitch-black mist surged forth from the depths of the cave. Within this darkness, a terrifying figure, shrouded in an aura of malevolence, flickered into view, its eyes glowing with a sinister green fire, exuding an almost tangible, fearsome pressure, akin to a formidable demon that had just broken free from its shackles. Sensing the presence of the two, the eerie figure suddenly fixed its gaze upon them, its eyes radiating a chilling, emerald glow. Su Cha-Ching felt a sudden chill coursing through his body, his hair standing on end, and his blood seemed to freeze, rendering him motionless. This is bad. We must flee. Qiubo's expression shifted dramatically. Being a seasoned veteran, he reacted swiftly, decisively opting for escape. With a flourish of his sleeve, he enveloped Su Cha-Ching and summoned a wooden boat artifact, swiftly departing. The boat transformed into a streak of light, racing away with the swiftness of lightning. Qiubo, who was that person in the zombie cave just now? Su Cha-Ching could not help but inquire, recalling the earlier situation with a sense of lingering dread. He considered himself somewhat knowledgeable and could discern how formidable the figure in the cave had been. Even Qiubo, with his innate cultivation, was likely significantly inferior in comparison. After a moment of silence, Qiubo slowly replied, "If I am not mistaken, that person was likely the elusive Cha Laoma we seek." His expression turned complex as he sighed, "Yet, I did not anticipate that this old demon, who once stood on equal footing with me, has now made such astounding progress in his cultivation, perhaps merely a step away from attaining the Dao foundation." Cha Laoma? Su Cha-Ching was momentarily taken aback, then fell silent, observing the earlier scene. It was evident that Cha Laoma had been enraged due to the theft of some treasure by that youth. Clearly, any attempt at negotiation with him was now futile. However, perhaps it was for the best. The prowess of Cha Laoma was indeed terrifying. Should he entertain any malicious intent, even Qiubo might be unable to protect him. At this moment, Su Cha-Ching felt a sense of relief, fortunate that such an event had transpired. Otherwise, the master and servant duo would have foolishly barged into the lair of such a powerful figure without understanding the situation, leaving them unaware of how perilously they might meet their demise. The two exchanged glances, silently acknowledging their shared realization. Qiubo's face bore a hint of embarrassment and shame. As a seasoned veteran, he had nearly endangered his young master due to negligence. "Who was that youth? Do you recognize him?" After a brief silence, Su Cha-Ching broke the stillness, as the young man had left a profound impression on him. Su Cha-Ching had always prided himself on being a genius, and indeed, he was. At merely 23 years of age, he had achieved the pinnacle of postnatal qi cultivation, a remarkable accomplishment that positioned him as a prodigious talent in the realm of cultivation. Once he ascended to the innate stage, transitioning his cultivation from the water element to the wood element, he would be able to delve into the grand supernatural powers recorded in the Five Elements Heavenly Book. When that time came, his mastery of the five elemental powers would be relentless, and within his rank, few could stand against him. Among the younger generation of the Tongzhou cultivation world, aside from a few exceptional talents within the Demon Suppression Division, the Zixiao sect, and the Xinxiao sect, Su Changqing did not believe anyone could surpass him. Yet now, he realized how profoundly mistaken he was. He had discovered another prodigy in this remote locality. This individual was not only younger than him, but had also comprehended the essence of sword intent. The ability to comprehend the essence of the sword signifies that the individual possesses an extraordinary mastery of swordsmanship, rivaling that of the renowned sword masters from Tongzhou. However, the refinement of such skills typically requires years of diligent practice and the crucible of life and death experiences. It is perplexing that someone so young could achieve such prowess. My companion Xiao Bo and I ventured into the zombie cave to negotiate with the infamous old demon Cha. Yet, this individual dared to enter the cave alone, audaciously seizing opportunities directly from the mouth of old demon Cha and succeeding in his endeavors. This leaves me feeling inadequate, as if I have underestimated the heroes of the world. Su Changqing nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the sentiment. Although the Su clan may be waning, the profound heritage accumulated over centuries will not easily dissipate. While grand endeavors may be beyond reach, investigating an individual remains a viable option. Chapter 22. The game's launch. This pearl, roughly the size of an infant's fist, is perfectly round and smooth, exhibiting a delicate jade-white hue. When held, it feels remarkably weighty, several times heavier than an iron ball of equivalent size. Strangely, upon its emergence, the room instantly filled with a refreshing sensation. The air became humid, akin to being enveloped by the dense mist of a coastal paradise. Liu remained unfazed. This gem originated from a millennium-old clam that had absorbed the moonlight, a creation imbued with the essence of water. Its intrinsic quality is exceptional, containing an abundance of watery essence and the power of the lunar light, rendering such phenomena entirely natural. The true Water Sutra is renowned for its profound and pure vital energy. Thus, practitioners of the same realm who cultivate the sutra possess a vitality far denser than their peers. Had Liu relied solely on his painstaking efforts to gradually cultivate the 365 acupoints of his body, it would have been an interminable wait. However, with the presence of the bright moon pearl, the situation transformed. The profound essence of water within this pearl is immensely potent, sufficient to nourish all 365 acupoints, refining the essence of soft water to fill them thoroughly. The lunar light contained within would not be squandered, as it could be utilized to delineate the symbols of divine abilities, thereby condensing the seed of the lunar treasure's mystical power. Each divine ability is arduous to cultivate. Beyond years of comprehension, one must collect various rare energies from nature, along with precious materials, to refine the seeds of these abilities. The crafting of various magical tools for assistance adds further complexity to the process. Moreover, certain legendary divine abilities, such as the pure world heavenly fire, the great five elements extinction divine light, the ice soul divine light, the celestial secret demon thunder, the primordial five elements divine thunder, and the great liberation demon blade, are exceptionally challenging to master. They demand not only extraordinary understanding, but also ample opportunities and fortune. Some require specific bloodlines and foundational scriptures, leading many to spend centuries in pursuit without success. Thus, this opportunity is truly a boon. Liu infused the soft water energy into the bright moon pearl, meticulously extracting the pure water essence within, strand by strand. This essence is impeccably pure, devoid of any impurities, warm and gentle, capable of being directly transformed into his cultivation without further refinement. In the federal world, Xiao Han concluded a day of labor, massaging his sore shoulders while enduring the fatigue coursing through his body. Clutching a beautifully packaged box, he hurried homeward. His residence is located in the old eastern district of this small town. However, with the recent relocation of the economic center over the past few years, many have gradually departed, moving to the new district. The old town has now faded into obscurity, no longer bustling with its former vibrancy and liveliness. Those who remain are predominantly nostalgic elders or impoverished families unable to afford new homes. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed the streets lined with dilapidated shops and buildings. The public amenities, such as utility poles, billboards, and trash bins, stood rusted and neglected. The road was riddled with potholes, littered with cracks, and strewn with scraps of paper and empty cans. Xiao Han was unperturbed by the disarray. For various reasons, the federal government was reluctant to squander funds on such seemingly undeveloped areas, leading to a lack of management and maintenance. Consequently, the environment had deteriorated into a state of chaos, with some individuals derisively dubbing it a slum. His younger sister, Xiao Xiaoka, heard the commotion and struggled to open her bedroom door, her hands turning the wheels of her wheelchair in preparation to emerge. Xiaohan quickly set down the box and assisted her in pushing the wheelchair out. Due to an unfortunate incident, his sister had lost the ability to walk, and her health was also fragile. She was confined to the wheelchair daily, enduring much suffering. "Where is Mom? Hasn't she come home yet?" Xiaohan inquired. Xiao Xiaoka's voice was clear and melodious. Her delicate face, no larger than a palm, appeared charmingly cute, albeit perpetually pale and unwell. Her gaze fell upon the box resting on the sofa, and she curiously asked, "Brother, is that the game helmet you wanted to buy?" "Indeed," Xiaohan replied, ruffling her hair with a smile. This game, Eternal Path, is a colossal online fantasy game developed in collaboration with the federal government and the Eternal Group. With the factories in the old district struggling economically, he mused that it would be more prudent to return to his former profession rather than toil away in a factory. "Former profession? Brother, weren't you a gamer?" Xiao Xiaoka scrunched her nose in confusion. "I was a professional player, a burgeoning career that can be quite lucrative." "It is not the same as merely playing games," Xiaohan clarified, his tone earnest. "I have contemplated this decision for quite some time, and I even mentioned it to Mom. Being a professional player would at least be on par with working in a factory, and if fortune favors me, I might even earn enough to cover your medical expenses. Playing games can be so profitable?" Xiao Xiaoka's eyes widened in astonishment. "Of course, a friend informed me that this game is exceptional, and even the federal government is promoting it. Months ago, numerous major corporations, gaming guilds, elite studios, and many top-tier professional players began preparing to invest significant funds in this venture." Xiaohan nodded confidently. The enthusiasm of so many individuals suggests that earning money from this endeavor is likely not too challenging. Noticing his sister's bewilderment, Xiaohan was suddenly inspired and smiled, saying, "I've heard that this game boasts an extraordinarily high level of realism, directly connecting to the human nervous system. In the game, everyone is portrayed as a fully able-bodied person. Xiaoka, once I start earning, I'll buy you a game helmet too. Then you can not only pass the time, but also experience the sensation of walking." "Thank you, brother." Xiao Xiaoka's eyes sparkled as she nodded enthusiastically. Ding. Identity verification in progress. Identity confirmed. A holographic display appeared before Xiaohan. Name, Xiaohan. Gender, male. Age, 25. Blood type, B. Federal Citizenship Code, 2966041546988XXBS. XH. Identity binding in progress. Binding successful. Chapter 23. The Arrival of the Player in a Flash of Brilliance. A figure clad in coarse linen and straw sandals materialized before Xiaohan. Aside from the distinct attire and a gaze that appeared vacant and dull, this individual was an exact replica of Xiaohan. "Please name your character." After a moment of contemplation, Xiaohan resolved to retain his previous game name, Blood Red Dusk. Character naming successful. Please confirm your pain sensitivity. Players may select within a range of 20 to 70%. Xiaohan promptly adjusted his setting to 45%, ensuring that the sensation of pain would not be overly intense while still allowing for adequate sensitivity. Randomly selecting the player's birthplace. Selection complete. Initial location, Diqian Realm, Eastern Continent, Tongzhou, Shenyang Prefecture, Anong County, Qingshui Town. 15 seconds until random birth. Please prepare yourself. Suddenly, Xiaohan felt a disorienting haze enveloping his mind. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself at the foot of a low hill, not far from a quaint village. System prompt. Welcome to the Diqian Realm. Xiaohan did not rush to move. Instead, he took a deep breath. A wave of fresh air filled his lungs, imbued with a sweet yet slightly bitter aroma of grass and wood, invigorating his spirit. Bending down, he scooped up a handful of soil, the granules distinctly palpable, with a few withered dark brown blades of grass, rendering the experience remarkably authentic. Such a vivid sensation. He pinched his arm firmly, a twinge of pain responding to his touch. Since he had lowered his pain threshold, the same amount of pressure applied to his arm resulted in a sensation far lighter than that of the real world. Yet, the feeling was almost indistinguishable from reality, leaving him in awe. Eternal Group had long proclaimed on the official forum that this game boasted an exceptionally high degree of realism, employing a fully exploratory mode. Players are free to roam and discover within the game, devoid of the conventional MMORPG mechanics such as questing, class transitions, monster slaying for experience, and loot acquisition. For instance, should one slay a wild wolf and desire to consume its flesh, they could manually skin and dab one it with a knife. But one should not expect to find any coins, equipment, or magical artifacts as loot. Similarly, Defeating a malevolent NPC would not result in gold and silver coins scattered about or an abundance of artifacts and scrolls lying in wait. Players must search the body themselves. The term fully exploratory mode carries an additional implication. As long as one possesses the will and capability, they can engage in any activity within this world, including actions that are deemed illegal in reality. Naturally, this game world is governed by its own set of laws and regulations. If a player oversteps their bounds, the consequences could be dire, potentially beyond what even a player could bear. Each player is granted only 9 chances for resurrection. After these 9 lives are exhausted, one faces the peril of mental collapse and sudden death. Only by becoming a cultivator within the game can one increase their opportunities for revival. Furthermore, the sensation of pain experienced in-game is calibrated to approximately 20 to 70% of that in the real world, allowing players to choose within this range. This information can be found within the novice guide posted in the official forum. Glancing around, a few scattered players are present, yet none are familiar faces to Blood-Red Dusk. What is this place? Is there no novice village? One player wondered, clearly a newcomer who had neglected the game's guidance. The atmosphere in the game is indeed pleasant, infused with the essence of nature, until a foul odor disrupts the serenity. Who on earth just passed gas? One player exclaimed, taking deep breaths only to gag, his face turning green. The sensation is strikingly realistic. Even the bodily functions mirror those of the real world. A player sporting the ID, Reluctant Rider, squints and stands still, seemingly engaged in some activity. Blood-Red Dusk shuddered unexpectedly, hastily retreating a few steps to distance himself. While performing bodily functions in the game is acceptable, the ID of that individual made it altogether different. Better to avoid confrontation. Now where should I go? Blood-Red Dusk found himself momentarily lost. Without prompts, NPCs, or even a novice village, he was at a loss for what to do, despite his considerable gaming experience. Perhaps he should venture to that village, interact with some native NPCs, and see if he could trigger any quests while gaining insight into this world's lore. With a plan in mind, just as Blood-Red Dusk was about to leave, an NPC unexpectedly emerged before him. It was a young girl, clad in a tattered cloth dress, her feet bare and dirty, smeared with mud. Though her features were reasonably delicate, her expression was somewhat vacant, her eyes predominantly white, giving her an eerie appearance. Before Blood-Red Dusk, a line of text appeared, presenting information about this character. Eerie girl, rank, description, danger level, extremely dangerous. Surely, I did not misread that? Blood-Red Dusk's gaze faltered, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The words eerie girl were boldly rendered in glimmering silver, radiant and bright, as if forged from silver itself. Remarkable. A silver-tier NPC? Confirming his sight, Blood-Red Dusk couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. No wonder everything except the name was marked with question marks. Even the danger level was categorized as extremely perilous. As a mere novice just born into this realm, his luck was astonishingly fortuitous to encounter an NPC of such caliber right from the outset. The inability to discern further details about her was easily comprehensible. It indicated a significant disparity in strength between them, rendering the specifics of her information undetectable. In the realm of Eternal Path, NPCs and bosses are classified into several tiers based on their power and danger level, ranging from low to high: white, ordinary, bronze, elite, silver, rare, gold, unparalleled, crimson, legendary, and purple gold, mythical. According to official statements, among these 6 templates, even the lowest-ranking white common template possesses a certain level of cultivation and strength. It is akin to the village shaman, fortune teller, or itinerant Taoist, figures not easily offended by players. In comparison to ordinary creatures, the slightly superior bronze elites are genuine cultivators, exhibiting extraordinary combat prowess and possessing considerable cultivation. Within the same realm, there exists a significant disparity between ordinary monsters and bronze elite bosses, the latter capable of effortlessly confronting 3 adversaries at once. As for the silver rare tier, NPCs or bosses of this level are exceedingly rare, a true gem among thousands. Facing 10 foes is not out of the question. Logically, these fledgling newcomers should not encounter such a rare and formidable figure. However, the question arises, why is this NPC named the Eerie Girl? The blood-red twilight leaves a sense of bewilderment. Chapter 24. Blinded by my 24-karat titanium alloy eyes. For reasons unknown, when the blood-red sun cast its gaze upon the eerie girl with her strikingly white eyes, a chilling sensation surged within him. It was as if beneath her petite frame lurked a ferocious monster. While he wrestled internally with whether to approach her in hopes of triggering a quest, several players nearby, sensing an opportunity akin to sharks detecting blood, rushed forward in a frenzy. "Greetings, miss. I am male on male." A youth with a somewhat androgynous beauty enthusiastically introduced himself before inquiring, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" "Hello, miss. I am his brother, Minwei Qinan. Should you require any help, do not hesitate to command us." "Indeed, we are all his friends. Feel free to speak your mind," the other players chimed in, eager to engage with the potential quest. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Such a rare NPC template was a fortuitous encounter. If they could secure a quest from her, the rewards would undoubtedly propel them ahead of their peers. None were foolish. They all recognized the fortune that had befallen them, having just entered the game and stumbled upon such a prospect. Blood-Red Sun was also determined to push through and test his luck. After all, as a player, should any unfortunate incident occur, he could simply respawn. What was there to fear? However, just as he took a few steps forward, he witnessed the players jostling amongst themselves. Unbeknownst to which fool had carelessly stumbled into the strange girl, a horrifying spectacle ensued. With the collision, it seemed as though the girl awoke from a dream. Her body remained still while her gaze shifted slightly to regard the players before her. Then, in an instant, boom, her head erupted, viscous fluid splattering everywhere, yet devoid of brain matter or shattered bone. Instead, grotesque, bloodied tendrils emerged from her neck, gleaming with a metallic sheen, writhing like frenzied serpents, beginning their chaotic dance. Having been coddled by the tranquility of peacetime, these players had never witnessed such a bloody scene. They were paralyzed with terror, nearly losing control of their bladders, rendered utterly dazed and caught off guard by the tendrils' assault. The players' bodies crumpled like mere sheets of paper, easily pierced. The tendrils writhed violently, expanding and contracting as if consuming something vital. In mere breaths, several players were drained of their essence, reduced to desiccated husks strung along the tendrils. With a swift tug, the lifeless form shattered into pieces. Damn it! Blood-Red Sun was seized by terror, his soul frayed, his scalp prickling. Without a second thought, he turned to flee. Indeed, players possessed 9 lives. Dying once or twice was inconsequential. Yet, the horror of this scene was utterly staggering. It was beyond comprehension. Even the bravest among them would be struck with profound fear. What a far cry from a mere cherished NPC. This is clearly a silver-tier boss, a true monstrosity. As he sprinted, Blood-Red Dusk could not help but unleash a torrent of sarcastic remarks. A flicker of fear crossing his visage. I knew something was amiss the moment I entered the game. While running, he suddenly felt an icy chill pierce through his right arm, accompanied by an intense agony. The sensation was jarring, akin to someone slicing into his flesh and brutally inserting a block of ice, exuding a frigid aura. Rolling up his sleeve, he beheld a gruesome, dark red gash adorning his arm, reminiscent of a centipede. What on earth is this? Could it have been inflicted by that silver boss moments ago? Blood-Red Dusk sensed an ominous premonition, yet he dared not linger on it, yearning only to distance himself from that enigmatic girl. Fearful of being targeted, he refrained from even entering the nearby village, instead bolting in the opposite direction. He ran for an extended distance until exhaustion took hold, panting heavily and unable to proceed any further before finally pausing to catch his breath. What the hell is this? Is this a fantasy MMORPG or a horror game? Does Eternal Group not realize this could terrify players to death? He lamented, his heart still racing, venting his terror. Suddenly, his expression froze. Wait. Didn't I sign a contract when purchasing the game helmet? It stated that once signed, Eternal Group would bear no responsibility for any mishaps players encountered within the game. Oh, then it seems I am in the clear. However, those players who experience such events must surely carry the weight of psychological scars, right? Recalling the earlier incident, Blood-Red Dusk felt a mix of dread and relief. Fortunately, he had been just a step slower, escaping that bizarre girl as lethal grasp. Had he not, it would have taken him days to recover. The novice guide posted on the official forum provided scant information about the game. It merely outlined certain parameters, such as the templates for NPCs and bosses, the hierarchies of techniques and magical artifacts, as well as the levels of quests. It also listed some points for players to heed, yet it remained silent on other queries, such as the introduction to the game world's lore, how to acquire techniques, the intricacies of the cultivation system. All were left unaddressed. With only a single phrase, players are encouraged to explore on their own. Thus, Blood-Red Dusk remained oblivious to the nature of the enigmatic girl he had encountered. Nonetheless, He was acutely aware that this game world was perilous, far from the tranquil fade it projected. The game's realism was strikingly high, yet the greater the realism, the closer it mirrored reality. Though he was a player, he was still an ordinary person, needing rest when fatigued, sustenance when hungry, and hydration when thirsty. With little distinction from the real world, Blood Red Dust felt a sense of helplessness, yet strangely, an exhilarating thrill began to blossom within him. It is perhaps this authentic experience that gives rise to a sense of a second life. However, the Crimson Twilight was soon delightfully surprised to discover a quaint little town ahead, invigorating his spirit and prompting him to quicken his pace. Yet, just as he was about to enter the town, he passed by a river and noticed a cluster of players, each adorned with gaming IDs atop their heads. Why are there so many players here? He pondered. These players, gathered in groups of 3 or 5, appeared to be engaged in hushed conversations. They had evidently noticed the Crimson Twilight as well, casting him a few glances, yet they seemed unperturbed and continued their discourse. The Crimson Twilight initially paid them no mind, intending instead to immerse himself in the local customs of this virtual realm while also addressing his hunger. However, upon casting his gaze past several players, he was suddenly struck dumb, his eyes widening in disbelief. No, it can't be. Good heavens, my 24-karat titanium alloy eyes must be deceiving me. That is an extraordinary golden NPC. Chapter 25. The Extraordinary Golden Template. Before us stands an NPC resembling a youth. The boy possesses a delicate visage and an aura of serene purity, akin to a gentle breeze or a luminous moon. At this moment, he leisurely sits by the riverbank, holding a fishing rod crafted from green bamboo, casting his line into the tranquil waters. His gaze is fixed upon the placid surface of the river, exuding an air of calmness and composure. Though he simply sits there, he emanates an indomitable presence, as if anchored firmly against the tempest of life. Impervious to the whims of nature, anyone with sight could discern that this youth is extraordinary. Moreover, every player who lays eyes on him instantly notices the resplendent golden characters adorning his head. Rank. Description. Danger level. The golden data shimmering above him is unmistakable evidence of his status as an unparalleled NPC. If he were a monster, he would undoubtedly be classified as a golden boss. Previously, the enigmatic girl had at least offered some insight into her name and danger level. Yet, this extraordinary template NPC, the boy, presents nothing but a series of question marks. A sense of bewilderment washes over Blood Red Sunset. What could possibly be happening today? His previous encounter with the mysterious girl could be dismissed as mere coincidence. However, stumbling upon yet another extraordinary NPC defies the boundaries of chance. It feels like a stroke of immense fortune. Blood Red Sunset finally comprehends why so many players are drawn to this place. Still, the haunting impression left by the earlier Silver Boss girl weighs heavily on him, leaving him uncertain whether to approach. Liu, having overheard the players' murmurs, chuckles softly, finding the situation rather amusing. How intriguing. I never imagined I would be perceived as an extraordinary NPC in the eyes of the players. The true water scripture is renowned for its profound and pure vital energy. Practitioners who cultivate this scripture possess a depth of cultivation far surpassing that of their peers. Thus, when Liu learned from the players that he was regarded as an extraordinary NPC, he felt little surprise. A month prior, after acquiring the Lunar Pearl, he began to absorb its essence of pure water to nourish his 365 acupoints, refining the essence of soft water to fill these points. The results were gratifying. With a wealth of pure water energy at his disposal, Liu managed to thoroughly cultivate all 365 acupoints within merely half a month. He refined 365 drops of soft water essence, elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of postnatal qi refinement. Furthermore, he seized the opportunity to break through the limitations of the postnatal realm, bridging heaven and earth, and leapt from postnatal qi refinement directly into the innate fetal breath stage. At this juncture, the essence of pure water from the Lunar Pearl was fully expended. In the time that followed, he utilized the lunar radiance within the Lunar Pearl to sketch divine talismans, successfully condensing the seed of divine powers from the lunar treasure. Generally, the template levels of NPCs and bosses are determined by their strength and potential, given Liu's current foundational cultivation and mastery of swordsmanship. Within the same realm, throughout the entirety of Tongzhou, even when considering the disciples hailing from esteemed sects of the Immortal Path, there are indeed few who can rival him. He is truly deserving of the unparalleled golden template. Just as the sanguine sun hesitates in the sky, a muscular player, clearly one accustomed to rigorous training, approached to engage in conversation, seemingly eager to trigger a quest. In other fantasy MMORPGs, players, upon encountering NPCs, particularly enigmatic ones of unknown caliber, would instinctively seek to activate quests or delve into the narrative. Naturally, for those confident in their strength, dispatching an NPC to loot equipment is also a common occurrence. The muscular man spoke in a forthright manner, adhering to the classic conventions of traditional MMORPGs. Greetings, esteemed elder. I am the Dark Knight. Is there anything I can assist you with? How naive could one be? The official announcement from Eternal Dao had clearly stated that the intelligence of NPCs in the game is akin to that of normal humans, with certain top-tier NPCs possessing profound wisdom. Did this fellow truly believe this game was akin to previous online games, where casual conversation could readily trigger a quest? Although Liu harbored intentions of gathering players to issue a quest and draw attention, he was not inclined to entertain just anyone. Moreover, as a high-ranking NPC, it was essential to cultivate an aura of aloofness and mystery. The Dark Knight paused, noticing Liu's indifference, yet he did not lose heart. Continuing his attempts to initiate a quest. Elder, do you doubt my sincerity? Whatever you require, feel free to command me. I have friends who can assist as well. Are you accepting disciples? What do you think of my potential? The Dark Knight, lacking in patience, initially maintained his composure while inquiring. However, after repeated attempts with no response from Liu, his patience wore thin. Furrowing his brow, he stepped forward, revealing his true nature. Are you mute? Can't you utter a word? Alas, the sanguine sun in the distance seemed to sense an impending calamity, swallowing hard, raising a hand to shield its face, unable to bear the sight. Even Liu, with his vast experience, found himself taken aback by such an encounter. Goodness, in a vast forest, one truly encounters all manner of creatures. It was indeed peculiar for such an oddity to have grown to maturity. Had his parents abandoned him, nurturing only the remnants of his existence? If only he possessed a modicum of common sense, he would surely perceive my disinterest in conversing with him. Liu, resolved, raised his hand without hesitation, unleashing a wave of azure sword energy, which swiftly pierced through the Dark Knight's head. The Dark Knight's expression turned vacant, his body swaying before collapsing to the ground. A crimson hole appeared in his forehead, from which a gruesome mixture of blood and brain matter flowed forth. Indeed, witnessing the Dark Knight's tragic demise, the sanguine sun felt a shiver run down its spine, overwhelmed with both terror and an unsettling discomfort. He suddenly realized that the game Eternal Path was entirely different from the traditional Xinxia online games he had previously played, such as Shushan Swordplay and Legend of the Investiture of the Gods. While these traditional games also boasted a commendable level of realism, they refrained from depicting gruesome imagery like splattered brains and internal organs. Even blood was cleverly obscured by a red mosaic, quickly replaced by the system. However, the realism in Eternal Path was astonishingly high. Whether it was blood or brain matter, the depiction was strikingly lifelike, indistinguishable from reality. Those with fragile psyches or timid natures could hardly endure it. No wonder, when purchasing the gaming helmet, Eternal Corporation required players to sign a rather draconian contract absolving them of responsibility for any issues that might arise. While one may seek authenticity, it would be prudent to at least mask such gory visuals. He couldn't fathom why the developers opted to make the game so brutally realistic and sanguinary. Chapter 26. Visitors from Beyond. The crimson remnants of the setting sun have already foretold the chaos that must be erupting on the official forum. Countless players are undoubtedly unleashing their fury upon the Eternal Corporation, hurling invectives and creatively cursing the game developers. After the Dark Knight was slain, players nearby trembled, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. An action may be a safer course, but a single misstep could lead to death. This NPC, seemingly composed and serene, turned out to be a formidable foe. Although players can respawn, being struck down by a sword's aura, dying in such a brutal and visceral manner, would surely evoke a sense of discomfort, even with the knowledge of their inevitable return. With the Dark Knight's fate as a cautionary tale, it became clear to all that the youth before them was not to be trifled with. Any misguided thoughts should be swiftly suppressed. Before long, the Dark Knight's corporeal form began to wane into the ethereal until it completely vanished from sight. The players, accustomed to such occurrences, regarded it as merely a system refresh. Yet, Liu remained fixated on this scene, attuning his consciousness to the unfolding events. However, even as the Dark Knight's body faded entirely, he detected no anomalies. It seems that Eternal Path is far more enigmatic than I had previously imagined. It possesses the capability to accommodate countless players in the realm of Qianjia while granting them multiple opportunities for resurrection. In the future, it may even allow players to carry fragments of their power into the federal world. This game, or rather the eternal corporation behind it, undoubtedly conceals monumental secrets. In his past life, Liu, along with numerous other players, had contemplated probing into the depths of the eternal corporation during the later stages of the game. However, the corporation's might cannot be underestimated, having nurtured many renowned expert players, representing a colossal entity entrenched within the federal world. Its influence permeates diverse sectors, including healthcare, military industry, food production, real estate, virtual gaming, genetic engineering, and artificial intelligence, far beyond the reach of a few skilled individuals or elite studios. Moreover, this game is released under the auspices of the federal government and the Eternal Corporation, indicating their complicity. Those who dared to investigate ultimately met with failure, becoming ensnared themselves until they vanished without a trace. Shortly after the Dark Knight's body disappeared, within mere breaths, a brand new Dark Knight materialized from afar. With no wounds upon his brow, upon spotting Liu, he recoiled as if confronted by a specter, shuddering before hastily fleeing. All players understood that this was a random resurrection of the Dark Knight. Under normal circumstances, barring exceptional events, a player's body would linger for a minute post-mortem, after which they would randomly respawn within 1,000 meters in 30 seconds. Intriguingly, as the shadow of the Dark Knight faded from view, a mysterious smile played upon Liu's lips. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of the surrounding players. You possess unique physical attributes, endowed with the ability to defy death, and your aura is distinctly alien to this realm. It seems you are indeed the so-called visitors from beyond the stars. The arrival of players would undoubtedly attract the attention of various forces within the earthly realm. The sudden emergence of these players, despite their ability to resurrect, was not entirely incomprehensible to the local powers. It is imperative to recognize that this world teems with extraordinary forces, encompassing a myriad of systems such as immortals, demons, spirits, phantoms, and sorcerers. In such a realm, peculiar occurrences are rather commonplace. The phenomenon of resurrection, though astonishing, is not entirely beyond comprehension. In fact, prior to the player's arrival, many ancient factions, steeped in tradition, along with some immensely powerful practitioners, those who could perceive the void with their primordial spirits and discern the threads of fate, had already sensed the imminent arrival of these otherworldly visitors. They had even devised various countermeasures and plans in anticipation. Upon hearing the phrase visitors from beyond, the crowd initially stood in stunned silence, soon grasping that this was the system's grand explanation of the players' identities. If one were to liken this game world to a tangible reality, then these players from the Federation indeed epitomized the notion of extraterrestrial guests. Liu continued, however, you need not squander your time here. Your innate qualities are lacking. Your talents are mediocre, and your powers are insufficient. You cannot assist me. Far from feeling disheartened by this declaration, the players, including Blood-Red Sunset, felt a surge of excitement. What kind of individuals are players? They are opportunists. They seize every chance. They are inherently greedy, capable of squeezing a drop from even the most unremarkable of sources. Some seasoned players, driven by obsession, would likely stop a passing refuse truck merely to sample its contents. Such a group would hardly be deterred by a mere admonition. Moreover, players excel at extracting valuable insights from scanned information. From this nameless, extraordinary NPC's words, they gleaned a crucial piece of intelligence. There indeed existed a task linked to this individual, albeit one that, given their current capabilities, they could not activate. Or rather, they lacked the capacity to fulfill the task. While this was the reality, the inability to trigger the task now did not preclude the possibility of doing so in the future. And given the rare opportunity to encounter such a unique NPC, they felt compelled to attempt engagement. After all, what if it succeeded? An NPC of such an exceptional caliber is not easily encountered. And should they let this chance slip away, who could say when they might have another? Esteemed one, though our powers may be modest, we harbor no fear of death and possess the ability to rise anew. If you indeed have any matters to address, you may entrust them to us for an attempt. In any case, even if we do not succeed, you will incur no loss, esteemed senior. What are your thoughts? Liu glanced at her, having already recognized her identity. She was, after all, an acquaintance from his past life. They had crossed paths several times. She was Xiaobai Momo, a core member of the Rising Sun Studio. The fragments of the Chulong jade that Li Yu had procured in advance, along with the teachings of the Tianhe sect behind it, had previously belonged to Qianli Jiangling, the proprietor of the Rising Sun Studio. However, Li Yu did not share a deep camaraderie with this woman. Their familiarity stemmed from having collaborated on a few tasks together. At that time, he was employed as an external contractor by the Rising Sun Studio for the sake of survival, which, to put it bluntly, meant he was merely a disposable pawn. He undertook the perilous tasks while the studio reaped the benefits, leaving him with nothing more than a meager salary. Chapter 27, A Nightmarish Quest. As an NPC in the eyes of the players, Li Yu was unable to see the names hovering above their heads. Thus he feigned ignorance and inquired, "What is your name?" The alluring woman replied respectfully, "I am the junior, Shui by Momo. Your words do possess some merit." Li Yu remarked nonchalantly, "However, the task I am about to propose is fraught with difficulty and peril. Since you wish to undertake it, I shall not stand in your way." Shui by Momo was overjoyed and responded with deference. "I humbly request your guidance, esteemed senior." Li Yu casually cast aside his fishing rod, rising to his full height as he elaborated. 3 years ago, I inadvertently lost a jade pendant known as the Qi Long fragment in the zombie cave. This jade is a treasured artifact of my sect. While it may hold little value for outsiders, it bears profound significance for me. Unfortunately, I have been preoccupied with pressing matters and have yet to find the time to search for it. A flicker of intrigue crossed Li Yu's eyes as he gazed at Shui by Momo. "If you can assist me in locating this item, I shall grant you a reasonable request in return." The Qi Long jade pendant was a remarkable gem, which had been shattered into 5 pieces due to an unforeseen incident. If Li Yu could recover the remaining 4 fragments, he would be able to lift the seal on his less than favorable senior brother, and the stonefish would subsequently impart the remaining scriptures of the Roshue true classic to him. This matter had previously stirred considerable buzz on the forums, with many players speculating whether the Sunrise Studios' search for the Qi Long fragment was linked to an important quest. Some eager analysts even divulged the movements of the Sunrise Studio. Thus, Li Yu was well aware of the whereabouts of the remaining 4 pieces, one of which lay within the zombie cave, the very place where he had seized the Haoyue pearl just a month prior. However, due to the urgency of the situation at that time, Li Yu had no opportunity to search for the Qi Long fragment after acquiring the Haoyue pearl, as he was being relentlessly pursued by the old demon Cha, having taken something from Cha, who now harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. Li Yu was not foolish enough to seek out trouble. Now, with the assistance of a group of fearless players, he certainly would not decline. Ding. As Li Yu's words faded, Shui by Momo heard a system notification chime in her ear. "Search for the Qi Long fragment. Quest description. An unnamed Taoist has lost a Qi Long fragment in the zombie cave. Locate it, and you may propose a condition to the unnamed Taoist, provided it is not excessive. Quest level, Nightmare. Quest reward, Unknown. A nightmare-level quest." Shui by Momo's eyes widened, her heart racing with excitement and anticipation. The quest levels ranged from ordinary, difficult, nightmare, despair, death, to hell. The higher the level, the more substantial the rewards, albeit with increased difficulty in completion. As a novice player who had just entered the game, to receive a nightmare-level quest right at the outset was akin to striking gold. Completing this task would undoubtedly grant her rewards that would place her far ahead of her peers, potentially elevating not only her status but also that of her affiliated studio within the professional realm. Since the launch of the service, the excitement surrounding the first player to complete the nightmarish quest has been palpable. "May I inquire about your esteemed title, Elder?" Shui by Momo restrained her excitement and respectfully asked. The Tianhe sect, a lineage tracing back to ancient times, is one of the orthodox sects of the Xianmen. As a disciple of the Tianhe sect, it is only natural for him to become a Taoist priest. As for the title, it is only fitting for a mysterious high-ranking NPC in the eyes of players to possess a name that is both memorable and elegant. A name like Li Yu would be rather lackluster. The nature of players is well understood by Li Yu. The more enigmatic he appears, the more prestige he gains in the player's eyes, indicating the potential for more quests to uncover. Qingyu Daoren. As she pondered this name, upon looking up, Shui by Momo suddenly noticed the data above the young man's head had changed. Qingyu Daoren. Rank? Description. Mysterious identity. Suspected to be from an ancient great sect. Danger level? An ancient great sect. Shui by Momo's pupils contracted, and her heart surged with tumultuous waves. The significance of this Qingyu Daoren was likely far more formidable than she had imagined. Their conversation had been keenly observed by other players, who were eavesdropping intently. As Shui by Momo successfully accepted the quest, the other players were filled with excitement. eagerly crowding around, clamoring to emulate her. Daoran Qingyu, I too can undertake this task, after all. You merely wish to find the remaining fragments of the Qi Long, and who finds it is of little consequence. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, Elder. With just a word from you, I shall take on this task. Daoran, why not allow us to give it a try? With so many players flocking together, Shui Bai Momo's expression darkened, clearly reluctant. This task was issued by a legendary-level NPC, an important mission of nightmarish proportions. It goes without saying that the rewards for completing such a task would be extraordinarily generous, and it would grant her enough fame to significantly outpace other players in the early game. This would be immensely beneficial for her future endeavors. However, the reward was singular. And should another player complete the task first, the prize would no longer be hers. Shui Bai Mo shifted her gaze, her alluring eyes pleadingly directed at Liu, silently hoping he would directly refuse these newcomers. If that were to happen, she could undertake the task alone. Yet, Liu was hardly inclined to entertain her subtle intentions. Initially, he had considered recruiting a few exceptional players for the task, but after a moment of contemplation, he deemed that casting a wider net might yield better results. Although the zombie cave harbored numerous malevolent entities and a few formidable characters that even Liu had to approach with caution, players were inherently greedy, driven solely by self-interest. Given that they cared little for their own safety, Liu had no intention of intervening. After all, it was not his life at stake. Thus, Liu nodded lightly and spoke with a serene demeanor. Since you are all eager to assist, I shall no longer dissuade you. As long as you can locate the remnants of the Chulong Jade, I assure you that you shall not be treated unfairly. No sooner had he spoken than all the players present, except for the pure-hearted Momo, erupted into exuberant joy, their ears ringing with the system's notification, each receiving the quest. With the task in hand, they naturally sought to act swiftly. Subsequently, after inquiring about the precise location of the zombie cave, the majority of players hastily departed. A few, however, lingered nearby, seemingly contemplating their next move. Liu, undeterred by their presence, paid them no mind, nor did he acknowledge Momo's sorrowful gaze. Instead, his attention was drawn to a young male player among them. Chapter 28. 12 silver coins in this player. Liu sensed a familiar aura. Much like the pristine Momo, this player was none other than his old acquaintance, Bloodred Sunset. In his previous life, Liu was a casual player who had encountered Bloodred Sunset in the game. They had completed several quests together and had developed a decent rapport. Under Bloodred Sunset's tutelage, he gradually transformed into a competent professional player, eventually rising to prominence in the earthly realm and becoming a moderately well-known player expert. As for Bloodred Sunset, he came from a humble background and toiled relentlessly in the game to earn money for his sister's medical treatment. Ultimately, he managed to accumulate enough funds for her surgery. Just as he was about to trade for Federation coins, he found himself targeted by the renowned gaming guild, Mythic Alliance, due to a crucial item in his possession. Under their deliberate pursuit, he fell into traps and was ambushed multiple times, losing all his possessions along with that vital item. Tragically, this delay in his sister's treatment led to her legs becoming severely infected and ultimately necessitated amputation. The once lively and cheerful little girl fell into a deep melancholy, becoming emaciated, and eventually succumbed to despair, taking her own life. Liu vividly remembered the optimistic girl who had sat in a wheelchair, and he witnessed her leap from a rooftop. Since that moment, Bloodred Sunset's demeanor transformed dramatically. He became increasingly radical and cold-hearted, opposing the Mythic Alliance at every turn. Reflecting upon his once familiar companion's tragic fate, Liu felt a profound sense of lament, yet it was too late for words of consolation. Now, as he started anew, he could extend a helping hand, provided it did not interfere with his plans. Initially, Bloodred Sunset was rather pleased, as he had received a nightmarish-level quest. Regardless of its completion, it was at least an auspicious beginning. However, sensing Liu's gaze, he became apprehensive, his body stiffening with a chilling sensation as though he were being stalked by a ferocious beast. This feeling was even more intense than his previous encounter with the bizarre silver boss girl. Liu reached out, drawing him closer. What is your name? I perceive an unusual energy enveloping you. Have you encountered any extraordinary individuals today? Extraordinary individuals? Bloodred Sunset was momentarily taken aback before recalling the peculiar girl. Realization dawning upon him. Yes, I encountered a girl at the foot of a mountain. Her name was quite strange, bizarre girl. Bloodred Sunset felt an inkling that he might have triggered some hidden quest and had no intention of concealing anything, recounting his earlier encounter in its entirety. Upon hearing Bloodred Sunset's account, Liu appeared contemplative. It was unexpected that the bizarre girl had indeed manifested. Rolling up blood-red sunset sleeve, Liu, as anticipated, discovered a familiar blood mark. This fellow had also fallen victim to the blood abscess curse. Blood-red sunset suddenly sensed an oddity in the gaze of the Taoist before him and cautiously inquired, "May I ask, esteemed Taoist, what is this?" The crimson sunset could not help but inquire. One might regard it as a curse. Liu cast a glance at him, offering no further explanation. Unlike players who possessed 10 lives and 9 chances for revival in the early stages, even if afflicted by the bloodsore curse, a single death would see the curse dissipate. He was different. As an NPC in the eyes of the players, he had but 1 life. Upon death, there would be no return. You have not concealed anything from me. That is commendable. It was indeed essential to provide players with appropriate benefits to stimulate their motivation. Lowering his gaze, the Crimson Sunset discovered a silver ingot. System notification: you have acquired 10 taels of silver. Surprised, the Crimson Sunset expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Beside him, Shui by Momo regarded him with envy. She had just strolled around Clearwater Town and was well aware of the purchasing power of those 10 taels. In this world, players also required sustenance and rest. With this money, the Crimson Sunset had garnered sufficient startup capital, granting him an edge over other players. At the very least, he would not have to worry about basic needs for some time, allowing him to devote more time to matters of greater significance. Concerned about the bloodsore curse afflicting him, Liu resolved to investigate further. He chose to disregard the few players nearby. With a leap, he transformed into a beam of pure azure sword light, akin to a magnificent rainbow, dazzling and resplendent, swiftly soaring into the air before vanishing from view. In previous fantasy games they had played, while the realism was considerable, it paled in comparison to Eternal Path. "Hello, I am Shui by Momo." She greeted the Crimson Sunset and added, "I find myself quite interested in the silver you possess. If you are willing, I could exchange it for Federation currency. What do you say?" She was quite straightforward in presenting her request. As a seasoned professional player, Shui by Momo excelled at leveraging her personal advantages to secure benefits. Among these advantages, her beauty was notable. However, she was raised with strict values and conducted herself with propriety, unlike those who might trade on their allure. At most, she used her striking appearance to gain minor advantages or acquire useful information. Her other advantage was simple: she was affluent. As long as she could secure a slight advantage in the game's early stages, a bit of Federation currency was inconsequential. The Crimson Sunset was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing she had set her sights on the silver in his possession. "Very well, but I can only part with 5 taels." His purpose in entering Eternal Path was clear: to amass wealth, thus he saw no reason to refuse. However, he was aware that he also required some silver to sustain his daily needs, so he could not sell all of it. "Agreed, let us become friends. You provide me with 5 taels of silver, and I shall transfer 2,000 Federation dollars to your account immediately. How does that sound?" Shui by Momo felt a tinge of disappointment, but understood the rationale behind his decision. The Crimson Sunset nodded in agreement. Today marks the inaugural day of the game's launch. Bloodstained Sunset remains oblivious to the conversion rate between Federation coins and the in-game currency, silver. However, 2,000 Federation coins constitute a considerable sum, one that even surpasses his expectations. He secretly admires the affluent and capricious Momo, feeling a twinge of envy. This amount may seem modest to some, yet for him, it signifies a considerable fortune, one that would take his family of 3 a significant time of frugality to amass. Observing the nonchalant demeanor of the other party, it appears to him as nothing more than a trifling matter. Bloodstained Sunset once heard an elder utter a poignant remark: "The disparity between individuals can often be greater than that between man and dog." Previously, he dismissed such statements with derision, regarding them as mere jest. Yet now, he finds himself startlingly aware of the underlying truth in those words. Nevertheless, earning 2,000 coins on the very first day of the game has left Bloodstained Sunset immensely satisfied. He feels invigorated, filled with dreams and expectations for the future. Subsequently, the two became friends and swiftly completed the transaction. Chapter 29. The Official Forum in Turmoil. Meanwhile, Liu propelled his sword light, swiftly arriving near the base of Bullhorn Mountain within the span of a tea break, gracefully descending as indicated by the blood-red setting sun. As the sword light dissipated, Liu revealed himself. He surveyed his surroundings but found no trace of the enigmatic girl. Instead, he noticed the ground littered with desiccated, decayed fragments of corpses, as if their essence had been siphoned away. These remnants were left by players. Ordinarily, When a player perishes, their body would vanish and respawn, yet under certain circumstances, remnants would remain. Having just concluded a transaction, blood-red twilight and snowy foam witnessed a streak of light soaring toward them, akin to a shooting star, landing before them and revealing Li Yu's figure. Qingyu Daoist. Blood-red twilight hurriedly approached, greeting him warmly. The recent 10 taels of silver had left him craving more. Having tasted the sweetness of fortune, in his eyes, Li Yu had undoubtedly transformed into a veritable treasure trove. No, a treasure NPC. Merely a glimpse of what Li Yu could offer was sufficient to satiate his hunger. Li Yu glanced at him and stated, "I require your assistance in the coming days. Thus, it is best that you do not leave Clearwater Town. Rest assured, I shall remain in Clearwater Town for the next few days and will not wander." Blood-red twilight promptly replied, displaying no offense at Li Yu's brusque manner. The deeper the interaction with an NPC, the greater the chance of triggering additional quests, and naturally, Blood-red twilight had no intention of declining Li Yu's request. Were it not for the fear of inciting the Qingyu Daoist's displeasure, he would have eagerly followed him, striving to enhance his favorability and unearth more narratives and tasks. If only he could obtain the means to contact Li Yu or learn of his residence. As he pondered this, blood-red twilight suddenly had an idea and inquired, "By the way, Senior, if I were to encounter that strange girl again, where should I seek you?" Though this reasoning felt somewhat contrived, Li Yu appeared indifferent, replying coolly, "I reside in the town. Should you require anything, simply come find me. However, I prefer solitude, so refrain from bothering me unless necessary." He then provided the address of Granny G's residence. Blood-red twilight was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly to assure that he would not intrude without cause. Knowledge of the NPC's dwelling promised the potential for future quests. Beside him, Snowy Foam's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she firmly committed the address to memory. As night fell, blood-red twilight secured a modest lodging in Clearwater Town. The inn's rates were not low, costing 10 coins per night. He had roughly grasped the economic landscape of this world and understood the worth of the 5 taels of silver in his possession. Lying on his bed, blood-red twilight did not hasten to log off. Instead, he began to peruse the official forum. Unsurprisingly, the Eternal Path official forum was ablaze with activity. On the inaugural day of the game, the forums were abuzz with posts from players, many sharing their experiences and insights. However, some players, fueled by emotions of either boastfulness or indignation, initiated threads such as, "Shocking. A legendary NPC appears in the novice zone. A tribute to my fleeting youth. The end of traditional MMORPGs. In shock, I must exclaim, game designers, IXXX. A player's shocking street encounter, an object that rendered men silent and brought tears to women. This ridiculous game is far too difficult. A tale I must share about my struggles with a hard mode quest. An unforgettable letter to the eternity of the Great Way." These threads garnered significant attention, particularly the one regarding the esteemed scholar of Qingyu, which ascended to the top of the headlines. Blood-red twilight did not hasten to click on the first post. Instead, he began with the third. In shock, I only wish to say, game designers, IXXX. Merely reading the title evoked a palpable sense of resentment and fury from the author. It instantly reminded blood-red twilight of the bizarre girl he encountered earlier that day. The brutal scene left an indelible impression on him, and even now, he felt a lingering sense of dread. Upon opening the post, he discovered it indeed pertained to the strange girl he had witnessed earlier. The author was none other than the gentleman who, upon entering the game, promptly engaged in peculiar exercises. Just from the username, blood-red twilight immediately discerned that their paths diverged significantly. The other player's approach was vastly different. The post recounted the gentleman's experiences in the game that day. Initially, he was quite elated, discussing with friends whether to order a dish of oil fish with lubricating properties for dinner, all while entering the game with anticipation. To his surprise, he soon stumbled upon a rare NPC adorned with the peculiar girl as 4 glittering names hovering above her head. Realizing his fortune had arrived, he approached her for a chat. Expecting to trigger a novice quest with this rare NPC, he was unexpectedly shoved by some unknown rogue, inadvertently colliding with her. The bizarre girl reacted with excessive alarm, and with a resounding pop, her head exploded. Bloodied, slimy tendrils erupted from her neck, intertwining him and other players like skewered lamb kebabs. The scene was horrific and grotesque. The visceral pain and suffocating sensation, coupled with a terrifying sense of detachment, left an unforgettable mark on his memory, deeper than his first delightful encounter with a friend. Even with his pain threshold set at 30%, he could not endure it. Collapsing in the gaming pot, Subsequently, he was forcibly logged out and took a while to regain consciousness. The game Eternity of the Great Way featured a photography and recording function, capturing moments from a divine perspective. From the moment the ordinary man encountered the enigmatic girl, leading to his demise, where he was drained to a mere husk and ultimately torn apart. The video lasted less than a minute yet garnered an astonishing view count exceeding 37 million. The comments continued to flood in. What on earth? Incredible! Is this an NPC or a monster? The visual style is rather peculiar. Is this real? It looks so authentic. I've played this game. It's quite fascinating. The intelligence of the NPCs is remarkably high. To the fool above, I swear on my cherished pink teddy bear from my neighbor of 18 years. This is absolutely real. I'm utterly astonished. Is this game truly so lifelike? It's excessively gory. The game developers are truly something else. What would players with heart conditions do in such circumstances? Would the entire village end up dining at their home? Wow, is this even a thing? Why hasn't the federal government banned such a game? Instead, it seems to promote it while pocketing money from the Eternal Group. In my opinion, this game is excessively bloody and terrifying, detrimental to the healthy development of minors. It should be banned promptly. Ban you? So many great games have been unjustly banned by fools like you. Just thinking about it makes me furious. Do you expect us to watch childish shows and play mindless games like Minesweeper and Spider Solitaire? I can't believe this. Support to the previous commenter. I actually find this game quite thrilling. It's even more exhilarating than other experiences. The realism is off the charts. Count me in. Although I'm a girl, shy face. Chapter 30, A Game Too Real. After watching for a while, Blood Red Sunset noted that the comments had gradually derailed, shaking his head at the foolishness of the players. Indeed, these absurd gamers remained consistently ridiculous. Whatever topic they discussed would inevitably be twisted beyond recognition. Truly, the folly of these players knows no bounds. He then opened the second post titled To My Soon-to-Fade Youth, the conclusion of traditional MMORPGs. The author possessed considerable literary prowess. Beginning with a recount of classic games such as Journey to the West, The Legend of the Gods, and others, he eloquently narrated the evolution of the gaming industry over the decades, detailing the merits and demerits of these games alongside the rapid changes that ensued. Ultimately, the poster deemed it an epic-making masterpiece, urging readers to adopt an objective perspective towards it. The entire post was profoundly moving, and Blood Red Sunset found himself captivated, filled with nostalgia. Next, he clicked on the first post titled Shocking. A legendary NPC appears in the novice zone. Upon entering, he was greeted by an image of the Azure Fish Taoist, sitting cross-legged by the river, fishing. Although the task appeared daunting, its completion promised generous rewards, propelling the player ahead of all others. Blood Red Sunset felt a stir of excitement as he scrolled to the bottom, discovering that the original poster was none other than the friend he had added today, Snowy Foam. Clicking on her profile, he found some personal information revealing that she was a member of the Rising Sun Studio. The mention of Rising Sun Studio left Blood Red Sunset momentarily stunned. Could it be Thousand Mile Jiangling? He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Instead, he pondered how to undertake the nightmarish quest of seeking the remnants of the CHL from the Azure Fish Taoist. Blood Red Sunset recognized that, compared to other players taking on this quest, including Snowy Foam, he held the greatest advantage. He had already made a notable impression on the Azure Fish Taoist. Moreover, there was a high likelihood that the Taoist would seek him out in the coming days for assistance. Thus, it was possible he could extract more information and intelligence regarding the quest for the CHL remnants from the Taoist. With ample information, what was there to fear about completing the task? Blood Red Sunset perused other posts and found many players expressing their grievances. The majority lamented that while the game was highly engaging, its difficulty was excessively steep. Many toiled throughout the day, only to earn a few copper coins and gain minimal favor from some indigenous NPCs, barely managing to stave off hunger. Should this continue, sustaining a livelihood would become problematic, let alone pursuing mastery and the path of cultivation. To his astonishment, Blood Red Sunset discovered that the vast majority of players encountered very few elite or even ordinary NPCs. The most common NPCs they interacted with were gray-named ones, signifying ordinary natives devoid of any significant abilities. Numerous players have taken to the forums, expressing their envy and resentment, lamenting why others encounter NPCs that are either extraordinary or rare, at the very least elite. Yet, they themselves have yet to come across even a single mundane white NPC. Moreover, the intelligence exhibited by these NPCs is indeed remarkable. Each character possesses a unique identity and persona, Engaging with them necessitates shedding preconceived notions from previous gaming experiences and treating these NPCs as equals. Otherwise, players risk failing to trigger quests, or worse, facing adverse consequences. In an outrageous account, one player claimed that a friend of theirs was lured by an NPC into a secluded ravine, where he was sold to a gaunt, cloaked figure. This sinister figure confined him to a dark room, feeding him a few sugary balls before forcing him to consume a repugnant concoction of foul-smelling broth. Subsequently, he was overwhelmed by a torturous sensation of pain and itchiness, leading him to groan in agony. Seizing the moment, the cloaked figure brutally opened his abdomen, extracting 5 writhing worms from his innards, each coated in mucus and blood, squirming violently upon their extraction. The horrifying scene left onlookers aghast, both terrifying and nauseating. Most chillingly, the player remained conscious throughout the ordeal, a helpless witness to the grotesque spectacle. Eventually, he was forcibly disconnected from the game, losing consciousness in the real world. After being rushed to the hospital and revived, he emerged awake but mentally scarred, convinced that his body was teeming with worms, often attempting to slice open his flesh to inspect for these imagined parasites. A multitude of players felt a mix of indignation, fury, and dread. Several banded together to report the game and the Eternal Group, but their efforts were thwarted as they had signed a contract prior to gameplay. The terms stipulated that any unforeseen incidents occurring within the game were not the responsibility of the Eternal Group and would be borne by the players themselves. Consequently, the matter was ultimately left unresolved. The harrowing experiences of these players left Bloodied Sunset both astonished and relieved. He was astonished by the game's unervingly high level of realism, which bordered on the abnormal. Yet, he felt fortunate, having begun his journey with a nightmarish quest and establishing rapport with high-level NPCs. Clenching his fists, he resolved that if he could trigger additional quests from the esteemed Qingshu Daoist, even mundane ones, the rewards would be sufficient to procure a gaming headset for Xiao Ku. Perhaps his aspiration to become a cultivator would hinge upon Qingshu Daoist, thus he must cling tightly to this pivotal ally. It is a universally acknowledged truth among players that only through high-level NPCs can they access advanced quests and reap greater rewards. As night deepened, players hailing from Qingshui Town concluded their day's endeavors, opting to log out and temporarily vacate the gaming realm. Despite a full day's labor, most were left with trivial tasks, such as fetching water for Aunt's son, helping Qin Xiaoqi locate a lost dog, or mopping the floor for the innkeeper's assistant. However, due to the game's remarkable realism, players often find themselves enveloped in a wondrous sensation of traversing into an ancient world. Except for a select few who indulge in the extravagant act of paying for lodging at inns, the majority of players, lacking in resources, must reluctantly select a seemingly safe spot in the streets to log off. Naturally, even in the act of logging off, their physical forms do not vanish. Instead, they lie still in place, resembling a group of homeless individuals, abandoned on the streets. When they log back in the following morning, they awaken to embrace a new day. From atop a certain rooftop, Liu observes the players' actions with a contemplative gaze, taking in the entirety of their endeavors. In comparison to the indigenous inhabitants of the Dry Earth realm, players possess a considerable advantage in cultivation. This is a capability bestowed upon them by the game, Eternal Path. As long as they engage with the text of cultivation techniques, they swiftly transform into practitioners. Furthermore, with the assistance of the game system, once they embark on their cultivation journey, most players will surpass the average threshold, displaying astonishing talent for cultivation and an extraordinary pace of advancement. Chapter 31. The New Task Bait. At present, these players may appear inconspicuous, yet in the days to come, once they have matured, they will undoubtedly transform. Naturally, every advantage comes with its drawbacks, a truth that Liu comprehends fully. Although the players have gained numerous benefits in their cultivation through Eternal Path, they have simultaneously forfeited certain elements. Initially, the consequences may not be apparent, but as time progresses, the disadvantages will gradually reveal themselves. Moreover, these players are currently impoverished and lack any substantial resources to exploit. It would be prudent to wait until they evolve into cultivators, at which point they will possess the qualifications for Liu to utilize their potential. After a considerable time, a gust of wind swept by, causing Liu's figure to vanish without a trace. In the ensuing days, many players expressed their grievances. The game proved excessively challenging. Countless players toiled for several days only to accumulate a meager sum of coins. Some even struggled with inconsistent meals, at times going hungry within the game. A state that seemed utterly unbelievable. The crux of the matter lay in the player's utter confusion regarding how to obtain cultivation scriptures and transition into cultivators. They truly experienced the arduous process of changing classes. In contrast, Blood-Red Sunset found himself in a much more fortunate position, having successfully allied himself with a formidable patron. The very next day, he boldly approached the residence of the Green Fish Taoist, shamelessly seeking to assist with trivial tasks. To his astonishment, the Green Fish Taoist did not refuse him. Upon entering the courtyard, he discovered not only the Taoist, but also a venerable old woman with snow-white hair. Her face was lined with wrinkles, her demeanor gentle and amiable, yet her eyes exhibited an abnormal grayish hue, as if shrouded in a veil of gloom. This was a blind elder, and her relationship with the Green Fish Taoist appeared to be quite significant. Blood-Red Sunset endeavored to assist her by sweeping the ground, washing clothes, and tending the garden, diligently performing various chores without an ounce of laziness, transforming the entire courtyard into a pristine haven. After several days of such industriousness, the Green Fish Taoist's attitude indeed softened, even granting him permission to reside there. Of course, this privilege came with the condition that he must care for the elder and maintain the cleanliness of the premises. Nevertheless, Blood-Red Sunset was profoundly delighted. It was worth noting that most players were still enduring the hardship of sleeping on the streets. The possession of a stable abode would undoubtedly elicit envy from many. Furthermore, this arrangement signified a deepening relationship with the Green Fish Taoist, allowing for daily interactions. What could possibly hinder him from receiving quests? Of course, after several days of gnawing on dry rations, some players, driven by ulterior motives, began to target the gray-named NPCs. However, such actions were evidently self-destructive. Though they may have reaped insignificant gains, they inevitably drew the attention of the local authorities. Thus, those players found themselves in dire straits. Some were imprisoned, while others were ruthlessly slain, and even upon resurrection, they faced the relentless pursuit of the authorities. Such tribulations bore little relevance to the Blood-Red Dusk, for he was preoccupied, his attention wholly captivated by a singular fowl. This chicken resided within the coop at the southeastern corner of the courtyard. As he gazed upon it, information regarding this peculiar creature materialized before him. Evil-dispelling purple-crested chicken. Rank. First-tier description. A spirit chicken that has awakened a fragment of its bloodline powers. Do not underestimate it, nor provoke it, lest it peck your skull to pieces. Danger level. Highly dangerous. This rooster, bearing a copper-green name, heralded each dawn with a resounding crow. It would then perch upon the eaves, basking in the sunlight and absorbing the essence of the sun. Indeed, this was a bronze elite boss. Truly, it was a worthy ally for the Blood-Red Dusk. Even a pet chicken proved to be a rare bronze boss. Blood-Red Dusk felt increasingly justified in his decision to cling to such a formidable figure. On this day, as the sun's rays intensified, the evil-dispelling purple-crested chicken concluded its morning rituals and leapt down from the rooftop. With a glance that dripped with disdain and contempt, it regarded him, instilling within him the sensation of being looked down upon by a superior. Surely, he thought, I cannot be mistaken. I have just been scorned by a mere chicken. Blood-Red Dusk rubbed his eyes vigorously, assuring himself of his vision, while his lips twitched in disbelief. This chicken had surely transcended its ordinary nature. Yet, this was not the crux of his plight. The most lamentable truth was that he could not defeat this chicken. Without hesitation, he activated the recording function to capture the moment. As a seasoned professional player, Blood-Red Dusk keenly recognized that this was the early game phase, where many players struggled to secure their daily sustenance, and anything pertaining to the extraordinary would undoubtedly attract widespread attention. The information about this chicken was clearly a compelling subject. Once uploaded to the official forum, it would surely ignite a flurry of discussion. Official regulations stipulated that posts made by players could yield rewards. The greater the engagement, the more lucrative the returns. While Blood-Red Dusk was not affiliated with a professional studio, the prospect of earning some extra income was too enticing to ignore. He resolved to gather ample material before seeking assistance from a studio for editing, followed by uploading it to the forum. Days passed in a monotonous blur until one fateful evening. Blood-Red Dusk finally received the coveted quest he had longed for. Bait. Quest description. The enigmatic Qingyu Taoist has taken a keen interest in the peculiar girl. He requires you to serve as bait to draw her out. Thus your task is straightforward. Be a competent tool. It is worth noting that this quest is notably perilous, and you may choose to decline. Quest level. Difficult. Quest reward. Unknown. At last, the quest had arrived. Blood-Red Dusk felt invigorated, although this task was merely classified as difficult. It paled in comparison to the nightmarish search for the Chulong's Remnant Jade. However, in contrast to the aimless search for the Chulong's Remnant Jade, this quest appeared to be of a relatively lower difficulty, with a higher likelihood of successful completion. As he joyfully followed the Qingyu Daoist out the door, Blood-Red Twilight noticed a considerable number of players in the vicinity. Upon seeing the gate open, these players, both intentionally and unintentionally, cast their gazes in that direction. The dwelling of the Qingyu Daoist was not a secret. It had been widely disseminated on the forum days prior. Clearly, these individuals were drawn here by the influence of posts on the official forum, captivated by the allure of the Qingyu Daoist. In the early stages of the game, the significance of a high-ranking NPC to novice players is self-evident. No one is foolish, although none dared to intrude recklessly. A notable number of players had been frequenting the area lately, hoping for the serendipitous encounter with the Qingyu Daoist in hopes of triggering a quest. Among them were local players, but many had traveled from distant lands. Blood-Red Twilight also spotted two familiar figures within the crowd. One was Shui by Momo, and the other, a strikingly handsome young man, identifiable by his ID, Qianli Jiangling. Blood-Red Twilight's gaze grew complicated upon recognizing him. Indeed, it was Qianli Jiangling. He was an old friend. Unfortunately, since the closure of the Legend of the Gods, they had not seen each other again, and he never expected to reunite with him in Eternity of the Great Way. Qianli Jiangling also recognized him and offered a slight nod, a gesture of greeting. At that moment, Shui by Momo sent him a message, suggesting they meet outside the town at the hour of the dog. He understood that the true invitation for their meeting came not from Shui by Momo, but rather from Qianli Jiangling. Chapter 32, The Unparalleled NPC versus the Cherished Boss. Upon witnessing the blood-colored sunset following closely behind the Qingyu Daoist, the other players were taken aback. They cast glances filled with astonishment, curiosity, envy, and jealousy. To be in the esteemed company of the Qingyu Daoist, it was evident that this individual must have significantly elevated his favorability with the Daoist. Li Yu cast a fleeting glance at the surrounding players, his gaze lingering momentarily on Qianli Jiangling, yet he dismissed it without concern. He was well aware of the intentions of these players for being present in this location. However, he had more pressing matters at hand and no time to engage with them. After departing from Qishui town, Li Yu activated his escape light, leading the blood-colored sunset to the vicinity of Niujiao Mountain. At Li Yu's indication, the blood-colored sunset ventured alone towards the base of Niujiao Mountain. Meanwhile, Li Yu conjured a mass of black mist in his hand, which writhed and coalesced into a black treasure mirror. This ancient mirror was adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns, and peculiarly, its surface shimmered with a smooth, silvery sheen, gentle as water. This was none other than the Taiyin Baojian, a divine technique recorded in the Ruo Shuijing. The black treasure mirror exhaled a cloud of gray mist that enveloped Li Yu, causing the surrounding space to ripple slightly, akin to ripples on water. In the next moment, Li Yu's figure astonishingly vanished into thin air. The Taiyin Baojian possessed remarkable subtleties, offering functions of concealment, defense, and offense, making it immensely practical. Li Yu's decision to cultivate this technique was deliberate, as it provided a remedy for his deficiencies in these areas. In the distance, several players arrived upon hearing the news. Upon realizing that only the blood-colored sunset stood alone, they were bewildered. Where was the person? Wasn't the Qingyu Daoist supposed to be present as well? Why was he nowhere to be found? Nevertheless, they were somewhat cautious, refraining from approaching, fearing they might disrupt some plan of the Daoist. Offending such a formidable figure would leave them with nowhere to lament their misfortune. Many chose to send private messages to the blood-colored sunset, requesting to befriend him and inquiring about the purpose of the Qingyu Daoist visit. In response to these messages, the blood-colored sunset decisively silenced all notifications, blocking them out entirely. He was engaged in a quest and had no time to entertain these distractions. For over half an hour, the blood-colored sunset wandered beneath Niujiao Mountain without a sign of the enigmatic girl. Just as doubts began to creep in about the potential failure of this bait mission, a flicker of light caught his attention, revealing a slender figure before him. Upon closer inspection, it was a barefoot girl clad in a simple skirt. Her expression was vacant, with eyes devoid of color, emanating an unsettling aura as she fixated on him. The enigmatic girl had finally made her appearance. The blood-colored sunset's pupils contracted, and he instinctively took a few steps back. The impression left by this strange girl was too profound. Even the thought of her now sent shivers down his spine. Witnessing her emergence, the distant players erupted in a cacophony of startled exclamations, taken aback by the sight. As time progressed, Discussions regarding the enigmatic girl on the forum gained unprecedented momentum, with many players exhibiting a unified sentiment of both vigilance and dread towards this mysterious and perilous silver boss. It dawned on numerous individuals that the Taoist of the Blue Fish was likely drawn here because of this peculiar girl. This realization sparked a surge of excitement among them. The prospect of an unparalleled NPC confronting a rare boss was exhilarating. Observing the enigmatic girl standing still, seemingly indifferent, Blood-Red Dusk was momentarily taken aback, confused by her intentions. However, it wasn't long before he sensed something amiss. Abruptly rolling up his sleeve, he discovered that the blood mark on his arm had inexplicably sprouted countless fine blood threads, akin to living entities, crawling across his body. Simultaneously, a chilling aura surged through his arm, directly invading his heart and mind. Blood-Red Dusk was seized with terror as a tightness gripped his chest. Soon, he felt his body growing numb, gradually losing sensation, while his consciousness began to blur. An icy, merciless awareness emerged from an unknown source, slowly usurping his original self. His exterior underwent a horrifying transformation. The flesh on his body lost its luster, visibly shriveling and adhering closely to his bones. The blood on his surface twisted and writhed, morphing into bizarre crimson patterns. At that moment, a vivid azure sword light abruptly manifested, slicing through the void like a ribbon, aimed directly at the enigmatic girl. This sword light resembled a sinuous spirit serpent, its trajectory both agile and swift, embodying an indescribable sharpness. The enigmatic girl had no time to react and was cleaved in two by the sword light, her form evenly bisected. Remarkably, the girl did not perish. Instead, she emitted a piercing shriek, a sound so haunting and jarring that it defied description. Amidst her anguished cries, the two halves of her body rejoined, with countless tendrils of flesh connecting at the cut, writhing rapidly as if they would soon restore her to wholeness. In the distance, numerous players displayed expressions of agony, hastily covering their ears. Yet the scream penetrated their minds with unwavering clarity. Some individuals even noticed traces of blood seeping from their ears. What on earth? Many players, both astonished and terrified, fled in panic. Despite the considerable distance, the enigmatic girl's cry had somehow inflicted harm upon them. It was utterly bewildering. Was a rare boss truly this powerful? If the enigmatic girl was so formidable and yet suffered such a crushing defeat against the Taoist of the Blue Fish, the latter's depth of strength was evidently more unfathomable. Players had previously held little comprehension of the combat capabilities of entities like the enigmatic girl and the Taoist, but now they grasped the sheer terror of their abilities. Following the successful ambush, Li Yu appeared at an opportune moment, not far away. Under his command, the sword light danced gracefully, akin to a swallow skimming the water, effortlessly descending upon the enigmatic girl's almost healed form. The fierce sword light reduced her body to a mere puddle of flesh, scattering across the ground. Despite having fallen into such a dire predicament, this mass of flesh continues to writhe, seemingly attempting to coalesce, presenting a sight both horrifying and repulsive. From Li Yu's current perspective, although the aura emanating from this bizarre girl is indeed eerie and ominous, it merely reflects a commonplace innate vitality in terms of power hierarchy. While she may pose an insurmountable challenge to the other players, to him, she is but a trivial threat. The sole aspect that incites his wariness is the presence of an extraordinarily sinister and chilling essence lurking within this heap of dismembered flesh, causing the blood blisters on his arm to pulse uncontrollably, and even the CLA by Shiryu struggles to contain it. Chapter 33. The Corpse Bride. The curse of the Blood Sun erupted at last. His eyes bulged, pupils constricted to mere pinpoints, and the surface of his irises was veined with crimson. His skin and muscles clung tightly to his bones, glistening with an oily sheen akin to black iron. His fingers sharpened, resembling a series of razor-like files that glimmered with a chilling light. He appeared ferocious and savage, a monstrous aberration stripped of humanity, charging madly towards Li Yu. Without a glance in his direction, Li Yu flicked his fingers, releasing a slender sword sheath that pierced through the center of the Blood Sun's brow with a soft thud. He then turned his palm and retrieved the golden flame mirror, summoning it with a flourish. Under Li Yu's command, the mirror's surface shone with a rich, dazzling golden light, radiant and blinding, as if it were molten liquid gold. The searing golden light coalesced, transforming into a magnificent and resplendent sunbeam of demonic annihilation, striking the mass of flesh. Sizzle, sizzle. Under the relentless illumination of the blazing sunbeam, the grotesque mass of flesh emitted black smoke and produced strange sounds reminiscent of insects chirping. The golden flame mirror, a fire-attributed spiritual artifact, possessed the power to vanquish evil. Previously, Li Yu relied heavily on its inherent strength, but now, having attained innate fetal breathing, his cultivation had surged tenfold. Thus, the power of the sunbeam of demonic annihilation soared correspondingly, even though this mass of flesh was an eerie amalgamation. Imbued with some peculiar force, it was still reduced to ashes. Suddenly, a blend of white and crimson light burst forth from the ashes. It was a delicately crafted jade hairpin, exquisite and lustrous, resembling mutton-fat jade, clearly sculpted from the finest material. Within the hairpin, blood vessels crisscrossed like dark red veins, exuding a profound and sinister aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The hairpin darted away with astonishing speed, traversing several dozen feet in an instant, heading straight into the depths of Oxhorn Mountain. Clang! Liu had anticipated this. His sharp sword light spiraled and precisely struck the jade hairpin, producing a crisp sound of impact. The flying sword, which he named the Green Serpent, was no ordinary blade. After being refined with the essence of soft waters, it had become unparalleled in sharpness and formidable in power, rivaling any common spiritual artifact. Failing to strike it down with the first blow, the azure sword light whirled again, cleaving the hairpin once more. Crack! The hairpin shattered, and the peculiar malevolent aura within it dissipated, extinguished by the pure and sharp intent of the azure sword. Simultaneously, as the hairpin fractured, Liu felt as though the curse of the blood boil on his arm had lost its essence. With a surge of soft water true chi, he expelled it entirely from his body, transforming it into a bizarre crimson, sinister mist that gradually dispersed into the air. It turned out that the source of the blood boil curse was indeed this jade hairpin, capable of conjuring such a bizarre entity as the strange maiden. This hairpin was undoubtedly a sinister artifact. Liu suddenly began to comprehend why many individuals in his previous life were unable to rid themselves of the blood boil curse after succumbing to it. Much like a grand tree, even if its branches and leaves are pruned away, as long as the roots and trunk remain intact, it will soon sprout anew. This jade hairpin was the very source of the blood boil curse. Unless the root was eradicated, even if the curse itself were to be dispelled, it would inevitably resurface due to some inexplicable connection. As for what constitutes a strange artifact, it differs fundamentally from a magical instrument. Magical instruments are painstakingly crafted by cultivators from various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, possessing varying degrees of power and efficacy. In other words, they are human-made objects. Conversely, strange artifacts are typically tainted by certain forces and often exhibit inexplicable powers. For instance, the peculiar girl whom Liu had slain, who was cleaved in two by his sword and even reduced to a pulpy mass, still managed to restore herself completely, indicating she possessed a degree of immortality. It is likely that this strange girl had inadvertently acquired the jade hairpin and was contaminated by the power within it, thus becoming bizarre. Fortunately, Liu had chosen an opportune moment. The strange girl had likely possessed the hairpin for a limited time. Otherwise, after 3 to 5 years, she would have proven far more formidable. At that moment, Liu furrowed his brow, seemingly sensing something amiss. He rolled up his sleeve and discovered that although the previously foot-long centipede-like blood streak on his arm had vanished, a single crimson thread, no thicker than a strand of hair, still coiled around it. Why did the blood boil curse persist? His gaze sharpened, and confusion engulfed his heart. Could it be? Liu's mind briefly entertained a rather absurd notion. Was the jade hairpin not the root of the blood boil curse after all? An ominous premonition gripped him. For reasons unknown, Liu recalled the recurring nightmares he had experienced. Those nightmares were peculiar, each time transporting him to a room, a strange bridal chamber. The entire setting was dark and foreboding, subtly tinged with an ominous blood hue, as if shrouded in a veil of mist. Beside the bed sat a woman whose features were indistinguishable. Her head was covered with a scarlet veil, and she donned a vibrant red bridal gown, with golden embroidered red shoes adorning her feet, appearing hazy and dreamlike. The room was suffused with a chilling and fearful aura. This nightmare was exceedingly bizarre, and even Liu could not fathom the connection between the blood boil curse and this haunting vision. It now seemed evident that the blood boil curse likely had a more profound origin. The red veil, the red bridal gown, the red embroidered shoes. Liu muttered to himself as fragmented memories surged forth from the depths of his mind, conjuring a terrifying image. The sky was dim and gloomy, devoid of sun or moon, as a long procession of wedding guests traversed the path. Bearers, matchmakers, and handmaidens were abundant, with musicians ahead banging gongs and beating drums, each face painted with rouge, revealing stiff and wooden smiles. Amidst the jubilant clamor of the gongs and drums lay a sinister and eerie atmosphere. In the palanquin sat a figure shrouded in a red veil, adorned in a scarlet wedding gown. Her crossed hands appeared withered, as if drained of vitality. presenting a disconcerting shade of dark purple, while her elongated, sharp red nails seemed to drip with blood. Liu inhaled sharply, his lips twitching slightly. Heavenly Lord. Could this blood curse be connected to that legendary figure? During the peak of the enigmatic maiden's notoriety in his previous life, countless mortal cultivators had perished at her hands. And she had even annihilated several foundational cultivators, grievously wounding a fourth-tier celestial being. However, the realm of the uncanny was not uniform. As the game progressed towards its climax, the calamity of the strange demons intensified, and certain death zones within the Earth's realm began to awaken, with horrifying entities emerging from their slumber. Among these was a terrifying existence referred to as the Corpse Bride. This formidable being was said to be so fearsome that even the likes of primordial spirit Earth immortals had fallen to her. Red embroidered shoes, red wedding attire, red embroidered shoes, and this jade hairpin. Damn it, I should have realized it sooner. Li Yu's expression fluctuated between despair and determination as he discreetly concealed his sleeves. Chapter 34. A Grand Gesture, the Art of Qi Cultivation. The body of the blood-red setting sun gradually faded, and he was resurrected, reappearing not far away. At this moment, all traces of the blood plague curse and negative states had vanished, and he was restored to the condition he was in upon first arrival. He hurriedly approached. But upon seeing the exceptionally grim expression on the face of the Qingyu Taoist, his heart sank, suspecting that he might have failed his mission. Liu let out a soft sigh. Well, there will surely be a way when the cart reaches the mountain. Overthinking is futile. For now, it is most crucial for me to enhance my strength. I shall take one step at a time. He collected his thoughts and glanced at the blood-red setting sun. Raising his hand to point, a beam of white light merging into his brow. He spoke softly. You are commendable, though somewhat lacking in strength. This is a reward from this humble Taoist. Should you have any questions, feel free to inquire. Ding. A notification sound echoed by the ears of the blood-red setting sun. Bait, mission complete. Reward, Art of Qi Cultivation. Art of Qi Cultivation rank. Exquisite quality. Description, a rare tome of Tao, crafted by an ancient cultivator. This tome directly addresses the innate, aiming to refine pure innate Qi, nourish the organs and blood vessels, and temper the body. It can facilitate a rebirth, dispelling chronic ailments, and possesses certain longevity effects. The reward for this mission was unexpectedly an exquisite level tome. The eyes of the blood-red setting sun widened in astonishment, followed by a surge of joy. What a grand gesture. At this moment, the vast majority of players were likely toiling daily to make ends meet within the game, with precious few having access to the path of cultivation. Yet he had already acquired a cultivation tome, and one of exquisite quality no less. This was indisputably a remarkable boon. With this alone, he had already outpaced millions of players. Truly an extraordinary NPC, lavish in his generosity. It seemed he had indeed latched onto a golden opportunity. If dying once could yield such benefits, he would even contemplate dying multiple times if it were possible. The game had been live for over 10 days now. During this time, the myriad of tedious and burdensome tasks had left them exhausted and disheartened. Their thirst for information pertaining to cultivators had reached a fervent peak. Liu's performance had not disappointed them, evoking their exclamations of exhilaration. However, upon noticing the surrounding players converging, he instinctively sensed trouble and wisely turned to leave. Disregarding the calls from the players behind him. In Eternal Tao, there was no mechanism for PK that would lead to a notorious reputation. He had just completed a mission and received a reward. To other players, that was akin to a succulent morsel, something everyone wished to partake in. Once targeted, dying would be a futile endeavor. Blood-red setting sun, profession, none. Realm, 0 stage. Root bone, 6, comprehension, 7, Tao heart, 3, talent evaluation, exceptional. Skill bar, Art of Qi Cultivation, unpracticed. Rank, exquisite quality. Introduction, an extraordinary tome of Tao, crafted by an ancient monk, directly addresses the primordial essence. Aiming to cultivate a pure form of innate vitality that nourishes the organs and meridians, refines the physical vessel, and facilitates a profound transformation, eliminating chronic ailments and potentially bestowing longevity. Equipment slot, none. After days of exploration, Blood-Red Twilight gradually comprehended that attributes such as root, comprehension, and Tao heart are talents assessed by the game system based on a player's physical constitution, intelligence, character, willpower, and various other data. Some players have speculated on the forum that each of these 3 talents can reach a maximum value of 10. As for talents exceeding 10, such capabilities are not typically possessed by ordinary individuals. Blood-Red Twilight eagerly clicked on the skill primordial Qi cultivation technique within the skill menu. Before him appeared a line of small text. Would you like to commence cultivation? Beneath were two options, yes and no. Without hesitation, Blood-Red Twilight clicked yes. Subsequently, a surge of information inundated his mind, encompassing the entirety of primordial chi cultivation technique. He was momentarily dazed by the influx of knowledge, but soon, to his astonishment, he realized he was remarkably familiar with the contents of this tome, as if he had perused it countless times and could recite it from memory. Before long, he sensed a faint breath within his body, barely discernible. With each inhalation and exhalation, this breath seemed to thicken ever so slightly. The sensation felt incredibly authentic. Blood-Red Twilight was astounded and roused from his seated position. He then guided the delicate flow of true chi through his meridians, finding the experience quite delightful. Just as he was about to continue his cultivation, a chime sounded from the system, followed by the unmistakable clinking of coins nearby. To his astonishment, Blood-Red Twilight discovered that someone had directly sent a substantial sum of 888 coins to his personal game account. How extravagant! Are the wealthy truly this reckless? Can they mistakenly send a nearly 10,000 coin red envelope? However, he soon realized that the sender had not erred, as a message accompanied the red envelope. Friend, I need to discuss something with you. Let us add each other. Upon examining the ID, he recognized it belonged to a certain Lanling Baixiaoxing. Blood-Red Twilight recalled that earlier in the day, he had blocked numerous private messages from individuals seeking to add him as a friend. Aside from his sole friend, Shuibai Momo, he had been unable to see any other messages. He felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the sender's intentions and found the ID somewhat familiar. As if he had heard it mentioned before. This individual was a well-known figure in the gaming community, not renowned for technical prowess, but for other talents. He specialized in uncovering game bugs, trends, and engaging with other players, utilizing these insights to provide commentary, promotion, and strategy releases for the game, thereby garnering significant attention. Behind him was a legitimate studio. Consequently, this individual frequently collaborates with various gaming companies and live streaming platforms, amassing substantial profits. Chapter 35, An Unfathomable Proposition. After some contemplation, Blood-Red Dusk decided to add the other party as a friend. Soon, a message arrived, beginning with a self-introduction before swiftly delving into the matter at hand. Essentially, it conveyed that the sender had heard about Blood-Red Dusk's frequent interactions with the legendary NPC, Qingshu Daoist, and sought a collaboration. The proposal entailed that he would provide various materials, such as photographs and dual videos featuring Qingshu Daoist, which would then be publicized and narrated by Lanling Baixiaoxing. Should these materials garner significant attention, Lanling Baixiaoxing would reward him generously. Moreover, this endeavor would neither involve his quest narrative with Qingshu Daoist nor adversely affect the NPC's fondness towards him. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. The image of his sister, confined to a wheelchair, flashed through his mind. Without much hesitation, Blood-Red Dusk acquiesced. His sister's condition could not afford any delay. She urgently required treatment through active gene therapy. Without it, her leg muscles would deteriorate further, potentially leading to necrosis. However, each vial of active gene serum cost no less than 100,000, and one vial might not suffice. Thus, Blood-Red Dusk understood he must earn a substantial amount of money. After all, these materials were merely inconsequential videos and photographs, devoid of any secrets or privacy pertaining to Qingshu Daoist. Monetizing them posed no ethical dilemma. Besides, he had previously entertained similar thoughts and had even captured images and videos of the purple-crowned chicken. Today, he had also recorded the footage of Qingshu Daoist defeating the enigmatic maiden. Now that Lanling Baixiaoxing had proactively sought him out for collaboration, it aligned perfectly with his intentions. He would only need to provide the materials, sparing him from further concerns, thus allowing him more time to explore the game. It was truly a win-win situation. After discussing the pertinent details, Blood-Red Dusk transferred all previously captured videos and photographs to the other party. Lanling Baixiaoxing was elated, feeling that the red envelope he had sent was indeed worthwhile. As their conversation concluded, Blood-Red Dusk stood up, exited the courtyard, and made his way to the outskirts of Qingshui town for their rendezvous. Upon arriving at the woods outside the town, he noticed not only the familiar figures of Shuibai Momo and Qinli Jiangling, but also several others. Observing their positions and demeanor, he surmised that these individuals were aligned with Qinli Jiangling, seemingly members of the Rising Sun Studio. Zanyang, long time no see. How have you been? Qinli Jiangling greeted him with a smile. Quite well, Blood-Red Dusk replied with a faint smile. If there's something to discuss, please be direct. I've been rather busy lately. Previously, They had shared a cordial friendship, but that camaraderie had dissipated following a betrayal on Qianli Jiangling's part, although it had transpired within the realm of a virtual game. Betrayal remained betrayal, and he could not feign ignorance as if nothing had occurred while conversing amicably with someone who had once wronged him. Qianli Jiangling raised an eyebrow, and before he could respond, a player with the ID Wolf Taro expressed discontent. "Hey kid, speak with a bit more respect." Qianli Jiangling raised his hand to halt him, gazing at the crimson dusk, and remarked with a smile, "Time has passed for so long. I never imagined you would still be haunted by that matter. Truth be told, I too have my own grievances regarding it, but ultimately, I was in the wrong, and I owe you an apology." "There is no need for an apology," the crimson dusk replied, shaking his head. "The matter has lingered for far too long. Discussing it now serves no purpose. Henceforth, let us each follow our own paths." "With that," he inquired, "what brings you to seek me?" Noticing the crimson dusk's reluctance to delve further into the past, Qianli Jiangling shifted the conversation to more pressing matters. "Having interacted with the Qingyu Daoist for quite some time, what is your assessment of this esteemed NPC?" The crimson dusk cast a glance at him, puzzled by the nature of the question. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered a few words. "Profoundly unfathomable." "Profoundly unfathomable?" Qianli Jiangling furrowed his brow and asked, "What leads you to that conclusion?" "I witnessed firsthand his confrontation with the enigmatic maiden." The maiden, a silver boss, was swiftly dispatched by the Qingyu Daoist in just a few exchanges. "You must have seen this during the day. I myself fell victim to him as well." After a moment's hesitation, the crimson dusk continued. "There is one more thing he has not disclosed. I sense that the Qingyu Daoist's demeanor towards players differs significantly from that of other NPCs, as though he possesses a profound understanding of them. He observes players' ability to die and resurrect without displaying the shock typical of other NPCs. Additionally, the true identity and background of the Qingyu Daoist remain a mystery." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the members of the Shuri studio, where he detected an unusual aura emanating from a charming female player with an apple-shaped face. Startled, the crimson dusk exclaimed, "A cultivator? It seems that someone in your studio has acquired the scripture of cultivation and successfully changed their class." He couldn't help but express his astonishment. His own acquisition of the scripture had been a stroke of luck. Having encountered the Qingyu Daoist and subsequently undergoing various trials before accepting the bait mission. To fulfill this task, he had paid a considerable price. Such fortuity was irreplicable, surpassing the vast majority of players. Yet, he had not anticipated that these studio players were equally skilled, managing to obtain the scripture as well. Qianli Jiangling displayed a hint of helplessness on his face, shaking his head as he remarked, "It is not as simple as you imagine. To secure this apprenticeship opportunity, we expended significant resources and time, ultimately locating a common NPC which in a remote village. Following several tasks, we gained her trust, allowing Pao Pao to become her disciple. Moreover, this which only accepts female disciples, rejecting all male aspirants. The chasm between ordinary NPCs and extraordinary ones is vast, akin to the gulf between refuse and treasure. They are worlds apart. If gaining the favor of an ordinary NPC is so challenging, it goes without saying that securing a master like the Qingyu Daoist, an extraordinary NPC, is a feat beyond what current players can achieve. Wait. Upon reaching this point, Qianli Jiangling felt a sudden jolt in his heart and swiftly grasped the situation. Casting a clear gaze towards the crimson setting sun, "You have also acquired the sacred texts and become a practitioner?" "Indeed," replied the crimson setting sun with a nod. Qianli Jiangling's heart was anything but tranquil. The expressions of the other members of the studio mirrored astonishment, a blend of envy and jealousy. These individuals had toiled for a considerable time to elevate a single player to the status of a practitioner. Yet, the crimson setting sun, operating alone, had managed to achieve this remarkable feat, which was truly impressive. Perhaps associating with a high-level NPC like Qingyu Daoist indeed promised significant prospects? This thought flickered through their minds. Qianli Jiangling's resolve grew ever stronger, and he boldly articulated his intention. "Crimson Sun, how about we collaborate?" Chapter 36, Relentless Rejection. "Ah?" Blood-colored Twilight smiled faintly, pondering the nature of their potential collaboration, yet felt a twinge of skepticism within. Previously, he had held a rather favorable impression of Qianli Jiangling. However, ever since that incident when he suffered a significant setback, he had undergone a profound awakening. For individuals of such a nature, if he possessed the capability, collaboration was indeed feasible. Yet, it was imperative to underscore one crucial point. Dealings with such individuals must be rooted solely in profit, devoid of any emotional entanglements. Pausing momentarily, Qianli Zhongling regarded him and stated, "You frequently interact with the Qingyu Daoist. You should be able to procure detailed intelligence regarding the zombie cave. In that case, with your information and my manpower, we could effectively collaborate to accomplish the task of searching for the remnants of the Chulong." Recently, numerous players have been lingering around the residence of the Qingyu Daoist, gradually undertaking the searching for the remnants of the Chulong quest, exploring the zombie cave. However, they have all met with failure in the end. Players discovered that the zombie cave is rife with vengeful spirits and malevolent entities, with walking corpses and sinister creatures roaming freely. The odds of any common individual becoming a practitioner amidst such turmoil are exceedingly slim, 1 in 100 at best. Ordinary people are utterly defenseless against these supernatural forces. Indeed, a nightmare-level task is not easily accomplished. Yet, should it be completed, the rewards would undoubtedly be immensely generous. This is a truth known to all players. Qianli Zhongling, filled with ambition, aspired to carve out a niche for himself within the professional sphere. Upon learning that numerous conglomerates, gaming guilds, and elite studios from the real world had dispatched personnel into the game, he recognized that his opportunity had arrived. The Eternal Path is a game issued by the federal government in conjunction with the Eternal Group, with a robust and formidable background. Moreover, the substantial investment and presence of these conglomerates, guilds, and studios must stem from significant motivations. This game is unlike any other that has come before it. Thus, he was resolute that this game would undoubtedly achieve tremendous success. Partnering with Blood-Colored Twilight to undertake the nightmare-level task of searching for the remnants of the Chulong was merely the first step toward realizing his ambitions. Upon hearing Qianli Zhongling's words, Blood-Colored Twilight was momentarily taken aback, subsequently lapsing into silence. However, he understood more clearly than anyone else that he possessed an advantage over other players, his frequent interactions with the Qingyu Daoist. This alone afforded him a considerable edge. The rewards from the previous task, Bait, had already been substantial, and the rewards for a nightmare-level task warranted no further elaboration. Collaborating with others could never match the satisfaction of undertaking a task solo and reaping the entirety of the rewards. Just as Blood-Colored Twilight was about to decline, Qianli Zhongling seemed to perceive his intent, shaking his head and saying, "There is no need for you to rush to refuse. I can grant you some time to contemplate this proposition. As long as you agree to collaborate with us, irrespective of whether this task is ultimately successful, I shall transfer 50,000 federal coins to you in the name of our studio." Upon the completion of the task, a reward of 7,300 was promised. Should the reward be indivisible, it could be converted into federal coins based on value. As an old acquaintance, he was vaguely aware of Blood Red Sunset's circumstances and reality and understood the significance of this sum to him. Thus, he was confident that Blood Red Sunset would undoubtedly collaborate with him. The offered terms were indeed generous. To his surprise, Blood Red Sunset chuckled softly and declined outright. "However, I must refuse. Had he heard these conditions earlier, he might have been tempted. Yet, having recently forged an alliance with Lonling Baixiaoxing, he now possessed a relatively stable source of income and felt no need to compromise for mere money, especially considering their past grievances. Qianli Zhongling retracted his smile, casting a glance at him and nodding slightly. "Since you do not agree, let us consider this matter as never spoken of. Furthermore, there is another issue. Some players have already demonstrated that the martial arts manuals acquired can indeed be copied and traded, albeit currently limited to only the more rudimentary texts. Therefore, I find myself quite interested in your martial arts manual. Name your price." Without hesitation, Blood Red Sunset replied, "I'm afraid I do not intend to sell it." The Han Yuan Qi cultivation technique was a task reward bestowed upon him by the Qingyu Daoist. Regardless of whether it could be copied, he would not consider doing so. Selling this manual would risk the goodwill he had painstakingly cultivated with the Qingyu Daoist, an extraordinary NPC of immense wisdom and unfathomable skill, who also possessed numerous quests and hidden narratives to uncover. To act in such a manner would be tantamount to offending the Qingyu Daoist, akin to losing a watermelon while picking up a sesame seed. Such an action would be the height of folly. "Very well, Sunset, I must admit. You have earned my respect," Qianli Zhongling remarked, having faced repeated refusals. He nodded slightly, appearing neither surprised nor angered, yet his expression bore a hint of indifference. "You, on the other hand, remain unchanged." Blood Red Sunset chuckled lightly, responding nonchalantly with a parting remark, losing interest in further discourse, and turned to depart. Once Blood Red Sunset was out of sight, Wolf Tyrant complained, "Boss, why didn't we keep him here? The incomplete manuals from Pow Pow are useless for our training. But this lad's martial arts manual might well be in his possession. Qianli Jiaoling replied coldly, "This game, the Eternal Path, is unlike any previous online games. Slaying him would bring us no advantage, merely establishing a new enemy. Besides, he is now a cultivator. Should a conflict arise, we may not gain much. As for the manuals, they are not exclusive to him. We can undertake quests or purchase them from other players. The cost is merely a matter of some currency, which I can still afford." This time, I did not acquiesce to Qianli Jiaoling, and given his character, I fear I have already offended him. This individual possesses a brooding disposition and harbors a vengeful spirit. Henceforth, one must remain ever vigilant. Bloodred Dusk contemplated to himself. Nonetheless, he harbored no regrets. For the sake of the illustrious Master Qishu, what was a mere figure like Qianli Jiaoling? Qianli Jiaoling held considerable renown within the community, being a seasoned professional player, far beyond his current capabilities. Yet, at present, they all stood on equal footing, with even a slight edge in his favor. Bloodred Dusk was confident that he would not succumb to his rival. He believed that as long as he continued to delve into the narratives and quests associated with Master Qingshu, the insignificant Qianli Jiaoling would pose no threat, and eventually, he would find himself standing triumphantly over him. Perhaps he might even catch a glimpse of the esteemed throne held by the professional deities within the circle. Chapter 37, The Azure Dragon in the Sleeve. At dawn, during the hour of Qin, a miniature river, gleaming with a jade-like brilliance, spanned the air. This flowing water, agile as a dragon or serpent, curled and twisted rhythmically, absorbing the resplendent rays of sunlight. A mist enveloped the surroundings, and under the river's luminous glow, the courtyard was shrouded in a hazy ambience, teeming with vitality and vigor. In various corners of the yard, lush blades of grass had begun to sprout. Even a withered willow stump, long since severed, had miraculously produced several supple branches adorned with tender green buds. As the sun ascended higher, the warmth of its rays intensified, dispelling the tranquil gentleness of the early morning. This exquisite stream, composed of soft water essence, was absorbed by Li Yu into his stanchions. He then withdrew from his meditative state and glanced at the nearby blood-red sunset, who was grinning foolishly. Li Yu was all too aware of the reason behind this peculiar behavior, the photographs and videos of the evil-repelling purple-crowned chicken, along with the footage of Li Yu's duel with the enigmatic girl, had sparked fervent discussions online once posted on the forum. Even after more than half a month, the buzz surrounding them showed no signs of waning. This attention had certainly bestowed numerous advantages upon him. The blood-red sunset's elation was likely due to a substantial recent transfer he had received. However, he was unaware that Li Yu had initially permitted him to reside here as a convenient tool, intending to leverage him for insights into player activities and information. Achieving this was quite simple. Li Yu merely needed to inscribe a special magical mark on blood-red sunset, granting him awareness of all his endeavors, except, of course, those moments of private online chatting or forum browsing. After all, as a tool, one must possess utility or value. Without it, one is worse than useless. It had been an entire month since the player's arrival. Reflecting on the timeline, the fervor surrounding Li Yu on the official forum had significantly diminished. While he remained a rare high-level NPC in the eyes of many players, his popularity had undeniably waned, overtaken by other NPCs. The emergence of players had indeed stirred considerable excitement. The local forces within the Dry Earth realm were quite intrigued by these otherworldly visitors who could defy death, prompting them to seek contact, which in turn created numerous opportunities. Many players had already joined various sects or been taken under the wing of wandering NPCs, notably. A player named Azure Dragon in the Sleeve had experienced extraordinary fortune, being born in a region known as the Great Wilderness Ridge. By a twist of fate, he had become a disciple of the esteemed Golden Turtle Immortal. It was said that this remarkable figure was a legendary NPC of the Crimson Blood tier, surpassing Li Yu in both cultivation and template. Most astonishingly, this individual's master was none other than the formidable Greenwood deity of this realm. Such a fortuitous opportunity has certainly stirred envy and admiration among many players, their eyes ablaze with fervor. However, Li Yu was not taken aback. With over 80 million players, it was inevitable that some fortunate souls would emerge, serendipitously obtaining various opportunities and benefits. As for the disciple of the Azure Wood deity, Xiao Li Qinglong, being aligned with formidable figures like the Golden Turtle Immortal and the Azure Wood deity was undeniably a stroke of extraordinary luck. Yet, Li Yu was acutely aware that beings of the caliber of the Golden Turtle Immortal possessed profound wisdom, unfathomable depths. Much like a game of chess, Every move they made was imbued with purpose. Thus, whether such occurrences were blessings or curses remained uncertain. Nevertheless, for the players at this moment, it was akin to a pie falling from the heavens, a splendid boon. As for the Azure-Wood deity, Liu had indeed heard of this esteemed figure's renowned reputation. He was a supreme transcendent being, his cultivation reaching celestial heights. He stood shoulder to shoulder with the likes of the half-Buddha, Mani Saintus, corpse-abandoning ancestor, Xian Old Monster, and the Sunflower Grandmother, titans of this realm. These entities represented the pinnacle of existence, among the most formidable powers in this world. In the late stages of the previous game, such figures had also made their appearance. Liu had once caught a fleeting glimpse of one such powerhouse in action. With a single hand, they obscured the heavens, each finger resembling a colossal pillar, round and lustrous, stretching forth from thousands of miles away. They brought forth clouds and produced wonders, stirring the winds and manipulating the sun and moon. With a mere press, they effortlessly erased a time-honored sect of immortals, one that had persisted for millennia. Even the three exalted human immortals within that sect, despite exhausting all their might, could not so much as disturb a hair on that hand. Of course, for Liu in the present, the distance to such beings was still far too great to warrant excessive contemplation. Utilizing the memories of his past life, he had already begun to ascend the ranks of the Heavenly River sect. If he continued to tread steadfastly, step by step, perhaps one day he too might possess a sliver of a chance to become one of those exalted beings. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door disrupted the reverie of the blood-red setting sun, who had been transfixed on the account balance with drool nearly escaping. He glanced at the azure fish Taoist beside him, who stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing absently at a few sprigs of verdant willow branches protruding from a stump in the corner. The blood-red setting sun, ever perceptive, moved forward to open the door. Standing outside was a chubby young man with fair skin and an air of affluence, bearing the name Wang Defa atop his head. Clearly, he was a player. Greetings. Brother Setting Sunday. I have come to pay my respects to Taoist Qingyu. I kindly ask you to announce my arrival. Wang Defa greeted with a beaming smile, his demeanor exceedingly polite. To be candid, this little chub was not unattractive. Aside from having slightly small eyes, he appeared reasonably pleasant. Yet, for reasons unknown, the blood-red setting sun found the young man to exude a rather shifty air, especially as his eyes darted about, imparting an inexplicable sense of lewdness. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, the blood-red setting sun maintained a fa of composure, stepping aside to grant passage. Taoist Qingyu is in the courtyard. Please enter. Thank you, Wang Defa grinned, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. Upon entering the courtyard, Wang Defa's eyes brightened upon seeing the Qingshu Taoist with his back turned. He promptly clasped his hands in salute, exclaiming, Junior Wang Defa pays his respects to Taoist Qingshu. Ah, it is you, Liu remarked, turning around with an air of indifference. What brings you to see me? Have you perhaps found the item? This rotund man had once been a fairly renowned professional player in his previous life, having acquired the legacy of the Thieves' Guild. His demeanor was lewd and lascivious, marked by a treacherous and insatiable greed. He styled himself as the Saint of Thieves, yet in the eyes of many players, he was merely a troublemaker, akin to a fly in the ointment. Even in the later stages of the game, he remained quite active, flitting about with fervor. Indeed, to maintain such activity from the early to the later phases of the game was no small feat a fortnight prior, for reasons unknown. Wang Defa sought out Liu and accepted the quest titled Searching for the Remnant Jade of the Qilong. This rotund fellow was notorious for his reluctance to engage unless he had a significant purpose. Thus, his visit today certainly indicated a matter of importance. With a sly grin, Wang Defa flipped his hand, revealing a delicate shard of pristine white jade resting in his palm. Junior has not failed in his duty. Yesterday, I successfully acquired this jade. Chapter 38. Subsequent Tasks. Beside him, the blood-red setting sun nearly bulged its eyes upon seeing the remnants of the Qilong. What in the world? Who was this rotund fellow? Numerous players had scoured the zombie cave repeatedly, perishing time and again without any leads, yet this portly man had managed to snatch it away. If word of this got out, the players who had suffered significant losses would surely be inclined to devour him whole. Even the blood-red setting sun itself contemplated extracting some useful information from Qingyu Daoren, planning a visit to the zombie cave in a few days. After all, this was a nightmare-level quest, and the rewards were bound to be substantial. Who wouldn't be tempted? He was no exception. Yet now, the task had been preemptively seized by someone else. His plans lay shattered. Indeed, it was the Qilong remnants that had been lost by the Taoist. Liu reached out, and the shattered jade was drawn into his hand. After a moment of appraisal, he nodded in affirmation. He then cast a deep gaze at Wang Defa. This individual had inherited the legacy of the thief sect in his previous life, calling himself the Saint of Thieves, and had remained active until the later stages of the game, clearly possessing considerable skills. The thief sect, an ancient lineage originating from medieval times, held within its secret text the thief canon, which was profound and extensive. Though it was considered a secondary path, it was indeed a true teaching that pointed directly to the great Tao, among the finest scriptures in the world. Members of the thief sect excelled in the arts of concealment, flight, and breaking barriers. At this moment, Wang Defa's aura, though ethereal and elusive, was still not beyond Liyu's perception. Observing the characteristics of his aura, it was evident he had embarked on the same path as in his previous life, having obtained the thief sect's legacy from an unknown source. The younger generation humbly requests a defensive artifact from the esteemed elder. Wang Defa spoke his request without hesitation, clearly having contemplated it thoroughly. A defensive artifact. Liyu furrowed his brow, contemplating. He indeed possessed a few valuable items. For instance, there was the flying sword Qin Shi, nearly of spiritual weapon quality, and the golden fire mirror. Less valuable items included a storage pouch and a butcher's knife. However, when it came to defensive magical tools, he found himself lacking. After a moment of thought, an idea struck Liu. He extended his hand, and wisps of gray mist emanated from it, coalescing in his palm into a small, palm-sized black-gray mirror. The black mirror, with its ancient design, was adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns, its surface smooth and silvery, akin to gentle water. It was, in fact, a miniature version of the Diqian treasure mirror. I possess nothing of great value, but this is a mark I have condensed using my supernatural powers. It bears certain mystical qualities and is not inferior to a magical weapon. I shall gift it to you. Liu waved his hand, presenting the black-gray mirror into Wang Defa's palm, casually explaining, this item can be activated with true qi to withstand a full-force strike from a practitioner at the innate fetal breath stage. And it can also repel attacks from practitioners at the postnatal qi refining stage 6 to 10 times. Moreover, in addition to defense, it possesses functions of concealment and attack, among others. After a brief contemplation, he retrieved the butcher's knife and tossed it to the other, saying, very well, this butcher's knife was an accidental acquisition. It is of no use to me now, so I shall give it to you as well. Once it has grown robustly, it shall also yield several bountiful harvests, allowing for a thorough exploitation. In the face of the unsuspecting, Liu shows no mercy. The fertilization and watering at present are merely to ensure a more fruitful reaping in the future. Wang Defa, the harbinger of the harvest, caresses the sharp butcher's knife, glancing at the dark mark in his palm, and is overwhelmed with joy and satisfaction, his face aglow with excitement as he hastily expresses his gratitude. Thank you, Senior. No need for thanks. This is your rightful due. Liu dismisses with a wave of his hand, remaining nonchalant, betraying not a hint of remorse or unease. Beside them, the blood-red twilight feels a pang of envy, his eyes glistening with a tinge of crimson. Yet this portly fellow, unbeknownst to him, has stumbled upon fortuitous luck. Having completed a nightmarish task, not only has he acquired the arcane mark of supernatural powers, a potent talisman for life preservation in dire moments, but he has also obtained a magical artifact. It must be said, the rewards for such a harrowing task are indeed generous. At this juncture, Liu spoke, his words filling Wang Defa with astonishment and joy. Remarkably, there exists a subsequent task. In pursuit of the Chulong's fragmented jade, he had perished twice within the zombie cave. Barely grasping the patterns of the vengeful spirits and corpses that haunted it, and with the aid of a precious concealment talisman, he successfully completed his mission. He suddenly felt that the task of seeking the Chulong's fragmented jade had proven quite worthwhile. Meanwhile, the blood-red twilight felt a surge of bitterness, casting a resentful glance at Liu. The esteemed gold leg had indeed assigned the follow-up task to this insufferable glutton. Was this a subtle indictment of his own ineffectiveness? A suggestion that he could not be of assistance? A sense of unease began to brew within the blood-red twilight as he feared he might have fallen from favor. He began to experience a tumult of uncertainty. Liu furrowed his brow, puzzled by the peculiar glint in this fellow's eyes. Noticing Liu's frown, Wang Defa hurriedly interjected, Senior, please proceed. Your matters are my matters, and I shall devote myself entirely. Excellent, Liu replied, satisfied, and directly assigned him a task. What I require is a rusted copper furnace adorned with dragon and tiger engravings. As he spoke, he gestured, implanting an image of the copper furnace, which concealed the Dragon and Tiger Jade Liquid Great Rejuvenation Pill, into Wang Defa's mind, to my knowledge. This item is most likely located within the realms of Yuanguang Prefecture and Huading Prefecture, specifically in the home of a woodcutter by the surname Qin. Should you succeed in locating this object, I shall bestow upon you a grand gift. Moreover, this matter must remain confidential. Ding. No sooner had Li Yu's words fallen than Wang Defa heard the system notification by his ear. Unnamed Copper Furnace. Task description. The Qingxia Daoist requests your assistance in locating a peculiar copper furnace. This is a relatively mundane task that necessitates ample time and patience, but the rewards for its completion will certainly not disappoint. Task level, Nightmare. Task rewards, unknown. Encountering yet another nightmarish task, Wang Defa was not surprised. After such a lengthy period since the server's inception, players had certainly gleaned enough knowledge to navigate these challenges. In this game, the level of a task is intrinsically linked to the player's cultivation and prowess. For instance, asking an ordinary player to slay a tiger with bare hands is akin to an impossible fantasy. It constitutes a nightmarish or even despairing endeavor. However, if the player is a cultivator, the difficulty of this task is significantly diminished, rendering it far from a nightmarish challenge. At most, it would be classified as a standard-level task. Chapter 39, The Dragon Tiger Elixir of Great Rebirth. Although armed with the clues provided by the Qixia Daoist, locating an individual within the expansive territories of Yuanguang Prefecture and Huading Prefecture proves to be a formidable challenge, particularly in this ancient society, where transportation is fraught with difficulties. It is akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. While the peril associated with the task is minimal, it nonetheless demands considerable time and effort, which justifies its classification as a nightmare-level quest. Naturally, Wang Defa finds satisfaction in being entrusted with such a daunting task once more, as many players yearn for opportunities that elude them. In the realm of Eternal Path, the majority of players engage in relentless pursuits to earn meager sums, striving to sustain themselves. Although their endeavors may be arduous, some derive joy from the experience, for this virtual world is astonishingly lifelike. The NPCs, endowed with rich emotions and formidable intelligence, impart a profound sense of a second life to many players. Why is this the case? And how does Wang Defa possess such insight? This insight can be traced back to an incident involving a friend of his. Out of sheer curiosity, this friend ventured into the fabled brothel, extravagantly supporting the delicate and talented courtesans, only to discover, well, quite a delightful experience. Not only that, but the courtesans exhibited a knowledge of various nuances that surpassed even that of his friend, leaving him in awe of the revelations he encountered. As Wang Defa departed, Li Yu's gaze turned contemplative, hinting at underlying currents of thought. Although his innate cultivation granted him an edge over other players and a semblance of self-preservation, it was far from sufficient. In the vicinity of Niujiao Mountain, strange occurrences had begun to surface, with villagers mysteriously vanishing from the settlements at the mountain's base. This heralded the impending arrival of the cataclysm of demonic mischief. Within the player forums, numerous individuals recounted bizarre encounters within the game. For instance, on a particular night, one player, under the moonlight, witnessed their shadow seemingly come to life, and shortly thereafter, they inexplicably perished. Upon resurrection, they remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. Another player, having taken on the role of a mortuary worker, transported a body to a graveyard, only for it to inexplicably revive, attacking him with claw-like appendages sprouting green fur. Additionally, a player who lost their way in the mountains stumbled into an enchanted orchard brimming with various fruits, such as peaches, sweet apricots, and grapes, alongside trees bearing names unknown to him. Enchanted, the player succumbed to temptation, plucking a peach and devouring it. The fruit's succulent flesh and delightful flavor filled him with warmth and comfort. However, ever since that fateful moment, he has been plagued by dreams of a gaunt, toothy old man smiling at him, a rather unsettling sight indeed. Such instances abound, signaling the impending cataclysm and the rise of malevolent forces. Li Yu is acutely aware that these occurrences are but harbingers of the approaching cataclysm of demonic mischief. Furthermore, it will not be long before those cultivators and disciples of the great sects who are attuned to the unusual phenomena will venture forth into the world, traversing the realms. In due course, the entire realm of the dry world shall be fraught with upheaval and turmoil. Thus, Li Yu finds himself compelled to prepare for the impending storm, devising various strategies in advance. The Dragon Tiger Jade Liquid Great Rejuvenation Pill is an unparalleled elixir of extraordinary potency. Not only does it promise to significantly enhance his cultivation, but it also fortifies his foundation, allowing him to undergo a profound metamorphosis, elevating both his corporeal form and spirit. This remarkable substance will greatly benefit his future ascension to the Golden Core and even higher realms of mastery. The rarity of such an item would undoubtedly captivate even the most seasoned Golden Core experts. Therefore, it is imperative that he acquires this elusive treasure. Although the copper furnace concealing the Dragon Tiger Jade Liquid Great Rejuvenation Pill is difficult to locate, the adept Wang Defa possesses commendable skills. And with the clues provided by Liu, he is confident that, given some time, it will not prove too challenging to find. Casting a glance at the eager figure of blood-colored sunset beside him, Liu decided to assign him a task, stating, "Now, there is a matter I require you to attend to." Blood-colored sunset, suddenly invigorated, promptly replied, "Senior, please give your orders." Within the Liu residence, just a few streets away, lies a hidden malevolent entity. Liu spoke leisurely. That would be the patriarch of the Liu family. Blood-colored sunset was rendered speechless, not only astonished that such a notorious fiend could be lurking in Qinshui town, but even more so by the fact that the Taoist Qing Yu had instructed him to commit arson and murder. His impression of the Taoist had always been one of ethereal righteousness and moral integrity. Yet now, it appeared that the true nature of this Taoist was far from the virtuous figure he had envisioned, likely a character of both light and shadow, with a heart as treacherous as it was just. "What? Do you believe I should refrain from instructing you to commit such acts?" Liu's gaze fell upon him, calm yet piercing, seemingly delving into the depths of blood-colored sunset's thoughts. The entirety of the Liu residence is largely composed of accomplices and minions, with scarcely a good soul among them. Moreover, these individuals have long enjoyed the Liu family's protection and benefits, and thus must also shoulder the consequences of its downfall. In truth, for someone of my disposition, the complete annihilation of the Liu family would be of little consequence. If you cannot comprehend this trivial matter, it would be better for you to depart at once. Confronted by Liu's gaze, sharp as a blade, blood-colored sunset felt a sting in his eyes, nearly brought to tears. A shiver coursed through him, and he hastily lowered his head, muttering, "Senior is right." At that moment, a crisp notification from the system echoed in blood-colored sunset's ears, bringing him genuine relief. Liu silently shook his head. After all, blood-colored sunset was not a true cultivator. While he possessed an admirable tenacity, he also exhibited a degree of indecisiveness. Such a disposition requires extensive refinement to cultivate true prowess. Whether one pursues the path of righteousness or the path of darkness, a heart that is resolute and unyielding is essential. Those who waver are destined to achieve little, regardless of their chosen path. Of course, Liu was not blood-colored sunset's mentor. He subtly reminded himself at this time. He was considering the numerous instances in which the other had aided him in his past life. Whether the other could comprehend his heartfelt intentions was no longer Liu's concern. As for the old Liu patriarch, it was high time for this ancient figure to face his reckoning after having lingered for so long. Otherwise, what would happen if this old wretch were to flee in fear after a while? However, this old man likely believed in the sophistication of his demonic arts, concealing himself exceedingly well, thus refraining from revealing his true nature too easily, which is why he still lurked within the Liu residence. Yet, Liu, having diligently cultivated the gentle water cannon, a text characterized by its purity and vitality, naturally repelled foreign energies. His sensitivity to negative energies such as death, corpse, and demonic auras was exceptionally acute. With his body having been immersed in the essence of gentle water for a considerable time, he possessed similar attributes. When he fully extended his consciousness, the entire town lay under his vigilant scrutiny. Under Liu's keen perception, the faint yet profoundly concentrated auras of death, corpse, and energy emanating from the Liu patriarch appeared as a stark black dot on a white sheet of paper, glaringly conspicuous. Ironically, the old man remained utterly oblivious to this. Chapter 40. Players through the eyes of NPCs in the bustling streets. Two figures approached with measured steps. One was tall and donned a long gray-green robe, a gleaming copper insignia hanging from his waist, etched with crimson seal characters that flickered with a faint ethereal light. His handsome visage bore a hint of a sharp, menacing aura, as if concealing a finely honed blade within. Yet, to some players on the street, these two appeared entirely different. Level 1 description. As the name suggests, this individual belongs to the Demon Suppression Division established by the Great Xia Dynasty, stationed in Anong County. He possesses formidable strength and is an official NPC. Danger level, highly dangerous. Demon Suppression Great Seal, Liju, level, description. Danger level, extremely dangerous. Players were endowed with a detection ability by the system, allowing them to discern NPC names and information under normal circumstances. However, If there was a significant disparity in strength, only partial information or nothing at all would be visible. The data above the two figures indicated that the former shimmered with a verdigris hue, classifying him as an elite bronze NPC, while the latter sparkled like silver, distinguishing him as a rare silver NPC. One player rubbed his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Am I seeing things?" Strolling through the street, I've encountered two NPCs, one elite and the other rare. When luck strikes, it truly cannot be hindered. How intriguing that both are from the Demon Suppression Division. They are official personnel. I wonder if the division is accepting recruits. If one cannot become a civil servant in the real world, experiencing it in the game would be delightful, perhaps even leading to a chance at becoming a cultivator. What do you think? Shall we approach them? Come now. How would we even try? These NPCs are quite astute. Unless you catch their eye, they won't give you the time of day. Indeed, my friend. I would advise against provoking these high-ranking NPCs. Have you heard? Someone was captured by an evil NPC, seemingly to unravel the mystery behind our deaths and resurrections. That player was killed 10 times. Each demise was accompanied by excruciating torment. He has since been unable to re-enter the game and has even suffered mental issues. Mark my words, these NPCs are not to be trifled with. Observing the peculiar behavior of those around him, whispering and pointing, he felt a mix of disdain and contempt. These outsiders exhibit utter disregard for the law and display no sense of respect or decorum. Initially, witnessing these beings descend from the heavens had left him astonished. Such extraordinary individuals, hailing from another realm, each endowed with the terrifying capability of resurrection. However, upon uncovering their true nature, his trepidation waned. While resurrection is indeed a fearsome ability, these outsiders are remarkably weak. Any demon suppression guard could effortlessly vanquish a multitude of them. They pose no substantial threat whatsoever. My lord, I find myself perplexed by a matter. From whence do these self-proclaimed players, these beings from beyond, originate? It baffles me that such astonishing phenomena exist in this world. A mere throng of insignificant creatures, lacking any understanding of cultivation, possesses the extraordinary ability to die and resurrect multiple times, an ability that even the most exalted practitioners covet but cannot attain. I confess, I harbor a twinge of envy and admiration. To squander such an ability upon these otherworldly beings seems a travesty. Our organization has previously apprehended and interrogated these individuals. According to their accounts, they hail from a realm beyond our own, a world governed by the principles of natural inquiry. It is said that these otherworldly beings can create numerous fascinating inventions, such as aircraft capable of soaring into the skies, spacecraft traversing the stars, gene therapies that extend life and cure ailments, and various laser weaponry that could obliterate celestial bodies. Reflecting on the information extracted from the players under duress, Li Zhu wore a faint smile, a hint of superiority gracing his features, yet his lips curled in subtle disdain. Alas, external possessions are ultimately transient. No matter how formidable or intricate the creations of these beings may be, once a century has passed, they too shall meet their demise, leaving all in vain. How could their transient abilities compare to our path of cultivation, which empowers and elevates the essence of life itself? Contemplating the intelligence previously acquired, Li Zhu's brow furrowed in thought. As General Chong revealed, these individuals arrived in the Diqian realm through a game known as Eternal Dao. The heart of this game resides in a peculiar object referred to as a server. Herein lies my confusion. What manner of treasure is this so-called server that permits these otherworldly beings to traverse dimensions with such ease? Nevertheless, should the heavens collapse, there shall be those to uphold them, especially with His Majesty and the court officials present. The sky shall not fall. Such matters are not for us to fret over. However, you mentioned a certain lad named Li Yu, who currently resides in this Qingshui town. Let us proceed, for I find myself with idle time. I shall seek an audience with this youth. Li Zhu scoffed, a glint of cold malevolence flickering in his eyes. How dare he dismiss our demon suppression office? I am eager to discern what this boy truly is. As he led the way, he gazed ahead in a specific direction, as if he could already envision Li Yu. A sinister smile creeping across his face. What of his exceptional swordsmanship? What does it amount to? He is but a postnatal practitioner. Can he truly surpass those of the innate realm? And what of powerful artifacts? No matter their might, how many times can a mere postnatal practitioner wield them? Soon enough, this wretched creature may yet fall into my hands. At that moment, I shall relish in crafting his downfall. Zhang Qing silently vowed. Chapter 41. Do not play games without a brain. Two individuals, adorned with a glowing green and silver light atop their heads, stood out prominently amidst a throng of gray NPCs on the street. They resembled fireflies in the dark of night, strikingly vivid and undeniably exceptional, easily catching the keen eyes of the nearby players. As the two shifted their direction, players began to sense something amiss. Wait a moment. Are they heading towards the residence of the Greenfish Taoist? What could they possibly want there? Could it be trouble for the Greenfish Taoist? Perhaps not. Regardless of their intentions, let us record this. We might earn a little something by posting it on the forum later. A group of players, their gazes ablaze with curiosity, trailed closely behind the two, their gossiping spirits ignited. Liu suddenly lifted his head. Though he could not see with his naked eye, he could distinctly perceive two auras approaching without concealment. One of these caught his particular attention. In his spiritual sense, this aura was directed towards him with a sharpness that was unmistakable, akin to a resplendent golden blade, fierce and domineering, ready to slay all in its path. So it is aimed at me. Rather than feeling fear, Liu smiled slightly, his eyes glimmering as he appeared to recall something. How intriguing. Could it be the famed golden blade from the Shengyang mansion? The Demon Suppression Division gathers talents from across the realm, brimming with gifted individuals. The golden blade Li Zhu is among them. Due to certain experiences in his youth, he harbors a deep disdain for those in the immortal sects and rogue cultivators. After joining the Demon Suppression Division, his temperament has grown increasingly radical. He despises practitioners who disrupt the law and order not under the control of the court. When he strikes, he spares no mercy. Is this the residence of the Greenfish Taoist? Outside the courtyard stood two extraordinary players. One bore the ID Bright Moon Illuminates the Great River, while the other was known as Long River Sunset Ape. The former observed for a moment, exclaiming in amazement, "The true master remains hidden. Who would have thought such an extraordinary NPC resides in this small town of Chishui? Were there industry insiders present? They would recognize his identity." Bright Moon Illuminates the Great River is a seasoned professional player, renowned for crafting strategies and guides, boasting a considerable reputation within the community and a fanbase of millions. His skills are exceptional, having garnered numerous honors in various gaming tournaments over the years, marking him as one of the esteemed elite players. The other player, Long River Sunset Ape, is also a professional, passionate about engaging in PvP, a master of conscious manipulation. The two have been close friends since childhood. They traveled a great distance from Shengyang Mansion, drawn by the allure of the well-known NPC, the Greenfish Taoist. Although the current fervor surrounding the Greenfish Taoist has waned among players, as the first extraordinary NPC to appear in the realm of eternal Tao, he still retains a significant appeal. Long River Sunset Ape glanced at his good friend, Bright Moon. "Are you certain you have the confidence to take the Greenfish Taoist as your master?" Bright Moon Illuminates the Great River nodded confidently. "Indeed. I possess a fair degree of assurance." Do not doubt it." As Chang Haluri spoke, he noticed the skepticism on the face of the monkey and continued his discourse. Although many players on the forum claim to have encountered various high-level NPCs, be they ordinary, elite, rare, or even legendary, I have conducted a thorough analysis and discovered that the intelligence of these NPCs is remarkably high. Their attitudes towards players are generally uniform. They either look down upon us, express curiosity, exhibit jealousy, display disdain, or harbor ill intentions. Ultimately, they are rather unapproachable and do not regard us with any significance. However, the Qingyu Daoist is different. While his demeanor may be somewhat aloof, he is, in strict terms, more agreeable. He speaks with integrity and keeps his word. This quality alone surpasses that of many NPCs. Indeed, the corners of Chang Haluri's mouth twitched, as he seemed to recall an unforgettable incident, nodding in deep agreement and lamenting. Who would have thought that I, of all people, would be outsmarted by an NPC? After finally completing a task, that wretched NPC had the audacity to retract his promises, not only withholding my reward but also administering a beating. Just days ago, he had fortuitously encountered an elite NPC, and after much pleading, he finally secured a task. Who could have anticipated that after toiling for an entire day, the NPC would suddenly change his mind and retract his offer? Players have grown accustomed to the cycle of triggering tasks and receiving rewards. Yet in the eternal path, these NPCs are more cunning than monkeys and craftier than foxes, displaying astonishing intelligence and refusing to adhere to the established norms. Players, typically fearless and undaunted, found themselves ensnared by these old coins, unable to retaliate, ultimately left to swallow their pride. At most, they would jot down notes for future reference. Of course, some players did lodge complaints regarding this matter, only to be met with ridicule from the officials, our company has repeatedly emphasized that the NPCs in the Eternal Path possess exceptionally high intelligence and should not be judged through the lens of previous experiences. We urge all players to maintain a vigilant mindset during interactions with NPCs to avoid being deceived. Furthermore, any consequences arising from individual gameplay actions are the sole responsibility of the player, and our company bears no liability. While the message may be subtle, it is clear to the discerning. You, a living being of primate intelligence, have been duped by a virtual NPC in a game, and you still have the audacity to complain? Who can you blame but yourself? It is indeed laughable. In summary, if one lacks discernment, one should refrain from playing games. The arms cannot outmatch the thighs. Although players may fearlessly confront any challenge in the game, in the real world, they find themselves either too naive or too short-sighted, unable to stand up to the gaming companies. Thus, the matter ultimately remains unresolved. Indeed, some players are quite astonished. Setting aside other matters, the sheer volume of data raises questions about storage and operational functionality. Furthermore, this game is a collaborative endeavor between the federal government and the Eternal Group, which alone warrants contemplation. On the forums, there are hundreds of posts regarding this issue, generating considerable buzz. Some players have begun to speculate wildly, suggesting that the game is, in fact, crafted using extraterrestrial technology. Otherwise, how could the rapid technological advancements over the past decade occur, leading to the development of various precious serums for extending life and optimizing genes? Others have let their imaginations run wild, positing that the game serves as a conduit to another world, albeit with the limitation that physical traversal is impossible, allowing only for mental exploration. Additionally, a plethora of other whimsical theories abound. In response, the game developers have remained tight-lipped, offering no further clarifications. Chapter 42. The ranking of NPCs in the eyes of players. Just yesterday, I learned something from a friend. Mingwei Dajiang paused for a moment and revealed a piece of news that left my close friend aghast. Our old acquaintance, the legendary figure of the Myth Alliance, Shenwang Chuanxua, has successfully become a direct disciple of an elder at the Pure Yang Palace in Hangzhou by utilizing a certain item. What? That scoundrel actually moved faster than we did. Changha Luri Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then gritted his teeth in frustration. The Myth Alliance is a well-known guild in the professional sphere, boasting over 19,000 members at its peak, with nearly 100 core members. The vice leader, Shenwang Chuanxua, has held a place among the top 10 experts in the professional realm for many years. The crux of the matter is that, due to certain reasons, Mingwei Dajiang and Shenwang Chuanxua had some minor conflicts, under the machinations of those with ulterior motives. These minor disputes escalated into larger conflicts. Gradually, their animosity deepened, leading to a mutual disdain between the Myth Alliance and Mingwei Dajiang's guild, the Seven Stars Pavilion, resulting in open and covert hostilities. Now, upon learning that his old rival has entered the celestial sect, Qingyang Palace, ahead of him, and has become a cultivator, how could either of them not feel anxious? With their years of professional experience, they couldn't help but lament how exceedingly challenging and realistic the game Eternal Path is. This has led to various unexpected developments within the game. A month after the launch, many of their friends have taken on apprentices or engaged in cultivation, while the two of them remain outside the threshold of class advancement, unable to find a way in. Despite being renowned figures in the industry, one known as the Great God Mingwei and the other a prominent player, they now find themselves at the bottom of the ranks, which is quite embarrassing for both. Hence, I have decided to seek my fortune with the Qi Long residual jade. Mingwei Dajiang sighed. This Qi Long residual jade was a reward he stumbled upon during a minor quest. Although he was unsure of its true value, it held no significance for him. Rather, presenting the Qi Long residual jade to the Qingyu Taoist would be his best course of action. He is currently searching for the Qi Long residual jade, and as it happens, I have acquired one. If I offer it to him, I should have a considerable chance of becoming his disciple. Furthermore, even if I cannot become his apprentice, we might still receive generous rewards and perhaps trigger subsequent quests. Changha Luri Yuan frowned and remarked, however, it is speculated that although the Qingyu Taoist template is of unparalleled golden caliber, his cultivation level is not particularly high. If you succeed in becoming his disciple, what if it restricts your future path? A post titled The Night of the 24 Bridges and the Bright Moon continues to garner attention, listing the profiles of the top 24 NPCs in the game. These 24 NPCs represent a portion of the known NPCs among players, ranked from highest to lowest. At the pinnacle stands the enigmatic Qingmu Shinjun, whose name alone is known. Aside from the name, all other data pertaining to this NPC is obscured by question marks. And even a photograph is absent. Ranked second is Jin Ao Daqian, the disciple of the esteemed Qingmu Xinjun. He is a 5th-tier Grand Cultivator. An NPC of the legendary Crimson Blood caliber. The much-discussed Sleeve Dragon, which has sparked considerable excitement on the official forum, is indeed a disciple of this individual. The third position is held by Ling Hushangren from Xianhu Island. According to a player, who wishes to remain anonymous but bears the surname Tang. On the day the game launched, he was born overseas and subsequently encountered this Grand Cultivator. Discovering that Ling Hushangren is also an NPC of the Crimson Blood legend template. Unfortunately, it seems that Ling Hushangren did not show much interest in him and largely ignored him. The fourth contender is a rogue cultivator known as Haisha Laoma, a figure of the Golden Peerless template, notorious for his fearsome reputation, having caused the demise of numerous players. However, it is said that some players have chosen to study under him. The 5th and 6th spots also feature NPCs of the Golden Peerless level, a female cultivator who claims to be a disciple of Timing Mountain, Ice Phantom Fairy. And the 3rd elder of Zixia sect, Wu Yinjua. Qishui Daoran occupies the 7th position. Some have analyzed that although Qishui Daoran possesses a Golden Peerless template, his cultivation level is not particularly high. His 7th place ranking is primarily due to his appearance on the very first day of the game's launch, which left a significant impression on many players. Further down the list, there are several other peerless NPCs, followed by a number of silver rare NPCs. The notion of good friends is well understood by Mingwei Zhaodajiang. In the game, many high-level NPCs who were quite active in the early stages tend to gradually wane in influence as the game progresses, ultimately being supplanted by more formidable or higher-tiered NPCs. This is a common pattern observed within the game, unless one is a protagonist who traverses the entire main storyline or a so-called child of destiny. Let us take one step at a time, Mingwei Zhaodajiang remarked with a light-hearted smile, waving his hand dismissively. Besides, even if I wish to take Qishui Daoran as my master, he may not be inclined to accept me. Just as the two were conversing, they looked up to see a group of individuals approaching with an air of aggression. What is happening? Changhe Lori was taken aback and instinctively pulled Mingwei Zhaodajiang back. However, Mingwei Zhaodajiang quickly halted him. There is no need for concern. This group is not seeking us, but likely looking for Qishui Daoran. His gaze shifted as he scanned the crowd, spotting several familiar figures. Notably, the 2 NPCs at the forefront, one elite and one rare, stood out like cranes among chickens. Ah, that is Li Zhu, the demon suppression officer from Shenyang Mansion. Mingwei Zhaodajiang recognized him immediately, having just arrived from Shenyang Mansion. This individual is notorious, with countless demons and monsters falling victim to his golden blade, earning him a reputation that players tend to regard with apprehension. Timing is everything. It appears we have arrived at just the right moment. A thrilling spectacle is about to unfold. Changhe Lori exclaimed with enthusiasm. At that moment, Li Zhu cast his gaze toward the direction of Li Yu's dwelling, his eyes sharp as a sword, reflecting a chilling and ominous light that rendered others hesitant to meet his gaze. An aura of fierce intensity enveloped him, pulsating violently, as if he had transformed into a bloodstained longsword. The blade's brilliance shone forth, slicing through the air with the swiftness of a lightning strike. Those in close proximity, be they players or passers-by, displayed expressions of horror, feeling their hearts constrict and their skin prickling with an icy dread. As if countless sharp blades were poised against their flesh, the oppressive aura of murderous intent stifled their vital energies, compelling them to retreat hastily to avoid its suffocating grasp. Chapter 43. The Confrontation. Zhang Chong, closest to the source of the sudden, overwhelming aura, turned pale and hastily retreated more than 10 steps. Yet, rather than expressing anger, a hint of cold amusement played upon his gloomy visage. With the esteemed Li Zhu present, the young imp, I shall observe how you intend to conclude this encounter today. At that moment, a calm voice echoed in the ears of the assembly. One does not ascend to the Three Treasures Hall without reason. Upon your arrival, you seek to impose your aura upon me. Is this meant to intimidate me? The voice was not loud, yet every word was articulated with clarity. Li Zhu halted, suddenly looking up to see that the courtyard gate had been inexplicably opened. A young Taoist clad in a purple robe emerged, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The Taoist's features were strikingly refined, his complexion fair and delicate, akin to mutton fat jade, with an aura that was pure and invigorating, reminiscent of a refreshing spring breeze. However, at that moment, a chilling glint flickered within his clear, deep-set eyes, reminiscent of crystalline mountain springs. Anyone present who met the gaze of the young Taoist felt an immediate chill, as if impending doom loomed over them. Innate. Li Zhu's eyes narrowed, his earlier nonchalance and carelessness dissipating, replaced by a growing seriousness and uncertainty. Impossible. Zhang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Li Yu, his expression one of utter incredulity, exclaiming in shock. The last time they had met, Li Yu was merely at the postnatal qi training stage, his cultivation inferior to Zhang Cheng's. Yet, how much time had passed? A mere 4 months? Li Yu had astonishingly ascended to the innate fetal breath stage. Such an extraordinary rate of advancement was utterly preposterous. Zhang Cheng questioned whether he had mistaken the individual before him, unwilling to accept this reality. He speculated that Li Yu might be conjuring an illusion through some sorcery or magical artifact, prompting him to repeatedly sense the aura. However, the conclusion that emerged sent his heart plummeting into despair. The purple-robed Taoist before him was undeniably the Li Yu he recognized, without a shadow of a doubt. What on earth? Many onlookers were left perplexed. Was this fellow emerging from the UC shock department? Even if the Qingyu Taoist exuded an impressive presence, was their reaction truly warranted? Li Yu cast not a glance in Zhang Cheng's direction, his gaze directed instead at Li Zhu. Do you not intend to say something? Li Zhu gradually regained his composure. While he could not fathom when the other had become an innate practitioner, he remained unperturbed. I am Li Zhu, from Xingyang Prefecture, wielder of the demon suppression seal. He refrained from immediate aggression, instead offering a courteous introduction, his gaze scrutinizing. Given your youth and this remarkable cultivation, you must not be an unknown figure. May I inquire which sect you hail from and the location of your celestial mountain? Though his disposition was somewhat intense and dogmatic, and his actions often ruthless, this did not imply recklessness. Otherwise, he would not have achieved such mastery at a young age. The aura emanating from the other was pure and vibrant, devoid of any signs of age or malevolence, clearly indicating that he was a genuine young practitioner. Thus, it is evident that the other party possesses a notable background. Ordinary minor sects could not cultivate such a genuine seed of transmission, which piqued his curiosity about the true identity of Li Yu. Moreover, a practitioner of the innate fetal breathing realm, even in the humble locale of Qingshui Town, would command respect as a significant figure in the realm of immortality. The fact that this individual has chosen to reside in such a small place raises his suspicions. He finds it hard to believe that there are no hidden motives involved. Li responded with a smile and a bow, declaring, I am but a humble Taoist known as the Greenfish Taoist. As for my sect, I regret that I cannot disclose that information to you at this moment. My friendly, although he is a disciple of the Heavenly River sect, such ancient and esteemed schools often cloak themselves in mystery. One can never be certain if a multitude of deep-seated enemies lurk in the shadows. To feign arrogance only to attract the ire of his sect's foes would be disastrous, leading to a swift demise. Not surprised by Li Yu's reluctance to elaborate, Li Zhu nodded lightly, acknowledging, so you are indeed the Greenfish Taoist. With a smile, he continued, in truth, I came today with the intention of reprimanding the rogue cultivators who insulted my demon suppression division. However, upon meeting you, I have decided to abandon my original plans. Had Li Yu remained the same as he once was, Li Zhu could have easily dispatched him with a mere flick of his finger. Yet now that Li Yu has attained the innate fetal breathing state, they are now fellow practitioners, rendering his prior intentions obsolete. With a swift motion, a gleaming golden blade, 2 feet in length, with a bronze-hued hilt, found its way into his grasp, its edge shimmering with a frosty glint. Since you prefer to remain discreet about your origins, allow my golden blade to inquire instead. Li Zhu caressed the blade with delicate fingers, as if handling a rare treasure. A chill coursed through Zhang Cheng's heart. His superior was not like ordinary individuals. The warmer the smile, the more merciless the hand when action was taken. Once ensnared in his machinations, even allies would find no mercy. Li Yu grasped the implication behind Li Zhu's words. One's appearance, aura, and bloodline may be concealed, but once engaged in combat, one's techniques and divine abilities cannot remain hidden. The golden blade was a means to measure his capabilities through confrontation. Please. Li Yu extended his hand, but in the same breath, he launched a fierce surprise attack. A concealed, indistinct sword light had stealthily approached Li Zhu's back, aimed at his vulnerable spot with a sinister and venomous intent. Your approach is quite to my taste. Among our kind, as long as victory is within reach, one ought to employ every means at their disposal. Seeing Li Yu's disregard for martial ethics, Li Zhu did not express anger. Instead, he chuckled and unfurled the golden blade to deflect the sword light. Thus, the blade and sword became entwined in a fierce struggle. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of blade and sword echoed like thunder. One shadow was fierce and dominating, the blade exuding a mighty force, while the other, a sword light, was pure, agile, and imbued with an inexplicable spirit and sharpness, akin to a living entity, effectively countering the golden blade's onslaught while simultaneously launching its own counterattack. As the golden blade sensed the peril, it adapted, shedding its brute force for agility and swiftness, introducing a myriad of transformations to its techniques. Each sword and blade represents the pinnacle of magical artifacts. In the hands of masters like Li Yu and Li Zhu, whose prowess in swordplay and knife techniques is unparalleled, they unleash an extraordinary might. The pedestrians and players on the streets have retreated to a considerable distance, yet the resonant clash of metal continues to reverberate, causing them excruciating headaches and painful eardrums. Even from afar, the sharp, piercing energy emanates, grazing their skin with discomfort. The buildings lining the streets tremble and shudder as dust cascades down in delicate clouds. Chapter 44. Guiding the landscape. Is this the prowess of a high-level NPC? My goodness, truly impressive. When shall we players possess such strength? Alas, are you dreaming? We can barely fill our stomachs, let alone seek out NPCs for mentorship. Many players' eyes sparkled with anticipation as they eagerly observed this rare duel, swiftly activating their personal system's recording feature to capture the spectacle. The exquisite yet deadly scene of battle thoroughly whetted their appetites and curiosity. Commanding the winds and rains, wielding swords to vanquish foes, slaying demons, and traversing the ethereal realms, having been inundated with various novels, films, and dramas, who among them does not yearn to possess such power? Even if this power exists solely in a virtual realm, it suffices for these players in pursuit of novelty, joy, and thrill. I wondered who it was, and discovered it was the esteemed Mingwei. Upon hearing his name called, Mingwei's Daqian turned to see several individuals approaching. The leader, known as Qianli Jiangling, was accompanied by Shuebai Momo, Lang Tailang, and Chicai Pao Pao, players from the Rising Sun studio. Mingwei's Daqiang's reputation was well known throughout the industry, while Qianli Jiangling, ambitious and determined, sought to leverage the eternal path to carve out a successful career, naturally recognizing such a prominent figure. In contrast, though Qianli Jiangling was also an experienced player, he could not compare to these industry elites. The Rising Sun studio was newly established, vastly overshadowed by the formidable Qixing Pavilion behind it. I cannot claim the title of great deity, it is merely the flattery of my fans and friends. If you do not mind, please call me Mingwei. Mingwei's Daqiang said with a warm smile, devoid of any airs of superiority, appearing approachable and affable. Chang Haluori glanced over the group with little interest, returning his focus to the thrilling battle unfolding before them. Observing Mingwei's Daqiang's amiable demeanor as reported online, Qianli Jiangling felt invigorated and eagerly initiated a conversation. As they chatted, they kept their eyes on the duel. Once they became somewhat familiar, Qianli Jiangling suddenly inquired, "Brother Mingwei, with your keen insight, could you discern which of the two combatants possesses greater strength?" "Ah, dear brother, you overestimate me. Yet, since you pose such a question, you must harbor some judgment of your own. Do share it, that I may expand my horizons," Mingwei's Daqiang replied. He was not foolish. Although Qingyu Daoran and Li Zhu were locked in fierce combat, who could say whether they would heed the chatter of bystanders? Engaging in idle talk might bring him unwarranted offense if overheard by the parties involved. Such fruitless banter would only serve to invite trouble. Qianli Jiangling, though not lacking in intelligence, was uncertain of his own motivations and remarked, on the surface, one is of rare caliber while the other is of unparalleled rank, seemingly indicating a clear distinction. However, matters are not so straightforward. "Oh, I would be most eager to hear more." The bright moon illuminated the great river as Mingwei cast a glance at him, a peculiar expression fleeting across his face. Qianli Jiangling chuckled, remarking, "While the templates of these NPCs are undoubtedly significant, the essence of their cultivation is of paramount importance. A practitioner at the postnatal qi refinement stage with an unparalleled golden template would certainly not be a match for a practitioner at the innate fetal breath stage with a rare silver template. Surely, Brother Mingwei is aware of this?" Mingwei nodded, finding himself in agreement on this point. In truth, he was not alone. Many players had delved into this topic on the official forum. For these NPCs, cultivation truly is the principal factor, while the template level remains invisible to them, observable only by the players. The determination of such template classifications is a comprehensive assessment made by the system's deity, taking into account various factors like the NPC's potential, combat prowess, and divine abilities, serving as a reference for players. Thus, While template classification does involve combat strength, it does not imply that an unparalleled golden template is inherently superior to a rare silver template. The evaluation of NPC template strength necessitates a prerequisite: cultivation. Regrettably, most players today are not cultivators. Even those who have become cultivators often find their strength vastly inferior to that of the NPCs, rendering them incapable of discerning the cultivation levels of figures like Qingshu Daoist and Li Zhu, leaving players completely unaware of their true capabilities. Qianli Jiangling continued. Although Qingshu Daoist is an unparalleled golden NPC, his cultivation seems rather modest. Even now, despite his template level being a tier higher than his opponent, his contest with Li Zhu appears evenly matched, which serves to illustrate this point. Thus, I dare to speculate that Qingshu Daoist's status as an unparalleled golden NPC is not due to remarkable combat strength, but rather his enigmatic identity. Possibly bearing some crucial narrative task, or possessing expertise in alchemy and artifact forging. Mingyue furrowed his brow. Having journeyed all the way from Shenyang City with the intention of seeking mentorship from Qingshu Daoist. However, Qianli Jiangling's assertions compelled him to concede that there was some validity to his words, leaving him somewhat disheartened and diminishing his initial aspirations. At this juncture, an onlooker, unable to suppress their disdain, scoffed. How laughable. You aren't even a cultivator. What right do you have to evaluate Senior Qingshu? Qianli Jiangling's expression darkened as he turned to see the familiar figure of Shuesi Qianong. He replied coolly, Qianong, so it's you. What is it that has fostered such a close relationship between you and Qingshu Daoist? To the extent of directing your ire at an old friend over a mere virtual NPC? Referring to him as senior, it appears you are quite engrossed in your role. Whether I am overly absorbed in my role is one matter, but you are certainly not my friend, Shuesi Qianong retorted with a smirk. An unmistakable hint of derision on his face. At least among the few friends I know, none would betray my trust for their own gain. You. Qianli Jiaoling faltered, his expression darkening. The onlookers, illuminated by the moonlight, observed the scene with contemplative expressions, gazing at the blood-red setting sun. They were filled with both astonishment and confusion. At that moment, the crimson sun appeared vibrant and robust. Perhaps the individual's cultivation was not yet at a level of mastery, as they emanated a palpable aura that instilled a subtle pressure among those nearby. This was undeniably indicative of one who had embarked on the path of a cultivator. Could it be that associating with the Daoist Qingyu truly held such promise? Wait, was it you who achieved this? Qianli Jiangling also recognized this detail, his gaze shifting sharply. His tone laden with hostility as he inquired, did you complete the nightmare-level task issued by Daoist Qingyu? Not only he, but the expressions of those behind him, Shuebai, Mo, Wolf Tail, and the vibrant bubble, were equally grim. Chapter 45. The Three Swords Drive Back the Enemies. The members of the Rising Sun Studio were indeed in a state of dismay, in their relentless pursuit to complete the nightmarish task issued by the Blue Fish Taoist. They had exhausted every possible means and incurred immeasurable costs. Some members of the studio had perished 3 times in the zombie cavern, depleting their chances of resurrection thrice. Their sole aim was to accomplish this rare nightmarish quest and make a remarkable debut, thereby establishing the studio's reputation. Yet, this morning, they discovered that the mission, finding the fragment of the Qi Dragon, had been silently completed by others. Did this not imply that all their investments and efforts had been in vain? Despite my deep desire for this task to have been fulfilled by me, alas, it was not. Blood-Red Twilight expressed a tinge of regret. Someone else has completed this task. This blame fell squarely on Wang Defa, who wished to evade responsibility. Impossible. The task, meticulously plotted for a long time, had been intercepted midway, and Qianli Jiangling's expression grew increasingly grim as he demanded, if you did not accomplish it, then who did? Why should I tell you? Blood-Red Twilight dismissed him with indifference. In the midst of the fray, Li Zhu's apprehension intensified. Initially, he had accorded sufficient respect to Li Yu, sparing no effort from the outset. However, he gradually realized that he had underestimated his opponent. Li Yu's mastery of the sword was quite remarkable, reaching a level of extraordinary finesse and skill. Such prowess, if placed alongside the swordsmanship, was indeed rare. Throughout the entire Shenyang prefecture, few could surpass him in either sword or knife techniques, and among those of similar age, there was not a single one. Yet now, he had discovered one. At first, the Bluefish Taoist's swordplay matched him blow for blow. Although Li Zhu was taken aback, he remained composed. After all, he had hidden cards to play. The Bluefish Taoist had never shown signs of weakness, never falling behind, regardless of how Li Zhu shifted his blade. The blue fish Taoist responded effortlessly, maintaining the fight at an evenly matched level. This, in itself, indicated something significant. Had the opponent's swordsmanship not surpassed his own by a considerable margin, such a balance could not possibly have been achieved. Very well, I have underestimated you. I did not expect that in this humble town there would be a sword master like you. Li Ju's heart sank gradually as he unleashed a dazzling display of his blade, temporarily repelling Li Yu's sword light. If that is the case, I have a strike that I hope you will appreciate. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a faint crimson glimmer of ferocity flickered in his eyes. He pointed forward, and the golden knife erupted with a resounding hum, vibrating with intensity, its golden light growing ever more radiant. A fierce aura emanated from the blade, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Li Daoist, whatever formidable technique you possess, feel free to unleash it, for soon there may be no opportunity left. The coldness in Li Ju's gaze intensified as he altered his hand gestures, causing the golden knife's brilliance to dim, its once lustrous blade appearing muted and faintly pale. Yet the ferocity within surged. Dark red streaks of blood appeared upon the blade, as if remnants left by some fearsome entity. Between Li Yu's nostrils, he detected a faint, somewhat putrid scent of blood, and a throbbing pulse emerged from his brow, subtly alerting him to an impending danger. Indeed, this strike bore a certain intrigue. Savoring this sensation, Li Yu chuckled in appraisal. He raised his hand, urging the shimmering sword light of the azure serpent, which twisted and turned like a playful fish, meeting the descending golden blade. What appeared to be a soft and agile azure sword light now emanated a sharpness that surpassed that of the golden blade, exuding an unparalleled ferocity. Clang, clang, clang. With 3 consecutive strikes, the sword light enveloped the scene. The first strike shattered the ethereal glow upon the surface of the golden blade. The second, imbued with an undercurrent of femininity and dynamism, deftly annihilated a trace of consciousness embedded within the blade, deprived of its guiding consciousness. The third strike resonated with an eerie sound as the golden blade clattered to the ground. Observant onlookers immediately noticed a small, pea-sized nick on the edge of the once pristine blade. With the destruction of the consciousness tethered to the magical artifact, Li Ju involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Simultaneously, he sensed an insidious and razor-sharp essence infiltrating his being through an unseen connection. Wherever the sword intent reached, his meridians and flesh convulsed with sharp pain, and even his innate true energy felt the strain, becoming sluggish and cumbersome, devoid of its former fluidity. Sword intent. A glimmer of disbelief danced in Li Ju's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Li Yu, almost forcing the words through clenched teeth. Friendly. Your vision is indeed commendable. Furthermore, since our bout is concluded, you may take your leave now. Having vanquished Li Ju, Li Yu remained remarkably composed, devoid of any sense of triumph or exhilaration. Such an outcome was to be expected. In his previous life, his mastery of swordsmanship had reached a considerable zenith. He had attained a near clarity of sword heart, capable of sensing the hidden killing intent and dangers directed at him, allowing him to navigate fortunes and evade calamities. In this lifetime, having established a foundation with the Azure Wave sword technique, he re-embarked on his journey of swordsmanship, enriched by his past experiences and profound insights. He swiftly cultivated sword intent within a short span, although his current cultivation level limited him from reaching the pinnacle of his previous life. He was far from being a mere match for someone like Li Ju. Defeating Li Ju was a natural consequence. As for why he did not swiftly overpower his opponent earlier, those who had cultivated their blade techniques to Li Ju's level were all prodigies in their own right. Such individuals were rare, each possessing unique strengths and highlights in their swordplay. While Li Yu's prowess had indeed surpassed Li Ju's by a significant margin, he could still glean the essence of Li Ju's sword techniques through their exchange, enriching his own skills. This was immensely beneficial to him. The most pivotal aspect was that players were among the most capricious individuals. Only by earning their recognition and convincing them of one's strength, capability, and potential could one garner numerous narrative quests from them. They would only take the initiative with enthusiasm, joy, and a willing heart to engage in the tasks assigned to them. Thus, Li Yu deliberately chose to defeat Li Ju in the presence of the crowd, seeking to display his prowess before all. Li Ju's chest heaved violently, his eyes glimmering with suppressed anger as he gritted his teeth, acutely aware of the humiliation he had endured. Chapter 46. There is a familiar scent about you. Li Yu, with a calm demeanor, interrupted Li Ju, who was about to speak further. I almost forgot. You may leave, but if he wishes to depart, he must pay a price. Although he contemplated taking action, His innate true energy was currently in disarray due to a lingering sword intent within him. His golden blade had also been shaken, rendering him unable to summon its consciousness at that moment. "You dare!" Zhang Cheng screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground while clutching his bleeding abdomen, howling in pain. "My Diqian, how cruel you were to have crippled my cultivation." The last time he had slain that malevolent cultivator, he had exerted considerable effort, rightfully claiming the majority of the spoils. Even if the Heavenly King himself were to arrive, the principle remained the same, regardless of your resentment or dissatisfaction. You must accept it. With a flourish of his long sleeves, a trace of cold amusement graced his face as he declared, "Last time you displayed murderous intent towards me. I let you off lightly. Now that you believe you have a powerful ally, you dare to trouble me again. What audacity to challenge me over a mere demon suppression seal. Do you truly believe I possess a gentle disposition?" Zhang Cheng's face turned ashen, overwhelmed with regret. The depletion of his true energy signified the loss of over 20 years of arduous cultivation. Had he acquired some rare treasures or miraculous elixirs, there might have been a possibility for recovery. Yet, Li Yu had been utterly ruthless, even destroying the foundation of his cultivation, rendering any hope of restoration impossible. This was akin to a living death for him. Li Zhu's expression darkened considerably, icy enough to chill the air. Were he merely an ordinary rogue cultivator, daring to offend him and belittle the demon suppression division, he would have been reduced to a lifeless corpse by now. However, circumstances dictated otherwise. He was no match for the Qingyu Daoist and was currently wounded by him. Thus, he found himself with a sliver of leeway. To sacrifice his own life for a subordinate who had already been rendered useless was a selfless virtue he did not possess. At that moment, the entire street fell into silence. All the players stared, dumbfounded, at the figure before them, their hearts stirred by turbulent waves. They suddenly realized just how formidable this Qingyu Daoist truly was. Li Zhu's earlier display of power was still vivid in their minds, unforgettable. Not only was this Qingyu Daoist swordsmanship extraordinary, but his decisiveness and ruthlessness also revealed him to be a person of formidable character, undoubtedly not one to be trifled with. Yet, it was precisely this intensity that ignited a spark of curiosity among some players. The archetypes of either vile villains or noble heroes had become tiresome and cliché. In this world, the notion of purely black and white characters was a naive fantasy. The dichotomy of light and darkness, good and evil, was merely a child's tale. NPCs like the Qingyu Daoist felt far more authentic, brimming with charisma. His earlier words had stemmed from an incident where the Shiri studio had fortuitously acquired an object, one that could establish a connection with the Demon Suppression Division. It is, therefore, prudent to seek alternative avenues. The Demon Suppression Division presents an excellent option. Regrettably, while his aspirations were noble, the situation unfolded in a manner he had not anticipated. Furthermore, his earlier remarks may have been overheard by the esteemed Daoist Qingyu, inadvertently incurring the ire of this formidable figure. A fleeting thought led to a failure to appease either side. The blood-red sunset was remarkably refreshing. Observing the players gazing at Daoist Qingyu with shining eyes, he felt a sense of pride swell within him. The greater the prowess of Daoist Qingyu, the more it affirmed his discerning judgment. He could even sense the envious and covetous glances directed at him. These individuals coveted his association with such a powerful ally. At that moment, a thought struck him, and he abruptly turned his gaze toward Qianli Jiangling, a mocking smirk unmistakably etched upon his face. In response, Qianli Jiangling's expression darkened, and he chose to depart with several members of his studio. This fellow, once perceived as innocent and straightforward, had become increasingly distasteful. Ultimately, Li Zhu did indeed depart. Clearly, this matter was far from resolved. However, Li Yu remained unfazed. Entangled in this affair, the Demon Suppression Division was preoccupied with its own troubles, leaving little room to pursue him. At most, Li Zhu, stung by his defeat, might attempt to trouble him further, but that posed no real concern. Thus, it is said that strength is the foundation upon which one stands in this world. Li Yu is acutely aware of this truth. The laws of this realm are fundamentally rooted in the survival of the fittest. All else is merely a superficial veneer. The junior, Mingwei Zhaojiang, pays respects to Daoist Qingyu. At this juncture, Mingwei Zhaojiang approached to pay his respects. Naturally, Li Yu recognized this individual. Mingwei Zhaojiang was a renowned master in a past life who, in the later stages of the game, ranked among the top 10 on the Celestial Leaderboard and was a prominent figure within the prestigious guild, 7 Stars Pavilion. Li Yu regarded him with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. There exists a trace of familiarity about you. Chapter 47. Yet another fragment of the Chi Dragon. Under the penetrating gaze of Liu, the moonlight illuminating the great river seemed to be ensnared by some dreadful entity, sending chills coursing through him. He exerted great effort to maintain an impassive expression, presenting an item he had long prepared, offering it with both hands. As anticipated, he could not evade the perceptive insight of his senior. This object was something the younger generation had inadvertently acquired. Having heard of the senior's quest for it over the past few days, he had come specifically to bestow it upon him. In his grasp was a wooden box. Liu beckoned, and the box gracefully landed in his hands. Upon opening it, he discovered a shard of jade, crystalline and translucent, shimmering with a delicate luster. This was indeed a fragment of the Chi Dragon. It was unexpected that he would acquire 2 fragments of the Chi Dragon in a single day. Liu felt a surge of emotion within. Among the 4 fragments, one resided in the zombie cave, and with the assistance of Wang Defa, he had successfully obtained it. The other was in the hands of the Black Sand Old Demon, a solitary cultivator of formidable renown, shrouded in mystery, with terrifying prowess. Under normal circumstances, it would be akin to climbing the heavens for a congenital practitioner to covet an item from a golden core cultivator. However, Liu was well aware of certain aspects of this individual's background, which afforded him a measure of assurance. As for the remaining 2 fragments, one was currently hidden within some ruins, while the whereabouts of the other were unknown. Save for the knowledge that it would be sold at a high price by a prominent figure of the 7 Stars Pavilion in over a decade, an event that had transpired in a past life. It was astonishing that it had now been directly presented to him by Mingwei Dajiang. This was indeed a delightful surprise. With a deft motion, Liu stowed the fragment away, deliberately concealing its appearance from the other players. To the onlookers, it appeared merely as a vague piece of white jade, accompanied by the system's cryptic information regarding the jade fragment. Chi Dragon fragment. Rank? Description? Some players exclaimed, questioning how the task of finding the Chi Dragon fragment had seemingly been completed by another, only for yet another fragment to emerge. Following Wang Defa's task submission, other players who had undertaken this quest were likewise informed, sparking a fervor on the official forum. Many players were intrigued about who had accomplished this nightmarish-level task and were eager to discern the nature of the rewards. The emergence of yet another Chi Dragon fragment was indeed peculiar. Clearly, as a fragment, it was incomplete. There could not be just one piece. And this Chi Dragon fragment must be another. Players exchanged knowing glances, piecing together the truth. Indeed, I have accepted the item, Liu remarked, turning to Mingwei Dajiang. Speak. What benefits do you seek? Upon uttering these words, a wave of envy and jealousy rippled through some players. Others, upon completing tasks, had their rewards dictated by NPCs. Regardless of the quality or suitability of the rewards, there was no room for refusal. It all hinged upon individual fortune. Mingwei Dajiang, however, was fortunate indeed, as the Qishir Daoist had permitted him to voice his own choice of reward. The younger generation expressed a desire to take the Daoist as a master, seeking the path to immortality, and humbly requested the Daoist to accept him as a disciple. You wish to take me as your master? Liu surveyed him from head to toe, a meaningful expression gracing his features, and shook his head, saying, as a humble practitioner, my own cultivation remains unrefined, and I lack the qualifications to guide others. You must have mistaken me for someone else. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating that the matter need not be discussed further. Liu spoke truthfully. He found even his own training to be a time-consuming endeavor, leaving no room for the mentorship of disciples. Moreover, the individual in question was merely a player. In this realm, the indigenous populace, influenced by ancient customs, adheres to the principle that a day spent as a master equates to a lifetime as a father. When a master has tasks, the disciple must bear the burden. A master's word can send a disciple running, and this is merely the most fundamental expectation. Once a master-disciple relationship is established, their fates intertwine. One's misfortune is shared by the other, and one's glory is equally celebrated. This bond is rigidly structured, akin to that of a father and son. However, players are different. Their identities as players, their perspectives, and the education they received in the federal world render them incapable of forming any genuine emotional connection or recognition of the NPC masters in this realm. Seeking apprenticeship is merely a means to transition into the role of a cultivator. Even the so-called NPC masters are, in the eyes of many players, little more than virtual constructs composed of data. Thus, Liu has no intention of accepting disciples, and even if he did, he would never consider these players. Having once been a player himself, he is acutely aware of their nature, insatiably greedy, audacious, and ever eager to sow discord. What transgressions would these individuals not commit for a modicum of gain or the thrill of excitement? They would seduce junior sisters, flirt with senior sisters, charm the master's wife, bend senior brothers, forcefully assert dominance over junior brothers, stab their master in the back, and betray their sect. Liu has witnessed countless such incidents. Noticing that the Chishu Daoist showed no interest in taking on disciples, Mingwei Zhaojiang felt a twinge of disappointment. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. I have long desired to delve into the path of immortality, yet I am uncertain where to seek a master. I hope you can offer guidance. This was indeed a possibility. Liu nodded. If you wish to join a particular sect, speak your mind, and I can provide you with some advice. Mingwei Zhaojiang was overjoyed. After all, the Chishu Daoist was a high-ranking NPC, and his knowledge far surpassed his own. With such guidance, he was certain to avoid many pitfalls along the way. The remnants of the Chulong Jade were not in vain. Mingwei Zhaojiang's expression turned slightly sheepish. I'm not well versed in the various immortal sects. I humbly request your insights. The surrounding players fell silent, ears perked up, eager to glean any information. As for the local sects within Tongzhou, there are indeed many. Yet only a few would catch the eye of a humble practitioner like Liu. He disregarded the onlookers and addressed Mingwei Zhaojiang. Let us set aside the rest. Your innate talents and temperament are commendable. There are two places suitable for you. First is the Zixia sect, which is founded upon the Zixia canon. Boasting a legacy of over 1,000 years, renowned for its formidable strength and authenticity within the Xianmen. This sect excels in swordsmanship, evasion techniques, and alchemy. The second is the Xinqiao sect, established on the principles of thunder magic, exuding an air of majesty and divine authority. Thus, most disciples under this gate cultivate their foundations through the art of thunder, exhibiting a style that is both domineering and straightforward, often engaging in the affairs of subduing demons and refining spirits. Observing the moonlight reflecting upon the great river, Liu smiled and remarked, for a prestigious sect such as this, the criteria for accepting disciples are indeed rather stringent. Furthermore, within the sect, disciples are typically categorized into outer disciples, inner disciples, and true inheritors. Even to become a mere outer disciple is not an easy feat, as one must meet various requirements. However, this shall not prove to be a challenge for me. Liu spoke with unwavering confidence, his demeanor calm and composed, exuding an air of persuasive authority. You may contemplate carefully which sect you wish to join, and then I shall offer you some guidance, enabling you to harbor hopes of successfully becoming a disciple. Witnessing Liu's genuine demeanor, the other players erupted in astonished whispers, their eyes glistening with envy. Among them, how many had sought after a particular technique or tome, yet found no avenue to obtain it, let alone join a sect of celestial practitioners? Such a grand opportunity, seemingly grasped with ease by another, was indeed difficult for them to accept with tranquility. Chapter 48. The old farmer observes his crops. The crimson sun cast a shadow of envy upon his face, as he gazed upon the fortunes of Mingwei Zhaojiang with a twinge of desire. To have two celestial sects to choose from was indeed a stroke of remarkable fortune. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. He was now an esteemed member of the Qingyu clan, so why should he envy another? Besides, even if he were to gain entry into such illustrious sects, what would it truly matter? If he could continue to unearth narrative quests from the Qingyu Daoist, surely they would prove equally rewarding as those offered by Mingwei Zhaojiang. He had not forgotten the information bestowed upon him by the system regarding the Qingyu Daoist. Qingyu Daoist, level? Introduction. A figure of mysterious origins, likely hailing from an ancient sect. Danger level? The emphasis lay on the possibility of originating from an ancient sect. Blood-Red Sunset recalled his first encounter with the Qingyu Daoist, who had mentioned that the Qi and Remnant Jade was a treasured artifact of his sect. Clearly, the Qingyu Daoist was no mere wandering practitioner, but rather a member of a clandestine celestial sect. This NPC's enigmatic identity surely concealed numerous secrets, perhaps even hidden narratives. Should he delve deeper, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. Meanwhile, Mingwei Zhaojiang had made his decision clear and spoke. I, as a junior, have resolved to join the Zixia sect. I humbly request your guidance, esteemed elder. Indeed, Liu cast a meaningful glance in his direction. In a previous life, Mingwei Zhaojiang had joined the Zixia sect, and in this lifetime, his choice remained steadfast. It appeared there was a profound connection between him and the Zixia sect. Liu then whispered in secret, weaving his words into a singular thread that reached Mingwei Zhaojiang's ears. 300 miles northwest of the Zixia sect's mountain gate, lies a place known as Yunding Mountain. There, upon a white stone, you will often find an elderly man with a yellow gourd, his hair and beard as white as snow, fast asleep. This individual is Feng Minzi, the Grand Elder of the Zixia sect. The other players observed Li Yu's lips move, yet no sound emerged. Instead, Mingwei Dajiang widened his eyes, nodding repeatedly. Understanding that the Qingyu Daoist wished to keep this revelation discreet, leaving others disheartened by their ignorance. Once the Yu concluded, Mingwei Dajiang felt a surge of excitement, mixed with a hint of trepidation as he gazed at Li Yu. What was the true origin of the Qingyu Daoist? How could he possess knowledge of such clandestine matters? Did he possess the legendary ability to divine the hidden truths of the universe? Finally, Li Yu added a cautionary note. What I have spoken today is for your ears alone and should not be divulged to outsiders. I trust you will remember these words. Otherwise, he left his statement unfinished, yet Mingwei Dajiang fervently nodded, assuring he would keep it confidential. Very well, Li Yu replied with a slight nod. There is one more matter. He turned his gaze from Mingwei Dajiang to the other players, raising his voice to proclaim, I am in need of materials to concoct a batch of elixirs and to repair my own talismans. If you possess any miraculous elixirs, wondrous flowers, or refined metals of exceptional quality, as well as other valuable items, you may exchange them with me. Regardless of whether you seek magical artifacts, spiritual pills, or treatises on cultivation, or any significant intelligence, you may procure them here from me. Boom. The moment Li Yu's words left his lips, it was akin to a meteor plummeting into the ocean, stirring tumultuous waves. The players erupted into excitement, eagerly surrounding him, voices overlapping in fervor. Is what the esteemed elder says true? Master Qingyu, behold this black obsidian crystal, which I stumbled upon in a cave. I have been unable to discern its use. Might I exchange it for a treatise on cultivation? Any will suffice. Esteemed elder, what about this item I possess? The game had been live for a month. Yet among this throng, only a scant few had managed to transition into cultivators. Out of hundreds, perhaps only one would succeed, highlighting the arduous nature of this transformation. This merely pertained to an ordinary quality treatise. Naturally, while ordinary treatises could be copied for trade and practice, exquisite or more profound texts could not be replicated. The essence of the techniques within the treatises, their diagrams, were but the superficial aspect. The true essence lay within the ethereal resonance of the treatise itself. Without this vital resonance as a catalyst, those copied texts would serve merely as decoration, utterly incapable of being cultivated. To forcefully practice would lead to dire consequences. From mere disruption of one's vital energy to the peril of soul disintegration. This reality effectively curtailed the possibility of many players profiting through transcription. To pursue a transformation into a cultivator, players were left with no choice but to earnestly acquire knowledge from NPCs. However, the prospect of exchanging with Master Qingyu was nothing short of a momentous occasion for the players. Some speculated in hushed tones whether the Eternal Corporation had established this special NPC, Master Qingyu, in response to the plethora of complaints regarding the exorbitant difficulty of Eternal Path. Observing the jubilant expressions of the crowd, Li Yu could not help but smile, his countenance radiating sincerity and kindness, reminiscent of a humble farmer surveying his flourishing, verdant fields. Indeed, he was seizing this opportunity to establish his reputation and persona. Due to his identity, the NPCs of the Diqian realm inherently harbored a lack of trust towards these outsiders, even exhibiting a degree of wariness. This, in turn, rendered it exceedingly difficult for players to acquire treatises. Yet, in Li Yu's eyes, despite the majority of these players not being cultivators, their potential was considerable. They brimmed with energy, often idle, eagerly seizing upon minor tasks, and possessed the extraordinary ability to resurrect. In simpler terms, they were a collection of exceptional laborers, no tools. Should they be transformed into cultivators, they would become invaluable labor, expendable allies, and scapegoats. Yet the cost often merely entails offering some insignificant benefits. If utilized wisely, a single monetary investment could compel them to toil tenfold, yielding 100-fold profit. Naturally, the players are not naive. Such endeavors are not easily replicated. Moreover, Li Yu is a person of integrity. He would not overreach, ensuring his approach remains gentle, thereby cultivating a commendable reputation. In this manner, he can better garner the trust of the players, allowing him to reap successive rewards. Indeed, it is a matter of steady and gradual gain. Chapter 49, Eradication and Root Removal. Furthermore, the number of tools at their disposal is substantial, and many individuals often unexpectedly acquire valuable items. If Liu can exchange various precious resources such as spiritual herbs, rare flowers, and exquisite metals from their hands, it would indirectly bridge the gap between him and the disciples of the grand sections. Wealth, companions, techniques, and territory. These are the four essential elements for any cultivator. And Liu possesses the scriptures and methodologies for cultivation. For now, he does not require companions or friends. Nor can he protect a spiritual field or cave dwelling with his current cultivation level. Thus, these matters are not pressing concerns. What he lacks, however, is wealth, or rather, various resources for cultivation. Liu is well versed in the dual arts of alchemy and artifact forging, with a wealth of knowledge concerning the concoction of elixirs and the crafting of magical tools. Yet, he is hindered by a lack of spiritual materials, rendering him unable to utilize his skills. The arrival of players, however, changes the landscape entirely. These players are ravenous for scriptures, artifacts, elixirs, and knowledge of cultivation, providing Liu with an opportunity to amass wealth. As players engage in the game, their relentless pursuit and insatiable greed often lead to chaos in their wake, earning them the moniker of the Fourth Calamity. Wherever they go, disturbances inevitably follow. Yet, to Liu, they resemble a swarm of industrious bees. Their diligence, bravery, and fearlessness are their finest attributes. What Liu intends to do is to collaborate, exploit, mutual benefit, exploit thoroughly. As the saying goes, a person cannot stand without trust. In a few days, when the bright moon illuminates the great river, and he successfully joins the Xixia sect, the players will witness this living example and undoubtedly believe in his words. His reputation will spread, and business will naturally flourish. Contemplating this, a gentle smile graced Liu's face. Noticing the increasing throng of players around him, Liu waved his hand, releasing a soft force that kept them at bay. You need not say much. If you wish to trade with me, come find me tomorrow. He gestured toward the blood-red sun and added, as long as your items hold value, I shall not disappoint you. Though he's already overwhelmed with his own cultivation, he lacks the time to cater to so many players. Thus, it is time for Tool 1, the blood-red sun, to fulfill his purpose. Seeing that the Qingyu Daoist was indifferent to their presence, the players turned their attention to the blood-red sun, their attitudes brimming with enthusiasm and their words sweetened with cordiality. Blood-red sun, let us be friends. If I come across anything valuable, I'll contact you directly. I've sent you a friend request. Please accept it. Tomorrow, I will bring that item I mentioned. Mingwei Zhao Dajiang also smiled and introduced himself warmly. Brother Sun, pleased to meet you. I am Mingwei Zhao Dajiang from the Qixing Pavilion, and this is my friend, Changhe Luri Yuan. I look forward to your guidance in the future. The blood-red sun was momentarily taken aback. Taking a deep breath, he met the gazes of the players with newfound confidence, standing tall and adopting a serious demeanor. The Qingyu Daoist entrusting him with such an important task clearly reflects a profound trust in his capabilities. Amidst the throng, figures like Mingwei and Changhe stand as paragons of excellence, universally acknowledged as the apex of their domain. In ordinary circumstances, he would merely be an average professional player, devoid of any opportunity to intersect with such luminaries. Yet now, owing to the influence of the Qingshi Daoist, these esteemed players have chosen to extend their camaraderie towards him, affording him the tangible advantage of basking in the shade of a grand tree. All of this he owes to the Qingshi Daoist. With that in mind, he must live up to the trust and significance bestowed upon him by the Daoist. Very well, disperse. Liu gestured for the crowd to scatter. However, he discreetly summoned Mingwei Dajiang and Changhe Luriyuan to remain. As the other players departed, only the blood-red twilight and the two remained. Liu regarded them and remarked, I perceive potential in both of you, and thus, I have a task to assign. The two exchanged a glance, their expressions a mix of astonishment and elation. They had not anticipated such an unexpected boon, and they clasped their hands in respect, saying, Please, enlighten us, esteemed senior. Liu's tone was unadorned. Whether you act independently or incite others to take action, strive to leave no trace and refrain from mentioning my name. For this matter bears no connection to me. The implication was clear, and they understood the weight of his words. Should they execute this task competently, he promised to reward them with several P1 pills, which possess the ability to cleanse impurities and replenish vital energy, greatly benefiting their future cultivation. Upon hearing this, Mingwei Dajiang, along with the blood-red twilight, was rendered speechless. How audacious! The Qixi Daoist was evidently intent on eradicating all traces, leaving no room for survival. What, are you unwilling? Liu cast a sidelong glance at them. Changhe Luriyuan quickly replied, We are more than willing. Rest assured, Esteemed senior, we shall handle this matter with utmost finesse. Excellent. Li Yu nodded in satisfaction. Ding. Subsequently, Mingwei Dajiang and Changhe Luriyuan received a system notification. Eradicate the roots, regardless of the means employed. As long as this individual is slain, the task shall be deemed successful. However, one critical point to note. Do not implicate the Qingshi Daoist in this affair. Task level, difficult. Task reward, several Puan pills. They exchanged glances, their hearts racing at the Daoist ruthless approach. These NPCs, each one either shrewdly calculating or decisively lethal, or harboring a vendetta, felt alarmingly realistic. The Qingshi Daoist was clearly intent on obliterating all evidence, yet wished to avoid drawing the ire of the Demon Suppression Department. Thus, he had cleverly assigned the task to them, the players. In this manner, should the plot unravel, it would be they or other players who would bear the blame. Sparing the Daoist from any repercussions, the two silently resolved that, unless absolutely necessary, they would avoid provoking these cunning and ruthless old coins, lest they find themselves ensnared in a perilous fate. As for this task, they had already decided to outsource it at a low price, allowing others to handle this proverbial hot potato. Even though they are players capable of dying and resurrecting, they are currently no match for the Demon Suppression Division. Observing the slightly wary expressions on their faces, Li Yu couldn't help but smile faintly. Indeed, he harbors grudges and possesses a rather petty nature. Although Zhang Cheng's cultivation has been rendered useless, leaving him unable to seek revenge, Li Yu firmly believes that the only true enemy is a dead enemy. Therefore, a mere handful of cultivation pills would suffice to eliminate a potential threat, and that is quite worthwhile. As for the cultivation pills, Li Yu does not possess any, but others do. He glanced at a distant figure dressed as a servant, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Chapter 50. Envy. Initially, I had intended to allow this old demon to live another day, but unexpectedly, a certain Li Zhu emerged to trouble me, inadvertently startling him. Gazing at the young servant, a more pronounced smile graced Li Yu's lips. Well, there is no better day than today, since you are in such a hurry. I shall hasten your journey to the afterlife. The young servant, clad in the attire of a subordinate, appeared to glance over here somewhat nonchalantly. In the depths of his eyes, a chilling glimmer flickered. Upon noticing Li Yu's gaze upon him, his heart skipped a beat, and he thought it ill-fated, hastily turning to leave. However, in the next moment, Li Yu glided toward him like a wisp of light. A slender, alabaster finger pointed forth. From the fingertip, a streak of azure sword energy swiftly pierced through his brow with precision. After effortlessly dispatching the servant, Li Yu remained unfazed. Rising to his feet and transforming into a beam of light, soaring toward the Lu residence, while a myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind. The servant was not Lu Laotai's true form, but rather a lifeless vessel possessed by a fragment of his malevolent essence. Lu Laotai's intent was to use this servant's mortal eyes to surveil Li Yu's every movement. Both were situated in Qingshui town, and Li Yu had not gone to great lengths to conceal his presence, thus evading the old man's scrutiny was improbable. Moreover, Li Yu's cultivation and strength had posed a significant threat to him. Consequently, Li Yu's existence had rendered Lu Laotai restless and anxious. If he did not keep a close watch on this peril, it would be a grave waste of his long life. Yet, Lu Laotai likely did not realize that all his machinations were transparent to Li Yu. He was even unaware that Li Yu had long since harbored sinister intentions toward him. Within a deeply constructed secret chamber of the Lu residence, an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow sat cross-legged. The old man's body was hunched. Lacking vitality, his skin was a dull yellow, and his sagging face bore deep wrinkles, resembling the dried peel of an orange. Sparse white hair adorned his head, with each strand bearing its own tail. His half-open eyes were murky and devoid of life, the corners collecting two yellow-green crusts, his entire being exuding an aura of despondency. Appearing exceedingly aged, as though most of his body were already entombed, he was truly the embodiment of a decrepit corpse. However, at the moment Li Yu eliminated the young servant, extinguishing the lingering malevolent essence within him, the old man suddenly opened his eyes. And two terrifying rays of cold light flashed within, like lightning illuminating the chamber in an instant, bright as day. A dreadful aura surged forth, enveloping the entire secret chamber. Crack, crack. The walls began to fissure, a multitude of cracks spreading throughout, with dust cascading down. What a remarkable Daoist Qingyu. He has actually discovered my presence. The old man slowly rose, his expression oscillating between shadows and light. He had already taken note of Li Yu months prior, though he had contemplated eliminating this individual. His lifespan had long since waned. The only reason he still clung to existence was due to the gruesome and ruthless magical arts that had forged his demon-like body, barely sustaining his life. In a certain sense, he had transcended the realm of the living, existing instead as a wretched amalgamation of corpse and demon. Only a tumultuous vitality within his heart tenuously sustained a semblance of humanity. This ghastly form abhorred the searing and explosive rays of the sun outside. Should he linger too long under its glare, the internal fire would easily stir, threatening to incinerate the remaining life force within him. If the fire were to rage uncontrollably, it would obliterate his vitality, rendering him a true corpse demon, his intellect devoured by malevolent thoughts, ultimately leading to a most unfortunate demise. Thus, he was compelled to construct this peculiar chamber, remaining ensconced within its confines year-round. With such trepidation, coupled with his confidence in his concealment techniques, he refrained from taking reckless actions. Alas, he had still been discovered by Li Yu. In fact, he sensed Li Yu approaching with great haste. At this moment, even if he wished to flee, it was far too late. The elder's countenance grew frigid, his eyes betraying a profound envy. To achieve innate mastery, he had endured untold hardships, suffered numerous trials, and traversed many a convoluted path on several occasions. He had nearly met his demise due to the backlash of his own dark powers. In stark contrast, Li Yu, in his youth, had effortlessly attained innate embryonic breathing, promising a long life ahead with boundless prospects. How could he reconcile this disparity within his heart? As for now, escape was no longer an option. Yet he felt no fear. Indeed, a sinister thought took root in his mind, to devour Li Yu whole, refining him into a reservoir of potent flesh and essence to nourish his own being. From their previous confrontation in the street, it was evident that while Li Yu possessed superior swordsmanship, he was still but newly initiated into the realm of innate mastery, likely inferior to the elder's seasoned prowess. Following a recent intrusion that resulted in theft and the mysterious death of his grandson, Lu Yuanwei, he had become exceedingly cautious, fortifying his estate against potential threats. Should anyone trespass and fall short of his cultivation level, they would undoubtedly suffer greatly. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, the elder rose from his chamber. Though wary of the sunlight outside, his cultivation allowed him to venture out for a few hours from time to time, as long as he did not stray far from his sanctuary. Meanwhile, Li Yu had arrived above Lu's residence, surveying the estate from a lofty vantage point. Upon noticing him, the servants below erupted in startled exclamations, while others, sensing the chilling intent emanating from Li Yu, quickly sought refuge. Li Yu regarded these individuals with indifference, refraining from rushing inside, for his spiritual awareness had detected a hint of danger. With a flick of his mind, a beam of sword light surged forth from his sleeve, slicing through the air like an azure ribbon, aimed at the void before him. Yet, mere moments after the sword light had traversed a distance of 10 zhang, it was abruptly intercepted by an array of shimmering restrictions. The seemingly empty void rippled with energy, revealing 7 grotesque apparitions, each emanating formidable auras, malevolent and hideous. Shrouded in an ethereal miasma, these 7 spectral entities formed a formation, creating a connection that stirred the grayish-white luminescence of the restrictions, ensnaring the sword light securely. As if biding their time for Li Yu to unwittingly walk into their trap, it was evident that had Li Yu not perceived the anomaly and proceeded to test the waters, but rather charged headlong into the fray, the consequences would have been dire indeed. It turns out to be the soul confounding banner. Li Yu possesses a profound understanding of the intricacies surrounding the esteemed Lu Elder. This artifact is indeed an extraordinary item of demonic craftsmanship, rivaling the quality of his own Qing Shi flying sword's original form, the Yinshan Hun sword. In its potency is considerably superior. The banner is meticulously crafted from materials such as gloomy iron, cold iron, millennium phosphorescence, and meticulously processed corpse skin. Moreover, it is infused with the true symbols of the demonic path, imbuing it with formidable prohibitions that enhance its power. Chapter 51. The 5 Poison Ring. At last, 7 vengeful spirits were ensnared within, meticulously cultivated through the offering of blood and even live creatures, nurturing their ferocity and intensifying their bloodthirsty rage. Once unleashed, this entity could conjure the 7 fiends' vengeful soul formation, where the combined might of the 7 spirits would unleash a cacophony of ghostly wails and chilling winds, effortlessly trapping any innate being. Alas, it encountered Li Yu. With a mere gesture, Li Yu summoned a shimmering blade of light that danced like a serpent, cleaving through the vulnerable points of the 7 fiends' vengeful soul formation. Though the formation had an overwhelming aura, it was no match for Li Yu's keen perception, which discerned the flaws within the array. In but a few strokes, he effortlessly dismantled the entire formation, scattering its components like leaves in the wind. The blade's light spiraled gracefully, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, striking the foreheads of 3 spirits in rapid succession. What appeared to be a delicate touch concealed a profound intent, penetrating their corporeal forms to annihilate their soul cores. Subsequently, these 3 spirits disintegrated into wisps of gray mist, vanishing into the ether. With no one to command the formation, its full potential could not be realized, barely achieving 70% of its power. Lu Laotai, emerging from the secret chamber, let out a muffled groan, feeling the backlash as blood trickled from his nostrils, his complexion paling to a ghostly hue. Cursed be it, for it has destroyed my artifact. Witnessing Li Yu's intent to continue exterminating the remaining spirits, his rage intensified, nearly drawing blood from his heart. You little wretch, I shall make your existence a torment of despair. As he spoke, Lu Laotai cast forth a 5-colored spirit ring, simultaneously activating the Chaos Fiend's 7-soul banner to ensnare Li Yu. The spirit ring soared, releasing billowing clouds of vibrant smoke that enveloped Li Yu. This colorful haze, dazzling and enchanting, exuded a sweet aroma. Yet, for some unsuspecting mortal servants below, a mere inhalation rendered them silent, their forms dissolving into puddles of viscous liquid. Other servants of the Lu household, gripped by terror, fled in panic, while some, paralyzed by fear, fell to their knees in supplication. Old master, spare me. In my next life, I shall serve you as a beast. Ah, save me. Is there no one to rescue me? Lu Laotai, indifferent to their pleas, unleashed his artifact in a frenzied assault against Li Yu. The 5 poison ring. Upon seeing the 5-colored spirit ring, Li Yu's gaze sharpened. His caution heightened. This artifact was prevalent in the southern regions, particularly within the humid and oppressive terrain of the southern continent's 10,000 great mountains. Here, the miasma was rampant, giving rise to myriad venomous creatures, thus attracting many poison practitioners to dwell and cultivate. The 5 poison ring was a conventional artifact forged by these practitioners, amalgamating the essences of 5 toxic entities: the red fire centipede, the coxcomb snake, the blue jade scorpion, the yellow-spotted gecko, and the black ice toad, combined with the quintessence of metals, resulting in an extremely potent and insidious poison. From Li Yu's crown, a plume of black smoke emerged, shimmering with brilliance, revealing a black treasure mirror. This ancient mirror, adorned with intricate and enigmatic patterns, bore a smooth, lustrous silver surface, soft as flowing water. This is precisely the divine power of the true sutra of soft water, the Diqian treasure mirror. The Diqian treasure mirror exuded a substantial cloud of black mist, enveloping him and obstructing the multicolored smoke. When the black mist collided with the colorful smoke, an eerie sizzling sound ensued. Yet, the black mist, a manifestation of the profound and mystical Diqian treasure mirror, proved to be remarkably resilient. The highly toxic multicolored smoke could not penetrate its defense. Simultaneously, Li Yu produced the golden light fire mirror and decisively activated this treasure. A brilliant and intense beam of golden light surged forth like a pillar of divine radiance, striking 2 spectral entities and incinerating them to ash. The residual force of the golden light continued unabated, striking the raging soul's flag. The fierce, blazing rays of the sun's magic instantly burned a hole the size of a bowl into the banner crafted from corpse skin, wisps of white smoke rising from its edges. With the destruction of the enchanted artifact, the remaining 2 spectral beings were rendered motionless, as if struck by lightning, and they disintegrated amidst their wails. Meanwhile, the azure serpent flying sword had already soared gracefully, slicing towards Old Master Lu. With the raging soul's flag destroyed, Old Master Lu was similarly affected, spitting forth a mouthful of dark red, viscous blood that exuded a foul stench. Soon after, a sword beam of azure brilliance came crashing down, unstoppable, cleaving him in 2. In his previous life, Li Yu had been a formidable golden core cultivator, seasoned in combat and capable of multitasking. With a series of rapid strikes, he effortlessly dispatched Old Master Lu beneath his sword. To his astonishment, the bisected Old Master Lu did not succumb immediately. Rather, he seemed to be invigorated by some unseen force, his eyes turning crimson, faintly glowing with dark light, as he struggled and cried out. From the severed remnants of his body, tendrils of black mist emerged, knitting the 2 halves back together. A chilling, otherworldly grayish-white demonic aura erupted from him, enveloping the surroundings. His garments rapidly corroded away in the presence of this demonic energy, revealing a gaunt figure, akin to a skeleton draped in skin. With the infusion of this demonic energy, Old Master Lu's emaciated form began to swell as if filled with air. A series of crisp cracks echoed as his bones resonated with the sound of metal. His muscles became engorged, perfectly proportioned, and his skin glistened with an oily black sheen, adorned with bizarre gray demonic patterns, intricate and mysterious, seemingly harboring some strange power. In mere moments, the frail figure of Old Master Lu, previously on the brink of death, vanished, replaced by a robust, vigorous, and sinister middle-aged man. In this interval of transformation, Liu directed the flying sword to strike. The surface of the sinister middle-aged man radiated a grayish-white demonic light. As the sharp azure serpent flying sword struck, the demonic light rippled like water, dissipating the force of the blow, and it did not break, only producing a series of dull thuds. Liu raised an eyebrow. With his swordsmanship, he could cleave through ordinary artifacts effortlessly with a single strike. The opponent's demonic physique is indeed extraordinary, capable of withstanding even his flying sword. The middle-aged man emanates a dense aura of malevolence and death, his face contorted with ferocity and bloodlust, emitting a guttural roar that is far from human as he lunges towards Liu. Clearly having succumbed to the corruption of demonic influence, transformed into a monstrous being. Meanwhile, the five poisons ring, devoid of human control, plummets to the ground, only to be deftly caught by Liu. Though this artifact does not align with his usual practices, after being refined with the essence of soft water, it proves to be a commendable tool of quality. Chapter 52. A precious treasure rightfully belongs to me. Of course, these matters are of secondary importance. As the youthful figure of Old Master Lu rushed toward him, Liu immediately activated the golden light fire mirror. The dazzling, intense golden light shot towards Old Master Lu, only to be obstructed by a swirling mass of dark demonic energy that the latter conjured with a wave of his hand. Although the Flame Sun Demon Extermination Divine Light possessed immense power, it was halted by this dark energy. The murky, black demonic essence clashed with the divine light, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds, accompanied by a foul odor that was almost nauseating. Once the demonic energy was nearly consumed by the flames, much of the divine light's power was expended, only managing to scorch the outer layer of Old Master Lu's flesh, transforming into a middle-aged man. Old Master Lu merely paused momentarily before continuing his charge toward Liu. Unfazed, Liu formed a hand seal. The snow-white mirror surface of the Diqian treasure mirror above his head shimmered and abruptly expanded into a towering light gate, its surface glistening with radiant waves. Standing firm before him, despite his muddled senses, the middle-aged man instinctively sensed the impending danger. With no time to halt his momentum, he plunged headlong into the light gate. It swiftly contracted back into the original form of the black treasure mirror, now resting in Liu's hand. Within the mirror, the middle-aged man struggled fiercely, growing increasingly ferocious in his attempts to escape. Yet, ethereal, moonlight-like ropes emerged from the void, binding him tightly. Even as he summoned immense strength to snap the moonlight-infused ropes, more would materialize, ensnaring him anew. After several futile attempts, his once mighty fury began to wane. Liu then pointed to the azure serpent flying sword, which transformed into a streak of azure sword light and soared into the Diqian treasure mirror. With a surge of intent, the azure serpent flying sword emitted a resonant cry, unleashing a formidable sword aura. It was sharp and relentless, yet imbued with an essence of perpetual continuity, slicing downward with unyielding force. Under Liu's full exertion, even Old Master Lu's demonic body, as sturdy as any common magical artifact, was cleaved into two, the terrifying sword intent directly shattering his soul. The mirror's light shifted, casting out the two severed remains. Observing this scene from afar, the blood-red remnants of the setting sun, along with the moon illuminating the great river, left several bystanders in a state of stunned silence, at a loss for words. Following this, Liu casually dispatched the attendant. And now even this unknown malevolent cultivator had fallen to his blade. Was the murderous intent of this Jingyu Taoist excessively overwhelming? With Old Master Lu's demise, the servants of Lu Manor were thrown into chaos, fleeing in panic. Liu paid them no mind, casually stowing the damaged Wansha Seven Souls banner into his storage bag. Having accustomed himself to a life of hardship, he disdained extravagance and loathed unnecessary waste. Subsequently, he scanned his surroundings with his divine sense, locating a concealed chamber, and in a flash, he entered within. The chamber contained various odds and ends, including a cabinet and an ancient bronze alchemical furnace. Upon the cabinet lay an array of bottles and jars. Liu's consciousness swept across the collection, confirming its safety. Encasing his hand in a layer of true energy, he casually seized a bottle. As he unscrewed the lid, a peculiar, metallic scent wafted forth. the sweetness entwined with faint traces of decay. The blood essence pill, crafted from the flesh and blood of infants, not yet a month old. Liu's expression remained unchanged, yet his gaze chilled slightly. He continued to inspect the other items. The corpse oil, derived from the torment of 49 selected boys and girls until their tragic demise, infused with resentment. The black essence pill, sewn into the abdomen of a virgin, nourished by her pure essence. Ghost face mushrooms, zombie bone powder. The viscera essence extracted from the living, refined into viscera bomb. The more he examined, the colder his eyes became. Behind these items, countless lives had been sacrificed, the process undeniably gruesome. Liu was no soft-hearted individual, nor could he be deemed virtuous. Yet, confronted with such merciless brutality, he felt a twinge of lamentation. He shook his head and waved his hand, conjuring a torrent of water that engulfed most of the items. The water surged and compressed, and with a mere stir, everything was obliterated. What remained were either some processed spiritual herbs or a few genuine pills. There was the nourishing essence pill that cleansed impurities and replenished true energy. The fasting pill which, when consumed, ensured 10 days without sustenance. The snow fungus heart nourishing pill, the tranquil heart pill, and the jade ginseng pill, crafted from 300-year-old ginseng combined with other rare herbs, enhancing one's cultivation. It could be said that there were indeed many valuable items. On the bookshelf, there lay a scroll titled Essentials of Huang Hedan Method. Liu briefly perused it, discovering it contained various alchemical techniques and over 20 formulas. In his past life, Liu had dabbled in alchemy. He was knowledgeable not only in pill-making but also in artifact refinement. Even through Liu's discerning eyes, this tome was of notable worth, showcasing intricate fire control techniques and alchemical methods. However, the most valuable item to him was undoubtedly the ancient bronze alchemical furnace, standing over a foot tall. This furnace, with its 3 sturdy legs and rounded belly, exuded an air of antiquity, adorned with mysterious engravings that hinted at a time-worn grandeur. It was unmistakably a treasure. One could only wonder from where old Master Lu had procured it. Thud. He flicked a finger, and the force capable of shattering iron struck the furnace, producing a dull thud while its surface remained unscathed. Such a remarkable artifact rightfully belonged to this humble Taoist. Liu marveled, recalling that his intent for targeting old Master Lu was indeed for this furnace. In his previous life, the Shiri studio had utilized a sinister artifact, the Shadow Needle, first to ambush old Master Lu, rendering him unable to exert even a fraction of his strength, and subsequently, in conjunction with numerous players, they had continuously revived and ultimately overwhelmed the old man. Yet, the Shiri studio had not suffered losses. The origins of this elixir furnace remain a mystery. The Sunrise studio has invested considerable effort in nurturing a skilled alchemist player, who, with the aid of this furnace and a mastery of the delicate art of alchemy, has sustained the entire studio. This is precisely why Sunrise Studio has experienced rapid growth, with each member's cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. The furnace has played a pivotal role. Even in the later stages of the game, it remains a precious artifact. Infusing it with the essence of soft water, Liu's consciousness also activated the restrictions within, yielding a glimmer of information in return. Narrowing his eyes to absorb the knowledge, he discovered that this furnace was named the Hunyuan Furnace, an artifact passed down from the ancient sect of alchemy, the Dan Ding sect. The remaining information consisted of a set of incantations for operating the Hunyuan Furnace. After familiarizing himself with these incantations over the course of a tea's brewing, Liu performed a preliminary refinement of the Hunyuan Furnace and departed from the Lu residence with a contented heart. What? You ask what will become of those left behind at Lu's? It is of no concern to him. Chapter 53, A Gradual Scheme on the Street. A carriage had been parked at the roadside for quite some time. It was not until a flash of light darted away from the Lu residence that the curtains within the carriage were finally drawn down. Inside the carriage sat 2 figures, who, if Liu were present, would undoubtedly recognize. It was none other than the elderly man named Qiubo, whom they had encountered at the entrance of the zombie cave, alongside Su Changqing of the Su clan. However, at this moment, both master and servant exchanged no words, silently reflecting on the events that had just transpired. They had witnessed everything, from the initial confrontation between Liu and Li Zhu to the latter's slaying of the old Lu patriarch. I have heard of this Li Zhu, Su Changqing mused. Over the years, he has relied on his blade technique, and beneath his golden blade, countless demons and rogue cultivators have met their demise. Were it not for my father's foresight, which allowed me to ascend to the innate realm days ago and wield the great 5 elements treasure wheel, I would not have been entirely confident in overcoming him. The fact that such a formidable adversary had ultimately fallen to Li Yu's sword was indeed astonishing. At this juncture, Su Changqing lifted his gaze and could not help but inquire, "Qiu Bo, with your vast experience, have you ever heard of this individual's swordsmanship or the magical artifacts he just employed?" Qiu Bo shook his head. This young man's swordplay is exceptional. His technique is both subtle and powerful, imbued with a continuous elegance that is truly remarkable. Even more impressively, he has grasped the essence of sword intent. I must admit, it eludes my understanding, though I can discern that his cultivation leans towards the water element. He hesitated, continuing, "Young master, you have diligently mastered the 5 Elements Heavenly Book, which encompasses the principles of mutual generation and restraint among the 5 elements, perpetually circulating and cycling. In theory, such mastery should allow you to counter the myriad elemental abilities of the world. Yet, this individual's water-based cultivation is astonishingly pure and profound, rivaling your own elemental energy. It is indeed perplexing. Such a person could not have emerged from an ordinary background. I dare say he likely hails from an ancient sect, a disciple of true lineage." Su Changqing felt a deep resonance with this observation. My breakthrough to the innate realm was thanks to the treasures left by my father. When I last encountered this friend, his cultivation was even beneath mine, yet now he surpasses me by a margin. Truly, one must not underestimate the talents of the world. He gently shook his head. Reflecting on his past, he realized how myopic his perspective had been. He had once believed himself to be exceptionally gifted. Diligently studying the authentic scriptures of the 5 Elements Heavenly Book, supported by the Su clan, a future seemingly limitless. Yet, he had been relentlessly pursued by Su Qing, the disciple of the Black Sand Old Demon, enduring countless beatings, and had it not been for Qiu Bo's desperate rescue, he would have long since met his ancestors. In their flight, he had encountered numerous remarkable individuals, and today he had witnessed the unparalleled blade technique of Li Zhu, as well as the enigmatic prowess of Li Yu. Now, it became clear to him how limited his previous understanding had been. How laughable were his former notions. There are countless exceptional individuals in this world, far beyond his comprehension. Fortunately, I have now transcended my innate limitations, transforming my elemental affinity from water to wood. With the aid of the great wheel of the 5 elements, I can barely manifest the 5-colored mysterious light. Although it resembles only a mere semblance of the legendary 5 elemental divine light, its power should not be underestimated. Defeating Li Yu and Li Zhu will pose little difficulty. With this thought, he lifted his gaze towards Qiu Bo. "Qiu Bo, although Li Yu's identity remains enigmatic, I have had him investigated. He arrived in Qing Shui town merely 6 months ago, and aside from a cordial relationship with an elderly woman, he has no other notable connections. Therefore, there is no possible association between Li Yu and that sinister Black Sand Old Demon. Moreover, based on his past actions, he does not appear to be a malevolent individual." Upon hearing this, Qiu Bo displayed an approving expression and remarked, "It brings me great comfort that you have considered this point, young master." Previously, Su Changqing was overly ambitious, disregarding the world around him. While cultivation is indeed paramount, one must not overlook the importance of one's mindset. After a moment of contemplation, Qiu Bo continued, "Li Yu possesses extraordinary swordsmanship and his combat prowess far exceeds that of his peers. If he were to join forces with us, it is entirely feasible to repel or even eliminate Su Qing. At the very least, he could serve to restrain Su Qing to some extent. However, individuals of such caliber tend to be proud and arrogant. As newcomers with mysterious identities, it will not be easy to forge a bond with him. We must first earn his trust." Su Changqing chuckled. "In that case, let us take a moment to settle here and proceed gradually." In the courtyard, Li Yu was engaged in conversation with Granny Go. He bent slightly, allowing her gnarled hands, mottled with age spots, to grasp his arm, a smile adorning his face. "Granny, have you been feeling better these past few days?" "Rest assured, I am much improved," Granny Gu replied, patting his arm, her kind face reflecting a hint of nostalgia. "You see, when I gave birth to your father, I didn't take proper care during the confinement period. Whenever it rained, my back, legs, and neck would ache terribly. Yet, I had to work all day and care for your father, enduring considerable hardship. Now, even if I were to pass, I would be content." Li Yu laughed. "Please do not say such things. A person's lifespan is influenced not only by their physical health, but also significantly by their spirit. Some individuals, even with robust bodies, may possess a naturally weak spirit. Thus, they are plagued by ailments and do not live long. Conversely, there are those who are not only physically strong but also vibrant in spirit, Barring any extraordinary misfortunes, living a long life is not difficult. However, in most cases, as individuals reach a certain age, their bodies gradually weaken for various reasons, leading to a decline in vitality and spirit, which in turn causes their minds to become less sharp and increasingly muddled. Chapter 54. The ugly chicken cultivators seize the essence of heaven and earth to nourish themselves, refining their energy and spirit, cultivating both body and soul in tandem, thus extending their lifespan. For ordinary mortals, however, the prospect of longevity is nearly unattainable, unless one possesses the extraordinary elixir that transcends the cosmos or the immortal pills that harness the mysteries of the sun and moon. Ascending to celestial heights is but a distant dream. Yet, such miraculous substances are seldom encountered. Even Li Yu had merely caught whispers of their existence, with the veracity of these tales remaining uncertain. Now, as Granny Gu ages, her vitality wanes, and she is left with perhaps a year or two at most. Even with the finest medicinal concoctions, she would be unable to withstand their potent forces. Furthermore, even if she could endure them, as a non-cultivator, her physical form might be nourished by the elixirs, but after a certain age, her spirit would inevitably wane, gradually fading away. This encapsulates the tragic plight of being mortal. Regardless of one's unparalleled beauty or extraordinary intellect, without the attainment of the path to immortality, one is destined to succumb to death, returning to the earth as mere dust. Only by achieving the fruit of the primordial spirit can one remain eternal, existing through the ages. Currently, Li Yu has alleviated some of Granny G's ailments with medicinal pills and has employed gentle and pure true energy to regulate her qi and blood. With the afflictions of old no longer plaguing her, the elder's health has significantly improved. She now enjoys her meals heartily and feels remarkably invigorated. Meanwhile, on another front, the blood-red sunset is engaged in a contest with the evil-repelling purple-crested chicken. Li Yu rewarded both with 2 essence cultivation pills for their efforts. After sending them on their way, he turned to find the purple-crested chicken gazing longingly, while the blood-red sunset looked on with evident envy. Thus, Li Yu generously bestowed upon each a single essence cultivation pill. Since receiving the Crimson Sun visualization manual from Li Yu, the purple-crested chicken has daily inhaled the morning sun's purifying energy, refining its form. Now, compared to when Li Yu first acquired it, the chicken has undergone remarkable transformations. Initially, it was somewhat slender, but now, its comb is majestic, its beak and claws as hard as iron, and its feathers glisten as if slicked with oil, exuding an air of grandeur. Currently, this chicken not only boasts a fuller physique but also radiates a golden hue, as though adorned with a delicate layer of gold leaf. Its proud posture and indomitable spirit render it increasingly striking and impressive. Should anyone approach, they might discern a searing warmth emanating from it, akin to the heat of a furnace, suggesting that it has awakened some latent bloodline power. Upon receiving the essence cultivation pill from Li Yu, the chicken eagerly consumed it, digesting it swiftly. In contrast, the blood-red sunset carefully stored its pill away, intending to utilize it to solidify its progress once it achieved a breakthrough to the early stage of qi cultivation. However, despite its meticulous planning, it could not escape the thieving intentions of a certain feathered companion. The following day, upon awakening, the blood-red sunset discovered that the essence cultivation pill it had so carefully hidden had vanished, leaving clear signs of rummaging upon its garments. The crimson sunset left him utterly bewildered. To his astonishment, his precious elixir had been stolen. It was not uncommon for possessions to be misappropriated. Yet the peculiarity lay in the fact that this transpired within the realm of a game. Although the game was known for its realism, this incident was exceedingly surreal. Even the spiritual potion he had painstakingly acquired had been pilfered. This was indeed outrageous beyond measure. In the entire courtyard, there were merely 3 individuals and a solitary chicken. The Peiyuan Dan had been bestowed upon him by the esteemed Qingshu Taoist, who, being of a distinguished status and cultivation, would never stoop to such a base act. As for Granny Gu, her gentle nature and blindness commanded his utmost respect. The intrusion of an outsider seemed implausible, especially with Qingshu Taoist presence ensuring the sanctity of their domain. Thus, eliminating all improbable scenarios, the remaining truth, no matter how absurd, had to be acknowledged. The culprit was unmistakably linked to the chicken in the yard. To avoid wrongfully accusing the innocent fowl, he meticulously searched the room and ultimately discovered a faint imprint of a chicken's claw at the entrance. Case closed. This wretched chicken was the perpetrator. Enraged, he stormed out and confronted the poultry, unleashing a torrent of invective. To his disbelief, the creature sat nonchalantly on the perch, seemingly indifferent to his accusations, its eyelids remaining unperturbed, exuding an air of lazy disdain. However, he was acutely aware that this chicken possessed an intellect rivaling his own and was certainly capable of comprehending his words. How dare it steal from him and respond with such insolence? Fury surged within him, and he could no longer contain his wrath. He had long endured this fowl's antics. This creature, spiteful and vengeful, harbored a grudge against him for an innocent slip of the tongue when he had inadvertently mentioned an ugly chicken in the presence of Chishu Daoist. The chicken had retaliated fiercely, attacking him with its sharp beak and claws. Had it not been for Chishu Daoist's admonition, the chicken would have continued its assault. When he undressed that night, he discovered his body bruised and battered, a testament to the chicken's mercilessness. The ordeal did not conclude there. In the days that followed, he remained perpetually cautious, aware that any moment of inattention could lead to another onslaught from the insufferable chicken, which had even been known to ignite flames on his posterior. Who would believe that a mere chicken could conjure fire, and that such flames were impossible to extinguish? Yet, considering the fantastical nature of this immortal realm, it was hardly astonishing. Witnessing the ugly chicken's brazen demeanor in the face of its transgressions ignited a fury within him, compelling him to take up a stick and confront the avian offender. However, the chicken was not pleased. If it were Liu taking action, it would not dare to utter a sound, fearing that even if it were to be slaughtered for meat, it would comply with having its feathers plucked cleanly, offering no resistance. But now that the one wielding the stick was the Crimson Sunset, the situation was entirely different. What was he but a mere servant? Serving tea and water? How dare he challenge me? Though the unsightly chicken may be deemed a mere eyesore, it is, after all, a celestial fowl under the benevolent patronage of the esteemed Lord Xingyu, who has bestowed upon it divine abilities. It is conceivable that this creature might one day ascend to the ranks of demons and become an ancestor in its own right. How could it possibly be intimidated by a petty scoundrel such as yourself? The ugly chicken, unwilling to yield, flapped its wings fiercely, pecking and clawing at the crimson setting sun. The clash between the man and the chicken raged on for quite some time, resulting in a chaotic scattering of feathers and a disheveled state of attire for the blood-colored sun, with neither party gaining a significant advantage. Though the chicken's cultivation surpassed that of the Crimson Sun, this slight advantage proved insufficient to bridge the considerable disparity in size and weaponry between them. Liu, observing the intensity of the altercation, inquired about the commotion. The Crimson Sun, harboring a simmering frustration, contemplated shifting the blame onto the chicken, only to be deterred by its menacing glare. Instinctively, he touched his rear, which had narrowly escaped injury, realizing that the chicken, lacking in martial ethics, had deliberately targeted his vulnerable areas. Considering the potential repercussions of offending such an adversary, he wisely altered his approach, claiming that he and the chicken were merely engaging in a friendly spar due to boredom. Liu, uninterested in the trivial disputes between them, allowed the matter to unfold as it would. Thus, in the days that followed, the man and the chicken sparred intermittently, a spectacle that Liu had grown accustomed to witnessing. Chapter 55. Su Changqing comes knocking. The courtyard was abuzz with activity when Liu suddenly raised his head and gestured for a person and a chicken to cease their commotion. Enough, let it be. We have guests, he instructed. Please help my grandmother to her room. Yes, senior, came the reply, rubbing his arm, which had been pecked by the chicken. The Crimson Sunset made him grimace in pain. Liu then made his way to the door. Upon opening it, he found 4 individuals standing outside, a young man in the forefront and an elderly man behind him. 2 charming maidservants trailed them, each carrying wrapped gifts. The old man, dressed in an unremarkable gray robe, possessed an ordinary visage, lacking any distinguishing features. In contrast, the youth exuded an air of elegance, adorned in fine garments, a jade pendant hanging from his waist, and a folding fan in hand, radiating a sense of privileged nobility. Upon seeing Liu, the young man swiftly closed his fan and clasped his hands, stating, I am Lu Shiyuan, having recently moved in next door. I heard from the neighbors that a powerful immortal resides here, so I came to pay my respects. If my visit is presumptuous, I beg for your forgiveness. Mr. Lu, you are too courteous. Please, come in, replied Liu with a slight smile, which sent a shiver down Lu Shiyuan's spine, as though his secrets had been laid bare. With that, Liu stepped aside to allow them entry. As they entered the courtyard, Lu Shiyuan and the elderly man narrowed their eyes at the sight of the raucous, unsightly chickens frolicking about. However, they showed no reaction to the Crimson Sunset. In the courtyard, a stone table and stools awaited, and at Liu's gesture, both he and Lu Shiyuan took their seats, while the Crimson Sunset began to prepare hot water and pour tea. The maidservants behind the two men placed their gifts down with a gentle bow before departing. The old man, however, quietly positioned himself behind Lu Xiaoyuan, adopting a humble demeanor. Lu Xiaoyuan, a name quite well chosen, Liu remarked after a few pleasantries. As they set their cups down, Liu regarded him with a meaningful gaze and said, "Brother Su, though you have chosen to conceal your identity, I am curious about the purpose of your visit today. Might you enlighten me?" At the initial inquiry, Lu Xiaoyuan merely furrowed his brow, but the latter part of Liu's statement caused both him and the old man to change countenance. "You." The old man reacted swiftly, stepping forward to shield Lu Xiaoyuan and brandishing a glimmering talisman, ready to unleash its power. A faint, multicolored aura enveloped Lu Xiaoyuan's form. Seemingly fragile, yet emanating a potent essence of the five elements, swiftly spreading to envelop the entire courtyard. An oppressive aura weighed heavily in the air, causing the crimson sunset. Standing behind Liu, to bristle with unease, his heart racing, his legs trembling. The previously fainting chicken also erupted in alarm, its feathers standing on end, clucking noisily as if sensing impending danger. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with palpable hostility. In the face of their intense reactions, Liu remained unfazed, calmly lifting his teacup for a delicate sip before setting it down with an air of nonchalance. "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions," Liu profoundly remarked. "As early as a few days ago, when the two of you moved next door, I had already sensed something amiss. Initially, I presumed it to be mere coincidence, yet it appears you have come for my sake." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyuan's wariness significantly diminished, and he let out a wry smile. "Your insight is truly remarkable, my friend. I thought my disguise was flawless, devoid of any flaws." He gestured for the elder to step aside, producing a spiritual talisman from his person. In an instant, his form transformed, and within a few breaths, he reverted to his original appearance. Not only did his visage, physique, and attire change, but even his aura, voice, and cultivation were altered. The blood-red sun watched in astonishment. This individual was none other than Su Cha-Ching, whom Liu had encountered previously in the zombie cave. The elder behind him executed the same transformation, returning to his true form. The illusory talisman. This is a talisman that can only be inscribed by cultivators of the Tao Foundation realm, capable of altering appearance, shape, and aura, even mimicking and concealing one's genuine energy fluctuations. The value of such an item far surpasses that of ordinary magical artifacts. Liu gently clapped his hands, chuckling. "It is no surprise that you are the young master of the Su clan. Su brother, your artistry is truly impressive." Su Changqing's eyes fixed intently on Liu. "Prior to this, I had only met you once in the zombie cave, yet I did not disclose my identity. How did you come to know?" Liu nonchalantly replied, "As the distinguished young master of the Su clan, it does not seem peculiar that I would recognize you. Does it?" The Su clan is a prominent family of cultivators and holds considerable renown in Tongzhou. While they may not rival the likes of Zixia sect or Xinjiao Gate, ancient sects with millennia of legacy, they are nonetheless formidable in their own right. The ancestor of the Su clan is a fourth-tier golden core master, shrouded in mystery, with a lineage spanning over 6 centuries. Any force capable of producing a fourth-tier golden core is certainly not to be underestimated. This is common knowledge. What is crucial, however, is that beyond these well-known facts, I am privy to certain secrets regarding the Su clan, secrets unknown even to Su Cha-Ching and the clan leader. Yet thereafter, the Wuling Santorin vanished without a trace, never to be seen again. Moreover, this individual left no soul lamp behind, leaving even the members of the Su clan unaware of whether the Wuling Santorin is alive or dead. A golden core immortal typically enjoys a lifespan of approximately 800 years. When the Wuling Santorin established the Su clan, he was already over 500 years old. If he has miraculously survived, he would now be over 1,000 years old. However, such a possibility is slim. Now, with 6 centuries having passed, under normal circumstances, even if the Wuling Santorin had not encountered misfortune, his lifespan would have surely been exhausted. Thus, the truth of the matter has become rather inconsequential. Yet, Liu understood that the Wuling Taoist had not perished. This individual is a rare prodigy, possessing unparalleled talent and extraordinary insight. Not only has he survived, but he has also seized an astonishing opportunity left by predecessors, elevating his cultivation to the 5th tier of the Yin God realm. Furthermore, once the Wuling Santorin fully assimilates this opportunity, he will directly attain the Yuanshan, achieving the status of an Earth Immortal. Due to certain circumstances, the enigmatic figure of the 5 spirits has found himself ensnared in a predicament, rendering him unable to emerge for the time being. Thus, What may appear to be a fallen clan, the Su family, is in fact underpinned by a formidable backing, one that is renowned throughout the entirety of the earthly realm. He perceives that Liu harbors no malicious intent towards him. Otherwise, he would not have so boldly unveiled his true identity, even if there were any ill will. Fortified by the great 5 elements treasure wheel, he possesses ample confidence and assurance to handle whatever Liu might contemplate. However, the ease with which Liu discerned his authentic identity leaves him with a sense of intrigue, as he feels that the other party seems to possess a profound understanding of him. Chapter 56. The 5-colored divine light without any pressing matters. Su, my esteemed brother, has come to seek me, and I assume he has something of significance to discuss. Su, please feel free to speak candidly. Liu, wishing to avoid any convoluted discourse, chose to address the matter directly. This line of thought brought to mind certain recollections. In his previous life, Su Chaqing had only appeared before the players a year after the game's launch, during which time Liu, like many others, was earnestly seeking a way to change his profession. Upon encountering Su Chaqing, he had attempted to trigger a quest related to the infamous Black Sand Old Demon. This malevolent being had usurped the spiritual fields regarded as the foundation of the Su clan, almost leading to their annihilation. Su Chaqing had been relentlessly pursued, akin to a stray dog, with even his loyal servant perishing in an effort to protect him. The quest revolved around the Black Sand Old Demon. With this in mind, Liu casually cast a glance at Qiubo, who stood behind Su Chaqing. However, these events would not transpire for another year. At present, the old servant remained alive, and Su Chaqing was likely still under threat. As for the Black Sand Old Demon, he was a figure shrouded in mystery, with a capricious temperament, and was a formidable golden elixir cultivator. Among the remnants of the Qi Long, one piece lay in his possession. Recollecting these details instilled a sense of clarity within Liu. At that moment, Su Chaqing chuckled and remarked, "Brotherly, your swordsmanship is unparalleled, and despite your youth, your cultivation is commendable. You are indeed a person of the highest caliber. Who wouldn't wish to befriend someone like you? I have come simply to forge a friendship with you." Although he could vaguely sense through the great 5 elements treasure wheel that Liu harbored no ill will towards him, Su Chaqing preferred to withhold further details until he fully understood Liu's identity, especially in the presence of others. Is that so? Upon hearing such a straightforward reason, Liu appeared genuinely convinced. He clapped his hands in laughter and eagerly praised, "How fortuitous. I too cherish the opportunity to make friends, particularly with someone of your caliber, Su. Should we establish a connection, it would indeed be a great delight in life, being still youthful and somewhat inexperienced." Su Chaqing felt a twinge of embarrassment at the flattery, chuckling awkwardly, "Haha. Brotherly, you overstate my merits." Despite the slight awkwardness, the conversation eased the previously tense atmosphere among the group. Qiubo discreetly stowed away the spiritual talisman he had been holding, while Li restrained the eager azure snake sword, withdrawing his hand from the golden light fiery mirror, allowing the tiny treasure mirror within his dantian to stabilize. Subsequently, both men, each harboring their own thoughts, engaged in an exchange of pleasantries, discussing various topics related to their cultivation practices. Su Chaqing, coming from a distinguished lineage and possessing noble status, was well-versed and knowledgeable, while Liu, having once been a golden elixir immortal and having personally experienced significant calamities such as the demonic catastrophe and the invasion of the transcendence, had accumulated wisdom over his 2 centuries of existence. The blood-red sun set nearby, as the two conversed with great interest. The discussion between Liu and his companion regarding the realms of cultivation, martial arts, elixirs, and certain enigmatic rumors circulating within the cultivation world has profoundly expanded his horizons and enriched his understanding. However, observing their amiable discourse, marked by laughter and camaraderie, he couldn't shake off a sense of peculiarity. Had he not witnessed their earlier confrontation, where tensions ran high and they nearly resorted to violence, he would find it hard to believe that they had been so at odds moments before. As they conversed, Su Chaqing increasingly suspected that Liu was likely a disciple from a reclusive sect or perhaps a scion of an ancient lineage. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to possess such insight. Associating with such an individual would undoubtedly be advantageous for him. Regarding Liu's background, Su had subtly probed him multiple times, yet Liu skillfully deflected all inquiries, clearly reluctant to divulge any personal information. An idea suddenly struck Su, and he spoke with a smile. "A few days ago, I had the fortune of witnessing your swordsmanship, Li brother, and it has lingered in my mind ever since. Now that the opportunity presents itself, might you be willing to impart some of your wisdom? One's identity can be concealed, and one's appearance can be disguised. Yet the foundational essence of cultivation, the mastery of divine abilities and sword techniques, cannot be feigned. Moreover, in the realm of cultivation, the principle of respect for the strong prevails. Though he wished to befriend Li Yu, earning his respect would be best achieved by demonstrating his own prowess. Li Yu, perceiving Su's intentions clearly, chuckled and replied, "To bestow guidance upon you would be too much praise. However, since you express interest, how could I refuse? I have long been fascinated by the famed Su clan's remarkable divine ability, the five-colored divine light, and I hope you might be generous enough to enlighten me." Upon hearing the term five-colored divine light, Su Changqing's expression shifted momentarily before regaining composure. He chose not to inquire how Li Yu had come to know of such a secret, instead responding with a smile, "Li brother, shall we change our location for this exchange?" Li Yu gently shook his head. "Why complicate matters? We need not disturb the harmony. Let us spar right here. Limiting it to 3 moves, shall we?" Su had no objections and nodded affirmatively. "Very well, please proceed." Li Yu smiled. "As a guest, you shall go first." Su Changqing fell silent, directing his finger like a sword, and with a gentle motion, the surrounding moisture swiftly coalesced into a pool of clear water. This clear water elongated rapidly, transforming into a slender little sword that lunged toward Li Yu's chest. The small sword was crystal clear, delicate and supple. Yet it emanated an arresting sharpness that was almost palpable. The blood-red remnants of the setting sun behind Li Yu felt a sudden constriction, as if paralyzed by the force of this strike, rendering him immobile. He finally grasped the terrifying power inherent in innate cultivators. The 5 Elements Celestial Book, grounded in the 5 elements, encompassed the powers of nature, allowing for the manifestation of myriad transformations. Li Yu raised an eyebrow and, with a decisive gesture, unleashed a thread of verdant sword energy, pure as jade, brimming with vibrant life, to meet the attack. At the moment their divine abilities were about to collide, the crystalline little sword suddenly twisted, like a nimble serpent, deftly evading Li Yu's verdant sword energy and aimed directly for his brow. Before even approaching, the skin on Li Yu's brow was already agitated, beginning to sting. The ability to gather moisture and condense it into a sword is hardly remarkable. Such direct assaults are commonplace. Any practitioner who has studied the water path can achieve this with a bit of diligent effort. However, to transform a hastily formed water sword into something as pliable as a silken thread, maneuvering it with the grace of one's own limbs, is a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary cultivators. Li Yu sat motionless in his seat, a serene smile gracing his lips, seemingly oblivious to the small sword, which left the blood-red sunset beside him feeling a quiet sense of trepidation. Just as Su Changqing's petite sword began to shift, the jade wave sword energy followed suit. Bending and striking, the small sword formed from pure water. With a soft pop reminiscent of a bursting bubble, the water sword dispersed, transforming into droplets that scattered upon the ground. The might of the jade wave sword energy waned by nearly half, growing faint, and as the sword energy shifted, it astonishingly morphed into a slender jade thread, curling towards Su Changqing. Chapter 57. One sword breaks all laws. The sword energy transformed into threads. Qiu Bo's expression shifted dramatically. The emerald threads, as slender as hair, exuded an aura of extreme danger, causing Su Changqing's face to darken. He flicked his finger, and a beam of azure light shot forth, landing on the willow stump at the base of the adjacent wall. This stump had been felled long ago and was long since withered. However, it seemed that a trace of vitality lingered within the roots, as Li Yu practiced daily, drawing forth the essence of the sun and moon with the gentle water, inadvertently nurturing the remnant life within the roots. Now, this willow stump had sprouted 2 soft branches, adorned with vibrant green buds. Stimulated by Su Changqing's azure light, astonishing changes occurred. The 2 supple branches swelled rapidly, akin to inflated balloons. The willow branches, originally the thickness of chopsticks, expanded to the girth of bowls in an instant, resembling 2 emerald serpents wildly extending towards Su Changqing. The surface of the branches shimmered with a metallic azure sheen, and the willow leaves were sharp as blades, glimmering with a faint azure light. With a mere twist, they forcefully shredded the emerald sword threads, scattering them into specks of azure light. The 2 serpentine willow branches bore deep sword marks yet remained undeterred, surging directly towards Li Yu. Even before the branches reached him, a fierce wind rushed forward, lifting a strand of hair from Li Yu's forehead. The 5 Elements Heavenly Book was indeed wondrous. It was said that this was merely a supplementary tome, had it been the true 5 Elements Heavenly Book. Within the same realm and cultivation level, even I would likely be far outmatched. Li Yu silently nodded, The Su family's Five Elements Heavenly Book was indeed extraordinary. In terms of marvel and transformation, it surpassed the Gentle Water True Scripture by a significant margin. However, considering that the Gentle Water True Scripture was merely the foundational method of the Heavenly River sect, it was only natural that it could not compare to the Five Elements Heavenly Book. Furthermore, the Gentle Water True Scripture had deeper texts awaiting his cultivation. So he certainly did not feel envy. The higher the quality of the texts, the more intricate they became, and the more challenging they were to cultivate. From Li Yu's perspective, Su Cha-Ching had barely reached a minor accomplishment, having only gathered the powers of water and wood, lacking the complete five elements. His strength was diminished by at least tenfold, if not more. As for the true Five Elements Heavenly Book, it was most likely in the possession of the Five Spirits Wanderer. Yet, regarding an existence nearing the realm of a primordial spirit immortal, who would dare covet it? With such thoughts in mind, Li Yu was swift to react, raising his hand to unleash the divine artifact, the Yin Treasure Mirror. The ancient black mirror was adorned with mysterious and intricate patterns, its surface smooth and silvery, gentle as water. The pristine mirror of the Yin treasure glimmered, placing itself before Li Yu. As the two willow branches approached, the mirror suddenly enlarged, transforming into a shimmering light gate half a meter high, resembling the surface of water, and swiftly engulfed the branches. The light gate then shrank back down, reverting to the black mirror, which landed in Li Yu's hand. Meanwhile, the two serpentine willow branches had been silently severed, most of them sealed within the mirror's interior space. Su Cha-Ching remained silent. Of the three strikes agreed upon, two had now passed. In this encounter, he found himself at a disadvantage against his opponent's extraordinary abilities. However, what truly troubled him was not this. Li Yu's cultivation was on par with his own. Thus, being so easily defeated made him acutely aware of the disparity between them. Fortunately, Su Cha-Ching sighed and spoke. "Brotherly, your divine skills are indeed remarkable. I am in awe. Now, I shall unleash the supreme secret technique of the Su clan. So do be cautious." With no further words, Su Cha-Ching spread his fingers wide, releasing a swirling vapor that shimmered with five colors, gradually extending towards Li Yu. This technique lacked the sharpness of sword energy and the ferocity of a monstrous serpent, yet it emanated a profound essence of ceaseless flow and vitality. Li Yu felt his spirits sink, overwhelmed by an oppressive force that rendered him immobile, trapped with no means of escape. It was akin to the untamed and rebellious Sun Wukong, wielding his golden staff with unmatched prowess, yet ultimately unable to evade the Buddha's suppression beneath the five-finger mountain. Observing this, Qiubo couldn't help but exclaim, "What the young master is demonstrating must be the five-color profound light." Even having seen it once, its impact is still staggering. As a scion of the Su clan, he possessed some knowledge of the underlying secrets. The five-color divine light, renowned throughout the world, was no simple feat to master. Achieving this divine skill was akin to scaling the heavens. It required not only exceptional talent but also a cultivation level of at least golden core or above. It was said that even the founding ancestor of the Su clan, Wuling Sanren, merely grazed the threshold of the five-color divine light. The five-color profound light is a diluted version of the five-color divine light. While its potency is significantly inferior, the corresponding difficulty in cultivation is considerably reduced, allowing lower-tier cultivators the opportunity to practice it. Nevertheless, even so, the might of the five-color profound light was far from ordinary. Li Yu found himself unable to summon the Taiyin treasure mirror within him. As for the Qingshi flying sword, its essence was metallic, and although Li Yu refined it with the essence of soft water, transforming it into a harmonious entity of metal and water, it remained constrained by the five elements and could not be wielded. Other artifacts, such as the golden fire mirror and the recently acquired Hunyuan furnace and five venoms ring, also fell under the dominion of the five elements, rendering them equally impotent. The five-color divine light, truly a peerless skill, could transcend all things and restrain all acquired entities under the rotation of the five elements. Although Li Yu could vaguely discern that the technique before him bore a resemblance to the legendary five-color divine light, it was merely Su Cha-Ching drawing upon a treasure within him, the great five elements treasure wheel, to manifest a similar skill, possessing only a faint echo of the legendary five-color divine light's might. Yet, this was still beyond his capacity to withstand. Only the foremost powers in the current earthly Qian realm could truly master such divine skills. The distinction between a divine skill and a supreme divine skill is but a single character, yet in reality, it is a chasm of difference. With a sigh in his heart, Li Yu positioned his finger like a sword, confronting the five-colored hand. His fingers, delicate and smooth, elongated and plump, appear as if sculpted from the finest mutton fat jade. At this moment, they shimmer with a vibrant green hue, exuding a lush vitality. The tips of his fingers emanate a subtle, enchanting energy that is both tender and teeming with life. This is the essence of the Azure Wave sword intent. Yet it transcends mere swordplay. Although seemingly innocuous, the intent radiates an unimaginable sharpness. This essence is strikingly pure and direct, devoid of any attributes or superfluous functions. Unyielding and indomitable, its sole purpose is to sever the obstacles before him, extinguish the obsessions within, and break free from the shackles that bind him, carving out a path to transcendence. With this strike, a glimmer of the profound principle of one sword shattering myriad laws begins to take form. Chapter 58. The Imitation of the Divine Technique. 5-Color Mysterious Light. The ability to shatter myriad laws with a single sword strike is not merely a divine technique, but rather a realm, a supreme state within the swordsmanship. In his previous life, Liu had diligently mastered several sword techniques, and was indeed a master of this path. Now, beginning anew with the bow sword technique, nurtured by the profound foundation of his past, it has transcended its original confines, blossoming into even more exquisite transformations. The sword intent suddenly cleaved through the 5 colors of brilliance, poised to pierce Su Changqing's palm. Yet, at that moment, it seemed to awaken something within Su Changqing, a formidable essence that emanated an aura of unparalleled dread. This energy was so terrifying that, if unleashed in its entirety, it could effortlessly raise the entire Qing Shui town to the ground. Although this aura flickered momentarily, it stirred a ripple in Liyu's tranquil heart. A layer of 5-colored radiance shimmered upon Su Changqing's palm. The courtyard fell into a sudden stillness. The blood-red remnants of the setting sun gazed blankly at the two, bewildered by the unfolding scene. While the initial exchange between Liu and Su Changqing had indeed been exhilarating, this final confrontation eluded his comprehension. Raising a hand to observe the drop of rich crimson blood welling at his fingertip, Liu offered a faint smile. It must be acknowledged that in this bout, he had indeed lost. However, his defeat did not stem from Su Changqing himself, but rather from the treasure within him, the grand 5 elements treasure wheel. Naturally, external objects are also a manifestation of strength. Liu was not one to be disheartened by such a loss, nor did he perceive it as a matter of concern. Su Changqing cast a profound glance at Liu. Although he had gained the upper hand in this final move, he was acutely aware that, without the grand 5 elements treasure wheel, his defeat would have been inevitable. Moreover, the sheer, terrifying sword intent that Liu had unleashed, capable of slicing through anything, left an indelible impression upon him. He had initially presumed that once the 5-colored mysterious light was invoked, Liu would be left defenseless. However, he was taken aback when Liu actually severed his proudly wielded 5-colored mysterious light. Had it not been for the protective activation of the grand 5 elements treasure wheel, the outcome might have been reversed. Liu turned to Su Changqing and inquired with a smile, though Brother Su's divine technique is exquisite, it cannot be the legendary 5-color divine light, can it? May I ask its name? Brother Li's discerning eye is astute. The 5-color mysterious light. Liu nodded in understanding, realizing it was merely a counterfeit of the 5-color divine light. Yet, what truly occupied his thoughts was not the imitation, but the original. If merely a counterfeit technique required him to exert his utmost to barely counter, how would he withstand the true 5-color divine light? Perhaps only by grasping the legendary ability to shatter myriad laws with a single sword strike could he hope to contend with it. Now, Brother Su, may I inquire the purpose of your visit? Contemplating these matters, Liu spoke. What brings you to seek me? Su Changqing recognized that this was the second time Liu had posed the question. If he remained silent, their conversation would likely come to an end. As for the future, there will be no more opportunities. After a brief hesitation, he cast a glance at the blood-red setting sun behind Liu, the implication clear. Liu glanced indifferently at the crimson horizon. Rest assured, Brother Su, I shall not divulge today's events to anyone. This, I can guarantee. The blood-red sun trembled slightly. Nodding hastily, indeed, esteemed seniors, I will remain tight-lipped about today's matters. If a single word escapes my lips, may I be struck down by thunder and meet a terrible fate. Su Changqing nodded slightly, choosing not to look at him again. Dragons do not dwell with snakes, nor do tigers walk alongside dogs. To be candid with Brother Li, Qiubo intended to intervene. For who would reveal their secrets to a stranger met only once? Besides the old demon of black sand exterminating the Su clan, there was also the fact that he was currently being hunted. Upon hearing this, Liu quietly compared it with his own knowledge and found that the other party indeed harbored no concealment or ulterior motives. In conclusion, Su Chaqing looked at Liu with sincerity and earnestness. By observing one's demeanor, I discern the character of brotherly. Thus, I share without reservation, hoping that you might assist me. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. Surprisingly, this younger brother proved to be an honest man, so straightforwardly laying bare his entire background. Liu seemed somewhat taken aback and then replied earnestly, "Since Brother Su can place such trust in me, I shall not let you down." Su Chaqing, understanding the importance of transparency, organized his thoughts and spoke. This Su Qing hails from a lineage of corpse bearers, having frequented places like funeral homes and graveyards since childhood. Thus he carries a heavy aura of the underworld. By fortunate coincidence, he developed a pair of yin-yang eyes, which later caught the attention of the passing black sand old demon, who, seeing his extraordinary talent, took him as his fifth disciple. He has indeed lived up to the old demon's expectations, achieving a remarkable level of cultivation in just 38 years, nearing the pinnacle of the innate realm, just a step away from breaking through to the foundation stage. Brotherly should be aware that this individual excels in beast taming and the art of raising poisonous creatures, particularly 13 fire jade centipedes and a rare golden thread snake, which are formidable. The fire jade centipede is exceedingly venomous, containing fire poison and able to traverse flames. Its body is tough as steel. As for the rare golden thread snake, its speed is astonishing, even surpassing that of a cultivator wielding a flying sword. At this point, Su Chaqing's expression turned grave as he added, "Moreover, Su Qing's yin-yang eyes possess certain incredible abilities. It is said that he is adept at discerning the flaws in divine techniques and can dispel illusions." Chapter 59, The Bronze Bottle of Metal Essence. After all, he was a disciple of a great golden core practitioner, possessing the unparalleled achievement of innate fetal breath. Such a remarkable individual is indeed rare and should never be underestimated. With matters clarified, it was time to address the main issue. Liu sighed lightly, saying, "Brother Su, your candor is commendable. If I were to decline your request now, it would be a betrayal of the trust you have placed in me. Therefore, I shall agree to this matter." Liu's cultivation and strength were by no means inferior to Su or Qiubo. With Liu's assistance, the situation was far from a simple addition of 2 and 1 equaling 3. He was confident he could resolve the troublesome issue posed by Su Qing thoroughly. At this moment, Liu smiled and regarded Su, stating, "While I agree, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I trust you understand this principle, Brother Su?" As he spoke, Liu displayed no hint of discomfort or shame, but rather an air of openness. The sincere Su Chaqing replied without hesitation, "Of course, brotherly. Feel free to voice any request you may have, as long as it is within my capability. I will certainly comply." "Excellent. This younger brother is indeed astute and has great potential," Liu nodded in satisfaction, then proceeded to articulate his request. "If I am not mistaken, you should possess a small brass bottle. Am I right? I seek nothing more than for you to grant me this item, and in return, I shall assist you in dealing with Su Qing." Su Chaqing was taken aback, for he indeed had a brass bottle on his person. However, he was puzzled. This item had been entrusted to him by his father, who had instructed him that it was discovered at the location where their ancestor, the five-spirit recluse, had vanished, suggesting a connection to the ancestor's disappearance and urging him to safeguard it properly. Su had been quite curious about it and had examined it closely several times, only to ultimately discover it was merely a supportive artifact with a peculiar function, intended solely for storing hard-to-hold substances like true water, miasma, and malevolent energy. Finding no other anomalies, he had ceased to pay attention to it, gradually forgetting its existence. Eventually, it had been relegated to a corner of his storage pouch, gathering dust for quite some time. Now, the brass bottle rested on him, yet apart from himself and his father, no one else was privy to this matter. Had Liu not mentioned it, he might have entirely forgotten about it. Su Chaqing inquired, "How did you know I would possess such an item, brotherly?" Liu appeared increasingly enigmatic in Su's eyes. Not only did he know Su's identity, but he also seemed well acquainted with the Su family's 5-colored divine light. Now, he had accurately identified an object that Su himself was on the verge of forgetting. This left Su with a sensation of being utterly exposed before Liu, as if there were no secrets left to conceal. "You will come to understand this in due time, Brother Su," Liu replied with a feigned smile of mystery, knowing he could not reveal the truth just yet, merely deflecting the matter for the moment. After a lengthy silence, Su Chaqing ultimately retrieved an inconspicuous brass bottle from his storage pouch, sighing, "This item was given to me by my father. I hope you can take good care of it, brotherly. With that, he tossed the brass bottle to Liu. Liu took the brass vial into his hands, scrutinizing it carefully. With a gentle infusion of his true water energy and alternating mental probing, he discovered that while the vial appeared unremarkable, it was indeed just that ordinary. The surface of the bottle was etched with intricate patterns, and within it lay a space of approximately 10 feet in diameter, which was relatively stable and possessed the ability to contain and store true water, ethereal mist, peach blossom miasma, heavenly vigor, and earthly malevolence. No matter how he examined it, his findings remained consistent. However, Liu understood that this object was truly named the Gungjin copper bottle, concealing a significant secret, or rather, an opportunity related to the elusive Five Spirits Wanderer. Yet, to seize this opportunity, he needed to acquire another vial, the Xian copper bottle. Only when the two vials were combined into the secret treasure, the Tai Yuan golden gourd, would the mysteries within be unveiled. The Xian copper bottle was held by the formidable second ghost, the Bone King Shenming, in the Wugui cave of Qilao Mountain, which lay tens of thousands of miles away in the neighboring Yuzhou. This region was fraught with treacherous landscapes, bandits, malevolent cultivators, and otherworldly beasts, making it exceedingly perilous. Furthermore, the group of wicked cultivators in Wugui Cave were exceptionally fierce, with the weakest among them being innate beings, and the greater ghost a seasoned Dao Foundation practitioner. Attempting to procure something from their grasp would not be significantly easier than extracting the residual jade of the Qi Long from the hands of the black sandal demon. Thus, taking some risks was warranted. As he casually stowed the Gungjin copper bottle, Liu smiled and said, "Brother Su, although we have formed an alliance and are now friends, we must pretend not to know each other when we meet in the future." Su Chaqing, not a fool, pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement with a smile. "You are right, brotherly. Moreover, I shall depart from this place tomorrow. Should I encounter Su Qing, we will use this item to communicate." With that, he handed Liu a communication talisman, a device allowing cultivators to convey messages across vast distances. With a mere thought, it could even transmit images, and it was generally secure from interception, more convenient than the telephones of Liu's past life. Now that the two had privately allied, they could not publicly declare their relationship to avoid drawing the attention of Su Qing, which could lead to unnecessary complications. By the way, there is one point I must remind you of, Brother Su. Noticing Su Changqing preparing to leave, Liu called out to him. The two halted, and although Su Changqing was somewhat surprised, he replied, "No need for formality, brotherly. Speak your mind." Liu gestured toward the blood-red setting sun. "Are you aware of these extraterrestrial beings?" Of course, while he posed the question, the ability to resurrect was indeed a remarkable and otherworldly power. The fact that these beings, who seemed oblivious to the nuances of cultivation, could possess such abilities was rather astonishing. Indeed, in the eyes of us cultivators, those who do not cultivate divine powers are akin to mere ants, even if they can come back from the dead. With numerous celestial factions and powerful beings suppressing the world, alongside the Daxia Demon Suppression Division monitoring the 8 realms, these extraterrestrial beings would hardly stir up any trouble. However, Brother Su, do not underestimate these beings. Liu sighed softly, acknowledging that these extraterrestrial entities exhibited bizarre behaviors, were insatiably greedy, and showed no fear of death. This was particularly noteworthy. "Brother Su, you may consider using temptation to your advantage." He conveyed softly, "You could approach it this way." Subsequently, Liu shared his insights with Su Chaqing on how to leverage the player's eager disposition towards completing tasks to issue assignments effectively. After all, they were temporary allies. And in the future, Su's ancestor, the Five Spirits Hermit, would surely emerge, achieving enlightenment and transcending to the level of the primordial spirit. Given such a formidable background and strong backing in the realm of immortals, it was indeed prudent to cultivate a friendly rapport. Naturally, no matter how solid one's support might be, it did not preclude the opportunity to reap some benefits from the other party. It was indeed a clever strategy. Su Changqing nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Liu's suggestions. If there were a group of fearless players willing to assist, it could prove invaluable at critical moments. Chapter 60, Surge in Popularity. After the departure of the master and servant, Liu let out a soft sigh, the 5-colored divine light. Through his encounters with Su Changqing, he has gained a rough understanding of his current prowess. For him, ordinary innate fetal breathing poses little challenge. However, if one were to achieve great mastery in innate fetal breathing, it would require some effort. Should one attain the pinnacle of innate fetal breathing, it would warrant serious attention. Naturally, this is particularly relevant for those lesser sects and ordinary rogue cultivators. In contrast, disciples from celestial sects and ancient families are regarded, from the player's perspective, as rare, extraordinary, and even legendary NPCs. Take Su Cha-Ching as an example. This individual possesses the invaluable Great Five Elements treasure wheel and has mastered the Five Elements heavenly scripture. Once he achieves a small success in the five-colored mysterious light, he will draw perilously close to becoming a legendary NPC. At that juncture, evenly you would find it challenging to surpass him. To the players, this individual is at least a peerless golden NPC. However, if Su Cha-Ching, utilizing the Great Five Elements treasure wheel and the Five Elements heavenly scripture, truly comprehends the essence of the divine ability of the five-colored divine light and condenses the prototype of this divine power, then Su Cha-Ching's template may very well ascend to that of a legendary Crimson Blood NPC. Such an event is highly plausible. The nature of divine abilities is indeed overwhelmingly formidable. Regrettably, in this realm, the mastery of divine abilities is primarily held by those celestial sects, ancient teachings, and top-tier powerhouses, all shrouded in secrecy. To acquire such knowledge is as daunting as scaling the heavens. Initially, Liu felt utterly at a loss regarding this matter. However, the appearance of Su Cha-Ching has afforded him a glimmer of opportunity. Should he obtain another Xinjiang copper vial and merge it with the Gangjing copper vial to form the Taiyuan golden gourd, perhaps there lies a sliver of hope. Ever since the videos showcasing his duel with Li Zhu and the subsequent slaying of Old Master Lu were uploaded to the forum, those high-ranking NPCs have become increasingly elusive. Even when players encounter them, witnessing their duels is a rare spectacle. Presently, in the thread titled On the Night of the Bright Moon over 24 Bridges, he stands out as the most active among the 24 NPCs. The recordings in Eternal Dao are astonishingly vivid, capturing the thrilling moments of the Qingyu Daoist engaging in combat. The interplay of sword and blade, magnificent yet perilous, emanates a deadly allure, leaving both players and outside spectators in awe. This visual experience surpasses that of any mythical or fantasy film or television series. Currently, Eternal Dao, due to its exceptionally realistic experience and remarkable freedom, allows players to explore at will, rendering the game rife with curiosity and contributing to its burgeoning popularity. The number of registered players has surged from over 80 million at the outset to more than 170 million, and this figure continues to climb. Coupled with the relentless promotion by the Eternal Group, even members of the general public outside professional circles frequently encounter it through online platforms and street advertisements. In this contemporary era, with the internet flourishing, netizens frequently encounter a myriad of novel experiences online. Over time, having become accustomed to the myriad of beautified and filtered faces of handsome men and beautiful women, many netizens have developed a superficial obsession with appearances. Cultivation, inherently possessing the transformative power to purify and rejuvenate, can gradually enhance and refine the practitioner's physique, skin, and visage, leading to a continuous metamorphosis towards harmony and perfection. Thus, under normal circumstances, practitioners of higher cultivation tend to exhibit increasingly striking appearances, rendering the existence of any grotesque figures quite rare. However, exceptions do exist. Some who practice unconventional arts, encounter mishaps during their training, or delve into the realms of dark or malevolent paths may, due to prolonged exposure to sinister energies, become oddly disfigured and unappealing. Liu's appearance is not unattractive, rather, it can be described as quite handsome, particularly as his cultivation deepens. He exudes an ethereal and enigmatic aura. Coupled with his icy demeanor and those pure, crystalline eyes, he surpasses the so-called aloof male deities often paraded online by several leagues. This inadvertently draws a multitude of admirers towards him. Naturally, men aspire towards such transcendent and intricate powers. Among his fan base, a majority comprises naive young girls. Yet there are also a few mature women in their 30s and 40s with discerning tastes. The Blood-Red Sun keenly perceives the commercial potential within this phenomenon. Not wishing for his younger sister to languish in boredom, he facilitated the creation of an online account under the alias of Qingshi Daoist for Xiaoku. This account frequently shares photographs and videos of Qingshi Daoist, offering first-hand glimpses into simple daily life. Despite its simplicity, it has attracted a considerable following, leading to the spontaneous formation of fan groups and several chat rooms, with Xiaoku even assuming the role of group leader. Now, she busies herself with lively chats, leaving little time for self-pity, which has consequently brightened her countenance. It is noteworthy that this account has garnered the attention of the official Dao Yongheng, underscoring the current popularity of Qingshi Daoist. The primary reason for this acclaim is that Qingshi Daoist has ascended to the status of an NPC merchant. Players can exchange valuable items, such as spiritual herbs and precious materials, for necessities from Qinshi Daoist. This aspect is crucial. The game has been operational for over 3 months now, yet many players still struggle to change their professions or find suitable means to do so, lamenting the game's difficulty while reluctant to abandon such an engaging experience. Consequently, to sustain themselves, they resort to undertaking various tasks. Others seek employment in game locales such as horse markets, inns, taverns, or fabric shops, taking on roles as stable hands, waitstaff, or cooks. After all, one cannot allow themselves to starve within the virtual realm, can they? This has led many players to express their frustrations vehemently. It is truly exasperating. In the real world, we are mere laborers, and after finally carving out some time to indulge in gaming, we find ourselves compelled to continue to toil within the game. How are we expected to endure this? The spirit of the working class is embodied in those who toil under difficult circumstances. Furthermore, a wave of new players continues to pour into the realm of Eternal Avenue, resulting in heightened competition. Consequently, this has exacerbated the already intense environment. For those who initially entered the land of dryness when the game launched, life has become increasingly arduous. Chapter 61. The Nameless Spiritual Mine. The emergence of the Qingyu Daoist served as a beacon of hope, illuminating the uncertain paths of numerous players. Amidst the scarcity of appearances from other NPCs, he stepped forth, ensuring that each player had access to scriptures for cultivation, elixirs for consumption, and magical artifacts to wield, thereby contributing to this grand endeavor. This revelation elated many players, for they finally discovered a shortcut to class advancement. Presently, the scriptures of cultivation commanded exorbitant prices, their value in the black market escalating continually. Even if they chose not to cultivate themselves, selling these scriptures was a viable option. After all, the primary motivation for some players in this game remained refreshingly simple: the pursuit of wealth. Moreover, those who successfully transitioned into cultivators could procure magical artifacts, elixirs, and other resources through trade with the Qingyu Daoist, which proved invaluable to them. Naturally, this development elicited mixed sentiments. While some rejoiced, others were plagued by concerns. The crux of the issue lay in the vastness of the terrain. The earthly dry realm spanned infinitely, its expanse staggering. Just in the central land, there existed 5 continents: Eastern, Western, Southern, Northern, and Central. Each continent was further divided into several states, totaling 49 states. With over 100 million players entering the earthly dry realm, a ripple of excitement was created, yet it swiftly subsided, akin to a stone cast into a great lake, stirring ripples that eventually calmed. In such an expansive domain, accommodating over 100 million individuals posed no challenge. However, as players dispersed across this immense landscape, those born in Xiyang Prefecture found themselves relatively close to the Qingyu Daoist. In contrast, many others resided thousands, even hundreds of thousands of miles away. Such distances would require considerable time for even a golden core cultivator to traverse, let alone these players. Furthermore, the journey was fraught with potential dangers. Envy consumed some players, their eyes ablaze with longing. They began flooding forums with posts, lamenting why their locations lacked a special NPC like the Qingyu Daoist for trading. Meanwhile, players in Xiyang Prefecture reveled in their geographical advantage, grateful for the conveniences provided by this NPC. Each time they observed players from distant regions lamenting their lack of pathways for class advancement, a sense of superiority blossomed within them, though this convenience was not without cost. As transactions with the Qingyu Daoist were not equitable, it still rendered the players in Xiyang Prefecture significantly luckier than their counterparts in other areas. In the streets of Qishui Town, the crimson remnants of the setting sun had barely emerged from the courtyard when a throng of eager players surged forward. "Brother, do you remember me? I added you as a friend. The stone I mentioned last time, I've brought it. Could you take a look?" One implored. "Brother, could you help me assess if this item might catch the Qingyu Daoist's eye? This spiritual herb belongs to my friend." The crowd buzzed with anticipation, each voice clamoring to be heard. The crimson sunset had long ceased to astonish him. With a casual gesture, he addressed the crowd, urging them not to rush or jostle, inviting them to approach one by one. Having calmed the throng, he began the meticulous process of selection. Some players, quite cunning, upon learning that transactions could be made with the Qingyu Daoist, regardless of the quality or utility of their possessions, rushed over in hopes of exchanging their items for something of greater value. However, the Qingyu Daoist had no time to attend to such a multitude of players. Thus the task fell upon the shoulders of the Crimson Sunset, whose duty it was to assist in identifying the truly valuable items. As he casually accepted a silver-gray stone from one player, He was taken aback by its unexpected weight. What appeared to be the size of an egg felt as if it weighed 30 to 40 pounds. Chilled to the touch, the stone emanated a chilling aura, causing a prickling sensation in his palm, akin to being pricked by countless tiny steel needles. It felt less like a mere stone and more like a radiant celestial sword. Alarmed, he focused his attention on the object, contemplating its mysterious essence. The system had equipped players with the ability to discern various entities, allowing them to detect NPC templates and personal information. Additionally, it enabled the identification of basic details regarding certain techniques, elixirs, and magical artifacts. Yet, this detection skill was not infallible. Significant disparities in levels or an NPC's deliberate concealment of their identity rendered such information undetectable. Similarly, unfamiliar items would often yield nothing but question marks or trivial details. Among the myriad of items were rare metals, spiritual herbs, peculiar iron fragments, and damaged artifacts, all obtained by players through various means. Encountering something unusual or beyond their understanding, many believed these items to possess value, secretly hoarding them. In truth, over 90% of these items were worthless debris, with truly useful artifacts being exceedingly rare. Despite this, the experience broadened his horizons and yielded some benefits. Though these benefits, when converted to federal currency, were insufficient to heal Xiaoka's legs, they were adequate to procure a gaming helmet, enabling her entry into the game. Now, faced with this peculiar stone, the Crimson Sunset felt a surge of realization. It might indeed be something of great worth. Nodding to its owner, he requested, "Brother, please wait a moment to the side. I will take you to meet the Qingyu Daoist shortly." Having spoken, he resumed his attention to the other players. After a brief interval, he escorted 2 players into the courtyard, where Liu was leisurely sipping tea at a stone table. The 2 players, upon sighting the Qingyu Daoist, felt a mix of excitement and apprehension, struggling to contain their emotions as they awaited the impending transaction. Liu set down his teacup and regarded the Crimson Sunset, who promptly presented the 2 items he had gathered. A silver-gray stone, roughly the size of an egg, subtly emanates a silvery sheen from its surface. Beside it lies a jade-white herb, entirely translucent, with a twisted root and stem adorned with 11 oval leaves, exuding a faint, cold aura of pale white. An elegant and refreshing fragrance wafts through the air, captivating the senses and revealing its extraordinary nature at a mere glance. Liu's gaze swept across the scene, landing on the silver stone. After a brief moment of contemplation, his pupils constricted slightly, and he discreetly shifted his attention to the herb. It was, in fact, the ice mussel jade bone grass. He spoke, "This is a rare herb, particularly beneficial for practitioners who cultivate the icy attributes of the Tao. It can also serve as a primary ingredient in the creation of an ice mussel pill, known for its ability to cleanse the meridians and blood vessels, calm the mind, and dispel inner demons." As he spoke, Liu turned his gaze toward the player, prompting a serious expression to settle on their face as they straightened their posture. "Thus, I present you with 2 options. First, I can offer you a cultivation pill along with 3 fasting pills in exchange for this item. You are likely aware of their benefits. Second, if you assist me in procuring several other herbs necessary for the creation of the ice mussel pill, I will grant you 1 ice mussel pill upon its completion. You may take your time to consider these 2 choices." Chapter 62, The Celestial Golden Essence. Upon hearing Liu's words, the player hesitated, unable to suppress his request. "Esteemed Taoist, your wisdom is profound, and you must be well versed in numerous Taoist scriptures. Might I implore you to bestow upon me a tome of cultivation? Even one of modest quality would suffice." Though elixirs are indeed beneficial for the majority of players, the immediate priority lies in their transition to a new vocation. Only by becoming cultivators can they continue to thrive within this realm. After much experience in the game, he had come to understand that cultivators are the true sovereigns of this world. As for ordinary individuals, to speak kindly, they form the foundation of this realm, serving as the potential cultivators. Conversely, in the eyes of the ferocious and bloodthirsty demons, they are merely delectable prey. To the mighty beings capable of moving mountains and filling seas, they are scarcely distinguishable from ants. In such a context, what value do elixirs hold? Liu regarded him with a calm gaze, responding indifferently, "Given the worth of this ice mussel jade bone grass, it would not suffice to exchange for even a modest tome of cultivation from me." The player was momentarily taken aback. This. Noticing the disappointment on the player's face, Liu continued, however, as a gesture of goodwill, "I shall impart to you the little Shou Tian breathing technique. Though this method is of lesser quality, it cultivates an essence that is balanced and harmonious, allowing for future transitions to other scriptures. The Little Diqian breathing technique is merely an ordinary quality text, and reaching the pinnacle of postnatal qi cultivation is considered its utmost achievement. Of course, Liu did not deceive him. The qi cultivated through this method lacks distinctive traits, yet it is characterized by its equilibrium. This allows for further transitions to other forms of cultivation. However, once one embarks on this path, progress is often slow, with ordinary individuals potentially spending 3 to 5 years with little to show for their efforts, making it challenging to unlock their inherent potential. For those with superior aptitude, this method may prove to be a mere distraction, wasting precious time. Moreover, the balanced nature of the qi implies a lack of particular advantages, being neither adept in offensive strategies nor equipped with protective techniques, aside from a couple of inconsequential spells. Nevertheless, for a considerable number of players, the opportunity to transition to the role of a cultivator is already a significant boon, as many aspire to make that very change but are unable to do so. While this text may hold slightly more value than the ice muscle jade bone grass, it bears no cost to Liu, who can impart it to players without limitation in exchange for various resources. This also serves to enhance his reputation and establish his credentials. As for why Liu can endlessly share these techniques, it is due to his previous life experiences, where he had encountered and contemplated these teachings to varying degrees. Thus, he is able to replicate the intricacies of these methods and the essential Taoist principles they embody. Similarly, players who comprehend a particular scripture and grasp its essence may also share it with others. The player appeared to be struck by joy, initially stunned, then overwhelmed with elation. Hastily expressing his gratitude, "Taoist, your kindness knows no bounds. I am deeply grateful." Liu waved his hand, imbuing a spark of spiritual light upon the player's forehead. Without further ado, he shifted his gaze to another player. "Your possession is quite commendable. This piece of silver mother possesses greater value than the nearby ice muscle jade bone grass. It could be exchanged with me for a jade ginseng pill, or perhaps 2 cultivation pills." However, Liu's eyes glimmered with depth, as if he could penetrate the player's thoughts. "I perceive that you share the same ambition as him, seeking a tome of Tao. Am I correct?" The player nodded vigorously, saying, "Your insight is truly remarkable, esteemed Taoist. I implore you to grant my request." Liu feigned indifference and inquired, "From where did you acquire this silver mother?" The player candidly recounted the entire process of his acquisition. Liu, appearing contemplative, casually transmitted the minor Diqian breathing technique to him, and then instructed the blood-red sunset to see them off. Once the players departed, he waved his hand to store the ice muscle jade bone grass in his storage pouch, but retained the stone, fondling it thoughtfully. Tai gold, lauded as one of the preeminent spiritual materials most suitable for forging flying swords, it is renowned alongside pure yang treasure iron, Tai silver soul, Tian gang silver sand, Tian he star sand, Gung gold essence, Wanzai cold iron, Western true gold, and Yuan magnetic divine iron, collectively known as the 9 divine metals of the universe. To think I have come into possession of a piece now. Liu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This divine metal contains a trace of innate Gung gold essence along with boundless gold and iron vitality. Even a mere hint could yield a rich vein of gold and iron, explaining how that fellow discovered it with an iron ore. Alas, this piece is somewhat too small. It falls short for forging a flying sword. It would be best to seek additional materials to blend for the creation. Moreover, given my current cultivation level, I lack the capacity to refine such spiritual materials. After shaking the Tai gold, Liu, utterly satisfied, found a jade box to secure it, applying a layer of restriction before finally storing it away. Not to mention the other gains of recent days. This Tai gold alone signifies that my efforts have not been in vain. One might even say I have profited immensely. This item is most suitable for crafting 1's innate magical treasure, a coveted object for many golden core grandmasters, and even nascent soul immortals would find it irresistible. Indeed, harvesting from the players has proven to be a wise endeavor. Otherwise, relying solely on my solitary efforts to cultivate and scour for resources. How could I have come by such a precious item? The strength of an individual is ultimately limited. Although Liu is considered a disciple of the Heavenly River sect, possessing an organization and backing, as per Shiryu's account, the sect has waned due to certain reasons and no longer enjoys its former glory, particularly for Liu's faction. It now consists of merely Liu, Shiryu, and his yet-to-be-met master, just a handful of individuals. Thus, Liu currently bears little distinction from those solitary cultivators. Aside from not having to worry about Taoist texts, all necessary cultivation resources must be procured independently. In this scenario, Utilizing the multitude of players to sustain himself is the most prudent strategy. It seems that in the future, one must continue to seek new fields of players to reap from. This mere Xinjiang prefecture is rather too small a pasture. Li Yu silently resolved to take action. Unlike other players, he was rather generous towards his diligent junior. If one wishes for the horse to gallop, one must provide ample fodder. If the grass is insufficient, how can one expect it to run? This reminded him of a boss he encountered in his youth, who, while painting grand visions for his employees, espoused a predatory corporate culture. After a year of relentless toil, overtime, and fierce competition, the employees found themselves without even a taste of the fruits of their labor. Not a morsel of meat, let alone a sip of broth. Disheartened, they collectively abandoned their posts, and within months, the company collapsed. As the crimson sun dipped below the horizon, a waft of medicinal aroma escaped from the opened lid, invigorating him and accelerating the flow of vital energy within. Overjoyed, he hastily sealed the bottle and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Currently, the most valuable items on the black market were martial arts manuals, followed closely by magical artifacts and elixirs. Chapter 63, The Enigma of Bullhorn Mountain. Li Yu could discern the thoughts of the individual before him with merely a glance. Yet he found it of no concern to himself and chose to remain indifferent. Whether the blood-red sunset was a product of his own endeavors or the alchemical elixirs were to be sold in the black market to fund his sister's recovery, these matters were his alone. Unless it directly impacted his own interests, Li Yu had no inclination to meddle in the affairs of others. Nevertheless, at heart, a brother who is both loyal and compassionate is far superior to a treacherous backstabber. Li Yu did not consider himself a virtuous man, but he held a fondness for those who were. Bullhorn Mountain, once a picturesque locale, adorned with pristine waters and verdant landscapes that captivated the soul, it now lay shrouded in an ominous layer of white mist. This mist exuded a grim pallor, casting an air of desolation over the terrain. The once vibrant symphony of avian calls and the rustle of creatures had vanished, silenced by the encroaching fog. Since the appearance of this grayish-white haze, villagers at the mountain base had begun to mysteriously disappear, inciting widespread panic and trepidation. Many local denizens had come to realize that the root of these disturbances likely resided within Bullhorn Mountain itself. As the situation escalated, players frequently traversing the vicinity of Bullhorn Mountain found themselves inundated with quests related to the unfolding mystery. Witnessing such phenomena, these players' imaginations ran wild, speculating about the potential upheavals occurring within the mountain. However, upon entering the mist-laden realm, numerous players swiftly lost their bearings, their senses dulled, and their bodies grew increasingly rigid, succumbing to a lack of control. Strange, disjointed whispers echoed within their minds, laden with a disquieting, chaotic essence that enveloped them in an oppressive dread. Even when they clamped their ears shut, the haunting sounds persisted. From the depths of their being, dark thoughts and tumultuous emotions surged forth, leading to a gradual unraveling of their sanity. In the end, they would inexplicably collapse, only to awaken outside Bullhorn Mountain, utterly bewildered by the origins of the menacing mist and the nature of the enigma surrounding it. On this day, a brilliant azure blade of light streaked across the horizon. Swiftly approaching Bullhorn Mountain, Li Yu directed the shimmering light to a halt at the mountain's foot, unabashedly revealing his presence. Consequently, nearby players and villagers took notice of the radiant sword beam. It was the Taoist of the Azure Fish. "Quick, gather around. We might trigger a hidden quest." Players in proximity gasped in astonishment, drawing the attention of many others. A wave of excitement coursed through the crowd as players flocked toward him. High-ranking NPCs were a rare find, and the Taoist of the Azure Fish, a legendary golden NPC renowned in the forums, was especially coveted. In discussing the enigmatic figure known as the Qingshui Taoist, one might note that, among the myriad NPCs encountered by players, he may not possess the highest cultivation or the most remarkable attributes. However, when it comes to popularity, none can rival him. This is primarily due to the infrequent appearances of other NPCs, who either seclude themselves in intense meditation or remain elusive shadows. In contrast, the Qingshui Taoist consistently captivates the attention of players. Not only does he boast considerable prowess and wealth, but he also engages in trade, providing players with the items they seek. He evokes the essence of traditional NPC merchants from classic online games, earning him the admiration of the gaming community. At present, the Qingshui Taoist's presence here undoubtedly signifies a particular purpose. His mysterious nature has perpetuated intrigue surrounding both his identity and his past. However, one thing is certain, He rarely makes an appearance without reason, and when he does, significant events often follow. The players are acutely aware of this, and the prospect of triggering hidden narratives or quests through interaction with him is immensely appealing. Yet, Liu, cognizant of their intentions, has no time to squander on them. As more pressing matters demand his attention, casting his gaze around the vicinity, he observed no anomalies. Subsequently, he employed his spiritual awareness to sweep the area within a 10-mile radius and seemingly detected something of interest. With a slight raise of his brow, he ascended in a flash of sword light and sped away. Meanwhile, a group of villagers fervently attempted to restrain a man who appeared to be in a frenzy. Alarmingly, it seemed that Tainyo had succumbed to madness, insisting on venturing into the mountains. "Hurry, stop him," they cried. "Tainyo, what has come over you? You cannot go to Nyojiao Mountain. Indeed, there are man-eating monsters within. All who enter the mountains have vanished. If you proceed, what will become of your ailing mother?" The man, known as Tainyo, wore a dazed expression, his demeanor rigid. In his 30s, he was broad-shouldered and robust, stubbornly advancing towards Nyojiao Mountain. Despite the villagers' desperate attempts to dissuade and restrain him, he seemed impervious to their pleas, as if under a spell. And his immense strength made it difficult for several to hold him back. Left with no other option, they resorted to tripping him and pinning him to the ground. A weathered, dark-skinned elder, visibly distressed and drenched in sweat, turned to the two individuals nearby, pleading, "I implore you, esteemed masters, have mercy and save him." The duo, a man and a woman, exuded an air of distinction. The man donned a gray robe with a small brass seal hanging at his waist, inscribed with vermilion characters that glimmered faintly with spiritual light. "Hold him steady," the woman commanded, her voice mature yet laced with a slight rasp. As she spoke, a spiritual talisman materialized in her hand, which she deftly cast forth. The delicate paper flew towards Tainyo with the swiftness of a stone, adhering to his forehead with a resounding thud. In that moment, Tainyo, who had been thrashing in resistance, froze in place, his body rendered motionless. The villagers exhaled in relief, hastily expressing their gratitude and proclaiming the master's extraordinary powers. The man beside him observed the dazed expression of the villager, Tainyo, and furrowed his brow. "Such inquiries, I fear, you ought not to direct at me," he replied. The woman responded coolly, "The Demon Suppression Division oversees the realm. No matter the matter, it cannot elude your scrutiny. As a member of the Demon Suppression Guard, how could you be unaware of the occurrences here?" Kosun's expression faltered as he recalled a certain individual, then sighed, "I must not conceal the truth from you, my lady. The local Demon Suppression Seal has met with an untimely demise, and I have only just been reassigned to this location. I am utterly in the dark regarding the circumstances here." Chapter 64. The color is a bone-cutting steel blade. Mu Fangya, unwilling to pursue the topic further, remarked, "Observe the peculiar gray mark on his neck. This individual has undoubtedly been tainted by some strange corruption. It is likely that this villager inhaled the eerie gray mist, resulting in his current state." Kausen stepped forward to unveil the collar, and indeed discovered an unusual gray mark, which, upon prolonged observation, induced a sense of dizziness. He rose, nodding thoughtfully, unperturbed by the revelation. "If I am not mistaken, a terrifying anomaly has emerged deep within the Horned Mountain." Mu Fangya gazed towards the Horned Mountain. Shrouded in gray mist, her expression serene yet tinged with concern. In the face of such an unknown aberration, to prevent significant casualties, we must seal this area and facilitate the swift evacuation of the villagers. Kausen offered a wry smile. "How I wish that were feasible. Unfortunately, throughout the entire Xinjiang prefecture, numerous regions have reported anomalies. Once rare demons and malevolent spirits are now increasingly prevalent. Moreover, several areas in Tongzhou are experiencing incidents akin to those at Horn Mountain, some even more perilous, resulting in greater loss of life. Not to mention, in the neighboring Zhoushui County, the zombie cave has seen a surge of vengeful spirits roaming at night this past month. Even if we were to evacuate, these rural villagers would be reluctant to abandon their homes. And if they were willing, the process would undoubtedly be time-consuming and arduous. What if we encounter such anomalies again? While our Demon Suppression Division is indeed staffed with talented individuals, the sudden emergence of so many crises has rendered us overwhelmed and understaffed. Thus, I have sought your assistance, Fairy Mu, along with disciples from various celestial sections." As the two conversed, the talisman affixed to the iron bull's head spontaneously ignited, quickly reducing to ashes. Ugh. With the restraints lifted, the iron bull began to thrash wildly, emitting a guttural roar uncharacteristic of a human. Both individuals' expressions shifted in alarm. If even the soul-settling talisman could not subdue it, the peculiarities of this location must be exceedingly formidable. Cao Sin's countenance fluctuated between uncertainty and dread, while Mu Fangya furrowed her brow in silence. They had not even considered the possibility of investigating further. Any incident related to the uncanny demands utmost caution. Given the bizarre nature of this gray mist, inhaling it could spell disaster even for seasoned cultivators. They were not so impulsive as to disregard this. The optimal course of action was to report and seek aid. Such anomalies were beyond their capacity to manage. At that moment, a beam of sword light shot forth from the distance, capturing their attention. The sword light, a vibrant azure, sliced through the air like a radiant rainbow. What a pure sword light! Mu Fangya exclaimed, her gaze sharpening. Coming from the esteemed Zixia sect, she possessed a discerning eye. The sword light's pristine quality, devoid of any blemish, indicated that its source was undoubtedly a masterful swordsman, and the flying sword itself was remarkable. However, upon witnessing the glimmer of the sword, Ko Sun's expression shifted slightly, as if he recalled something. The newcomer was evidently approaching them, and within a few breaths, the sword light descended, and a figure halted before them. Liu cast a brief glance at Mu Fangya and Ko Sun, showing no inclination to engage with them, and took several steps towards the villagers. The blade was akin to a bone-slicing steel knife. Women would merely hinder his swiftness in wielding it. The Qingyu Daoist. Indeed, it was him. Upon seeing Liu, Ko Sun's countenance darkened, imbued with a profound sense of trepidation. Yet, this situation reeked of coincidence, seemingly inextricably linked to this individual. Even the promising youth of the Demon Suppression Division, Li Zhu, had succumbed to this man's sword. It was prudent to avoid provoking him. Observing this, Mu Fangya felt a flicker of confusion within her heart. The newcomer was astonishingly youthful, yet his cultivation had already reached the innate fetal breath stage. Moreover, his vibrant aura indicated he was not merely an aged practitioner skilled in the art of maintaining youth. He was remarkably young, yet possessed exceptional swordsmanship and formidable cultivation. Such individuals were indeed rare. She was intrigued, pondering the origins of this person. Furthermore, it appeared that Ko Sun seemed to recognize the youth. Liu scrutinized the villagers struggling violently on the ground, his gaze fixing upon the gray curse on one of their necks. Step aside, he instructed, gesturing for the other villagers to distance themselves. The villagers, aware that Liu was no ordinary individual, complied without hesitation and swiftly moved away. Liu snapped his fingers, severing the ropes binding Tiniu. Instantly, Tiniu stood upright, disregarding Liu entirely, and began to run towards the mountains. After observing for a moment, Liu subtly nodded. Indeed, this person still retained some semblance of consciousness, indicating that the curse had only recently taken hold. Although his mind was in a state of chaotic frenzy, a vestige of instinct remained, suggesting he was not beyond salvation. The absence of immediate transformation into a cursed slave implied that the peculiarities of the mountain had only recently emerged, lacking in power. In his previous life, the anomalies of Bullhorn Mountain had escalated due to untimely intervention, leading to a full-blown outbreak during the calamity of the cursed demons, extending over a radius of 20 to 30 miles. Any being within this range was enveloped by the grayish-white mist. Once a person inhaled the mist, they would gradually succumb to becoming a cursed slave, their intellect dissipating, turning into a mere shell of their former selves. Their bodies would either decay or undergo strange transformations, manipulated by the peculiarities deep within Bullhorn Mountain. Such an extensive area, coupled with the various birds, beasts, villagers, and practitioners transformed into cursed slaves, rendered Bullhorn Mountain a realm of oddities, a perilous forbidden zone. Even those of High Dao Foundation dared not venture within lightly. Ultimately, it had become a malignant growth across Xinjiang Prefecture, necessitating the deployment of 2 golden core immortals and the procurement of a treasured artifact to purge the anomalies from the area. As for now, the mist only enveloped several peaks of Bullhorn Mountain, yet to spread outward. With a clearer understanding of the peculiarities surrounding Bullhorn Mountain, Liu felt a sense of calm settle within him. With a graceful motion, the delicate and pure chi of soft water enveloped the iron bull, drawing forth a swirling mist of ash and white from within its body, dissipating it with a gentle touch. Freed from the taint of the enigmatic fog, the iron bull's eyes instantly brightened, its consciousness gradually returning to clarity. As it looked around, a look of bewilderment crossed its face. Uncle, Iron Egg, what has happened to you? How did I end up here? Chapter 65. Fellow Taoist, please stay. Iron Bull, it is these esteemed immortals who saved you. The older villager exchanged a few words with him. Then, along with several others, first expressed gratitude to Mu Fangya and her companion, and then knelt before Li Yu in thanks. Thank you, Immortal, for your rescue. He harbored a hint of cunning, hoping to leverage this opportunity to forge a connection with Li Yu. Thus, he would have a patron, ensuring that in future encounters of a similar nature, he would not be caught unawares. The humble Taoist, Qingyu, as for the longevity tablet, there is no need for that. Li Yu waved his sleeve dismissively, calmly stating, you need only remember, do not approach this horn mountain in the future, or bear the consequences yourselves. The group nodded vigorously, not daring to argue. Mu Fangya and Ko Sun observed as Li Yu effortlessly dispelled the curse, restoring the villager to normalcy, both visibly startled. The ability to heal a villager tainted by the bizarre with a mere gesture was not a skill possessed by ordinary individuals. Little did they know. Li Yu's pure and pristine water energy was impervious to corruption, vehemently rejecting foreign energies. This villager named Iron Bull had only recently been affected by the eerie mist, leaving him salvageable, which prompted Li Yu to lend a helping hand. Having clarified what he needed to know, Li Yu grew impatient with the delay and turned to charge into the Horn Mountain. At that moment, Mu Fangya called out to him, fellow Taoist, please wait. It turned out she was from the Zixia sect. Do you have a matter to discuss? He was quite familiar with the Zixia sect in his past life. Li Yu had fortuitously inherited the Dao lineage of a loose cultivator who had ties to the Zixia sect, thereby granting Li Yu considerable insight into it. Noticing that she had discerned his background with a single glance, yet remained unperturbed, Mu Fangya felt a twinge of curiosity and earnestly advised, there may be nameless oddities lurking within this mountain, posing significant danger. Your cultivation is indeed profound, and your swordsmanship exquisite, yet caution is paramount. It was evident that unknown anomalies might be concealed within Horn Mountain, and she found it perplexing that Li Yu would act so impulsively. Thank you for the warning, but I have my own plans. With that, he disregarded Ko Sun, who harbored a hint of hostility towards him, and boldly stepped into the eerie mist. As Li Yu ventured forth, the lifeless grayish-white fog stirred, roiling and bubbling. Once his figure vanished into the mist, the fog returned to its original state, becoming stagnant and dense. This fellow Taoist, self-styled Qingyu. Could it be that he was the one who previously bested your demon suppression division as renowned Li Zhu? The infamous Li Zhu had been defeated by an obscure cultivator, a fact that had already spread, causing quite a stir. The name Qingyu had gained a measure of recognition within the cultivation circles of Tongzhou. Even disciples of major sects like her had heard of him. However, before she could finish her thought, she noticed Ko Sun's grim expression and wisely chose to remain silent, though a glimmer of intrigue flickered in her eyes. Given Li Zhu's cultivation and mastery of swordplay, to label him a genius would not be an exaggeration. Within her sect, the Zixia sect, he would have been qualified to become an inner disciple with a promising future ahead. However, such an individual has unexpectedly fallen beneath the blade of the Qingyu Taoist. It is evident that the swordsmanship of this Qingyu Taoist is truly exceptional. Among the younger generation of the Zixia sect, perhaps only one or two true disciples could rival him. She pondered silently, then let out a wistful sigh. In the realm of Tongzhou, the Zixia sect, as a bastion of orthodox Taoism, finds only the Xinshao sect comparable, other celestial sects and families, as well as rogue cultivators, though not entirely insignificant, pale in comparison. In other words, the Zixia sect reigns as the local sovereign in Tongzhou. Yet, despite this, the resources within the sect are not infinite. The majority of the allocations are bestowed upon those few true disciples. What remains is then distributed among the inner disciples like herself. As for the outer disciples, their plight is even more dire. They are left to scavenge the leftovers of the inner disciples and find it exceedingly difficult to focus on their cultivation, as they must also patrol the mountains, tame beasts, and undertake various arduous and perilous tasks to earn contributions in exchange for resources to cultivate. Only the most exceptional among them, after undergoing rigorous assessments, can ascend to the ranks of inner disciples, gaining the attention of the elders and enhancing their status. Under such circumstances, relying on her family and mentors while diligently striving in her cultivation, achieving the status of an inner disciple is already a commendable feat at her age. She cannot fathom how individuals like the Qingyu Taoist manage to progress so rapidly in their cultivation while simultaneously mastering formidable and unpredictable sword techniques. Is the disparity between individuals truly so vast? She felt a pang of melancholy, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Li Yu stepped into the enigmatic mist, and an eerie silence enveloped him. The only sounds that pierced the stillness were his own footsteps, heartbeat, and breath. In this environment, the surrounding mist swirled and rolled with his movements, silently stirring within him feelings of agitation, heaviness, and fury. Simultaneously, Liu sensed a restriction on his mental acuity. Under normal circumstances, his consciousness could extend over a radius of more than 10 miles, a feat already impressive for seasoned innate cultivators. However, upon entering the Niujiao mountain, surrounded by the omnipresent mist, he discovered that the resistance to his mental probing had significantly increased. Even at full strength, he could only discern a radius of approximately 100 meters. Moreover, although mental energy is formless and intangible, it dissipated rapidly upon contact with the mist. A peculiar contamination seemed to trace the connection between his consciousness and Liu, transmitting various distorted, malevolent, and chaotic energies into his mind. Within him, the gentle water true qi began to circulate, drawing in the moisture of the heavens and earth, forming a layer of transparent mist around him that isolated him from the encroaching fog. Additionally, to safeguard himself further, he substituted external breathing with internal breathing. Finally, he flipped his hand to summon the Diqian treasure mirror. By employing hand seals, he utilized the Diqian treasure mirror as a foundation to reflect the entire scene within a radius of 100 feet on its surface, capturing every minute detail, impervious to the mist. Thus, not a single movement within that 100-foot radius could escape his keen observation. The silhouettes of these figures were tattered and torn, their skin either parched and ashen or festering with decay. Their countenances were grotesque and expressionless, as if they could pierce through layers of eerie mist to directly perceive Liu, advancing towards him with an unsettling intent. However, their movements were anything but graceful. They swayed unsteadily and occasionally stumbled to the ground. Liu discerned that these phantoms were, in fact, the forsaken mountain dwellers lost within this enigmatic fog. Regrettably, these villagers had been tainted by the mist, their souls distorted and debased, their bodies manipulated by the peculiar forces of this place, reduced to mere puppets of the uncanny. Chapter 66. The Aberrant Deceptive Servant. Before the shadowy figures could draw near, Liu flicked his fingers, unleashing streams of sword qi that effortlessly pierced through the heads of these deceptive servants. At that moment, another figure approached, astonishingly swift, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind that elongated its shadow. Noticing something peculiar about this figure, Liu released a wave of azure sword qi, its brilliance surpassing that of the previous strikes, sharper and more formidable. Clang! To his astonishment, the sword qi, which could easily sever gold and jade, struck the figure's head and rebounded as if it had encountered impenetrable gold. As the figure drew nearer, Liu discerned that it had already lost a significant degree of its human form. The figure resembled a desiccated corpse, its skin taut against its bones, revealing prominent ribs, as sturdy as black iron. Its elongated, sharp claws, high cheekbones, and a crooked bone horn protruding from its skull, along with its retracted lips showcasing a mouthful of pale, sharp teeth, revealed it to be an aberrant deceptive servant. Liu raised an eyebrow, yet he was not surprised. The bizarre is perhaps the most enigmatic and mysterious form of extraordinary existence in this world. Such entities defy reason, embodying the uncanny and the inexplicable, often distorting and transforming various living beings and objects. Once tainted by this strangeness, the majority of beings either perish or become deceptive servants, integrating into this peculiar existence. However, a scarce few may undergo a transformation due to fortuitous circumstances. Though classified as deceptive servants, these few possess, to a certain extent, a new life, a new individuality. This concept bears resemblance to one of the three paths of demonic arts, the path of shadow demons, which encompasses numerous branches in the art of corpse refinement. Exemplified by the corpse-driving sect. This sect's doctrine is to validate the path through the dead, often choosing to gradually refine their own spiritual corpse through their magic, thereby resurrecting the soulless dead into a unique form of living corpse, becoming an alternative ultimate life form. These aberrant deceptive servants fundamentally arise from the remnants of original beings or objects, manifesting as alternative life forms, while the underlying principle is similar. The current aberrant deceptive servant pales in comparison to the perfected, immortal corpse immortals in terms of rank and power. They are simply not on the same level. Liu activated the lunar treasure mirror atop his head, emitting spiritual light that absorbed the figure into the mirror. Moments later, a mass of distorted, deformed matter, oozing dark, viscous blood, was ejected, devoid of its original visage. Liu paid it no mind and continued deeper into the mountain. On the surface, he appeared calm and at ease. Yet within, his sword intent harmonized with the azure serpent flying sword, poised to strike. The essence of soft water fused with it, rendering that thread of murderous intent increasingly pure. He resembled an unparalleled assassin, motionless, his presence indistinguishable, perfectly blending into the surrounding world. Yet when he moved, it was earth-shattering. A white rainbow piercing the sun. Half an hour later, Liu found himself at the mountainside. Along the way, he encountered several more deceptive servants. Most of them were mere aberrant entities, incapable of walking without stumbling. However, there were a couple of outliers among these bizarre beings that presented themselves, only to be swiftly vanquished by him. These grotesque aberrations were either enormous, adorned with hardened protrusions reminiscent of a crocodile, possessing immense strength, or they resembled decaying corpses. Their flesh putrefied, seeping forth a noxious and toxic ichor, exhaling poisonous vapors that even Liu's layered water curtain defenses were unable to withstand. Ultimately, it was the azure serpent flying sword that delivered the fatal blow, extinguishing the distorted soul within the corpse. This essence was then assimilated into the azure serpent flying sword, which, through the meticulous refinement of pure water essence day and night, had transcended to a state of sentience, evolving into a genuine spiritual weapon. Otherwise, Liu harbored doubts as to whether this sword could withstand the corrosive effects of the corpse's toxic gases and decaying fluids, not to mention those mountain folk. Even the earlier visitors, Mu Fangya and her companion, would likely meet a grim fate if confronted with such formidable aberrations. As for Liu's purpose for visiting Nojia Mountain today, it was indeed to eradicate this anomaly before it could burgeon into something more perilous. Qingshui Town was his territory, and Liu would not permit any instability that might pose a threat to his domain. Moreover, as a transmigrator, he understood a crucial truth. The abnormal is an entity rejected by this world. It is a malignant tumor that corrupts the fabric of existence. Furthermore, it is a parasitic force that siphons and damages the essence of the universe. Even the demonic path, at most, represents a form of negative energy. The principles of the universe give rise to yin and yang, which are inherently oppositional yet harmoniously unified, whether it be demonic energy or spiritual energy. They are fundamentally elements intrinsic to this world, woven into the fabric of universal principles, regardless of whether some individuals acknowledge it. The existence of the demonic path is justified by its own rationale. In contrast, the aberrations represent a transcendent power that is distinctly different from both the celestial and demonic paths, one that had never before graced this world and only manifested abruptly over 7 millennia ago. This anomaly is repelled by the very fabric of existence. Liu learned this firsthand in his past life during the later stages of a game, directly from the words of a supreme being within this realm. From that exalted figure, he also gathered that the annihilation of these aberrations would bestow upon him an intangible benefit. Perhaps it would be the favor of the heavens, perhaps a form of unseen protection, or perhaps other advantages. In any case, even if he could not perceive them now, these benefits would eventually manifest in his life. In a few months, a cataclysm of aberrant demons will descend upon the world. This calamity will sweep across the entire Diqian realm, leading to chaos as demons dance. Malevolent spirits wreak havoc, and monsters roam freely, plunging the realm into despair and suffering. With his prior experience, Liu was acutely aware that this impending catastrophe was primarily instigated by these aberrations. Given his current strength, he felt little assurance of weathering this cosmic disaster. He could only strive to eliminate the dangers surrounding him and gradually cultivate his own power. After taking a few steps, Liu abruptly halted, coming to a sudden stop. He raised his head, a trace of solemnity flickering in his gaze as he looked ahead. Despite the wisps of grayish-white mist obscuring his path, his eyes seemed to penetrate through the eerie veil, discerning something in the distance. The tiny treasure mirror revealed a haunting scene. Perched upon a peculiar stone in the forefront was a diminutive figure, almost childlike in stature, shrouded in a tattered gray-green burial garment, rendering its features indistinguishable. Indeed, a burial garment. Such attire typically adorns the deceased. Furthermore, the garment was ragged and caked with soil, resembling that of someone recently exhumed from a grave. Chapter 67. Terrifying Transformation. At the very moment when Liu glimpsed that figure through the tiny Baojian, the entity trembled slightly before rising to its feet. No, it was more accurate to say it stood upright like a human, for Liu had already discerned a fuzzy visage. With thieving brows and rodent-like eyes glowing with an eerie green light, it was revealed to be a yellow weasel. Its entire body was cloaked in white fur, as large as a hunting dog, draped in what appeared to be a burial shroud. The weasel's gaze was haunting, seemingly ablaze with ghostly flames. It appeared to sense Liu's intrusion, abruptly lifting its head and locking eyes with him through the mirror's surface. Boom! Suddenly, Liu was engulfed in a wave of dizziness, and an excruciating pain radiated from the blood curse on his arm. In the next instant, a sinister, chilling, and grotesque force erupted from his arm, coursing throughout his entire being. Crack, crack. Bone spurs pierced through flesh, and blood gushed forth, inflicting immense suffering upon him. An inexplicable gash opened on his abdomen, and his ribs began to protrude, stretching his skin taut. His internal organs writhed, sprouting appendages reminiscent of tentacled legs. Imbued with a malevolent sentience, seemingly attempting to escape his body. Even his eyeballs burst with a pop, from which emerged two grotesque worms. Their bodies covered in fine black hairs and lined with sharp teeth, emitting a disconcerting, high-pitched noise akin to nails scraping against glass. Liu perceived all this with startling clarity through his divine sense. A surge of inexplicable emotions, fear, astonishment, rage, restlessness, and unease, seemed to materialize from thin air, flooding his heart and sweeping through his entire being, leaving him trembling with terror. His eyes had transformed into two gory pits, trickling streams of blood, rendering him completely blind. Every part of his body felt sore, numb, itchy, and painful, a cacophony of sensations assaulting his consciousness. Unfazed, he tore the two worms from his face and crushed them underfoot, desperately clinging to the last vestiges of clarity within his mind. With a fierce shout, he proclaimed, "Transform the false into the true, sever my path to enlightenment." Despite the fact that even his tongue had sprouted two fleshy tendrils, each adorned with tiny eyes that lent an odd quality to his speech, this did not hinder an overwhelming sword intent from erupting within him. This sword intent was transcendent and pure, aloof from worldly affairs, akin to the operation of the celestial order, indifferent as a deity. It seemed devoid of any destructive power, targeting solely the bizarre transformations occurring within Liu. With a single strike, all his abnormal changes vanished. Only the elongated wound on his abdomen and the still bleeding eye sockets remained, bearing witness to the ordeal he had just endured. The body is the foundation for achieving immortality and enlightenment. Any injury sustained would impede one's cultivation. The peculiar afflictions Liu suffered were enough to compromise his foundation, halting his progress. A wave of anger surged within him, compelling him to summon the Qing snake flying sword to slay the yellow weasel. Yet, in an instant, the atmosphere around him shifted dramatically. A mysterious atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, dissipating all the eerie fog. An inexplicable realm of time and space extended from an unknown origin, almost instantaneously shrouding the entire Niujiao mountain. The sky deepened into a somber darkness, devoid of sun or moon, as a lengthy bridal procession emerged from the distant, inscrutable lands. Bearers, matchmakers, and maids were all present, accompanied by musicians who struck gongs and drums. Each face was adorned with rouge, displaying a rigid and lifeless smile, while the celebratory cacophony of gongs and drums exuded an unsettlingly eerie ambience. In the flower palanquin sat a figure, veiled in a crimson cover, clad in a scarlet wedding gown. Her crossed hands were withered, resembling parched flesh, presenting a disquieting shade of purple, with long, pointed nails painted red, almost dripping with blood. The moment Liu beheld the corpse bride, he felt the blood boils on his arm prickling with a sinister curse once more. An inexplicable force descended upon him, altering his very being. His once vibrant skin gradually took on a pallid hue, his complexion tinged with a faint greenish tint, and his garments shed their brilliant colors, transforming into a shade of crimson tinged with an eerie undertone. His lips curled into a wide, rigid grin, the semblance of joy morphed into something grotesque. Then, his body seemed to lose its autonomy, his legs moving involuntarily towards the approaching bridal procession. Just as he was about to join the throng, a sharp sound of a sword echoed. It rang out like a divine blade unsheathed, cold and lethal, reverberating from the depths of his soul. Suddenly, everything around him shattered, as if glass breaking apart, scattering into fragments. Liu's vision cleared. Before him lay the same eerie fog, tendrils of grayish-white mist swirling in every direction. The weasel, previously lurking, now approached, within mere yards of him, its claws raised, emanating a foul yellow aura as sharp as a curved blade, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. In that instant, Liu comprehended everything. He had fallen prey to a cunning plot. The foe's illusion had stirred his innermost thoughts and negative emotions, giving rise to phantoms that felt strikingly real, nearly obscuring his sword intent. Had it not been for the clarity of his Tao heart, which had begun to resonate with the essence of the sword, guiding him to avert disaster, he might have met an unimaginable fate. Without hesitation, Liu pointed a finger. The azure serpent sword flew from his sleeve, transforming into a streak of vibrant azure light that cleaved through the fog toward the weasel. The weasel's illusion was formidable. Its aura straddled the line between the demonic and the uncanny, retaining a semblance of consciousness, which was rather peculiar. Just as Li Yu escaped the illusion, the weasel sensed the shift, and a subtle sword intent sliced through its soul, dealing a grave blow. The weasel reeled as if struck by lightning, blood oozing from its mouth and nose, instinctively squealing and attempting to flee. At that moment, the azure light surged forth. As it passed, the fog parted with a swish. With this, Li Yu felt a slight relief wash over him. Yet, in the next moment, that pile of minced flesh was enveloped by a shadowy force. Under this influence, the fragmented meat seemed to reverse time, swiftly coalescing, healing, and restoring itself. Within mere breaths, a pristine weasel reappeared before Li Yu's eyes. Having been slain by me, how could it possibly come back to life? Li Yu's pupils suddenly constricted. Could it be? Chapter 68. The Dual-Headed Nightmare. Li Yu's pupils suddenly constricted, and his brows furrowed. Could this be the peculiar ability of the weasel? The green serpent sword transformed into a vibrant emerald light and flew forth once more. The weasel emitted a series of high-pitched squeaks, its eyes glimmering with an eerie luminescence, as an extraordinary psychic force surged forth, seemingly intent on ensnaring Li Yu back into some form of illusion. Nevertheless, at this moment, Li Yu steadfastly anchored his mind. A wisp of sword intent rising from his soul, striking out from afar to obliterate all his distractions and negative emotions. Only a sliver of instinctual killing intent remained in his heart, urging the green serpent sword to vanquish his foe. How could it possibly compare to Li Yu's exquisite swordsmanship? In but 2 strikes, he severed its claws and decapitated it. This time, he commanded the sword light to reduce the remains to a mere pulp. He then turned his hand to retrieve the golden fire mirror, unleashing a radiant flame of divine light that incinerated the heap of flesh into ashes. The golden fire mirror was originally a high-quality spiritual artifact, but alas, it had suffered significant damage, allowing for only 1 or 2 uses per day. Excessive employment would utterly ruin it. Due to insufficient materials, its overall quality had diminished, yet its power had markedly increased, permitting unrestrained use without fear of destruction. Gazing at the ashes, Li Yu mused. Now reduced to mere bone ash, this should finally, huh? Little did he anticipate, before he could finish his thought, an unexpected turn of events transpired, and Li Yu's eyes widened in shock. The remainder of his words caught in his throat. From the pile of ashes, a dark aura began to rise. The ability to resurrect from ashes seemed eerily familiar. Li Yu commanded the green serpent sword to temporarily encircle the weasel, exhaling deeply. A glimmer of contemplation in his gaze. Could this weasel be the dual-headed nightmare from his past life? This bizarre ability of resurrection, coupled with the recently horrifying illusion, reminded him of a peculiar entity from his previous existence. In that past life, the calamity of Bullhorn Mountain spread for dozens of miles, resulting in considerable casualties. Not only were there players capable of resurrection, but numerous ordinary people and some cultivators also fell victim, succumbing to the miasma and becoming enslaved by the uncanny. This place gradually devolved into a realm of strangeness, a forbidden zone for the living. Furthermore, this realm of the uncanny incessantly expanded, devouring everything in its vicinity. Prior to this, there had indeed been considerations to cleanse the area. However, the terrifying abilities of the dual-headed nightmare lurking deep within Bullhorn Mountain rendered such efforts futile. As long as one remained within the miasma's reach, the dual-headed nightmare would be immortal. Regardless of the severity of injuries sustained, it would swiftly recover, even if slain. It could rise again. Moreover, this entity could weave a unique illusion, or rather a dream, pulling individuals into its depths. Should one perish within this dream, true death would ensue. The synergy of these 2 abilities made it abundantly clear just how formidable the dual-headed nightmare truly was. The capabilities of the weasel before him, whether it be its illusionary prowess or its ability to resurrect, bear a striking resemblance to those of the 2-headed nightmare. Initially, Li Yu failed to make this connection. After all, one is a 2-headed nightmare while the other is merely a weasel, and their names alone offer little to link the 2. In his previous life as a player, he had infiltrated this area, but after falling victim to a surprise attack by a sinister servant and meeting his demise, he learned his lesson and kept his distance. Thus, his knowledge of Bullhorn Mountain is rather limited, and he has never encountered a 2-headed nightmare. He only knows that this creature is not only formidable in strength but also possesses the ability to resurrect, making it even more elusive and troublesome than the players themselves. Suddenly, something caught Li Yu's eye. and a spark of insight flashed across his gaze. As he ensnared the weasel in a beam of sword light, he focused intently on the creature's shadow. He distinctly observed that the weasel's shadow appeared peculiar. The entire Bullhorn Mountain was shrouded in eerie mist. Even during the height of midday, the sun's rays struggled to penetrate the fog, casting only indistinct shadows. In contrast, Liyu's own shadow was somewhat blurred, merely an outline. However, the weasel's shadow seemed darker and more defined than his own. As he gazed longer, an unsettling sensation arose within him, as if that shadow was writhing. The shadow. Liyu narrowed his eyes. The bizarre and the uncanny are seldom subject to rational deduction and often possess an array of strange abilities. Could it be? A hypothesis formed in his mind as he once again summoned the sword light to slay the weasel. Indeed, at the moment he severed the weasel into several pieces. Its shadow quivered like a mass of dark, gelatinous jelly, moving in a subtle manner that was nearly imperceptible. Then, the shadow too fragmented, scattering across the ground alongside the weasel's dismembered remains. Remarkably, within a mere span of breaths, the weasel revived. The shadow was indeed at play. A glimmer of realization crossed Liyu's eyes. Perhaps to utterly vanquish this creature, he must eliminate its shadow. If the shadow endowed the weasel with its resurrection ability, then erasing it would surely sever the foundation of its revival. Every anomaly possesses one or more unique abilities. While these abilities vary, the majority of such entities prove to be formidable adversaries, challenging to eradicate or eliminate. Thus, to confront these anomalies, cultivators often require astonishing wisdom and exceptional combat prowess. Following his earlier approach, Liyu once again dispatched the weasel and then summoned the golden light fire mirror to incinerate the remaining carcass thoroughly. As the remains turned to ash, he elegantly waved his hand, conjuring a gust of wind that scattered the ashes. In their place, a strange shadow emerged, slender and contorted. Just as the shadow began to coalesce into a dark mist, seemingly intent on resurrecting the weasel once more, Liyu, with resolute determination, wielded the fire golden light mirror to unleash the blazing sun-extinguishing demon light, illuminating the murky cloud of gray with precision. Chapter 69, The Source Tree. The radiant, blazing divine light, intensely bright and unwavering, illuminated the mist, causing it to ripple as if it were a living entity, curling inward yet remaining unvanquished. Nearly coalescing into a dense mass, Liyu furrowed his brow. Despite his utmost efforts, the searing sunlight and demon-exterminating divine light, with temperatures so high that even refined iron could melt, failed to overcome this enigmatic mist. This mist seemed neither to be spiritual energy nor demonic aura, nor did it resemble any foreign elemental essence known to the world. Rather, it appeared to be a peculiar substance imbued with a strange sentience. Liyu summoned his sword intent, hoping to obliterate it with the supreme sharpness contained within. The azure wave sword intent moved with astonishing speed, capable of slaying souls, and effortlessly sliced the substance in two. However, before long, the two halves rejoined, returning to their original form. He then employed various methods, drowning, burning, poisoning, but the substance remained impervious. Akin to a copper pea that could neither be steamed nor boiled, pounded nor fried. No matter the approach, it was unyielding. Nonetheless, with this entity's interference removed, the weasel no longer revived. Contemplating his next move, Liyu produced the Gungjin copper vial. With a mere invocation, a tremendous suction emanated from the vial's opening, drawing the peculiar substance inside. With swift reflexes, he promptly sealed it. Though the Gungjin copper vial appeared to be an ordinary magical artifact, it held significant heritage. Liyu would not have been so careless with a mere trinket. His knowledge of the artifact revealed it to be a relic of the Five Spirits Wanderer, which, when combined with another Xinjiang copper vial, could transform into a unique treasure, the Taiyuan Golden Gourd. This object was tied to the schemes and contingencies of the Five Spirits Wanderer and concerned a formidable Yin God practitioner, hence it was undoubtedly of considerable importance. The Gungjin copper vial did not disappoint him. As Liyu observed, the peculiar substance rotated several times within, seeking any potential crevice or exit to escape. But after considerable effort, it could find no flaw. To be prudent, Liyu summoned a flicker of spiritual light at his fingertips and imposed an additional layer of sealing restrictions upon the Gungjin copper vial before storing it away. Next, Liyu surveyed his surroundings. The eerie mist had not dispersed, so he resolutely continued deeper. Having eliminated the bizarre weasel of Nyojiao Mountain, a question arose. Why had the mist not yet vanished? The answer was straightforward. The strangeness may not have been confined to a single weasel, or perhaps there were other causes for the mist presence. Nevertheless, perhaps due to Liyu's earlier triumph over the weasel, he encountered no further bizarre entities. After more than an hour, Li Yu arrived at the edge of a cliff. The terrain here was notably elevated, with jagged rocks, and the mist appeared denser than in other locations. Atop the sheer cliff, an extraordinary tree grew at an angle. The entire tree seemed to overshadow the sky, casting a vast shadow across the land. However, both the roots and trunk of this tree exuded a pallid, chalky hue, while even the leaves displayed an unusual grayish-white tint. Wisps of this grayish-white mist gradually seeped from the foliage, flowing slowly into surrounding areas. Li Yu even discerned a hollow in the tree above, from which a faint, unpleasant odor emanated, reminiscent of the scent associated with weasels. This was evidently the lair of the weasel he had encountered earlier. To his astonishment, the eerie source of Nyojiao Mountain turned out to be a mere tree. Li Yu marveled, feeling he had perhaps uncovered the enigmatic truth behind Nyojiao Mountain. A glimmer of spiritual light surged forth from his sleeve, transforming into a radiant sword beam of azure clarity, which twisted elegantly in the air, unleashing a long streak of brilliance that shattered numerous branches and trunks into fragments. The debris cascaded downwards, the majority tumbling into the abyss below. Observing that the peculiar tree exhibited no reaction, he intensified his thoughts. The azure serpent sword danced with grace, deftly shredding the trunk inch by inch. Even though the tree's trunk was as solid as iron, under the power of the spiritual artifact, it was no different from tofu. In scarcely a dozen breaths, an ancient towering tree was reduced to ruin by Li Yu's hand. What remained was a piece of deep green, nearly black material, resembling both a crystal and the core of a tree, about the thickness of a child's arm and half a foot long. Li Yu sensed that it contained a wealth of ethereal wood essence, yet more prominently, it radiated a formidable and sinister vitality imbued with an air of strangeness. On this fragment, there was a notch marked by fine teeth impressions, clearly left by the weasel from earlier. Could this object be the very cause of the weasel's transformation into a two-headed nightmare? While pondering this, he examined it closely for a moment, but detected no further anomalies. He tucked it away and lifted his gaze to the surroundings. As the tree succumbed to his destruction, the surrounding eerie mist gradually began to dissipate. If this trend continued, within mere hours, the entire fog enveloping Nyojiao Mountain would vanish. He activated his escape light and ascended to the cliff. A tree could not simply transform in such a manner without reason. It must have been subjected to some form of pollution or other influences that led to its current state, a notion that Li Yu had begun to suspect. Under his guidance, the azure serpent sword sliced through the roots with a swiftness akin to lightning, cleaving through the rubble and underbrush. As he carved through half of the cliff, Li Yu was astonished to discover a peculiar cavern concealed within the rock face. Within this cave, a fissure stretched over half a foot long and was palm-width wide, shrouded in darkness and obscurity, exuding an eerie chill. One of the tree's thickest roots extended into this crevice. Indeed, it was a rift in the void. Li Yu's gaze grew profound. Such oddities were not of this realm. They had emerged over 7,000 years ago. Since their appearance, this world had suffered greatly from their malevolent incursions. After a fierce and relentless extermination, certain formidable cultivators of this realm unearthed some peculiar anomalies. The powers exhibited were bizarre and diverse, possessing a terrifying capacity for contamination, capable of easily tainting even the souls and ethereal forms of practitioners. Moreover, despite efforts to eradicate them, numerous strange entities continued to emerge. The underlying cause of this phenomenon lay in the inexplicable fragility of the world's barriers, which had become susceptible to rifts, frequently torn apart by forces, resulting in the emergence of numerous void fissures. For instance, the eerie girl previously slain by Li Yu was tainted by the enigmatic artifact, the white jade hairpin. In contrast, other anomalies were contaminated by strange energies emanating from the void rifts connecting to other realms. The impending calamity of the demonic forces, set to unfold in a few months, was intricately linked to these void fissures. Li Yu, confronted with the void rift before him, had no immediate solution and refrained from recklessly probing with his consciousness. Such an entity was exceedingly perilous. Who could ascertain what lurked on the other side? Should he inadvertently provoke something dreadful, he would be ill-equipped to withstand it. Thus, he decisively uprooted the tree root, sought debris to seal the cave, and departed from the location. Chapter 70, the main storyline awakes. At this moment, a multitude of players had already gathered outside the mountain. A few hours prior, the news of Li Yu's appearance at Nyojiao Mountain could no longer be concealed. It swiftly spread throughout the realm. Mu Fangya and Kosun had not departed either, and their NPC identities naturally drew the attention of players. Both bore shining copper-green data indicators above their heads, rendering their identities unmistakable. Zixia sect, Mu Fangya, rank, first level. Description: a cultivator hailing from a prestigious sect with an extraordinary background. Although her cultivation seems modest, do not underestimate her as a disciple of a major sect. She remains beyond the reach of current players. Danger level: highly dangerous. Anong County Demon Suppression Bureau, Ko Sun, rank, first level. Description: as the name implies, this individual belongs to the Demon Suppression Bureau established by the Great Xia Dynasty, stationed in Anong County. Possessing considerable strength, he is an official NPC. Danger level: highly dangerous. One is a bronze-grade elite template NPC, and the other is likewise. Many players, intrigued, approach to engage in conversation. However, Mu Fangya and Ko Sun exhibited no interest in entertaining these outsiders. The ability to be resurrected indeed instills fear, yet these extraterrestrial beings behaved peculiarly, often speaking in disjointed phrases. They exhibited no reverence for the power wielded by cultivators. Instead, each of them, steeped in avarice, sought to ingratiate themselves and demand rewards, thereby causing considerable chaos. Some even directly inquired about what they needed to do to become their disciples and join the ranks of cultivators. To the two, this was utterly absurd, a mockery of the sacred tradition. In their view, the transmission of knowledge concerning the Tao should not be taken lightly. Even if one were to consider accepting disciples, it would necessitate a thorough understanding of their backgrounds and rigorous evaluations, not to mention a clear assessment of their character. Furthermore, how could they trust these unknown entities from beyond? In truth, since the arrival of these extraterrestrial beings, many celestial sects and wandering masters had expressed interest in them, even attaching considerable importance to their presence. After all, they hailed from another world and possessed the terrifying ability of resurrection. If one could unravel the mystery behind their ability to come back to life, it would be an invaluable discovery. However, despite extensive efforts, many failed to ascertain the reason, discovering that aside from their resurrection, these beings lacked any extraordinary traits. Moreover, it became evident that there was no way to access the world from which they originated, significantly diminishing interest and attention. Ultimately, they appeared to be mere mortals with a peculiar ability, devoid of any true power or cultivation. Regardless of their numbers, they could easily be vanquished with a mere wave of the hand. Seeing that the two remained unresponsive, the players, rebuffed, retreated awkwardly but did not disperse. After all, they were merely two bronze-grade template NPCs. Even if they could not trigger quests, it was inconsequential. The main figure had yet to reveal themselves, and thus, they had no intention of leaving. Meanwhile, Mu Fangya and Ko Sun were equally curious about Li Yu's intentions for entering Myojiao Mountain and did not hurry to depart. Moreover, unlike the players, the two possessed a deeper understanding of the peculiar circumstances surrounding this place and were eager to ascertain whether Li Yu could emerge. Despite his formidable cultivation, the nature of the anomalies meant that even those at the Tao Foundation or Divine Ability realms might find themselves in peril. Such matters were inherently unpredictable. The two had already communicated with their respective sects and superiors, and while spoken words suggested otherwise, they both recognized the underlying implication of insufficient manpower to be addressed at a later time. In truth, they were aware that, compared to other regions in Tongzhou where the pollution was far more severe and the threats greater, the current danger posed by Myojiao Mountain was relatively minimal. At least for the moment, as it had not yet resulted in significant casualties. Coupled with the manpower issue, the approach taken was entirely justifiable. The eerie mist seems to have dissipated. If I recall correctly, only Daoist Qingyu had entered moments ago. Soon, Mu Fangya and Ko Sun noticed something unusual. The mist on the mountain appeared to have lessened in density. They exchanged glances, both astonished, and a bizarre thought crossed their minds. Could this be the doing of Daoist Qingyu? After a brief wait, they observed the mist continuing to thin, seemingly on the verge of vanishing entirely. This left the two in a state of uncertainty. Before long, Li Yu emerged from the mist. Just as Mu Fangya and Ko Sun were about to approach him with inquiries, they noticed that a group of otherworldly beings had already surrounded him. Each one spoke in a cacophony of greetings and casual remarks, their enthusiasm and excitement evident in both their gestures and words, which left the two feeling bewildered. The earlier demeanor of this group towards them had been entirely different. Mu Fangya remarked curiously, "Is Daoist Qingyu truly so well regarded among these otherworldly beings?" Ko Sun remained silent, his brow furrowed, feeling that Li Yu harbored some undisclosed secret. Surrounded by a throng of players, Li Yu was acutely aware of their intentions, though he had initially intended to leave without assigning them any tasks. A sudden flash of insight prompted him to pause. Sensing that he had something to convey, the players fell silent, eagerly awaiting his words. With a solemn expression, Liu declared, "Last night, I observed the celestial phenomena and inadvertently unraveled a fragment of the heavenly mechanism, glimpsing some fleeting visions of the future." A trace of compassion emerged on his face as he continued. "In the near future, the realm of earth and dryness shall face a great calamity, one that will engulf the world, ensnaring both mortals and cultivators alike, leaving no one unscathed. From this, chaos shall reign, and all beings shall be submerged." A great calamity to befall. All beings submerged? By heavens, could it be that the main storyline has commenced? Upon hearing Liu's words, many players felt a jolt of realization, quickly discerning a unique significance, their minds racing with thoughts. This was a pivotal event within the game, directly tied to the main storyline. To remain uninvolved would be an egregious folly for any player. Many grew increasingly excited, hastily activating their intangible recording function to capture this moment. You are all beings from beyond the heavens, endowed with the extraordinary ability of resurrection, and have arrived in the realm of earth before the impending cataclysm. Perhaps this is the design of fate itself, to survive this calamity. The burden may indeed rest upon your shoulders. Liu cast a sweeping glance around, then solemnly declared, "Regardless of the circumstances, I earnestly hope that you will uphold justice, vanquish the malevolent, and safeguard the tranquility of the world." The intricacies of this ominous calamity remain unknown to ordinary people, as well as to the common practitioners at the lower echelons of the cultivation world. Liu's intentions are to perpetuate and cultivate the enigmatic persona he has established in the eyes of the players, thereby amplifying his popularity and influence. After all, he was once a player himself and possesses a profound understanding of their sentiments. Chapter 71. Chaotic Good, Chaotic Neutral. Whether or not players care about the calamity, its arrival undeniably heralds the commencement of the main storyline. Engaging in this narrative will inevitably present a plethora of opportunities and advantages, granting numerous chances for growth. Should players wish to delve deeper into this so-called main plot, they must actively seek contact with it. The distinction between them approaching the players to issue quests and the players approaching him to trigger tasks is stark. Those who comprehend the nuances are well aware. Another objective is to guide the players. In the previous life, when the malevolent calamity descended, various demons and evil entities emerged, wreaking havoc and leading to the tragic demise of countless innocents. Some players, devoid of any empathy, were driven by greed to seize assets amidst the chaos. And some even succumbed to their basest desires towards certain NPC maidens. Conversely, others were seduced by local malevolent factions, joining sinister sects and, like those demons, contributing to widespread turmoil, resulting in horrific events. In the eyes of these players, this world may merely appear as a virtual game, with its NPCs constructed from mere data sets. Despite any semblance of reality, it remains an illusion from their perspective. However, the truth is that the realm of Diqian is a tangible, corporeal world. Liu is also a denizen of this realm. As a disciple of the Heavenly River sect, Liu's principles naturally align him with the chaotic good and chaotic neutral factions. In the aftermath of the bizarre calamity, the emerging demons and malevolent forces, along with the formidable entities of dark paths, could very well become adversaries he must confront in the future. Players of various alignments abound, yet the majority are motivated by self-interest. Whoever holds the advantage is deemed the master. Although players possess limited power, their potential is considerable. If he can successfully guide some players to join the righteous path in the future, it would be ideal, at the very least. He should strive to prevent them from causing further chaos. In truth, the greater the stability of this world, the more advantageous it will be for Liu. This stability would allow him to wait until his cultivation reaches greater heights, following the memories of his past life to seek out opportunities, thereby gradually enhancing his strength. Conversely, increased chaos could also yield benefits, albeit accompanied by heightened danger and unpredictability. Unfortunately, the relentless calamity sweeping through the entire realm of Diqian is an unstoppable force, far beyond the capacity of a mere nascent cultivator like him to resist. He can only endeavor to do what is within his capabilities. Observing the celestial phenomena, sensing the heavenly mechanisms, the expressions of Mu Fangya and the others were extraordinary. They had heard Liu's words. Mu Fangya's expression was somewhat peculiar, while Kaosin simply scoffed. As far as I know, those possessing such abilities are unparalleled in cultivation, transcending the earthly realm. For instance, the master of the Ziwei star from the hidden celestial sect, the Tianji Pavilion, or our own Lord He from the Demon Suppression Division. The Taoist of the green fish possesses merely the cultivation of an innate being, yet he astonishingly perceives the heavenly mechanisms, truly an impressive skill. While this statement may appear to be a commendation, it is laced with a touch of sarcasm. Li Yu's words might deceive those oblivious to the truth among the otherworldly beings, but to him, they are nothing but absurdity and sheer nonsense. Mu Fangya suddenly remarked. Yet in recent days, indeed numerous extraordinary omens have emerged throughout Tongzhou. For instance, the strange mist in this region, the undead fiends from the zombie cave, and various other monsters from different locales. Cao Sin's expression faltered momentarily, then he shook his head. Such occurrences alone do not substantiate anything. At the very least, none of the prominent figures from the reclusive immortal sects have spoken of it. Even if this person possesses some abilities, he could not possibly deduce such matters. He likely speaks thus to deceive these otherworldly beings. Meanwhile, Li Yu cast a casual glance at Cao Sin, as a player nearby cautiously inquired, Taoist greenfish. What do you mean by that? Could you elaborate? Taoist, I too wish to contribute to the righteous path, yet my current strength is insufficient. I intend to join the Zixia sect. Do you have any good suggestions? A player, with a spark of cunning, seized the opportunity to extract some benefits. Li Yu had already conveyed all that was necessary. Having reached this point, their understanding or lack thereof was no concern of his. He certainly would not indulge them further, dismissively uttering a line and ignoring their inquiries entirely. As for the player attempting to take advantage of him, he cast a nonchalant glance that left the individual trembling in fear, nearly losing control of himself. Li Yu chose to disregard them and turned his attention to the approaching Mu Fangya, leaving Cao Sin once again overlooked. Cao Sin, realizing that Li Yu wouldn't even spare him a glance, felt a surge of frustration threatening to overwhelm him. Am I not, after all, a minor official of the Demon Suppression Division guarding an entire county? How can he disregard me so? She was perplexed as to why, shortly after Li Yu's entrance, the strange mists mysteriously dissipated. Furthermore, what had Li Yu encountered inside? Was there truly nothing unusual within? Indeed, a peculiar entity had manifested in the mountain, a somewhat unique monster. Li Yu stated, however, it has just been slain by me. His tone was casual, as if dispatching a strange being were as simple as butchering a chicken. Yet, his proclamation left Mu Fangya and Cao Sin utterly astonished. He has slain a strange entity. One, a disciple of a major sect, and the other an official. Both possessed a modicum of knowledge and understanding of the eerie. Such entities are highly infectious, perilous, and exceedingly challenging to confront. Yet now Li Yu claims to have vanquished one, eliciting a knee-jerk reaction of disbelief from both. Had Li Yu been a formidable golden core cultivator making such a declaration, perhaps they would have entertained no doubts. However, the reality was that Li Yu was neither a golden core immortal nor even a practitioner of Taoist foundation techniques. Merely an innate fetal breath cultivator. How could such an inconsequential innate practitioner possibly slay a strange entity? Such matters would likely elicit incredulous laughter from anyone who hears them, as they seem almost too absurd to be true. Yet, disbelief aside, the enigmatic mist that once enveloped the entire Bullhorn Mountain has now largely dissipated. A reality that is undeniable and evident for all to witness. Mu Fangya wished to inquire further, but she noticed that Li Yu had no intention of engaging in conversation, and with a flash of his sword light, he departed without a word. Mu Fangya found herself momentarily stunned. She had never encountered such a situation before. In the past, even when she met a few esteemed disciples within her sect, they would, out of respect for her master or perhaps her striking beauty, engage her in conversation. However, Li Yu showed no regard for her at all, following his own path. This left her questioning her own allure for the very first time. Chapter 72. A few more hats. Not long after Li Yu's departure, the players' forum erupted with activity. A new post titled "The Main Storyline Commences?" The tale I must share with Master Qingyu swiftly ascended to the top of the homepage. The title alone captivated a considerable audience. The game, Eternal Path, launched without beta testing or public trials, commencing with a straightforward and unembellished approach. Consequently, players found themselves somewhat bewildered regarding the main storyline. 3 months into the game's launch, the narrative had remained rather mundane, leading many to question whether the game possessed any substantial main plot at all. The main storyline traditionally serves to propel the game's narrative forward, enriching the content and enhancing the overall gaming experience. However, today, Master Qingyu's remarks indicated that the game indeed harbored a main storyline, albeit one that had yet to materialize. Furthermore, The fact that he could articulate such insights cast a shadow of suspicion over his identity. In past online games, any NPC linked to the main storyline was either a destined hero, a tragic protagonist, or at the very least, a striking backdrop. Yet, Master Qingyu had been a consistently prominent NPC on the forum, remaining within the player's purview since the game's inception. Speculation regarding his identity had long been rife, with his data having been meticulously analyzed. Master Qingyu? Rank? Description: mysterious identity, suspected to hail from an ancient sect of celestial cultivation. Danger level? The emphasis on the suggestion of an ancient celestial sect is particularly striking. Such a description implies that Master Qingyu is not a solitary figure, but rather possesses significant backing. Moreover, this backing is formidable. The mere mention of an ancient sect evokes a sense of awe and intrigue. Given his stature and actions since the game's launch, it seems implausible that he is merely a transitional NPC in the early game. The comments section is flooded with nearly 1 million responses, a figure that continues to swell. Some players lament their circumstances, exclaiming their discontent at being born overseas rather than in Tangshan, where Master Qingyu resides. They express frustration at their lot, spending their days alongside local fishermen, only to find themselves deprived of encountering any female NPCs. Their experiences revolve solely around fish, leading to a growing aversion towards both fish and the sea. The distance from Tangshan is insurmountable, without becoming a cultivator. Even a lifetime of effort would not suffice to reach it. Other players claim to have begun their journey in a place called Burning Immortal Valley. The name sounds impressive, yet they find themselves unable to escape its confines, relegated to interactions with ordinary NPC villagers, having never encountered a cultivator NPC, let alone a figure like Master Qingyu, who is suspected to be a child of fate or a destined hero. Similar comments seem to ignite the grievances and discontent of the players, who began to voice their complaints one after another. They lamented the abhorrent randomness of the spawning mechanism in the Eternal Realm, deeming it unfair. Even if they could not be reborn within the prestigious sects, overseas Immortal Islands, or the territories of demonic ancestors, they at least hoped to emerge in a reasonable location. However, many unfortunate souls found themselves randomly spawned in desolate wilderness. Not only did they struggle to find sustenance, but they were also unfamiliar with the path leading to human towns. After finally encountering an indigenous NPC to inquire about directions, they set off on their journey. Yet, along the way, they were beset by beasts, bandits, and malevolent spirits. Players traversed the path only to meet their demise repeatedly. And by the time they managed to locate a human settlement, their 9 resurrection chances were nearly exhausted. If they did not hasten to become cultivators, they might as well abandon the game altogether. Through this, he could roughly surmise what had transpired. However, he did not intend to elaborate further. With the impending calamity of the demonic disaster looming in just over 2 months, there was little value in announcing it prematurely. It could even backfire, attracting the attention of certain influential figures within the earthly realm. Such matters as the demonic disaster could only be discerned by the reclusive top-tier experts and powerful beings of the earthly realm through their insight into the heavenly mysteries. What merit did a mere nascent cultivator like him possess to comprehend such significant events? If he merely sensed the impending catastrophe, it could be loosely attributed to the Heavenly River sect behind Liu, claiming he had merely overheard it by chance. Nonetheless, in the eyes of the players, the Taoist of the Green Fish now bore several additional titles, such as the Destined Child or Hidden Protagonist and Ultimate Boss. In the forums, the popularity of the Taoist of the Green Fish surged, and even the Blood-Red Sunset began to suffer harassment, drawing the attention of renowned studios, large guilds, and corporations, prompting them to send representatives to engage with him. After all, he was the player who had interacted most frequently with the Taoist of the Green Fish. However, Xiao Han had no time to concern himself with these matters. He was extraordinarily busy these days, thanks to the various tasks he had completed with Liu. He had accumulated a considerable sum of wealth. With this money, Xiao Han took his sister directly to the hospital. After an examination and consultation with the doctor, confirming there were no other issues, treatment for Xiao Xiaoka began. Though it may sound complicated, it essentially involved the injection of a potent active gene serum. This serum was reportedly developed by a pharmaceutical laboratory under the Eternal Group, known for its strong effectiveness. Pricey at 170,000, its results were remarkably significant. Within just 2 days, the atrophied muscles in his sister's legs began to regain some elasticity, and a gentle pinch could elicit a sensation of pain. This was a positive sign, indicating that Xiao Xiaoka's legs were recovering swiftly. Previously, her legs had been entirely numb, resembling wood in texture, rigid and unyielding. Pressing hard would leave a small indentation that took a long time to restore. If a firm pinch caused no pain at all, that would indeed be a troubling sign. There remains a considerable sum of money. Xiaohan purchased some nutritional supplements for his sister and acquired a gaming helmet adorned with whimsical cartoon designs. An item that Xiao Xiaoka had longed for. The game Eternal Path has recently surged in popularity, capturing the hearts of players worldwide. In response, Eternity Corporation is contemplating the release of specialized gaming helmets designed for seniors and children, as well as a premium version equipped with a massage feature. Presently, they are soliciting opinions from citizens across the Federation. Xiao Xiaoka, an ardent admirer of the esteemed Qingshu Daoist, is particularly excited, especially given that her brother is a favored player in Qishu Daoist circle. It is through the influence of Qingshu Daoist that Xiaohan earned the funds necessary for her treatment. Her legs now hold the promise of recovery. In a sense, Qishu Daoist is also her benefactor. Thus, she is eager to immerse herself in the game, to leap and frolic without restraint, to revel in the beautiful landscapes within, and to meet the enigmatic Qishu Daoist. Although, to everyone else but her, Qishu Daoist is merely a set of game data, a fictional character. Yet, for certain deeply enchanted enthusiasts, virtual personas online can serve as their spiritual anchors. What's more, within the realm of Eternal Path exists a character rich in emotion, with a well-defined identity and personality, capable of interacting with players and possessing a remarkably lifelike appearance. In the innocent world of a young girl, notions of virtuality and data hold no significance. She believes only in what she chooses to embrace. Therefore, to Xiao Xiaoka, Qishu Daoist is indeed a tangible being. The sole distinction lies in the fact that Qishu Daoist exists solely in the realm of the game, unable to traverse into the world of reality. Chapter 73, The Test Chicken. From within Li Yu's chamber, a subtle fragrance of medicine wafted outward. The enticing aroma invigorated the senses, filling one with boundless energy. The ugly chicken, originally nestled quietly on its perch pretending to doze, suddenly became alert. Upon catching a whiff of the medicinal scent, its small eyes widened in astonishment. And it could no longer remain still. Stretching its neck, it inquisitively craned toward Li Yu's room. To its surprise, it even began to secrete a suspiciously clear liquid from its beak. Who would have thought a chicken could salivate? Yet, such an occurrence was undeniably happening. As the fragrance intensified, the ugly chicken hopped down from its perch and stealthily approached the doorway. Eyes shut tight as it inhaled the enticing aroma like a thief savoring a prize, its face adorned with an expression of rapture. Just then, the door swung open, and Li Yu emerged, cradling a jade-white vial in his hand. His expression remained calm, though a peculiar glimmer sparkled in his eyes. Inside the semi-transparent vial, one could discern the presence of vibrant green pills, each plump and enticing. Gazing at the vial in contemplation, Li Yu appeared momentarily indecisive, caught in a web of hesitation and uncertainty. At that moment, he noticed the ugly chicken beside him. Initially taken aback, a thought seemed to cross his mind, and a warm smile graced his lips as he beckoned. "Ugly chicken, come here, come to your master." The chicken's small eyes fixated on the vial, already drooling in anticipation. Without a moment's hesitation, it bounded over like an eager pup. Li Yu gently patted the chicken's head, his smile radiating kindness. "Ugly chicken, you are in luck. This is a special elixir I have concocted, a rather unique spiritual pill known as the Rui Bone-Mending Pill. It is imbued with immense vitality and energy, particularly nourishing for creatures like you. I have exhausted all my resources to refine a total of 17. Given your diligent practice and care for the elder, I shall grant you one." The poor ugly chicken, utterly entranced by the fragrance of the elixir, was oblivious to the nuanced smile on the U.S. face. Upon hearing that it would be able to taste the elixir, the chicken rejoiced, flapping its wings in excitement and letting out an enthusiastic cluck, brimming with impatience. Li Yu said nothing further, retrieving one Rui Bone-Mending Pill and presenting it before the ugly chicken. Impatiently, the chicken stretched its neck and pecked at the pill, which it then swallowed whole, the size of a finger. Before long, a surge of potent and pure medicinal energy enveloped its entire being, coursing through every inch of its body. The chicken found itself swelling slightly, its feathers fluffed up, and a thin layer of red flames ignited across its surface, radiating intense heat as it emitted a series of excited clucks. The cries were filled with anguish and panic, yet, surprisingly, there was a trace of exhilaration intertwined within. The grotesque chicken instinctively sensed that this transformation was highly advantageous for it. A faint green mist began to swirl around its body, and under the nurturing of this mist, the flames blazed more vigorously, gradually revealing flickers of pale golden fire amidst the crimson blaze. The grotesque chicken's feathers were entirely reduced to ashes in the searing flames. Its skin charred black, with gashes that oozed streams of blood. However, the moment the faint green mist enveloped it, the cracked skin began to mend, and the charred remnants flaked away, exposing a delicate pink skin beneath. This so-called blissful essence pill was concocted from a peculiar dark green crystal, reminiscent of tree cores, which he had obtained days earlier from Oxhorn Mountain, blended with other spiritual herbs. This bizarre substance contained an abundant essence of wood energy and a peculiar vitality, making it a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Nevertheless, it was born from the great tree growing amidst the void's crevices, lending it an air of the uncanny. Liu refined it repeatedly, using the essence of soft water and the mystic cauldron, purging the peculiar aura and other impurities, ultimately merging the remaining essence with other herbal extracts to forge the pill. Despite this, Liu dared not risk himself by testing the pill directly. While it appeared innocuous, who could predict what strange occurrences might arise from consuming it? The uncanny, true to its name, was filled with mystery and the unknown. Even after being refined multiple times, he remained cautious. As for the grotesque chicken, well, I have nurtured you without charge for so long, frequently offering you precious elixirs worth a fortune. Since the creature neither resisted nor protested, it seemed quite content. After a brief interval, the grotesque chicken's transformation finally ceased. Once over half a meter tall, with lustrous and smooth feathers, it had now morphed into a bald chicken. Its size had diminished significantly, akin to that of a plump pigeon, and it had taken on a chubby, endearing appearance, losing its former majestic demeanor. Although calling it a bald chicken was somewhat inaccurate, for a fine layer of delicate golden down had begun to sprout across its body. Albeit so minuscule, it was nearly imperceptible. In Liu's perception, despite its reduced stature, the chicken's aura had become remarkably potent, reminiscent of refined steel forged in intense fire. It continuously radiated warmth into the surrounding environment, evoking an eternal burning essence akin to the blazing sun. Moreover, its life force was evidently several times more robust than before. However, despite its enhanced vitality, the grotesque chicken had also acquired a layer of fat, seemingly a byproduct of undigested medicinal potency. Most peculiarly, between the grotesque fowl's legs, a small, fleshy lump had emerged on its belly, no larger than a fingertip, appearing unremarkable at first glance. What could this signify? A physical deformity? Or perhaps the awakening of some ancient lineage within? Liu was somewhat taken aback. He casually scooped up the bizarre chicken and cradled it in his arms, examining the various changes upon its body. Indeed, it felt plump and warm, akin to holding an enhanced hand warmer. Yet, the lump on its belly remained rather peculiar. Chapter 74. Strengthened yet bald. The grotesque chicken, having undergone this transformation, felt no sense of discontent. Rather, it perceived itself as empowered. Indeed, it had become a bald fowl. However, this was of little consequence. It was merely a chicken, devoid of human sensibilities or notions of shame. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Liu found himself at an impasse. He casually tossed the grotesque chicken onto the ground, urging it to showcase its awakened abilities. The chicken complied without hesitation, opening its beak to unleash a plume of flame. The fireball, the size of a chicken egg, glowed a fiery red interspersed with strands of golden light, not entirely pure. Yet the formidable heat it radiated was enough to draw Liu's attention. This flame was intensely scorching, surpassing the innate fire conjured by some practitioners of fire-based scriptures. Indeed, my peculiar bird, you possess great potential. You could excel in the arts of alchemy, Liu mused, nodding in satisfaction. While the fire was not entirely unblemished, its latent power was considerable, indicating that the chicken could be further nurtured. Having mastered the true water scripture, Liu was capable of refining elixirs and artifacts through water-based techniques, which were not inferior to those of fire. Yet, water refinement was not universally applicable to all artifacts and potions. At times, a harmonious blend of water and fire was even more advantageous. Furthermore, should he advance in cultivation and discover a sanctuary to establish his dwelling, having such a laborer to tend the flames, fan the embers, concoct potions, and safeguard his abode would be quite beneficial. My benevolence knows no bounds. The remaining elixirs are yours. Remember, do not consume them all at once. Li Yu casually tossed the entire jade-white elixir vial, which the grotesque chicken eagerly swallowed in one gulp, storing it within its belly. These elixirs, akin to the wishful essence pills, were indeed remarkable, but only for a spirit creature such as the grotesque chicken. They could awaken and even alter the bloodline within, something that the creature could disregard, yet Li Yu could not. Accustomed to human form in both past and present, he had no desire to transform into something bizarre. The courtyard had been simply arranged with arrays and prohibitions by Li Yu. The effects were rudimentary, lacking formidable defenses or lethality, merely serving to insulate against sound and obscure spiritual probing. This sufficed for his needs. It was at this moment that Li Yu sensed the activation of the courtyard's magical formations. Li Yu remained unperturbed, having already discerned the situation outside. Beyond the gate, a blood-red sun held a jade token resembling a key, which breached a layer of protective light upon the door, permitting entry into the courtyard. Following closely behind was a diminutive girl. Her face, no larger than a palm, was round and exuded a delicate charm, albeit her figure appeared somewhat frail, with an unhealthy pallor gracing her cheeks. Upon seeing Li Yu, her eyes sparkled with excitement and eagerness. Yet, Li Yu's strikingly handsome yet aloof demeanor, coupled with his frigid aura, instilled in her a natural trepidation. When her gaze fell upon the plump, grotesque chicken, her eyes lit up instantly, and her voice rang clear. "Oh, what an adorable pigeon. Why does it have no feathers? You are indeed a pigeon, and your entire family is composed of pigeons." "I am a rooster, a proud cock." The ugly chicken rolls its eyes in disdain. Were it not for the youth of the girl, it would surely have lunged at her for a peck or two. Upon noticing Li Yu's indifferent gaze, the Crimson Twilight hurriedly introduced, "Senior Qingyu, this is my younger sister. Her name is Xiao, Cocoa Bean." As he spoke, he observed Xiao Xiaoka amusing the ugly chicken, which wore a face of reluctance yet obediently presented its rear for scratching. The Crimson Twilight's expression darkened as he admonished, "Xiaoku, do not delay in greeting the senior." Xiao Xiaoka promptly rose, performing a semblance of a bow. "I am the junior, Xiao Xiaoka, or rather, Cocoa Bean. It is a pleasure to meet you, Taoist." Li Yu nodded lightly and turned to the Crimson Twilight. "You must have something to convey. Do not hesitate to speak. Should you, esteemed senior, require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to command. I am at your service." The Crimson Twilight paused momentarily, then realized that Li Yu was referring to the friend communication feature bestowed upon players by the system deity. He quickly nodded. Though a peculiar sensation stirred within him, how could the Taoist Qingyu be aware of such player matters? However, upon reflection, it was conceivable that a practitioner of Qingyu Taoist caliber could extend their consciousness over the entirety of Qishui town. Players often spoke freely and acted without restraint, and thus their words and odd behaviors could easily be perceived by Qingyu Taoist. With a steady gaze, Li Yu addressed him. "You must have added Mingwei Zhao Dajiang as a friend, correct? Contact him and request his swift presence." "Indeed, I have him as a friend." Upon hearing the term friend from Li Yu, the Crimson Twilight felt an increasing sense of dissonance, yet quickly nodded. "Rest assured, esteemed senior, I shall contact him immediately." Subsequently, he sent a message, "Mingwei deity, are you there?" The exchange was pleasant. After a few pleasantries, the Crimson Twilight broached the main topic. "Brother Mingwei, do you have any time recently?" Previously, Mingwei Zhao Dajiang had successfully apprenticed under Zhixiao sect, and had become the disciple of the esteemed Elder Feng Minzi. This news had circulated in the forums, igniting fervent discussions. Many players regarded this with envy, even jealousy. The first tier comprised those who had entered certain celestial sects or demonic cults, or had joined the official forces of the Demon Suppression Division. The second tier included those who had apprenticed with advanced, enigmatic NPCs or obtained secret legacies. The third tier consisted of players who had become disciples of ordinary NPCs or lesser sections. The fourth tier was comprised of those who, for various reasons, had acquired ordinary martial arts manuals and self-cultivated. These four tiers, ranked from highest to lowest, are not absolute, yet they generally reflect the hierarchy. Chapter 75. The Task, the Disappearing Bloodline. The fortunes of Mingwei Zhao Dajiang are the envy of many. Upon becoming an apprentice to a renowned celestial sect, one essentially acquires a formidable backing, allowing for a singular focus on diligent cultivation, with little else to attend to. Such individuals possess immense potential and are significantly ahead of their peers, making them prime targets for recruitment by various corporations, studios, and guilds. Among the few players without organizational affiliations, some have been lavishly sought after by studios and guilds. offered enticing benefits and compensation that could evoke envy in the hearts of many. Of course, it is well understood that Mingwei Zhaodajiang's success in joining the Xixia sect was largely due to fortuitous circumstances, having obtained a fragment of the Qi Long Jade. Subsequently, he presented this treasure to the Qingyu Daoist, receiving invaluable guidance in return. Regrettably, the Qingyu Daoist has recently been rather reticent in issuing tasks, much to the disappointment of many. Indeed, Mingwei Zhaodajiang has been rather occupied as of late. After joining the Xixia sect, he has come to realize the astonishing prowess of this sect. Residing in the rear mountains, he encounters an abundance of ordinary and elite NPCs, which are as common as cabbages, a stark contrast to their rarity elsewhere. Even silver-grade NPCs are far from uncommon. His master, Feng Minzi, is himself a golden grade, peerless NPC of unfathomable depth in cultivation. While other players struggle to secure their daily sustenance, he has already advanced significantly, having entered the Celestial Gate. Aware of the rarity of such opportunities, he refuses to squander a moment, dedicating his days to seeking counsel from his master Feng Minzi regarding cultivation, with the remainder spent in earnest practice. When the blood-colored sunset unexpectedly reached out to him, he was taken aback. The blood-colored sunset wasted no time in revealing, "The Qingyu Daoist has a matter to discuss with you, which is why I am contacting you." The prospect of the Qingyu Daoist seeking him out invigorated Mingwei Zhaodajiang. In the expansive realm of Eternal Path, who could possibly be unaware of the Qingyu Daoist? This NPC is a golden grade, unparalleled being, and recent developments in the game's main storyline have led many to speculate that he is a crucial character linked to the overarching plot. Moreover, his own admission into the Xixia sect was largely facilitated by the Qingyu Daoist guidance. In summary, assisting the Qingyu Daoist is bound to yield manifold benefits. Mingwei Zhaodajiang promptly responded, "Brother Sunset, please share what matters the Qingyu Daoist wishes to discuss with me." On the other end, the blood-colored sunset relayed Mingwei Zhaodajiang's inquiry. Liu pondered for a moment before replying. "Never mind, there is no need for him to come. Instead, convey my words to him in their entirety." Initially, Liu intended for Mingwei Zhaodajiang to visit in person. Yet considering that he is now a disciple of the Xixia sect and a protege of the esteemed Elder Feng Minzi, it would be prudent to avoid drawing undue attention from the sect. Following Liu's instructions, the blood-colored sunset continued to relay the message to Mingwei Zhaodajiang. "I, the Qingyu Daoist, have a task that I require you to undertake. In the distant region of Yuan Guangfu lies the majestic Qianfeng Mountain, where, deep within its dense forests, there exists a cave shrouded in noxious miasma, teeming with venomous creatures. This cave is a relic left by predecessors, ensconced with various prohibitions. Within this ancient site, alongside remnants of bygone eras, rest the skeletal remains of a child. This child, known as Situ Haoran, was the beloved son of Situ Yanghui, the esteemed elder of your Xixia sect. Due to certain unforeseen circumstances, he had deviated in his cultivation, resulting in his eternal youthful form. Many years ago, he fell victim to the malevolent black sand old demon, who led him to his demise within the confines of Qianfeng Mountain, leaving his magical artifacts utterly destroyed. Struck by the demon's soul-vanquishing thunder, Situ Haoran narrowly escaped the obliteration of his spirit, employing forbidden secret arts to flee to Qianfeng Mountain, where he ultimately succumbed, his essence concealed by the toxic miasma outside the relic. Thus, for many years, Situ Yanghui has tirelessly searched in vain. Within the next 2 months, I implore you to journey to Qianfeng Mountain and retrieve the remains of this individual. Additionally, there lies within the relic a jade tome entitled The True Explanation of Crafting by Qi Mingzi, as well as a fragment of a dragon jade. I desire both these items. Should you succeed in locating Situ Haoran, it shall be deemed a significant achievement, and I shall bestow upon you the accompanying accolades." While it may seem peculiar for an NPC to rely on the player's friend communication system to relay such a task, it did not deter Mingwei Zhaodajiang from promptly agreeing. "Very well, please convey to Brother Qinyang that this matter rests upon my shoulders." Had it been anyone else issuing such an unusual request, Mingwei might have harbored doubts. Just as he accepted the task, a timely notification resonated in his ears: the vanished bloodline, task description, Situ Haoran, the son of Situ Yanghui, the elder of Xixia sect, met with misfortune during an excursion. Gravely injured and perishing, with his remains left in the ancient cultivation ruins of Qianfeng Mountain, which Situ Yanghui has sought for years without success. Locate him, and you shall earn Situ Yanghui's favor. Henceforth, as long as you refrain from causing trouble, you may freely study within the Xixia sect. Of course, Do not forget your agreement with Taoist Qingyu to deliver the Dragon Jade fragment and the true explanation of crafting to him. Otherwise, the consequences may be severe. Task level, Nightmare. Task reward, favor from Situ Yonghui. Upon observing the task's level, Mingwei Zhao Dajiang felt a mixture of excitement and gravity. The difficulty level is determined by the player's strength and abilities. Among all players, he is undoubtedly one of the elite few at the pinnacle of power and skill. If a task of this magnitude is classified as nightmare even for him, it is clear that its completion will not be a simple endeavor. However, should he succeed, the rewards would be substantial. His master, Feng Minzi, holds the esteemed position of Grand Elder within the Xixia sect, possessing unfathomable cultivation, and is the most formidable NPC he has encountered since entering the game, even overshadowing Taoist Qingyu. In stark contrast, Feng Minzi, who wields substantial authority within the Xixia sect, along with the sect leader and the deputy leader, occupies positions that pale in comparison to the esteemed Elder Situ Yonghui. In the presence of Situ Yonghui, they are merely considered junior figures, their cultivation levels significantly lacking. This is due to the fact that Situ Yonghui is one of the only 2 golden core immortal beings within the Xixia sect. To date, this venerable individual has lived for over 600 years, and no one truly comprehends the extent of his formidable prowess. The words of the system deity ring true. Should one capture the attention of this formidable figure, as long as one refrains from courting trouble, life within the Xixia sect will undoubtedly become smooth sailing. Chapter 76. The Fish is Hooked. Hurry. The matter concerning Situ Howren was only uncovered more than a decade after the game's launch in my previous life. Situ Howren was one of the rare prodigies of the Xixia sect, having attained the Dao Foundation stage at the tender age of 50, thus becoming the youngest Dao Foundation powerhouse in the sect's history. Due to an unfortunate mishap during his cultivation, his body began to regress, rendering him with the appearance of a child. Situ Yonghui, having fathered a son in his later years, treasured this child immensely, especially as high-level cultivators often face difficulties in begetting offspring. However, fate dealt a cruel blow when Situ Howren encountered misfortune during an outing, leading to the extinguishing of his soul lamp and his subsequent demise. This event stirred Situ Yonghui, who was then in seclusion, prompting him to emerge and search tirelessly for many years, yet to no avail. It was not until a player discovered the remnants of a cave dwelling on Chiafeng Mountain that the truth of Situ Howren's fate was revealed through the clues he had left behind. The true mastermind behind this tragedy was not the notorious Black Sand Old Demon, but rather a formidable entity from the branch of the demonic Dao known as the Heavenly Ghost Granny, hailing from the North Mang Mountain lineage. This being was on the verge of condensing an immortaline spirit and, while passing through Tongzhou, she coveted Situ Howren's soul roots, deeming him suitable for the ritual of refining the formless Yang demon from the duality of Yin and Yang. Thus, she acted with reckless abandon. Unfortunately for her, she underestimated Situ Howren, allowing him to escape in a moment of carelessness, which subsequently triggered a series of events. The demonic Dao consists of 3 primary branches: the Divine Demon Dao, the Immortal Demon Dao, and the Yin Demon Dao. Each branch follows a distinct path to enlightenment. The Divine Demon Dao focuses on refining one's innate divine demon, encompassing entities such as the 5 Indulgences Divine Demon, the Great Strength Vajra with Form Demon, the 72 Formless Secret Demons, the 9 Suns Ghost Mother Divine Demon, the Red Lotus Buddha Mother Form, and the Great Freedom Ultimate Joy Heavenly Demon Form, among others. The Immortal Demon Dao is akin to the mystical sect, pursuing the path of the demonic golden core and origin spirit. The Yin Demon Dao, however, is somewhat unique, encompassing methods that include corpse refinement to achieve immortality and the crossing of tribulations by Yin ghosts to attain ghostly immortality, along with other peculiar paths, though few have ever reached the level of an origin spirit earth immortal. Heavenly Ghost Granny is an ancient demoness whose innate divine demon is the 9 Suns Ghost Mother Divine Demon form. Although she has not yet reached the 5th stage of the Yin spirit realm, her foundational lineage belongs to the orthodox demonic Dao, making her one of the most formidable beings of her tier in terms of cultivation, divine abilities, and background. In his previous life, upon discovering the traces of the soul extermination Yin Thunder on his son, Situ Yonghui initially mistook it for the work of the Black Sand Old Demon. Without hesitation, he stormed the lair of the Black Sand Old Demon, engaging in a fierce battle, only to later learn that it was not the handiwork of the Black Sand Old Demon. After much effort, he ultimately traced the incident back to Heavenly Ghost Granny. In the ensuing confrontation, Situ Yonghui was ultimately outmatched and nearly met his demise at her hands. Liu's assertion that it was the Black Sand Old Demon behind the incident was a strategic maneuver, intending to draw Situ Yanghui's attention to the black sand old demon. This diversion would afford him the opportunity to scheme for the fragment of the Qi Long jade hidden within the lair of the black sand old demon. Attempting to pilfer from a golden core master right under their nose would be tantamount to courting death. This behavior is quintessentially foolish, something even a simpleton would not commit. As for the notion of using a borrowed blade to strike, it hardly applies here. The black sand old demon is himself a formidable golden core. And while Situ Yanghui is indeed powerful, individuals of such stature invariably possess their own strengths. Unless the disparity is overwhelmingly vast, defeating an opponent may be relatively easier. Yet killing them proves to be a far more arduous task. With the impending calamity of the malevolent spirits, the foremost priority lies in acquiring the remaining fragments of the Qi Long, as obtaining the subsequent teachings is of utmost importance. Furthermore, Li Yu's rather fortunate senior brother is also a fourth-tier golden core, if not a more formidable entity. When the time comes to break the seal, he will undoubtedly provide an additional layer of support. How delightful would that be? Li Yu has already secured 3 of the 5 fragments of the Qi Long. Of the remaining 2, one resides with the black sand old demon, while the other is located over 6,000 miles away, within the ruins of a cave on Qianfeng Mountain. Li Yu intends to retrieve the fragment from the black sand old demon in a few days. And as long as the bright moon follows his plan, the other fragment shall be within reach. A few days later, Li Yu awakened from his meditation and retrieved an item from his robes. It was a communication jade talisman, previously bestowed upon him by Su Chaqing. At this moment, the talisman emitted a faint glow. With a gentle touch, Li Yu activated it, and Su Chaqing's voice resonated within. "Li brother, the fish has taken the bait. Hasten here." Following this, a location was revealed. A faint smile graced Li Yu's lips. Just as he was about to depart, his peripheral vision caught sight of a plump, rather unsightly chicken dozing on the chicken rack. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. He lifted it effortlessly and employed the shadow escape technique to depart quietly. This gluttonous creature had devoured the nourishing pills he had given it mere days ago. Consequently, the chicken had gained considerable weight, its flabby skin drooping, now adorned with a golden fluff. The pouch beneath its belly had expanded from the size of a finger to that of a pigeon's egg, firm to the touch. It seemed prudent to bring it along. This creature, indulging in a life of leisure, would eat and sleep in a perpetual cycle. A luxury Li Yu himself could scarcely afford. He did not harbor idle companions, not even a mere chicken. If it failed to generate sufficient value, it would eventually find itself in a pot for soup. The shadow escape technique, though slower than riding the light of a sword, possesses the advantage of discretion. Cloaking both form and aura, Li Yu traversed nearly 2 hours through the shimmering light, depleting a significant portion of his gentle water essence, before finally arriving at the location indicated by Su Changqing. From a distance, he discerned several figures standing there. Among them were Su Changqing and his old servant, accompanied by 2 individuals whose auras were notably weaker players, as it turned out. As Li Yu's light dimmed, Su Changqing's face broke into a smile as he approached. "Li brother." The group engaged in pleasantries, while the 2 players nearly gasped in astonishment. "Isn't he that the greenfish Taoist? So, the person we have been waiting for is him?" What a surprise. After the initial shock, the 2 suddenly felt a surge of joy. As seasoned professional players, they were naturally acquainted with the master of the blue fish, and not only that, they possessed considerable knowledge about him. The 2 whispered amongst themselves, taking care to ensure that Li Yu could not overhear, while simultaneously exchanging private messages. It is worth noting that Su Changqing is a golden-level, unparalleled template NPC. And the old man is no slouch either, being a bronze-level elite. It is evident that the significance of this meeting is not to be underestimated. I was puzzled about whom they were waiting for, but it turns out to be the master of the blue fish, which is hardly surprising. Chapter 77. The True Thunder of Gentle Water. These esteemed NPCs were well acquainted with one another. Old too, one suggested. Why not seize this opportunity to make contact with the Qingyu Taoist? It is said that this gentleman is exceedingly wealthy. Should we manage to trigger a few quests through him, it could lead to significant fortune. I concur. This is indeed a splendid opportunity. However, we must first execute our current task flawlessly. If we cannot even accomplish this, who would take us seriously, let alone initiate a quest? That makes sense. After exchanging a few words with Su Changqing, Li Yu gleaned some valuable information. Following Li Yu's previous trade with Su Changqing, the latter had heeded his advice and departed from Anong County, proactively engaging with other players while subtly leaving traces behind. Recently, Su Changqing's dispatched players had indeed detected Su Qing's whereabouts, and now several players were monitoring him. The two players nearby were responsible for maintaining communication with those tracking Su Qing. Any movement from Su Qing would be immediately reported. Liu could not help but admire Su Qing's deft maneuvering. In the realm of Diqian, it was common knowledge that players could resurrect. Moreover, the ability for players to communicate and relay information amongst themselves was exceptionally discreet, far superior to the use of messaging talismans. Even if a player were to be slain, it would not hinder their ability to exchange messages. Sending players to shadow Su Qing was indeed a clever strategy. Of course, given Su Qing's formidable cultivation, while players could observe him, he would certainly become aware of their presence. Thus, it remained to be seen how Su Qing and Su Changqing would proceed. As Liu was about to confer with Su Changqing about concealing himself to catch the opponent off guard, he suddenly received a warning from the nearby ugly chicken. "Su, be cautious," he exclaimed without hesitation. No sooner had he spoken than 13 fiery lines shot up from the grass at his side, hurtling towards him with astonishing speed, exuding a scorching aura reminiscent of sulfur. In an instant, they closed in, revealing their true form, a series of centipedes, each crystalline and sculpted like fiery jade, each over a foot long, with sharp claws and a savage, yet oddly beautiful, appearance, radiating an intense malevolence. Reacting swiftly, Liu summoned a dark mist overhead, from which emerged the ancient and ornate Diqian treasure mirror. A beam of spiritual light surged forth, enveloping him. A vibrant green sword light erupted from within, forming his second barrier. The razor-sharp sword light ensnared the approaching centipedes, dismembering them with ruthless precision. However, as Liu's spirit harmonized with the sword, he could distinctly sense a faint clinking sound as the sword light struck the centipede's carapaces, indicating considerable resistance. The defensive capability of these centipedes' exoskeleton was akin to that of refined golden iron. Su Changqing possessed the magnificent 5 elements treasure wheel, which endowed him with a premonitory ability. His reactions were immediate, as he radiated resplendent hues of 5 colors that effectively repelled the advancing centipedes. With a flicker of the 5-colored mystical light, several centipedes appeared to be ensnared in a mire, burdened as if laden with heavy weights, their movements becoming excruciatingly sluggish. Liu pointed, and the ethereal sword light transformed from the azure serpent flew forth, intending to annihilate the remaining centipedes. What audacity! A cold snort resonated from a distance. The voice sinister yet authoritative, imbued with an inexplicable chill that resonated within the soul, even momentarily halting the momentum of Liu's sword. From an area that had previously been devoid of presence, a figure abruptly materialized. The visage was unremarkable, with a pallid complexion, appearing to be in his 30s. However, his eyes shimmered with an extraordinary brightness, harboring an enigmatic glow that exuded an indescribable malevolence. Liu, undeterred by mere words, unleashed his sword light with agility and finesse, ensnaring 3 centipedes within its embrace. With a swift twist, these creatures were mercilessly pulverized, just as he prepared to vanquish the remaining 7. A sudden sense of foreboding gripped his heart, a prickling sensation radiating from his scalp, accompanied by a slight numbness. Suddenly, the spiritual light of the Diqian treasure mirror erupted, creating a breach. A small serpent, measuring over half a foot and as thick as a chopstick, gleamed with golden radiance, darted towards Liu's head with the swiftness of lightning. This golden serpent, agile and quick, was as solid as adamant, effortlessly piercing through the spiritual light of the Diqian treasure mirror, seemingly endowed with an ability to obscure its presence. Even Liu, for a moment, failed to detect this diminutive creature, which had closed into a mere 3 feet away. At that instant, his sword light was ensnared by the centipedes, leaving him unable to provide assistance. Nonetheless, the Diqian treasure mirror had indeed played its part, although it could not halt the golden serpent. It managed to slightly impede its advance. Liu flicked his finger, and a faint azure lightning bolt surged forth. The lightning appeared unassuming, yet it was in fact the newly forged divine ability, soft water, true thunder. This lightning traveled swifter than the flying sword and the golden serpent. Sensing the impending power within the lightning, hastily maneuvered, twisting in midair to evade it. However, this precisely aligned with Liu's intentions. With another flick of his finger, a second soft water true thunder, long in the making, struck the golden serpent directly. A barely perceptible sound signaled the impact, as the golden serpent was sent tumbling away by the force of the lightning. The residual energy of the lightning surged forth, reducing stones and vegetation to naught but dust, leaving 2 nearby players trembling in fear. The golden serpent, having flipped several times, found its corporeal defenses insufficient against the venomous lightning, leaving it dazed and disoriented. Coiled upon Li Yu's finger, it exhaled a core, its minuscule eyes, akin to sesame seeds, coldly fixated on Li Yu, devoid of any emotion. The sword light transformed into a shimmering emerald arc, encircling his body with a graceful motion, radiating a harmonious yet fierce aura. Should the crimson golden serpent attempt to strike again, it would undoubtedly face greater difficulty. Beside him, Qiubo stared in astonishment, secretly feeling anxious for Li Yu. The previous situation had been perilous, particularly the sudden assault of the crimson golden serpent, which appeared without warning, leaving one utterly defenseless. Had he been in Li Yu's position, he would have likely met a swift demise, with grass growing tall upon his grave by this time next year. What magnificent thunderous magic! What extraordinary abilities! What exquisite swordsmanship! I never anticipated that such a figure could emerge even from the modest Xingyang prefecture. Su Qing gently caressed the slender, smooth body of the golden-lined serpent with one hand, while her gaze remained firmly fixed on Li Yu, causing him to feel a tightening of his skin, as if he were being scrutinized by a venomous serpent. He slowly spoke, however, "Young man, did your elders not teach you that it is unwise to meddle in affairs that do not concern you?" Chapter 78, The Scattering Spirit Sandbag. Li, my esteemed friend, how could one consider it meddlesome among companions? Before Li Yu could utter a word, Su Qing let out a cold chuckle. Indeed, you, Su Qing, have proven to be more resourceful than I anticipated, managing to summon me here. At that moment, the grotesque chicken, hidden until now, suddenly sprang forth with vigor, approaching several lifeless centipedes. It lowered its head eagerly, voraciously devouring each one whole. These centipedes, perhaps exceedingly venomous and imbued with fiery toxins, bore impenetrable exoskeletons. Yet, in the grand scheme of nature, all creatures coexist in a delicate balance, and the chicken, being the natural predator of the centipede, held an advantage. Moreover, this was no ordinary chicken. The grotesque chicken's actions incited the ire of several fiery jade centipedes, which launched themselves toward it like streaks of fire. Nonetheless, the chicken was not to be trifled with, having consumed the nourishing essence pills gifted by Li Yu. Its prowess had surged beyond measure, leaving even it unaware of its newfound strength. A mere handful of centipedes? A trivial affair. Thus commenced the fierce battle of one chicken against 7 centipedes. The grotesque chicken, now plump with flesh hanging loosely, was adorned with a resplendent coat of golden feathers. Its legs were short and stout, giving it an awkward appearance. Yet, its speed was astonishing. With stout wings flapping, it sent the approaching centipedes flying. Then, with a sudden jab of its beak, it struck one fiery jade centipede squarely on the head. Crack! The head of the fiery jade centipede shattered and fell to the ground, its body writhing in agony. In the next instant, the grotesque chicken consumed it with the same relish one would have for noodles. It then engaged the remaining fiery jade centipedes in combat. Witnessing this, Su Qing's countenance darkened. Yet he remained calm, his gaze shifting to Su Changqing as he sneered. Su Changqing, do you truly believe that by summoning allies, you can vanquish me? As he spoke, a small black pouch appeared in his hand. With lowered eyes and a smirk of derision, he continued, Alas, you are unaware that my repeated escapes along this journey were due to my divided attention, as I concentrated on refining this treasure. Now, you have inadvertently led me to my desired outcome, the scattering spirit sandbag. Upon seeing the black pouch in Su Qing's hand, Su Changqing's expression shifted dramatically. As if he had seen a ghost, he hurriedly warned, Li, be cautious. This object is exceedingly sinister, capable of decaying flesh and bone, eroding the soul and spirit. You must not allow it to touch you. As he spoke, he acted swiftly, unleashing a brilliant 5-colored aura that cascaded like a celestial veil. Su Qing let out a cold laugh, untying the cord that secured the black pouch's opening. With a gentle toss, the pouch suddenly levitated. It then expanded 100-fold. The opening gaping wide as a torrent of gray-black malevolent winds surged forth, enveloping the surrounding area for hundreds of meters, ensconcing all within its dark embrace. In an instant, the sky darkened. The howling wind roared with a chilling ferocity, interspersed with faint cries of anguish that sent shivers down the spine. As if myriad malevolent spirits lurked within the gusts. Tiny grains of black sand swirled amidst the tempest, seemingly inconspicuous. Yet they struck the luminous aura of the Taoyin treasure mirror above Li Yu's head with a resounding thud, causing its glow to flicker erratically. Li Yu furrowed his brow slightly, summoning his azure serpent sword, which transformed into a radiant beam of emerald light, encircling him like a vibrant rainbow, thus alleviating much of the pressure exerted by the Taoyin treasure mirror. Though he was not well acquainted with Su Qing, he was all too familiar with the Scattersoul sandbag, a treasure renowned in whispers. This artifact was forged from an array of sinister materials, Ming iron, corpse pills, ghostly hides, corpse oil, and ashes, by practitioners of the dark arts, who infused it with various souls and vengeful spirits during its creation, enhancing its malevolence and sinister aura until it became a formidable weapon. The Black Sand sorcerer wielded such a Scattersoul sandbag, reputed to be a treasure of significant caliber, and it was indeed the source of his notoriety. When unleashed, the Scattersoul Black Wind could envelop an area of 100 miles, obscuring and distorting the senses of any cultivator caught within, rendering their flesh as fragile as dust. The malevolent soul-slaying sand hidden within the Black Wind was particularly devastating. Undetectable by even the most resilient of practitioners, be they those who had attained the indestructible golden body of Buddhism, the immortal physique of demonic cultivation, or the innate Taoist body. To withstand such a force would yield nothing but calamity, making it an indispensable tool for murder and theft. What lay before Liu was likely a mere imitation, a diluted version of the original, undoubtedly lacking the potency of the Black Sand sorcerer's artifact, yet still beyond Liu's capacity to dismantle. With such an item in his possession, Su Qing had effectively gained an unfair advantage, especially considering his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of innate perfection, surpassing Liu by 2 tiers. Fortunately, Liu was no ordinary practitioner. Su Qi would not be able to breach his defenses in the immediate term. However, the Scattersoul sandbag had already ensnared this realm, disrupting the spiritual essence within. Those trapped inside could neither replenish their true energy nor extend their consciousness to assess their surroundings. If they remained confined for too long, depleting their true energy without breaking free from this accursed artifact, they would ultimately perish within its grasp. The ugly chicken found itself in a rather dire predicament. When the Scattersoul sandbag was activated, it had been fiercely engaged in combat with several fiery centipedes. The sudden onset of the Black Wind caught it off guard, and it was bombarded by the swirling gusts and malevolent sand, leaving its feathers in disarray and its skin torn and bloodied. Fortunately, Liu was not far away. Upon hearing the commotion, he swiftly intervened, bringing the creature to his shoulder. The ugly chicken, now safe, patted its chest with its wings, displaying a look of lingering trepidation. It shook its backside and obediently perched on Liu's shoulder, its beady eyes scanning the surroundings warily. As for its injuries, the bleeding soon ceased, and it began to heal. Liu's thoughts raced as he quickly devised a plan of action. It was imperative to locate Su Qing post-haste and unite with him, for only then would they have a chance to dismantle this bag and avoid being overwhelmed by Su Qing's relentless assaults. Su Qing's 5-colored mystical light, a harmonious blend of offense and defense, embodies the cyclical essence of the 5 elements, perpetually vibrant like an unyielding turtle shell. Even Liu finds himself humbled in comparison. Moreover, this individual harbors within him the supreme treasure of the Su clan, the great 5 elements wheel. When it comes to survival capability, he undoubtedly stands as the mightiest. Thus, Liu harbors no concerns regarding the other's potential misfortune. Having made his determination, Liu, guided by memory and instinct, began to navigate towards the direction Su Qing had previously taken. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was met with a dismal expanse all around him. The world was shrouded in gloom. The howling black winds echoed like the wails of tormented spirits, chilling and ominous, interspersed with perilous demonic sands. Not only was their lethality formidable, but they also obscured vision and sensory perception, rendering anything beyond a mere yard utterly indistinguishable. In such circumstances, even one's sense of direction could be misleading, and moving forward became an arduous challenge. Locating Su Qing would prove to be no easy feat. Chapter 79. The Eruption of Sword Intent. In a sudden moment, as Liu sought Su Qing, a golden thread shot forth with a cunning and treacherous angle, aimed directly at the vulnerable nape of his neck. It was none other than the peculiar golden-threaded snake. The unexpected assault from this bizarre serpent did not catch Liu off guard. The protective sword light surrounding him immediately retaliated. Clang! The sword light struck the snake's head with pinpoint accuracy. Sparks flew, and the golden snake was sent reeling backward, its bones aching and its senses dazed. A small crimson mark appeared on its head. Despite its formidable resilience, capable of piercing through gold and iron, it found itself gravely injured by the swift strike of the azure snake's sword. Just at that moment, a crystal-clear thread surged forth from a swirling black wind before Liu. This thread, as fine as a hair and nearly inaudible, stirred no commotion. Yet it moved with such swiftness that it surpassed even the golden-threaded snake. It concealed within it a terrifying chill, reminiscent of an ancient frost capable of extinguishing all life. Deceptive tactics. Once more a cold smile graced Li Yu's lips as he summoned a bolt of soft water true thunder, striking the thread and causing it to waver, revealing its true nature. It was, astonishingly, a translucent ice needle, a magical artifact. In terms of sharpness, needle-like artifacts might not rival flying swords or flying daggers. Nor do they possess the might of spiritual seals, precious bells, or divine towers. Yet, in terms of lethality, they are by no means inferior, and when wielded, they are astonishingly swift and stealthy, making them perfect for ambushes and covert assassinations. Even having been struck by a bolt of soft water, true thunder, the ice needle merely trembled, and in the blink of an eye, it split into 8 more ice needles. A total of 9 ice needles trailed long threads, launching a relentless assault upon Li Yu. They attacked from the front, struck from behind, and even burrowed underground to launch surprise attacks from below. Faced with such an onslaught, Li Yu felt the weight of the challenge. He was compelled to unleash his utmost abilities, merging his mind with his sword, sensing the hidden peril in the air. With his heart attuned to the sword's movements, he defended against the ice needle's assault, ensuring that not a single gap was left in his surrounding defenses. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of sword light clashing with the fine threads of ice needles rang out melodiously. Even the howling winds around them could not drown it out. Had it been any other innate practitioner, under such a torrential barrage and in such a completely disadvantageous environment, they would have perished 7 or 8 times over. Only with Li Yu's profound mastery of swordsmanship could he withstand such an onslaught. With such skill, one could not be a nameless figure. Yet alas, such a sword genius is destined to fall by my hand today. A voice echoed in Li Yu's ears, imbued with a chilling power. Seeking to unsettle his mind and provoke a flaw, Li Yu remained unfazed, his expression calm and indifferent. He formed a hand seal, concentrating entirely on repelling the 9 ice needles with his sword light. The situation unfolded as he had anticipated. Su Qing was indeed intent on picking him apart. Li Yu was the primary target for the opponent, a notion that is easily comprehensible. Su Changqing wielded the formidable 5-color profound light, akin to bearing a robust turtle shell, allowing both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Even Su Qing could not contend with him in the short term. In contrast, Li Yu appeared to be the more malleable target. Alas, he miscalculated his intentions. At last, seizing the opportunity, Li Yu summoned the Azure Snake Flying Sword, and the emerald sword light surged dramatically, repelling all icy needles. With a resounding clang, the sword sang out, its melody as clear as a dragon's chant, instantly overshadowing the surrounding howling winds. A fierce and unparalleled sword intent emanated, its imposing aura swiftly radiating outward. In an instant, the surrounding black winds within a radius of 10 feet were compelled to part, dissipating entirely. At the heart of this open space, a singular beam of sword light ascended towards the heavens, resplendent and dazzling. The brilliant sword light could not be concealed by the dispersing black winds. The sound of the sword's song even drew the attention of Su Chaqing and Qiubo, who were not far away. Though they were close to Li Yu, within the turmoil of the dispersing black winds, they might not even perceive the situation just a few meters away. At that moment, Su Chaqing was enveloped within the 5-color profound light, extending 10 meters around him. The black winds and demonic sands lashed against this radiant barrier, causing the vibrant light to tremble violently, yet showing no sign of breaking. Upon hearing the sword's call, he abruptly turned his head. It is brotherly. He is likely under attack from Su Qing. We must hasten to his aid. The emergence of the terrifying dispersing soul sandbag had already exceeded his expectations. Furthermore, Li Yu's ability to withstand an innate Grandmaster's onslaught with his initial innate cultivation, enduring within the dispersing black winds until now, was beyond what he had anticipated. Li Yu's entire being was suffused with the essence of soft water, swirling to an exquisite degree, shrouded in dense mist, rendering his figure increasingly indistinct. With a cold demeanor, he formed a sword technique with his hands and uttered softly, slash. Instantly, the sword light fragmented into hundreds, coalescing into razor-thin threads that swept across all directions. Damn it! Su Qing, concealed in the shadows, felt a surge of lethal threat, causing his hair to stand on end. He hastily activated the dispersing soul sandbag, gathering the nearby black winds and demonic sands to form a shield before him. Simultaneously, 9 ice crystal needles interwove in front of him, crafting an icy net. The threads of the sword relentlessly struck against the shield, producing a cacophony of clanging sounds, shredding it to pieces before slicing through the icy net. Before long, the battered shield, riddled with holes, transformed back into wisps of dispersing black winds and demonic sands, while the icy net shattered and reverted to the 9 ice crystal needles. However, 4 of the needles had already fractured into segments, and the remaining 5 dimmed in brilliance, revealing fissures, their vitality severely diminished. Su Qing's expression darkened. The destruction of his cherished artifact caused him considerable distress. The sword light fragmented, and the sword energy transformed into threads. Such a swordsmanship he had only encountered once in the presence of a master swordsman from a prestigious celestial sect, who held a position of great authority. He had initially presumed this youth to be an easy target, but he had underestimated him gravely. Fortunately, such a dreadful assault could never be unleashed repeatedly. With unwavering resolve, Su Qing channeled his cultivation into the dispersing soul sandbag, causing its opening to expand as torrents of dark winds erupted forth once more. In but an instant, the void previously cleared by Li Yu's transcendent sword intent was once again filled to the brim. At that moment, Su Qing and Qiubo unexpectedly located Li Yu. Brother Su, if you trust me, allow us to jointly activate the great 5 elements treasure wheel within you. Thus, we shall be able to shatter this dispersing soul sandbag and utterly vanquish this wretch. Li Yu spoke succinctly, transmitting his thoughts directly. In Li Jiu, shift to the left. Dragon Z Clan, good evening everyone. The Ancient Zither Painting, The Unclean PP, Book Friend 20180924131131384, Light of the Fairyland, Shallow Summer, Reminiscing Evening, Light and Clarity, Frugality. Little Dog Loves Little Cat, 0100332. I am the King of Hailing. How has this been used? 3 Goozy. Lies are always too extravagant. The Final Alchemist, Once Shining Light. Dream of a Virtual Life, Little Nottingham, Book Friend 20219031125348666, Maple Leaves Falling, Eyes Full of Stars YY, Crane Vegetable is Truly Vegetable, Guiding People to Play Billiards. Through Wind and Rain, Ghosts Are Hard to Tolerate, Cake Lord, Book Friend 2021061301127094112, Joyful Melody, Inquiring the Way, Audience. The Treasure of Miscellaneous Fish is indeed a feather duster. Book Friend 2017010010021581129. Better to Guard Among the Crowd, 010332. Forlani, I transformed into a werewolf. Mad Testing, Xiaohua, Drifting in the Waves. Book Friend 2017010010021581129. A Bird on a Stump. Furthermore, I shall refrain from discussing whether it is 100 coins or 1,000 coins. After all, every sin is filled with love. Thank you for the support, esteemed friends. Chapter 80, The Great 5 Elements Treasure Wheel. Brotherly. How could you, upon hearing the term Great 5 Elements Treasure Wheel from Li Yu's lips? Su Qing felt a jolt of shock coursing through him as he turned to Li Yu, his expression one of profound astonishment. The Great 5 Elements Treasure Wheel is the most treasured artifact of the Su clan, an innate magical tool crafted by the progenitor of the Su lineage, the 5 Spirits Wanderer. After the mysterious disappearance of the 5 Spirits Wanderer, no one could have anticipated that he would leave behind the magical artifact intertwined with his very life force. Few are privy to this matter, and historically, only the clan leaders have been aware. Now, aside from Qiubo and his father, no one else knows. Li Yu, previously a stranger to him, had no discernible connection to the Su clan. How could he possibly be aware of such a profound secret? Nevertheless, Su Qing was a man of resolve. Recognizing that this was not the moment for lingering doubts, the most pressing matter was to confront Su Qing, and thus he gritted his teeth and assented. Very well. At that moment, a soft yet radiant quintessence of 5 colors began to emanate from his dantian. The instant this 5-colored luminescence manifested, an ebbing vitality surged forth, overwhelming Li Yu with a palpable weight, as if the pressure had intensified significantly. Su Qing's face flushed crimson as he exerted every effort to summon the power of his treasured artifact. Soon, a palm-sized 5-colored wheel began to take shape within his dantian, its surface shimmering with intricate and enigmatic patterns, resplendent with brilliance. The 5-colored wheel rotated slowly, embodying a force that seemed eternal and unchanging, perpetually in motion. Though merely a spectral image, to Li Yu it appeared to encapsulate an entire world of the 5 elements, harboring the essence of the universe, causing the weight upon him to grow increasingly burdensome, as if he bore the weight of a mountain upon his back. The duality of yin and yang and the 5 elements represent the fundamental forces of the universe. The five-colored divine light is but one of the most supreme magical powers among the five elements. Xiaobo, brotherly, come lend me your strength. Su Cha-Ching could no longer withstand the pressure. The powers of water and wood within him were nearly depleted by the great five elements treasure wheel. His complexion turned a deep shade of red and purple, his body swaying as if on the brink of collapse. Li Yu, with a swift motion, appeared at his side. Placing a hand upon his shoulder, a stream of pure, gentle water energy surged into Su Cha-Ching's body. Instantly, Su Cha-Ching felt revitalized. His spirit lifted as he sensed his body rapidly recovering. To his astonishment, Li Yu's energy was far purer than he had anticipated. Not only exceptionally refined and vibrant with life, but also imbued with a hint of transformative essence, inherently more potent than the water energy he had cultivated. Only by completely consolidating the powers of the five elements might he surpass Li Yu. Su Cha-Ching's once withered body, akin to a parched desert, began to eagerly absorb this newfound strength. As Li Yu's energy flowed continuously into him, his complexion gradually returned to normal. And even the five elements heavenly book he practiced began to operate autonomously. Water nourishes wood, wood fuels fire, fire creates earth, earth begets metal, and metal generates water. The interplay of the five elemental forces is a cycle of mutual generation and restraint, ever-flowing and unceasing. Originally, Su Cha-Ching possessed only the elemental forces of water and wood within him. However, now a thread of fiery energy has emerged, continuously circulating and growing stronger. Li's cultivation technique is indeed remarkable. At this moment, Su Cha-Ching is bewildered. Meanwhile, Xiaobo places his hand on his young master's shoulder. His cultivation is based on the earth element, which may not rival the five elements heavenly book in rank, yet after decades of meticulous practice, the innate true energy he has refined is exceptionally pure. With three of the elemental forces acquired and the assistance of Li Yu and Xiaobo, Su Cha-Ching feels significantly alleviated, even as the great five elements wheel persistently draws upon his internal strength. Li Yu observes with keen interest, determined not to squander this invaluable opportunity. Seizing the moment, he employs his soft water true chi to probe the operation of the five elements heavenly book and discern a hint of the great five elements wheel's mysteries. Indeed, gaining profound insights. Concepts regarding the interactions of the five elements, their mutual generation and restraint, and the cycle of life surge to the forefront of his mind, invigorating his soft water true chi, rendering it more lively and fluid, allowing for an even smoother flow. Although he cultivates the water element scripture rather than the five element scripture, this does not hinder his comprehension of the principles governing the dynamics of the five elements. Yin and Yang, along with the five elements, are inherently among the primal forces of the universe and constitute a facet of the cosmic path. At last, the phantom of the great five elements wheel within Su Cha-Ching's dantian solidifies further, a glimmer of five-colored radiance subtly shimmering. While it appears faint, its essence surpasses the previous five-colored mysterious light by a considerable margin. The emergence of this five-colored radiance casts a shadow over the hearts of everyone within a radius of hundreds of feet, causing Su Chang, who lurks in the shadows nearby, to feel an ominous foreboding. He activates the dispersing soul sandbag, and in an instant, the fierce black wind of dispersing souls intensifies, whipping up sand and stones, swirling dust, concealing deadly intent within. Yet, these winds of dispersing souls, along with the concealed soul-harming magic sand, are entirely obstructed by the five-colored radiance. The ferocious and terrifying winds and magic sand strike against it, yet the five-colored light remains utterly unperturbed, standing resolute. In the next moment, Su Cha-Ching points at the phantom of the great five elements wheel, and a beam of five-colored radiance surges forth, soaring into the sky, obscuring the sun. With a mere sweep, the winds of dispersing souls and the magic sand are utterly swept away, leaving not a trace behind. Even the soul-dispersing sandbag is caught in the sweep and directly taken away. With the soul-dispersing sandbag gone, Su Chang, who had been hiding within the black winds, reveals himself. His eyes widen in disbelief. The legendary five-colored divine light? He is aware that the Su clan's five elements heavenly book encompasses all five elements. However, he understands that while the Su clan's five-colored mysterious light bears some relation to the legendary five-colored divine light, it is not the same. But who can explain why a mere innate cultivator like Su Cha-Ching could manifest such a legendary divine power? Is it due to the five-colored wheel before him? The brilliance in Li Yu's eyes flickers with intensity, though the powers of the Diqian treasure mirror and the soft water true thunder are formidable. They pale in comparison to the grand might of the five-colored divine light. However, when faced with formidable adversaries like Su Cha-Ching and Su Qing, one might find themselves at a disadvantage. As Li Yu's thoughts whirled in contemplation, Su Cha-Ching did not relent. The five-colored divine light surged forth once more, dispelling all 5 ice crystal needles that had been aimed at Su Qing. Subsequently, the light coalesced into a colossal hand of vibrant hues, which then descended ominously towards Su Qing. With a whoosh, before the giant hand could make contact, a terrifying pressure enveloped the surroundings, compressing the very air beneath it. Instantly, dust erupted and stones were sent flying. Su Qing felt the weight of the impending strike as her body sank under the burden, her bones creaking under the strain. Chapter 81. The Wronged One. Su Cha-Ching, you have forced my hand. As he witnessed the confiscation of his personal spiritual artifact, Su Qing gritted his teeth, almost forcing these words through clenched jaws. He ignored the impending onslaught of the 5-colored colossal palm above him and swiftly tapped his waist pouch containing spiritual beasts. To his astonishment, what emerged was not some ethereal creature or venomous insect, but a living man, a tattered, white-haired, one-armed elder. The elder exuded a faint aura, his body marred by numerous wounds, some so severe that internal organs and bones were visible, clearly having endured brutal torment. His vitality had waned to its lowest ebb, yet a subtle ripple of true energy emanated from him, surpassing the innate power of the 3 present. He was unmistakably a cultivator of the Tao Foundation. Uncle, great uncle. Su Cha-Ching and Qiu Bo's expressions shifted dramatically. Su Cha-Ching hastily controlled his divine power, causing the colossal palm to hover ominously above Su Qing, lifting a strand of hair from his forehead. Li Yu furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed. The azure serpent sword by his side subtly quivered, adjusting its angle, poised to strike. Su Cha-Ching, go ahead and strike. Why not finish me off with a single blow? Su Qing mocked, seizing the back of the one-armed elder's neck, his eyes glinting with cold malice, resembling a predatory wolf or a venomous snake. Are you afraid of mistakenly killing this old fool? The one-armed elder, barely clinging to life, gazed weakly at Su Cha-Ching. Cha-Ching, do not concern yourself with me. Act decisively. I am bound by demonic restrictions and have but days to live. Even self-termination is beyond my reach. Summoning his remaining strength, he spoke with grave urgency. You must remember, the Black Sand Old Demon seeks the Su clan's 5 elements heavenly book. A person of ambition must never waver. When a decision must be made, one must be resolute. For the Su clan, I command you to end my life. Quickly. Upon uttering these words, he seemed to exhaust all his energy, unable to speak further, gasping for breath. A trickle of dark red blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Uncle, Su Cha-Ching's eyes widened in fury, glaring at Su Qing with bloodshot eyes. Release my uncle at once, or I swear you shall find no place for burial. That was his beloved uncle, the man who had nurtured and guided him since childhood. How could he bear to harm him? Ha ha ha, splendid, truly splendid. Such loyalty and righteousness. You are indeed the pride of the Su family. Su Qing disregarded Su Cha-Ching's threats, laughing recklessly, before lowering his head. But old man, since you wish for death, why bother asking your nephew? Allow me to fulfill your wish. Crack. With a chilling smile, Su Qing ruthlessly snapped the elder's neck and activated the restrictions he had previously laid within the elder's body. Boom. The elder's corpse exploded like a balloon, blood and flesh fragments swiftly dissolving into a viscous crimson mist that enveloped Su Qing, transforming into a sinister surge of blood light that shot away in an instant. Su Cha-Ching stood frozen in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Su Qing would act so decisively, killing without hesitation. Witnessing the tragic demise of his own uncle before his very eyes, despite his usual composure and intelligence, he was thrown into disarray. At the precise moment Su Qing struck, Li Yu seized the opportunity to intervene, but alas, he was a heartbeat too late. The azure sword light merely grazed the blood, accompanied by a muffled groan, as the sanguine essence dissipated into a mere speck, leaving only a severed foot on the ground. Now, his uncle lay dead, not only in vain but also manipulated by Su Qing to escape this calamity. What a grievance! Su Cha-Ching not only became an unjust victim but also felt the weight of his uncle's unfair fate. It seemed this younger brother needed to undergo more trials to mature. Su Cha-Ching stared blankly in the direction Su Qing had fled, then glanced at the severed foot on the ground. After a long pause, a hint of bitterness crept onto his lips as he murmured, I must express my gratitude to Brotherly for your assistance today. There's no need for formality, Su brother. This was merely our agreement, Li Yu replied, shaking his head. Su Changqing's face was expressionless as he sighed. Had I possessed even a fraction of your resoluteness? Perhaps my uncle. Liu offered some words of comfort, but felt it inappropriate to say more. Such matters would not pose a significant challenge for those with a ruthless disposition in the demonic path. Threatened or not, they would not hesitate to sever familial ties, slay spouses and children, and eradicate all mundane connections without a flicker of emotion. However, Su Changqing was not a disciple of the demonic path, which is why he was engulfed in torment, his heart deeply pained. With matters concluded, Liu did not wish to linger, exchanged a few more words, and took his leave, vanishing into the ether. The ugly chicken perched on his shoulder, its beak clenching a half-foot-long, chopstick-thick golden snake, which writhed violently. Though Liu had struck it with a sword, the creature had miraculously survived. However, the chicken clearly regarded the snake as a mere snack. Nameless copper furnace. Introduction: a rusted copper furnace that seemingly conceals certain unknown secrets. Unknown secrets. Gazing at the rusty copper furnace in his hand, adorned with intricate dragon and tiger engravings, Wang Defa found himself lost in thought, murmuring, what secrets could possibly pique the interest of the Qingyu Taoist? Nevertheless, regardless of its allure, it was merely a task item. Completing the mission remained paramount. Wang Defa emerged from the alley and made his way directly to the courtyard of the Qingyu Taoist. As he approached the courtyard gate, a thin layer of prohibitive spiritual light parted, and the gate creaked open on its own. A chill ran through Wang Defa as he realized that his arrival could not escape the notice of the Qingyu Taoist. Entering the courtyard, he saw the Qingyu Taoist with his back turned, gazing at a willow tree stump sprouting tender new branches. He hurriedly bowed. I, Wang Defa, pay my respects to the Taoist. Liu turned around to face him and straightforwardly inquired, you have acquired the item, I presume? I have not failed my mission. Wang Defa replied, presenting the nameless bronze furnace with both hands, his head slightly bowed in a display of respect. Liu reached out and grasped it, merely glancing at it before putting it away, then directing his gaze back to Wang Defa. This fellow indeed possessed some capability, a fact that even Liu could not deny. Consequently, he held a certain admiration for this rotund man. Such individuals should not be easily overlooked. Chapter 82. The Misty Mountain Range. The impending calamity of the malevolent spirits looms, and it seems the time has come to advance to the next phase of my plans. Liu harbors his own schemes for the future. The first step is to establish his brand and persona, maintaining sufficient prominence to secure an influential position in the minds of the players. This foundation is essential for the execution of subsequent plans. This aspect has progressed smoothly. The name Qingyu Taoist is now nearly ubiquitous among the player community. The second step pertains to another task he must undertake. A flicker of thought crossed Liu's mind. Yet outwardly he stated, excellent. For a person of your capabilities, I am not one to be stingy. Furthermore, I have previously mentioned that should you locate this item, I shall bestow upon you a grand gift. Therefore, I, Taoist, I have something to say, Wang Defa interjected, bowing respectfully and interrupting Liu's words. Liu, unfazed, replied coolly, speak. This grand gift, I wish to exchange for different terms, and I humbly request your consent. Oh, Liu raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, intrigued. Pray, elaborate. Well, Wang Defa scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. Taoist, you must have noticed that my lineage bears some significance. A few days ago, in order to fulfill a mentor's request, I needed to venture into a perilous location to retrieve the remains of a senior from my sect. I, regrettably, underestimated my own strength and sought your protection. At this point, Wang Defa appeared quite embarrassed. Alas, I was ill-prepared, and the place was far too dangerous. Not only did I fail to complete my mentor's task, but I nearly met my demise there. Thus, I would like to request your assistance. I merely need you to escort me to the destination. Each player initially possesses 9 chances for resurrection, as one ascends to become a cultivator. This number increases with their level of mastery. Although he has gained several additional chances since becoming a cultivator, that location is exceedingly perilous, far beyond what current players can confront. Should he exhaust his chances, the prospect of a mental breakdown or even sudden death in the real world becomes a stark reality. Liu's eyes glimmered with curiosity as he inquired, where exactly is this perilous place? It lies within Tongzhou, specifically at Yunguang Prefecture. But one must delve deeper into the Misty Mountain Range. Wang Defa, observing Liu, spoke the location with palpable trepidation, anxious that Liu might deem it too distant and decline. The Misty Mountain Range. Liu narrowed his eyes slightly. As he knew, in a few decades, a bizarre forbidden zone known as the Putrid Marsh would emerge deep within the Misty Mountain Range. This enigmatic area would prove far more dangerous than the likes of Nojiao Mountain. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. I shall grant your request. The legacy of the thief sect originated in the medieval era, renowned for its adeptness in stealth techniques, rapid evasion, and mastery of swordsmanship. Liu was quite intrigued to engage with such an ancient and long-standing force. Thank you, Taoist, Wang Defa exclaimed joyfully, expressing his gratitude. With the assistance of the Qingyu Taoist, this endeavor was undoubtedly a matter of near certainty. Pray tell, what is the name of that place? Although the likelihood of Wang Defa deceiving him was minimal, Liu had always been wary of placing trust in others, hence he felt compelled to inquire further. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Defa replied, there are crocodiles with scales resembling the color of lime, as hard as iron. Additionally, there are enormous wild boars with tusks like iron hooks, and peculiar toads that are nearly transparent, capable of exhaling frigid air that can freeze a person solid. Moreover, lurking in the mud are numerous leeches that can drain a person to the point of becoming a desiccated corpse. Stone rock demon crocodile, iron tooth boar, ice jade snow toad, black blood leeches. Seeing that Wang Defa did not seem to be fabricating tales, Liu nodded in acknowledgement. Although he had traversed the Cloud Mist Mountain range on numerous occasions, the expanse of the mountain stretched across 3 provinces, making it impossible for him to have explored every region. He was indeed familiar with these mythical beasts, particularly the iron tooth boar and black blood leeches, both unique to the Cloud Mist Mountain range. Furthermore, under the scrutiny of his divine sense, he noted that Wang Defa's heartbeat remained steady, his breath natural, and his speech coherent, indicating a low likelihood of deceit. At present, I have a few minor matters to attend to. In 3 to 5 days, we shall set forth. Do you have any objections? Liu inquired, gazing at him. Having acquired the Longhu Jade liquid great returning pill, it was imperative to convert it into his own cultivation strength without delay. This was his foremost priority. Wang Defa respectfully clasped his hands together. I shall defer to your judgment, Taoist. Liu nodded gently. Excellent. You may take your leave now. I shall take my leave then. I will find an inn nearby for the next few days. Once you have concluded your personal affairs, please inform me, Wang Defa said, bowing once more before turning to depart. After Wang Defa left, Liu waved his sleeve, sealing off the restrictions in the courtyard. He would be alerted to any anomalies immediately. Subsequently, he retrieved the nameless copper furnace he had mentioned earlier. Its surface was marred with rust and adorned with verdant patina, resembling an ancient artifact devoid of any spiritual energy. To the untrained eye of common cultivators, it appeared to be merely a corroded copper furnace. However, Liu was acutely aware of its hidden significance, for within it lay a Longhu Jade liquid great returning pill. This elixir was a rare and miraculous concoction, primarily crafted from the essence of a dragon's bone marrow and the tiger's core pearl, complemented by 365 rare spiritual herbs. Such a pill could only be refined by a master of alchemy, and the materials required were exceedingly stringent. Firstly, the dragon's bone marrow must originate from a true evil dragon possessing dragon horns, dual claws, and a trace of true dragon bloodline, rather than a mere hybrid or counterfeit serpent. Such creatures would necessarily possess a cultivation level of at least the foundation establishment stage, if not golden core. The demon tiger must likewise possess the bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast, comparable to that of its counterpart. Only then can the dragon and tiger converge, harmonizing the dualities of yin and yang. The elixir within this bronze cauldron, unbeknownst to us, was likely sealed by a master alchemist, who established restraints to nurture its medicinal properties, expelling any restlessness and allowing the essence to settle. Perhaps an unforeseen event transpired, leading to the eventual loss of this bronze furnace, casting it into obscurity. By now, it has likely been cultivating for several centuries, and its medicinal qualities must have become ever more profound and pure, truly deserving the title of Elixir King. In a previous life, this elixir fell into the hands of a player who, lacking discernment, surrendered this precious spiritual pill to his sect for a trivial benefit. Although he did receive some compensation later, he ultimately squandered an unparalleled opportunity. Upon discovering the truth, he lamented bitterly, reportedly regretting so deeply that it left him in despair. Chapter 83. The alchemist transformation. Liu employed his gentle water true qi to probe the copper furnace. This gentle water true qi permeated every nook and cranny, gradually revealing the deeply concealed restrictions within the furnace. The restrictions were layered upon one another, each interconnected, forming a complex array with functions such as gathering spirit, nurturing, and confinement. This intricate setup could silently absorb the essence of sunlight and moonlight, the vitality of plants, and the earth-seen energy, converting it into a gentle spiritual energy that slowly nourished the elixir within. Fortunately, although Liu was not a grand master of formations, his previous life had seen him frequently engaged in battles of wits and magic, allowing him to acquire numerous texts on formations and restrictions. Thus, he possessed a modest understanding of such constructs. While dismantling the restrictions might pose a challenge, breaking through them was not insurmountable for him. Moreover, thanks to the unique nature of his cultivation method, the essence of gentle water he had refined possessed many profound abilities, enabling him to gradually wear away the restrictions. In just a day and a night, he successfully unraveled the barriers. At the moment the restrictions vanished, a faint spiritual light emanated from the nameless copper furnace, which then erupted with a resounding bang, scattering fragments in all directions. Instantly, a refreshing and fragrant aroma of the elixir wafted throughout the courtyard. Simultaneously, a surge of spiritual light shot into the sky, displaying hues of purplish red and exuding a formidable spiritual pressure, accompanied by faint sounds reminiscent of dragon roars and tiger howls. Racing towards the courtyard's barriers, seemingly ready to escape. With a swift motion, Liu extended his hand, forming a translucent, palm-sized hand of vapor and gentle water true qi, capturing the spiritual light with precision. Had it been an ordinary cultivator, a momentary lapse could have allowed the elixir to flee. However, Liu, having once been a golden core celestial being, possessed extensive knowledge of spiritual medicines and their potential to develop sentience. Once an elixir was fully formed and the furnace opened, it would instinctively attempt to escape. Thus, Liu was well prepared. The elixir struggled instinctively, displaying considerable strength, but ultimately succumbed to Liu's profound cultivation. Soon, the fragrant aroma diminished, and the spiritual light receded, revealing its true form. It was a spirit elixir adorned in shades of purplish red, resembling a Tai Chi elixir formed by two yin-yang fish. The elixir was round, crystalline, and pure, exuding a tangible quality that evoked a sense of completeness. A subtle feeling of roundness and brilliance. Merely one elixir could evoke such sensations, attesting to its remarkable nature. Furthermore, the once fragrant elixir now bore no scent. Liu understood that this was due to the divine nature of the object, as excessive fragrance would gradually dissipate its medicinal properties. A sentient elixir would instinctively retract its aroma and phenomena. Liu sat cross-legged, opting not to consume the elixir immediately. Instead, he cradled the Dragon Tiger Jade liquid great returning elixir in both hands, allowing the gentle water true qi to entwine tenderly around it. After a moment of careful refinement, he extracted a few delicate fragments. The potency of this elixir was overwhelming, had he swallowed it whole. The explosive force of its medicinal power would have been beyond even his capacity to endure. After refining the precious essence, Liu immediately felt an incomparably pure medicinal force surge into his body, transforming into his cultivation. Moreover, a peculiar energy began to nourish his soul, enhancing the foundations of his being. The true significance of this precious elixir lay not merely in augmenting his cultivation, but in its capacity to fortify his roots, refine his very essence, and elevate his spirit. It possessed the extraordinary power to facilitate a transformation from the corporeal to the ethereal. Liu had, indeed, underestimated the profound effects of this Dragon Tiger Jade liquid elixir, initially believing he could refine it within 3 to 5 days. He found himself laboring for 8 days before finally digesting the entirety of the elixir. Upon absorbing the last remnant of its medicinal potency, Liu opened his eyes. A gentle radiance flickered within them, devoid of any aggressive or ostentatious demeanor. Upon closer inspection, he appeared unchanged, yet there was an indefinable quality that set him apart. Rising to his full height, a misty vapor enveloped him, refracting a spectrum of colors in the sunlight. A stream of vibrant azure flowed forth, bursting forth like a river of vitality, cascading towards the heavens. This river meandered like a dragon or a serpent, its cerulean waters flowing rhythmically, producing a melodious sound. Brimming with exuberance, the river reached into the clouds, drawing in the vapor, celestial essence, solar energy, and gale winds from the upper atmosphere. Through meticulous refinement, the once chaotic solar energy, tumultuous winds, and mixed cloud essence were transformed into a soft and gentle aura. The most refined vital energy was absorbed into the azure river, giving rise to subtle, indescribable changes. The slightly less pure energies rained down, enveloping the entire clear water town. In an instant, the flora and fauna within a 10-mile radius thrived anew, flourishing with life. Those within this vicinity, be they common folk or players, experienced an invigorating sensation, feeling revitalized, even witnessing an enhancement in their cultivation. At the entrance of Clearwater Town stood a grand banyan tree, lush and vibrant. As the vital energy cascaded, the tree's foliage appeared even more verdant, swaying gently as it absorbed the energies from within a radius of several hundred meters. This spectacle unfolded discreetly and silently, unnoticed by the throngs captivated by the celestial river above. Beneath the tree, a small beggar lay soundly asleep in a wooden shelter, unaware of the greenish essence gently descending from the branches above, gradually nourishing his body and spirit. Such a monumental phenomenon did not go unnoticed. Cultivators within a 100-mile radius sensed its presence, witnessing the unfolding scene. A river of vitality hung in the clouds, bestowing life upon all. Such formidable cultivation and spirit, who could be the source? Eyes widened in awe as onlookers gazed from afar, recognizing that it emanated from the direction of Clearwater Town, where the teachings of water were practiced. Could this be the enigmatic Qingyu Taoist who had resolved the peculiarities of Niujiao Mountain? Previously, I had heard that this individual possessed extraordinary abilities and remarkable prowess, having vanquished the formidable demon guardian Li Zhu of the Demon Suppression Division and even eliminated a nefarious cultivator notorious for his malevolence. At first, I was skeptical, but now I find myself convinced. Such a remarkable presence is indeed not commonplace. Some players gazed wide-eyed at the celestial river that seemed to pierce the heavens, their initial shock giving way to exhilaration, and before long, they accepted the reality before them. Given its connection to the Qingyu Taoist, such a grand spectacle is quite understandable. At this moment, Liu was quietly reflecting upon the transformations within his body. This spiritual elixir had bestowed upon him immense benefits. Not only had it propelled his cultivation to the pinnacle of the innate realm, but it had also allowed him to coalesce a trace of the Tao foundation. He now stood but a step away from achieving this foundational stage. Should he take that step, he would ascend to the divine powers of the Tao foundation, transcending the ordinary and extending his lifespan by 2 centuries. These aspects, however, are secondary. The crux lies in the fact that his body, which already possessed commendable roots and foundations, had been further enhanced, and his spirit had undergone a profound elevation. This would greatly benefit his future pursuits of higher realms. As the saying goes, while cultivation may be easily attained, innate talent is a rare treasure. Although Liu has always believed that the heart and will of a cultivator are paramount, the significance of one's innate roots and talents cannot be overlooked. Chapter 84. The Black Sand Old Demon. Some individuals, endowed with extraordinary talents, often possess unimaginable advantages upon entering the path of cultivation. For instance, the fire spirit body, naturally attuned to the essence of fire, would make remarkable progress if one were to acquire a tome of fire-related doctrines, far surpassing the potential of an ordinary person. Similarly, the pure yang spirit body, if trained in the rigorous and radiant thunder laws, would experience rapid advancement, making the journey much easier than that of an average cultivator. As long as they do not meet an untimely end, significant achievements are inevitable in their future. The Dragon and Tiger Jade Liquid Great Pill has reshaped Liu's foundation, resulting in a profound transformation from the essence of his soul to his physical form, a rebirth of sorts. His new constitution is not inferior to that of the fire spirit body, wood spirit body, or water spirit body, and in certain respects, it may even exceed them by a considerable margin. For him, this transformation holds immense significance, rendering the enhancement of his cultivation secondary. Once the matter concerning Wang Defa is resolved, he shall embark on his journey to Tuchuan Prefecture. Liu's gaze grew deep as he pondered silently. Tuchuan Prefecture lies a considerable distance away, over 20,000 miles in a straight line. The Su clan's original stronghold is located there, however. It has now been seized by the Black Sand Old Demon. Thus, the Black Sand Old Demon currently resides in Tuchuan Prefecture. Liu had long devised plans to obtain the fragment of the Qi Dragon Jade from the Black Sand Old Demon and felt quite confident about it. With Wang Defa's timely delivery of the Dragon and Tiger Jade Liquid Great Pill, his cultivation had significantly elevated and his combat prowess surged by more than tenfold. Consequently, he now held a 90% assurance regarding this matter. The remaining 10% accounted for unforeseen circumstances, as he was neither a celestial nor a divine being, incapable of foreseeing all potential occurrences. Shaiyuan Mountain. Nestled amidst mountains and waters, this locale boasts breathtaking scenery, with pavilions and towers dotting the base. On the sunlit southeastern side of the mountain lies a fertile expanse, cultivated into numerous spirit fields, regularly irrigated with spiritual water and elixirs to enrich the soil. Each spirit field is meticulously warded with strict prohibitions and overseen by dedicated caretakers. Most of the spirit fields are sown with spirit grains, flourishing in full Swaying gently in the breeze, their bowed heads colliding softly, producing a delicate rustling sound. In the remaining spirit fields, various rare herbs and exotic flowers are nurtured. However, somewhat discordant with this pastoral beauty is a grand black hall atop the mountain. The hall exudes a commanding presence, towering majestically and displaying a myriad of phenomena. Above the black hall, a mass of dark clouds, spanning over 100 acres, hovers ominously. Within this cloud, a tempest of dark, grayish winds howls incessantly, occasionally illuminated by flickering crimson lightning. Shadows flicker within, suggesting the presence of countless malevolent spirits, skeletons, and fiends, ceaselessly lamenting, howling in despair, ferocity, or madness. The ominous aura is chilling, sending shivers down the spine of any who dare to gaze upon it from afar. Su Qing, wielding a mystical artifact, arrived at the foot of Shao Yuan Mountain. Raising his gaze towards the darkened hall atop the mountain, a shiver coursed through him. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and, limping, ascended the steps toward the mountain. Upon reaching the entrance of the grand hall, he suddenly knelt down, his forehead pressed against the ground, and tremulously proclaimed, "Disciple Su Qing pays respects to Master, wishing you eternal peace and prosperity." "Ah, it is you, Qinger. Your current situation appears rather dire." A gentle and refined voice echoed from within the hall. However, upon hearing this voice, Su Qing trembled, lowering his head even further. "Thank you, Master." He forcefully bowed several times, then slowly rose to enter the hall. Inside, the hall was illuminated brightly, adorned with 1,278 luminous pearls from the eastern sea, each the size of a bowl, radiating a soft, non-dazzling glow. At the head of the hall sat a middle-aged scholar, whose appearance was strikingly handsome, his bright eyes adorned with faint lines, exuding an indescribable charm that naturally endeared him to those who beheld him. Yet, Su Qing was acutely aware of the terrifying visage concealed beneath his master's fair exterior. As he approached the middle-aged scholar, the latter cast a glance at him and inquired, "Speak, what transpired during your outing?" "Yes, Master." With a thud, he knelt once more, exclaiming, "Disciple is incompetent and has failed your trust. I implore Master to administer a fitting punishment." The middle-aged scholar fell silent, deep in thought. Su Qing, too anxious to speak, remained in a posture of reverence. The hall was enveloped in silence, with even the sound of a falling pin audible. "Five-colored divine light?" After a long pause, the middle-aged scholar finally spoke. "Since the disappearance of the five spirits recluse, the descendants of the Su family have not exhibited the five-colored divine light. I had presumed that the five spirits recluse had not passed down this divine ability, leading to its loss. I did not expect that the Su family still possesses a lineage of the five-colored divine light." After pondering for a moment, he continued, "By the way, you mentioned that the young one from the Su family has enlisted an external aid, a swordsman adept in water-based scriptures. The sword's light is azure and vibrant with life, similarly possessing a shimmering azure hue." Indeed, Su Qing found himself perplexed as to why his master was suddenly intrigued by Liu. The middle-aged scholar leisurely rose and approached Su Qing, his black and gold boots coming into view. His voice resonated from above, "From you, particularly from your severed foot, I sense a trace of energy." A smile played at the corners of the scholar's mouth. "This energy reminds me of an old memory. It is clearly the aura of someone who has practiced the Celestial River Sect scripture, true water classic." Su Qing, somewhat bewildered, pondered, "Celestial River Sect? What kind of power is that? Could it be that Liu is a disciple of the Celestial River Sect?" Unexpectedly, a disciple from the Heavenly River Sect has emerged into the world. Splendid indeed. The middle-aged scholar clapped his hands in mirth, yet after a moment, his expression shifted. His countenance suddenly faltered, and he gazed intently at the jade pendant hanging from Su Qing's waist. "How bold, to dare to spy on me." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a glimmer of sinister light flickered in his eyes, and with a swift gesture, a menacing demon with twin horns and protruding fangs lunged towards the jade pendant, emanating a chilling aura of malevolence. Far away, in the town of Clearwater, the tiny treasure mirror floated before Liu. The mirror's surface vividly reflected the scene beside Su Qing, as the black sand old demon summoned the demon. Liu exchanged a mere glance with it, only to be overwhelmed by a sudden dizziness. The demon's assault was aimed directly at the soul. His heart raced, and without hesitation, he pointed decisively at the tiny treasure mirror. With a resounding crash, the mirror shattered, transforming into a swirling mass of black-gray mist, thereby dispelling the oncoming attack. As he collected the mist, Liu furrowed his brow. The black sand old demon is indeed aware of the Heavenly River Sect? Chapter 85, The Stone Rock Demon Crocodile. Previously, when Liu faced Su Qing regarding Su Qing, He had discreetly placed a spiritual mark within the jade pendant at Su Qing's waist. This mark would allow him to probe the surroundings, providing valuable information despite being a one-time opportunity. While Su Qing was of secondary concern, the true threat lay with the black sand old demon behind him, who possessed the remnants of the Qi Dao dragon that Liu coveted. This made the situation particularly urgent. However, Liu did not anticipate that his covert maneuver would yield unexpected results. He felt a sense of detachment, as if events were slipping beyond his control. Since his rebirth into this world, he had been executing his plans based on memories from his past life, and until now, things had progressed relatively smoothly. Yet now, through an unexpected twist of fate, both he and the Tianhe sect had drawn the attention of the Black Sand Old Demon, who appeared to possess considerable knowledge and interest in the sect. Being scrutinized by a golden core immortal was far from advantageous. Although Liu was a reincarnate, he lacked complete awareness of all past events. For instance, he was entirely ignorant of the origins of the Black Sand Old Demon. Otherwise, he would have been better prepared for this predicament. Fortunately, he had already made his initial moves on the chessboard, positioning himself advantageously. The bright moon illuminating the great river had likely already set off towards the Qianfeng mountain. Liu felt a surge of relief at having laid the groundwork in advance. With a golden core entangled with the Black Sand Old Demon, the latter would be stretched thin. Even if the demon held interest in him, it would be unable to cause him immediate trouble, thus granting him a precious opportunity. Once he collected all the remnants of the Qi Dao dragon and assisted the stone fish in breaking its seal, the presence of the stone fish would alleviate his fears of the Black Sand Old Demon. Although Liu appeared somewhat indifferent to this matter, it was clear that, according to the natural course of events, Situ Yang we would not associate the incident with the Tian Gui Old Madam. Instead, he would likely seek out the Black Sand Old Demon first. Liu quickly resolved, once he dealt with Wang Defa, he would proceed to Tuchuan Prefecture. Wang Defa's mentioned location lay within Yuanguang Prefecture, which conveniently aligned with the direction of Tuchuan Prefecture, making the journey rather seamless. You have failed in your task. And while that is unfortunate, what troubles me more is your ignorance of the manipulations done upon you, coupled with your reckless disclosure of my secrets. The Black Sand Old Demon gazed down at Su Qing, his tone calm, yet foreboding. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Su Qing trembled. His cultivation level should have rendered him impervious to such fear, yet beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Master, I have not fulfilled your entrusted task and deserve the severest punishment. However, I implore you for another chance. Enough, there is no need for further words. The ancient sorcerer of the Black Sands raised his hand, interrupting the conversation. Rewards must be given for merit, and punishments for faults. This has always been the principle I adhere to. Even if you are my disciple, you are not exempt. Shortly, you shall spend a few days in the pool of malevolent spirits. The tone of the Black Sands sorcerer was nonchalant, yet upon hearing these words, Su Qing's face turned ashen, and the terror and despair in his eyes seemed on the verge of spilling over. The pool of malevolent spirits was a unique artifact crafted by the Black Sands sorcerer. Within it resided not only various evil spirits, demons, and malevolent entities, but also 49 specialized prohibitions and tortures designed to torment the soul. Such torment is unbearable, not only for humans, but even for those cunning and ferocious malevolent beings. No matter how steadfast one's resolve, once drawn into a certain illusion, such as witnessing loved ones being mercilessly slain or enduring other horrifying scenarios, those who are not enlightened or devoid of emotion would falter under such circumstances. The slightest lapse in focus could lead to the insidious influence of the unseen demons, planting seeds of malevolence that would ultimately distort one's mind and character, compelling them to act against their true nature. In comparison, tortures such as being skinned alive, dismembered, or subjected to various forms of corporal punishment pale in significance. Merely spending a few days there, Su Qing, even if he were to escape with his life, would undoubtedly suffer grievously and perhaps be left with lingering psychological scars. Filled with dread and despair, Su Qing numbly uttered, Master, your mercy is boundless, I take my leave. After Su Qing departed, the Black Sands sorcerer gazed at the shattered fragments of the jade pendant on the ground, his expression profound. In the Heavenly River sect, upon learning that the matter concerning Liu had been resolved, Wang Defa promptly sought an audience. Liu, displaying his usual decisiveness, instructed the ugly chicken to safeguard the home and requested the Shao siblings to look after Grandma Gu before enveloping himself in his escape light and swiftly departing. Liu had no intention of reneging on his promises to the players. After all, establishing credibility and a good reputation is no easy feat. Yet dismantling it is a simple task. The cloud and mist mountains stretch for hundreds of thousands of miles, connecting the regions of Tongzhou, Fengzhou, Yuzhou, and Yinzhou, encompassing vast expanses rich in spiritual energy and abundant resources. Throughout history, countless celestial treasures, demonic entities, and spiritual beasts have emerged from this land, giving rise to numerous paradises and concealing innumerable secrets. Thus, within these mountains, many cultivators have sought refuge, and some exalted beings have discovered spiritual veins, claiming territories and founding sections. The location mentioned by Wang Defa was unfamiliar to Liu, yet he recognized its general direction from his description. If Liu were to utilize his escape techniques alone, his cultivation level would allow him to reach the destination in 3 days. However, with Wang Defa accompanying him, it took an additional day and a half to arrive. Together, Liu and Wang Defa stood upon the clouds, gazing at the vast, majestic mountains that lay before them. Their grandeur both awe-inspiring and mysterious, evoking a hint of nostalgia in Liu's gaze. Wang Defa, standing nearby, scanned the surroundings and soon pointed in a direction, saying, "Daoist. Let us proceed that way. Beyond a few mountains lies the forest and marsh I mentioned." Liu nodded in agreement. With a flash of light, they set forth, accompanied by Wang Defa towards that indicated path. As the pair traversed several peaks, Liu's keen eyes caught sight of a cluster of mountains ahead, shrouded in mist and ethereal vapors, appearing hazy and indistinct. Below them lay a dense forest, interspersed with marshes, waterfalls, and flowing rivers. Liu, ever observant, soon noticed a group of sluggish rock crocodiles, each measuring approximately 2 to 3 yards in length, basking lazily on the stones by the riverbank. They sprawled in the sun, their mouths agape, revealing a mouthful of formidable fangs. A few agile birds hopped about, pecking at the remnants of flesh within the crocodile's jaws. Among them, the largest rock crocodile shone with a yellowish hue, boasting a golden horn sprouting from its forehead, its size dwarfing its kin, reaching an impressive 10 yards in length. Lying there, it commanded attention, exuding an overwhelming and brutal aura that enveloped the vicinity, causing even the slightly smaller rock crocodiles to shy away from its presence. Chapter 86. The Colorful Celestial Crocodile. The Stone Rock Demon Crocodile King. Wang Defa's eyes widened in astonishment. The last time he visited, he had not encountered this formidable stone rock demon crocodile king. Merely sensing its spiritual pressure, he could ascertain that the creature's cultivation was undoubtedly on par with that of the nearby Qingyu Daoist. As for himself, he surmised he would barely suffice as a mere snack for this colossal beast. In the distance, within the forest, a group of rugged, robust wild boars, resembling a hybrid of cattle and elephants, thundered past, occasionally pausing to root around with their formidable tusks. These were the iron-toothed boars, and Wang Defa felt a pang of discomfort at the thought. He recalled a painful encounter with one of these beasts, where its sharp tusks had mercilessly gored him, leaving him with an excruciating memory that nearly inflicted lasting psychological trauma. Liu, however, was not focused on the iron-toothed boars. His gaze shifted toward a nearby swamp. The swamp was enveloped in wisps of mist, a noxious amalgamation of vapors exhaled by venomous insects and the malevolent energies birthed from the mire. In such an environment, even the most seasoned individuals, armed with antidotes, would struggle to endure for long. Yet, in this illusory realm, numerous venomous insects and serpents thrived, some of which posed a significant challenge even for cultivators. Among them was a swirling mass of red mist that Liu observed. This ominous vapor, which seemed to emerge from nowhere, emitted a low, droning hum that, while subtle, could induce a sense of disquiet and drowsiness if one listened for too long. Wherever the red mist drifted, vitality withered away. A hapless iron-toothed piglet unwittingly stumbled into the swamp, emitting a heart-wrenching cry, seemingly calling for its parents. The red mist, drawn by the sound, swiftly enveloped the piglet. The other iron-toothed boars, initially intent on rescuing their kin, were immediately seized by terror upon witnessing the red mist and fled in a panic. Within moments, the piglet's cries ceased abruptly. When the red mist dissipated, only a desiccated carcass remained, its once plump form reduced to a mere withered husk, causing nearby aquatic plants to wilt, their leaves dull and lifeless. What was termed as red mist was, in fact, a swarm of bloodthirsty black mosquitoes. These notorious pests, feared for their venomous nature, possessed the ability to paralyze both body and spirit, exhibiting an astonishing resilience to harm. Even if crushed, they could swiftly revive upon consuming mere drops of blood. Moreover, their sense of smell was remarkably acute. No matter how well their prey concealed themselves, they could track them by scent, using their needle-like proboscis to pierce the flesh and draw blood. A mosquito the size of a grain of rice could siphon an amount of blood equivalent to 100 times its own weight. Once satiated, They would rapidly absorb the blood and begin laying eggs, which would hatch into larvae within a day's time. However, the true menace lay in their sheer numbers. For the more there were, the more fearsome they became, as their bodies harbored a dark, putrid fluid imbued with terrifying corrosive properties. Once sensing danger, the venomous mosquitoes would explode like thunderbolts, capable of eroding even the protective artifacts of cultivators. Suddenly, the swarm of blood-sucking black mosquitoes buzzed and swiftly ascended, darting into the depths of the marsh, exhibiting signs of panic, as if they had perceived an ominous presence. Witnessing this scene left Wang Defa bewildered, while Liyu's heart raced. Without uttering a word, he waved his sleeve, grasped Wang Defa by the collar, and turned to flee. Instinctively, Wang Defa glanced back, only to see the dense fog above the marsh rolling violently, as if disturbed by some unseen force. Upon focusing, he discerned a massive centipede, resplendent in 5 colors, partially obscured by the mist, surrounded by a rich, iridescent glow. Even the mere glimpse of its scales was the size of a house. Wherever it passed, flowers, trees, insects, and beasts that touched the slightest trace of that colorful brilliance swiftly dissolved into a pool of ichor. The previously imposing stone rock crocodile king appeared as a diminutive child before this colossal creature. He gasped in disbelief. What manner of monster is this? On the riverbank, the once formidable stone rock crocodile king, brimming with confidence, immediately wilted upon the emergence of the multicolored centipede. Without hesitation, it propelled itself into the river, sending up splashes of water. Meanwhile, the other stone rock crocodiles remained frozen in place, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. No wonder it could become the Crocodile King. With such cowardice, even if all the other stone rock crocodiles perished, it might still survive. Wang Defa mused silently, simultaneously relieved to have summoned the Qingyu Daoist. Otherwise, with his meager capabilities, each foray into this area would spell certain doom. The multicolored celestial centipede, an ancient and exotic species, possessed a cultivation level nearing the golden core stage, and could very well have evolved into a golden core demon. If the gluttonous chicken, fond of centipedes, were to encounter it, it might be overwhelmed with excitement, or more likely, die of fright. Liu restrained his aura and absorbed the surrounding moisture, condensing it to mask the scent emanating from both of them. Subsequently, the two carefully circumvented the perilous region, proceeding through a comparatively safer area. Along the way, they encountered various dangers, all of which were deftly handled by Liu. The truly troublesome threats were cleverly evaded. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a valley. "Is this the place you mentioned?" Liu inquired, glancing at Wang Defa. Hastily, Wang Defa retrieved a jade slip from his robe, surveyed the terrain, and nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, this is the spot." With that, he stepped forward, intent on entering. "Wait," Liu interjected, producing the tiny treasure mirror and directing it towards a nearby rabbit. The rabbit's eyes glazed over, and under Liu's control, it hopped into the valley. Everything the rabbit beheld was reflected in the tiny treasure mirror. The valley appeared quite ordinary, seemingly devoid of anything amiss. Beneath a prominent rock face deep within the valley lies a skeletal remains, reclined in a somber repose. The garments that once adorned the corpse have decayed into dust, the upper and lower have severed, as if cleaved by a deft hand. Beside it rests a broken flying sword, regrettably tarnished and rusted, having lost all its spiritual essence, reduced to a mere scrap of iron. Curiously, the bones of this skeleton shimmer with a jade-like luster, indicating that the individual must have been a person of considerable cultivation in life. From Liu's perspective, this individual was undoubtedly at least a formidable golden core cultivator. Nearby, Wang Defa's gaze fell upon the shattered sword, and he was instantly filled with excitement. "Indeed, this is a revered elder from my sect." Liu chose to overlook the inconsistency in his words, casting Wang Defa a knowing glance, urging him to proceed ahead. After all, players could resurrect upon death, making them the most suitable tools for venturing into perilous situations. Why not make use of them? Chapter 87. The Spirit of the Thief's Gate. Is it courteous of you to send a weakling like me to tread upon the thunder? Wang Defa felt somewhat at a loss for words, yet he found himself powerless to object, ultimately leading the way into the valley. Liu silently followed behind. Their journey proceeded smoothly, and soon they arrived at the heart of the valley, standing before the skeletal remains. It was at this moment that Liu noticed a nondescript gray pouch nestled at the waist of the skeleton. Any cultivator with a modicum of knowledge would recognize it as a storage bag, often containing the lifetime accumulation of its owner. Wang Defa, too, took note of this item, his heart tightening as he glanced at the Qingyu Daoist, only to find the latter nonchalantly diverting his gaze to examine the remains before them. This moment brought Wang Defa a slight sense of relief. The nature of this expedition was critical to the ongoing legacy of the Thief's Gate, and inviting the Qingyu Taoist to assist him entailed a certain degree of risk. Fortunately, the Qingyu Taoist appeared to align with the favorable reputation described in the forums, demonstrating reliability and integrity. Liu, perceiving Wang Defa's inner thoughts with clarity, chose to disregard his trivial concerns and began to scrutinize the skeletal remains with utmost attention, particularly the cross-section of the bones. The skeleton gleamed with a luster akin to white jade, unmarred except for the enormous wound that cleaved it in two. However, as Liu understood, a practitioner at the Golden Core stage possesses an inexhaustible vitality, supplemented by numerous secret techniques allowing for the regeneration of severed limbs and the rebirth of flesh from bone. Some unique abilities cultivated by Golden Core practitioners could even restore them instantaneously, regardless of whether their head was severed or heart extracted. Yet, this skeleton, merely bisected, lay lifeless here. This was undeniably peculiar. Unless, of course, this fatal blow had decisively ended the life of the Golden Core Master, leaving him no chance whatsoever. A chilling thought indeed. At that moment, Wang Defa produced a ring from an unknown source. The ring, a patchwork of colors, appeared to be carved from inferior jade. However, the instant he unveiled it, the broken sword beside the skeleton emitted a resonant vibration, glimmering faintly. Subsequently, a wisp of mist began to emanate from it, gradually coalescing into the form of a disheveled old man of unremarkable appearance. The old man cast a fleeting glance at Wang Defa but then fixed a penetrating gaze upon Liu, bowing slightly. "I am Ling Mingxi, the elder of the Thief's Gate. I greet you, fellow Taoist." "Not at all," Liu replied, instantly recognizing that his identity as a disciple of the Heavenly River sect had been discerned by the old man. However, this was not surprising. The legacy of the Thief's Gate stretches back eons, its origins tracing back over 100,000 years to the Middle Ages. What could possibly remain concealed from such an ancient power within the realm of the earth? Recognizing the Heavenly River sect was utterly commonplace. As for Ling Mingxi before him, though he appeared alive, he was essentially akin to a specter. Liu could discern that this was merely a remnant of the elder's soul, preserved through secretive arts. "Thanks to your kindness toward my unworthy disciple. Otherwise, with his meager abilities, I would have been forced to linger here for another decade or two. I express my gratitude on his behalf." Ling Mingxi addressed Liu, unperturbed by the awkward expression on Wang Defa's face. "The esteemed elder, I come not to claim credit, but rather due to the transaction between us," Liu explained, though inwardly he silently mused. "Crafty old fox." "Elder, please continue your conversation," he said, gracefully retreating to a distance of 100 zhang. Paying no mind to their discourse, he settled himself cross-legged, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. "Qingyu Taoist, my esteemed uncle has matters to discuss with you," came the voice of Wang Defa after a quarter of an hour. Liu opened his eyes to find Wang Defa gazing at him with a curious glint, his face betraying an unmistakable shock. Liu disregarded him, rising to approach the skeletal remains. Observing the now considerably ethereal Ling Mingxi, he felt no surprise. "Are you curious about how I met my demise, young friend?" Ling Mingxi inquired with a faint smile, preempting Liu's response. "Over 300 years ago, I chanced upon the Xianshi old Buddha of the Yuanming sect. This individual, a practitioner of both Buddhist and demonic arts, was a formidable fifth-stage Yin god. His connection to an ancient Buddha of the Great Shudwa Mountain marked him as a rare figure in this world. Yet, such details held little significance for me. The crux was that he was gravely injured at the time, which inevitably stirred my ambition." Liu listened in silence, refraining from interjecting. The Yuanming sect, as one of the three major branches of demonic paths, stood as an unrivaled leader among various demonic factions. This ancient sect boasts a profound history and legacy. As for the Great Shudwa Mountain, Liu knew little, only that it was a legendary sanctuary of the Buddhist faith. Ling Mingxi continued, "In the realm of thieves, we possess numerous secret arts capable of pilfering myriad treasures from the heavens and earth. Among these, the act of stealing others' wealth is merely a base technique, attainable by any disciple of the thieving arts. Infiltrating others' abodes, seizing artifacts, spiritual elixirs, medicinal herbs, and the teachings of Tao, those who can achieve this are considered to have grasped the secret traditions. However, the most profound secrets allow one to usurp another's fortune, foundation, and even their spiritual attainments, converting them for one's own use." Liu's eyes narrowed at this revelation. The notion of seizing another's fortune, foundation, and cultivation was indeed daunting. Yet, he pondered, "Elder, to my knowledge, The demonic sects also possess many similar methods that can extract another's essence, vitality, foundation, and cultivation to augment oneself. Such practices, characterized by self-serving cruelty and bloodshed, are the hallmarks of the demonic path. Given that your esteemed sect is known as the thieving sect, I surmise your methods must differ from those of the demonic sects, correct? Ling Mingzi nodded gently. Indeed, practitioners of the demonic path are often driven by immediate gains. Even their secret techniques bear various risks and flaws. However, our thieving arts adhere to the principle of the Tao can be stolen, but not the non-Tao. The Tao embodies the notion that while the heavens and earth are abundant, humanity is insufficient. Thus, one may draw from the excess of the universe to replenish oneself. When others possess abundance and one finds oneself lacking, one may take from others' surplus to remedy their own deficiencies. As long as the opportunity is ripe, a disciple of the thief sect can entirely seize another's cultivation and foundation, wholly inheriting and absorbing it without any subsequent repercussions, nor will it result in any further bloodshed. Liu nodded gently. The enduring legacy of the thief sect from ancient times to the present, coupled with its unwavering reputation, indeed holds its own rationale. Moreover, Liu faintly sensed that the lineage of the thief sect likely harbors even more unique and enigmatic aspects, yet unfortunately, Ling Mingzi would not disclose them to him. Liu refrained from further conversation. It was evident that Ling Mingzi had become this way due to a failure. Indeed, Ling Mingzi sighed. Alas, I am nearing the end of my lifespan. Unable to break through to the 5th level of the Yin spirit, I foolishly sought to target the Xianshi old Buddha. Yet, I never anticipated that this old Buddha was far more formidable and cunning than I had imagined. Even severely injured, this individual is still beyond my capacity to contend with. I intended to employ a stratagem to directly seize his cultivation, but ultimately, I miscalculated, and he, following some unseen connection, delivered a fatal blow, ending my life here. Chapter 88. Terrifying Blade Light. Ling Mingzi shook his head, stating that in the world of cultivators, victors thrive while the vanquished perish. It is a harsh truth, yet one that the old man accepts with resignation. However, as a senior elder entrusted with the transmission of teachings, my own life is of lesser importance. What truly matters is that the legacy of the thieves' sect must endure. Thus, before my demise, I employed a secret technique to leave behind a fragment of my soul, to guide those who follow. After clarifying the reasons, he turned to Liu and smiled, saying, I have heard from my disciple that you, young friend, are a person of your word, revered for your integrity, and have been exceptionally kind to him. Although your meeting here was born of a transaction as his elder, I must express my gratitude. Therefore, I shall bestow upon you a significant gift. To receive an offering deemed substantial even by a gold core cultivator suggests that this gift bears considerable weight. Intrigued, Liu, not one to shy away from such fortuitous benefits, graciously accepted, saying, Thank you, esteemed elder. Ling Mingzi smiled and gestured towards a nearby stone wall. There lies a blade mark, left by the Xian Lion Buddha. It still harbors a trace of blade intent. Young friend, your swordsmanship is extraordinary, nearing the realm of enlightened sword heart. You are indeed qualified to observe and perhaps, by fortunate chance, gain some insight. Oh, a blade mark? Blade intent? Liu's eyes glinted with curiosity. Most cultivators within the righteous sects hold a profound affection for flying swords, while flying daggers and blade techniques are comparatively rare. In stark contrast, the demonic path is replete with practitioners skilled in the use of bladed weapons. And several formidable blade techniques originate from the demonic arts, such as the Diqian Annihilation Demon Blade and the Heavenly Demon Blood God Blade. Given that this mark was left by a formidable figure of the demonic path and has retained its blade intent for over 3 centuries, it surely cannot be trivial. Upon finishing his words, Ling Mingzi's already ethereal form grew entirely transparent. Take care, young friend. He nodded gently to Liu, cast a final glance at Wang Defa, and then his entire figure dissipated, departing from this realm. Wang Defa, in silence, solemnly bowed in the direction of Ling Mingzi's disappearance, then began to dig a grave to bury the remains. Meanwhile, Liu approached the stone wall and indeed found a faint blade mark etched upon it. At first glance, the mark appeared unremarkable, having weathered centuries of wind and rain, leaving it rough and devoid of any peculiarities. However, when Liu summoned his sword intent and concentrated once more, he discovered that the mark had vanished. In its place, a dark crimson blade light surged forth, emanating a chilling resonance. Resembling the color of congealed blood, deep, somber, and eerily cold, its murderous aura was palpable, imbued with a terrifying, all-consuming malice. The dark crimson blade light surged forward, radiating a dreadful killing intent that sent shivers down Liyu's spine. He felt as though everything in the universe had receded into oblivion, leaving only this blade light, asserting its formidable presence. Under the overwhelming pressure of a terrifying murderous aura, his skin tightened involuntarily. Even worse was the profound malevolence it harbored, evoking an inescapable sense of dread. Strangely, Liyu felt no inclination to resist. Within that flash of bladed light, he perceived a paradoxical essence of liberation, tranquility, and bliss, as if the strike promised transcendence over life and death, the path to enlightenment, and the ultimate freedom of spirit. It was as though the stroke contained a profound truth that urged one to plunge into its depths. Fortunately, just as the blade's light descended upon him, Liu awakened his own sword intent. A resounding metallic resonance echoed within him, akin to a divine weapon being unsheathed. An ethereal, azure-hued long sword materialized above his head, drawing itself inch by inch from his being. With each inch extracted, the sword radiated an immeasurable brilliance, exuding a soft, yet vibrant aura, while simultaneously emanating an unparalleled sharpness that bore a striking resemblance to the approaching blade. Sensing the emergence of this sword intent, the blade's light intensified, charging toward the long sword. The clash of the two was deafening, causing Wang Defa nearby to cover his ears in agony. Subsequently, the long sword shattered into fragments, while the blade's lethal aura was significantly diminished, leaving behind only a faint, translucent red glimmer. In a moment that astonished Wang Defa, Liu made a surprising decision. He stood his ground, arms outstretched, inviting the blade's light to strike him. The blade sliced through his chest, creating a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth. Through the wound, one could faintly glimpse the writhing viscera and the fervently beating heart within. To his astonishment, upon entering Liu's body and mingling with his blood, the blade's light underwent an extraordinary transformation. It seemed to come alive, siphoning his essence, vitality, and even his soul, as if a fearsome demon had invaded his being, intent on consuming him whole. Liu's complexion turned ghostly pale, devoid of color, yet he remained undeterred, forming a seal with his hands. His eyes ablaze with radiant light as he bellowed, "True river of gentle waters, bind this force." In that instant, the sound of rushing water resounded within him, imbued with a lively tranquility, as if a mighty river surged through his very core. Utilizing his body as a vessel, the river within as a lock, and his sword intent as chains, he firmly contained the malevolent blade's essence, preventing it from wreaking havoc. Then he settled into a meditative posture, channeling his energy to heal his wounds, employing a mystical technique to hasten his recovery. Soon, the wound on his chest began to pulsate and gradually mend, restoring itself to its original state. Nevertheless, his complexion remained pallid, betraying the toll of the ordeal. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Wang Defa, who had been vigilantly watching by his side. Noticing that he was awake, Wang Defa hesitated to speak, while Liu offered no further explanation, simply stating, "Let us depart." The two emerged from the valley, and Liu guided Wang Defa out of the dense mountains, arriving at a quaint town beyond the Yunwu mountain range. After exchanging a few words, they parted ways. Liu then summoned his ethereal light and set forth towards Sichuan Prefecture. He did not rush his journey, resulting in a somewhat leisurely pace. It took him over 10 days to reach Sichuan Prefecture, arriving at a place known as Qing'an City. Qing'an City is both ordinary and extraordinary. It is deemed ordinary as it is a settlement inhabited by mere mortals. Conversely, it is extraordinary due to the presence of a market nearby. This market, named Sanhua Fang, was established by the local celestial sect, the White Crane sect. Within the market, a plethora of shops operated by cultivators from the sect offered an array of resources for cultivation, including various elixirs, spiritual materials, magical artifacts, and sacred texts. Chapter 89. The Great Freedom of the Celestial Demon Blade in the Realm of Marketplaces. The number of such bustling venues in Tonggo scarcely exceeds 5 fingers. Among them, Sanhua Fang stands as the most vibrant and frequented. Certainly, the Baiha sect possesses several cultivators of profound abilities, yet they remain unable to grasp such a substantial opportunity. Behind Sanhua Fang, one can faintly discern the shadows of Zixia sect and Xinxiao sect. Even the infamous Haisha Old Demon, relying on his formidable cultivation, has staked a claim here, partaking in the spoils. Liu's presence in this locale is not merely due to the Chulong shard held by Haisha Old Demon. He is also here to seek an individual, aiming to realize his next significant plan, an endeavor of considerable importance. Instead of recklessly proceeding to Sanhua Fang, Liu altered his appearance and first took residence in an inn within the city. This new visage bore no resemblance to his original form. He presented as a youth of approximately 20 years, strikingly handsome, adorned in fine garments, a long sword at his side, and a smile that often graced his lips, a blend of charm and a hint of mischief, suggesting he was no ordinary citizen, likely a pampered scion of a wealthy family. His skin, however, appeared somewhat pallid. After several days in the inn, Liu's injuries had nearly healed. The blade's radiance, which had been sealed within him for over 10 days, had been gradually dispelled through his relentless sword intent, absorbing its essence. This morning, the last vestige of the stubborn blade's will was completely eradicated and assimilated. During his time in the valley, Liu had already discerned the nature of this blade's radiance, the Great Freedom Celestial Demon Blade. This formidable blade technique ranks alongside the likes of the Diqian Desolation Demon Blade, the Celestial Demon Blood Transformation Blade, and the Great Azura Demon Blade, all revered within the realm of demonic arts as supreme slaying techniques. It is said that this power was imparted to this world by the Celestial Demon King from beyond the realms. The Yuanming sect stands as the foremost authority among the various sects and factions of demonic arts, thus possessing such a legacy is hardly surprising. Upon learning of the origins of this technique, Liu felt a surge of desire. His prior encounter with Su Changqing, where the 5 colors divine light left an indelible impression upon him, had led him to seek a significant technique to serve as his trump card. Yet, the supreme techniques of this realm have traditionally been held by the ancient sects, venerable families, and the most powerful figures, remaining shrouded in secrecy. To acquire such a technique from them is akin to ascending to the heavens. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him, and he soon encountered this opportunity. The fact that the Great Freedom Celestial Demon Blade is a technique of the demonic path did not concern him. Liu has always been a self-serving individual. For him, utility is paramount, and everything else pales in comparison. In his eyes, there exists no distinction between celestial and demonic. Only the advantage it brings to himself matters. He harbors no qualms about a disciple of the celestial sect mastering the arts of the demonic path. Though the celestial and demonic paths may superficially appear as embodiments of virtue and vice, they are essentially divergent paths. Within the celestial sect, there are those who abhor evil, embody compassion, and cannot abide the slightest injustice, yet there are equally numerous hypocrites and rogues among them, engaging in nefarious deeds. Within the realm of magic, there exists a distinction between the orthodox and the unorthodox. There are those who tread the path of true magic, exuding unmatched dominance and fearlessness, standing as titans of the dark arts. Conversely, there are those who pursue immediate gains, committing heinous acts such as slaying spouses and offspring, extinguishing emotions, and delving deeply into malevolence, embodying the essence of true demonic leaders. After all, this world is not merely a dichotomy of black and white. The radiance of this blade has weathered the passage of 3 centuries, during which much of its murderous intent and demonic nature have been eroded. Otherwise, Liu may not have been able to contend with it. Of course, the essence contained within this blade merely represents a fragment of the true Great Freedom Celestial Demon Blade, and cannot be deemed a complete divine art. Nevertheless, the power of this technique far exceeds Liu's expectations. Upon exiting the inn, Liu leisurely made his way out of the city, arriving at a modest hill located more than 30 miles beyond the city limits. This gentle slope appeared unremarkable, lacking any distinctive features. Yet, in truth, it served as the entrance to the Sanhua Square. Familiar with the path, Liu approached a black stone outcrop and casually emitted a stream of spiritual light. Shortly thereafter, the surface of the massive stone began to shimmer with a layer of white spiritual light. The light rippled like water waves, coalescing into a luminous portal. As the portal opened, a radiant expanse greeted him. Liu stepped through with an air of nonchalance, and in the next moment, he found himself in an entirely different realm. The sounds of bustling activity immediately enveloped him. He stood at a crossroads, where throngs of people filled the streets, creating a constant flow of movement. On either side, rows of shops offered an array of spiritual materials, medicinal pills, rare treasures, and exotic beasts. Many individuals had simply laid down cloth on the ground, setting up stalls to sell assorted trinkets. Among the pedestrians, the majority were cultivators, albeit most of them possessed relatively low levels of cultivation. A small number of ordinary folk seemed to be well acquainted with the locale, busily engaged in various tasks. Liu even spotted some players among the crowd. This place was none other than Sanhua Square. As for the origin of its name, Liu cast a glance at a nearby circular flower bed. The flower bed, with a radius of over 10 meters and a depth of approximately 4 meters, was filled with clear, spiritually infused spring water, upon which a rare flower bloomed. The leaves of this flower, lush and green, floated like little boats on the water's surface, resembling lotus leaves but thicker and more robust, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy. From the water emerged 3 blossoms, each a vibrant red, white, and purple. Fully bloomed and as large as a basin, their fragrance enchanting and visually striking. Delicate wisps of spiritual energy spiraled upwards, so dense that it seemed almost tangible. It was evident to anyone that these 3 flowers were exceedingly rare treasures. Indeed, they were. The flower, known as the triad conjoined lotus, is a unique species of lotus. While it appears resplendent and vibrant, akin to a flower newly in bloom, it has actually matured over a millennium, serving as the lifeblood and treasured artifact of the Baihas sect. The lotus, a symbol of purity, boasts 3 exquisite blossoms, each petal serving as a potent elixir. When combined with other mystical herbs, these petals can yield elixirs for detoxification, tranquility, and even physical enhancement. The harmonious fusion of all 3 can produce the esteemed Sanbao Rui pill, renowned for its remarkable properties, including longevity, detoxification, and a certain probability of aiding individuals in transcending their innate limitations. In terms of value, it is comparable to the most exquisite magical artifacts. However, this miraculous elixir has eluded creation for many years. It is the rare 3-petal lotus that has sustained the vast estate of the Baihas sect, enabling the support of hundreds of cultivators within the sect. Naturally, such a valuable treasure attracts covetous gazes, yet the Baihas sect is astute. Annually, they bestow numerous elixirs and benefits upon the Zixia sect and the Shinxiao sect. As a younger brother who values such relationships, the elder brother must reciprocate. Thus, with the backing of the formidable Zixia and Shinxiao sects, no one dares to covet this precious herb. Chapter 90, Anomaly. Moreover, the Baihas sect is not to be underestimated. Although there are no golden core immortal beings exerting pressure on the fate within its confines, it is still home to several Taoist masters with profound capabilities. The flower bed, seemingly unguarded, is in reality riddled with intricate prohibitions. Should a foolish thief dare to harbor nefarious intentions, while the 3 Xian lotus may remain unscathed, the myriad defenses, offensive, enchanting, soul-seizing, surrounding the flower bed would surely impart a valuable lesson. Li Yu, however, held little interest in such matters. His presence here was driven by a different purpose. Yet, with ample time at his disposal, there was no need for haste. He decided to meander along the streets, for such a rare visit should not end in vain. The stalls lining the thoroughfare boasted a plethora of goods. Items for crafting magical artifacts such as iron mother copper essence, yunyan wood, sanong spirit water, and mica sand were available. There were also various spiritual herbs and rare flowers for concocting elixirs, alongside bags of gentle spiritual grains. Additionally, there were even some spiritual pills and magical tools. However, through Li Yu's discerning eye, most of these items appeared to be of mediocre quality, with only a scant few of superior grade, and their prices were not low. Among the odds and ends were fragments of magical tools, remnants of Taoist scriptures, nameless ceramic jars, and mysterious small boxes, all intertwined with various intricate and enigmatic energies, rendering their value indiscernible. Li Yu entertained the thought of discovering a hidden gem. Despite his current financial affluence, with his storage bag nearly overflowing with spiritual herbs and materials, including the exquisite Tai-Bai golden essence for forging flying swords and the ancient alchemical device, the mixed heaven furnace, as well as the Qing snake flying sword, the golden fire mirror, the enigmatic Gongjin copper bottle, and a multitude of spiritual pills, who would ever scoff at having excess wealth? Regrettably, he found nothing of worth. After perusing the stalls and stepping into a few shops, he did manage to acquire some useful spiritual herbs and materials. In this world, there is no such thing as spiritual stones. The universal currency within the cultivation realm is, in fact, spiritual pills. These include the purifying essence pill, the energy-refilling yuan pill, the fasting-inducing baigu pill, and the superior baiyang pill and yujing pill. There are also blood essence pills for refining the body, calming heart pills for tranquility, and the century-old ginseng for crafting the yushan pill to enhance cultivation. These items serve as currency, varying in value. Previously, after slaying Old Man Lu, Li Yu acquired a considerable fortune, though much of it was gradually expended. Later, through his ventures with players, he harvested ample materials, which he utilized for alchemy, thereby amassing a significant wealth. After a prolonged exploration with no remarkable finds, just as Li Yu was about to depart, A thread of the great freedom, heavenly demon blade intent he had nurtured within began to resonate. Intrigued, he followed the blade's guidance to a modest stall. The proprietor, a round-faced, beardless elder, appeared unremarkable, resting with arms crossed and eyes squinted in slumber. Upon sensing movement, he merely opened his eyes to glance at Liu, remaining seated without a word of greeting. On the old man's stall, several ordinary quality spiritual herbs were displayed, a handful of golden sand, 2 vials of elixirs, and a few magical artifacts. In addition, there were various jars and containers. Among them, a ceramic jar, pale and slightly yellowed, bore a hint of earthy scent. Its surface dimly luminous, emanating a faint spiritual essence intertwined with a trace of ominous energy. There was also a small red copper hammer, generally intact and possessing some sheen, yet marred by 3 claw marks on the head, seemingly left by some malevolent beast. Curiously, it too carried a subtle earthy odor. Other items, such as a blood jade ring, a black iron hook, and a bronze tablet, exhibited similar peculiarities, each tainted by either the earthy scent or indelible bloodstains. A discerning eye would recognize these items as likely artifacts forged by lesser practitioners, of poor quality and impure essence, seemingly excavated from some obscure location, yet possessing a modicum of utility in the hands of ordinary cultivators. Good sir, what is the origin of these items? Liu, now adopting a different identity, inquired openly, feeling no need for discretion. After all, any trouble incurred would not reflect upon his former self. You appear to be of some standing, surely. Their provenance cannot escape your notice, so why feign ignorance? The old man glanced at him, responding languidly. Liu smiled, appreciating the old man's candidness. In that case, I shall take the black iron hook, the ceramic jar, and the blood jade ring. He was well aware of the item's origins, which were likely spoils acquired by some wandering cultivators or organizations. Such items typically bore dubious histories, often not of commendable origin, and could lead to complications if the rightful owners sought them out. Those who understood would refrain from purchasing, while the uninformed, should they buy, would merely have to accept their misfortune. You are quite straightforward, the old man remarked, his demeanor brightening at the prospect of business. His wrinkled face now adorned with a benevolent smile, exuding warmth. In that case, I shall offer you a discount. How does 100 spirit-nourishing pills sound? He extended a finger, cheerily adding, if you lack spirit pills, other elixirs of equivalent value, such as the Biong pill or Yujing pill, will suffice. Should you have no elixirs, 2 artifacts of similar quality or any other equivalent goods may be exchanged. Liu raised an eyebrow, turning without further ado to leave. Hey, young sir, please wait. The old man's demeanor shifted to urgency, leaping forward to block Liu's path, his face a mask of eager smiles. Do not be in such haste to depart. If you find the price unsatisfactory, we can certainly negotiate. Old man, there is no need for you to presume I am easily deceived, he retorted. Liu wore an enigmatic smile on his face as he spoke candidly. If these 3 items were indeed ordinary magical artifacts, I would deem them worthy of not just 100 spiritual elixirs, but even 200. However, among these, only that iron hook remains relatively intact. The other 2 possess only a hint of utility. Otherwise, I would not have been tempted. Moreover, I suspect you cannot even account for all the items on your stall. Need I elaborate further? So, how about you set a price yourself? The old man was not inclined to prolong the discussion. It would be prudent to dispose of these items swiftly. Chapter 91. I alone am supreme. I possess no elixirs, but this metal ring is a trophy I obtained after vanquishing an adversary. Its quality is commendable, forged from the essence of 5 metals. If my memory serves me right, my foe's entire family has perished, leaving no lingering threats. Liu spoke candidly, producing a dark golden spirit ring with an air of impatience. If you deem it suitable, then let us exchange. If not, I have no desire to squander time here with you. His brazen declaration drew the attention of passers-by, yet upon sensing the profound aura around him, they instinctively averted their gazes and distanced themselves. In the bustling Sanhua Square, while many cultivators roamed, the number of innate practitioners was scarce. The old man's forehead beaded with cold sweat as he forced a smile and eagerly nodded in agreement, even altering his address. Very well, it is indeed suitable. I have no objections. Strictly speaking, the 3 items Liu was interested in, when assessed individually, were of lesser value than the metal ring. However, collectively, they surpassed it in worth. Yet in terms of quality and potential, the metal ring was evidently superior and more universally appealing, likely to be favored by a majority. Thus, in a gathering of 10, at least 6 or 7 would opt for the metal ring over the other 3 artifacts, which might invite complications. Overall, It was a profitable exchange for him. Without hesitation, Liu tossed the spirit ring to the old man, swiftly grasped the 3 items from the stall, stowed them in his storage bag, and turned to depart. This spirit ring was a remnant from his encounter with Old Master Liu, specifically the 5 poisons ring. Liu had little interest in such toxic artifacts, so he purified the essence of the 5 poisons and dispelled several restrictions within it. Consequently, the 5 poisons ring transformed into the metal ring. Its potency significantly diminished, yet its essence remained intact, reverting to a quality artifact embryo. Should someone acquire this item, they might find it worthwhile to continue refining it, provided they possess the necessary patience. Next, Liu exited the marketplace and sought a secluded spot, where he retrieved a peculiar ceramic jar. The other 2 items were merely incidental acquisitions. Although it was labeled as a ceramic jar, Liu felt the material was rather peculiar, delicate, resembling neither pure porcelain nor jade. Earlier in Sanwa Square, despite the haze, he discerned that it was this jar that triggered the unusual response from his great freedom heavenly demon blade intent. This jar, pale with a slight yellowish tint and a hint of earthy aroma, appeared unremarkable and dim, at best a specialized artifact. Yet, ordinary artifacts would not elicit such anomalies from the great freedom heavenly demon blade intent. Thus, Liu surmised, this item was likely one of demonic origin. He first infused it with gentle water true energy, discovering it to be nothing extraordinary, merely a vessel for containing spiritual items, offering minimal nurturing effects. Then, decisively, he raised his hand and summoned the great freedom heavenly demon blade intent, which exhaled a crimson blade light. The blade shimmered with an eerie luminescence, imbued with a profound malevolence that exuded a chilling aura of lethality, sharp as a razor's edge. Although merely comprehending its essence for a little over half a month, Liu had already grasped the quintessence of its blade intent. When unleashed, the prowess of this swordsmanship would rival that of his renowned Azure Wave sword technique. The arcane powers of the demonic path have always been thus, as long as one's cultivation and mindset are sufficiently profound indeed. If one's malevolence runs deep, their advancement can be meteoric, achieving astonishing feats within a day. Liu's rapid mastery of this divine technique stemmed from his established doubt heart, his enlightened mind having recognized its true nature, allowing him to possess his own path. Consequently, by merging his own swordsmanship with the insights gleaned from the supreme freedom heavenly demon blade, he naturally advanced by leaps and bounds. Liu's path is my path. This journey embraces audacity and relentless progress, charging forth with singular focus, leaving no room for others. This path is inherently self-centered, and to some esteemed practitioners of the righteous path, it may seem a deviation from virtue. It bears a striking resemblance to the twisted, selfish, and callous nature of the demonic path. However, Liu remained indifferent to such judgments. Ironically, this very disposition resonated with the insatiable greed, unrestrained bliss, and self-importance encapsulated within the supreme freedom heavenly demon blade. He then unleashed a radiant arc of the blade, striking towards a porcelain jar. The crimson blade light appeared as if it were about to spill blood, exuding an extraordinarily sinister aura. Just as the blade was about to cleave the jar, a flicker of the supreme freedom heavenly demon blade's intent seemed to awaken some dreadful essence within the jar. The porcelain trembled slightly, and suddenly, thick black vapor erupted forth. As the black mist enveloped the jar, it dissipated to reveal a skull, gleaming like exquisite mutton-fat jade. From its mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, torrents of black and red demonic flames surged forth, intermingled with wisps of dark vapor, casting an otherworldly glow around the skull, evoking the presence of a malevolent spirit. Oddly, atop the skull, there was an egg-sized black cavity, seemingly punctured by a human hand, surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. Cackling ominously, the skull transformed into a size akin to a water vat, its eyes gleaming with a sinister light, as it opened its maw to attempt to consume Liu whole. This was the 12 Yuanshan white-boned demon-s manifestation. What is my path? It turns out to be a demonic treasure. Initially startled, Liu soon wore a cold smirk. Unfortunately, you are but 1/12 of a complete demonic treasure, grievously injured and lacking a master to wield you. Yet you dare to attack me with mere remnants of your power. With renewed vigor, Liu's blade radiated even more brilliance, and he hurled it forth, transforming it into a streak of sanguine light that cleaved through the air. The skull immediately unleashed a torrent of demonic flames, colliding with the blade light in an attempt to devour it. These flames were immensely fierce, capable of incinerating spiritual artifacts. Yet the blood-red blade light merely flickered before effortlessly bisecting the inferno, severing it in two. The infernal flames proved utterly ineffective against the blade's radiance, rather. They seemed to be subdued by it. The blood-red light cleaved through the inferno and plunged into the gaping maw of the skull, erupting forth with a terrifying intent that shattered a lingering remnant of consciousness deep within the skull, consuming it entirely. Instantly, the aura emanating from the skull weakened significantly. Concurrently, a torrent of disjointed and fragmented information surged into Li Yu's mind. Though sporadic and incomplete, it illuminated the origins of this magical artifact. It was a relic bequeathed by a formidable figure from the dark arts known as the ancestor of weeping demons. This individual was a 4th-tier golden core demon cultivator, hailing from the Bone Demon sect, and was among the more powerful within the ranks of 4th-tier practitioners. Due to a multitude of malevolent deeds and the numerous enemies he had incurred, he found himself besieged. In this confrontation, the 12 primordial bone demon relics that had facilitated his ascension were shattered, leaving only this main relic, which, despite severe damage, had not been obliterated. Instead, it harbored a fragment of the ancestor's lingering soul, ultimately evading annihilation. Subsequently, it transformed into a porcelain jar, concealing itself and subtly nurturing his residual spirit, aspiring for a resurgence. However, the ancestor of weeping demons was evidently far more unfortunate than the previous figure, Ling Mingzi. Although this fragment of his soul, nurtured by the bone demon relic, did not dissipate entirely, the passage of time gradually eroded and tainted his consciousness with demonic energy, eventually reducing it to a mere instinctual demonic essence, which Li Yu ultimately vanquished with the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon Blade. Chapter 92. The Relic of the Bone Demon. The Supreme Dazzling Demon Blade is an unparalleled mastery of the demonic path, inherently restraining numerous demonic techniques and powers. Thus, even without the taint of demonic energy, the Elder of Weeping Demons could not possibly escape from Li Yu's grasp. The memories Li Yu acquired constitute only about 30% of the Elder's complete recollections. Yet even so, they have proven immensely rewarding. Among these memories are secrets and anecdotes regarding the titans of the demonic realm and the prominent figures of the celestial sections. Additionally, there are recollections pertaining to the Elder's own sect, the Bone Demon sect. Furthermore, fragments of memories and insights from the Elder's cultivation and eventual breakthrough to the Golden Core stage are also included. Moreover, there exists a supreme inheritance of the Bone Demon sect, the esoteric technique for refining the 12 primal bone demon forms. At this moment, a faint crimson light flickered in Li Yu's eyes as he harnessed the demonic essence within the blade's radiance, swiftly refining the bone demon relic before him. With a mere thought, the relic responded with a series of cracking sounds. Limbs, a rib cage, and a spine rapidly emerged from the lower mandible of the skull, transforming it into a complete skeleton. In the eye sockets of the skull, 2 dim points of crimson light ignited, locking gazes with Li Yu for an instant. Subsequently, the skeleton twisted again, shrinking rapidly until it became a marble-sized, lustrous relic of the bone demon, resembling white jade. This relic floated in mid-air, spinning gracefully. It exhibited no trace of demonic or sinister energy. Rather, it radiated a rounded, crystalline aura, emitting a layer of luminous white brilliance, as if polished from the finest celestial jade of the world. Li Yu extended his hand in a beckoning gesture, and the relic expanded in the wind, transforming into a long bone blade as it flew into his palm. The bone blade exuded an ominous demonic aura, its edge remarkably sharp, instilling a sense of dread. The blade's body was faintly shrouded in a red glow, exuding an extraordinary and eerie presence. This bone demon relic was forged from the pure essence of bones, derived from the slaughter of tens of thousands of living beings, and it was meticulously crafted using the remains of a 4th-tier cultivator, with the Elder's own life force serving as the foundation for its creation. This object is ever-changing, infinitely profound. It is the Elder's life-bound magical treasure and the cornerstone for his future path to enlightenment. However, with the demise of the Elder, this object ultimately fell into Li Yu's hands. Integrating it with some of his prior plans, Li Yu found himself inspired with new ideas. Presently, he had not altered his identity and retained the appearance of the handsome young man he had been earlier. Li Yu sought a tavern named Ling Shantang, and upon finding the first floor too raucous, he opted for a seat on the second floor. Esteemed guest, would you like to order? Soon, a smiling waiter approached him. Yet, to Li Yu's discerning eye, the aura and demeanor of this waiter felt distinctly different from that of the locals, evoking an uncanny sense of familiarity. This was indeed a player. Furthermore, this player was a cultivator, albeit of a rather feeble caliber. having only barely condensed a superficial layer of true energy. Liu was not particularly surprised. Players are known for their omnipresence, adept at seizing opportunities. And securing a position as a waiter in this establishment seemed entirely logical and fitting. The player, aptly named Good Juice, inadvertently raised his gaze to catch a glimpse of the white data hovering above the head of Liu. Rank. Description. Danger level. Good heavens, everything from the name to the rank is obscured by question marks. Yet this is merely an ordinary NPC. How could that be? An unremarkable white NPC could hardly instill such pressure. Clearly, he is deliberately concealing his identity and cultivation level. He inwardly marveled. With such strength and youthful appearance, he might very well be a terrifyingly ancient monster in disguise. However, this NPC seems somewhat unfamiliar. Under normal circumstances, players possess the ability to discern NPC data through the divine system. If there is a significant disparity in power, they can only access partial information or nothing at all, merely encountering a string of question marks. If an NPC intentionally conceals their identity, coupled with the player's insufficient strength, nothing can be discerned, or only the deliberately displayed attributes can be observed. Although Good Juice sensed that the true energy fluctuations emanating from the striking young man before him were not particularly strong. Being in proximity to him evoked an inexplicable tremor deep within, sending shivers down his spine. It felt as though beneath the handsome exterior of this NPC lurked a terrifying monster, poised to devour him whole. He began to comprehend that this NPC was indeed a master of concealment, purposefully hiding his true cultivation and identity. A bowl of clear stewed phoenix tail chicken, a serving of braised dragon crocodile tail, and a portion of clear soup with yulon butts. Liu was quite unreserved, promptly ordering several delicacies. Upon hearing this, Good Juice immediately grasped that the gentleman before him was a seasoned gourmand. The phoenix tail chicken, a unique spirit fowl residing around volcanic craters, had the ability to spew flames, its flesh tender and juicy, embodying the fire attribute. In stark contrast, the dragon crocodile was a creature of the deep waters, its meat delicate and slightly cold, the two attributes being diametrically opposed. The price of these dishes was secondary. What truly mattered was that when consumed together, they complemented each other splendidly, offering benefits of nourishing the foundation and harmonizing yin and yang. For those still in the foundational stage, embarking on the journey of postnatal qi cultivation, such meals were immensely beneficial. These NPCs were indeed affluent. A single meal's expenditure, converted to federal currency, would suffice for years of worry-free sustenance in the real world. Good Juice was filled with envy, reflecting on this while outwardly showing respect, asking Liu to wait briefly as he made his way to the kitchen. Wait, add a bowl of yellow millet rice and a jug of mixed fruit wine. Liu called out, contemplating further. He ordered a bowl of spirit grain rice and a jug of spirit wine, then waved to the player to prepare. As the saying goes, one never tires of exquisite food, nor of finely sliced delicacies. This may be a notion held by mortals, but for cultivators, it rings even truer. Perhaps to an even greater extent. Typically, before reaching the stage where one can sustain themselves solely through the essence of food, cultivators often rely on pills and spirit grains to meet their daily needs, such as the pill of nourishment, the white sun pill, and the jade essence pill, among others. This is precisely one of the reasons why elixirs serve as a universal currency within the realm of cultivation. However, while these elixirs may satisfy one's appetite, their flavor is often bland and unremarkable, far inferior to the exquisite dishes crafted from the blood and flesh of various mystical creatures, as well as from spiritual grains and herbs. Naturally, Liu is somewhat exceptional. His true canon of gentle water is of the utmost purity, drawing upon the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the vital energy of pure water. It contains ample nourishment and vitality, resulting in a diminished need for elixirs on his part. The energy required for his daily practice suffices to sustain him, leading him to consume meals infrequently. Nonetheless, having ventured out with great difficulty, he ought to indulge himself and savor the experience, refraining from undue haste. Chapter 93. Nonsense. At this moment, several figures descended from the upper floor, each exuding an air of distinction and nobility. Leading the group was a tall individual adorned in a splendid robe of exquisite fabric. With a jade pendant dangling from his waist and an ink-black folding fan in hand, its tail embellished with a jade bead, an unmistakable portrayal of a wealthy young master. With a gracious smile, he gestured, "Senior Brother Wu, as you are devoted to the art of swordsmanship and prefer tranquility, I have reserved a private room on the third floor. Brother Zhen, please accompany us." The other individual, surnamed Zhang, seemed unremarkable, but the one addressed as Senior Brother Wu was a youth of similar age. Although slightly less handsome, he could still be deemed attractive. However, his demeanor was aloof, radiating an extraordinary aura, with a sharp glint of sword intent subtly concealed between his brows, making it difficult for others to meet his gaze. Despite the impressive presence of the two others, they paled in comparison to him, appearing somewhat superficial in contrast. I would prefer not to occupy a private room, Wu Xingkong replied, shaking his head. Previously, my lack of mastery in swordsmanship made me averse to distractions that could hinder my practice. Now that I have attained proficiency, I find it unnecessary to be concerned with such matters. Transitioning from stillness to movement can serve as a form of refinement. I believe the second floor will suffice. Let us proceed there. Your profound mastery exceeds our own, Chu Wen remarked, momentarily taken aback before chuckling. It appears I have made an oversight. If Senior Brother prefers not to, then we shall indeed go to the second floor. The trio ascended to the second floor and found a suitable spot to settle. It was noon, and a considerable number of seats were already occupied. Their arrival attracted some attention, as Chu Wen and Zhang Shu were familiar faces in this establishment. Known to many, one was a core disciple of the Baihas sect, while the other hailed from the Zhang family, both possessing respectable statuses and wielding influence within the Three-Flower Pavilion. However, now they were deferentially addressing the young man surnamed Wu. Their words laced with respect and even a hint of flattery. This piqued the curiosity of many, who wondered about the identity of this Wu youth. It was evident that he held significant standing to elicit such reverence from the two. As the trio took their seats, the previously bustling hall quieted considerably. Liu also took note of them. Indeed, their presence had captivated his attention since they appeared outside the Lingshan Hang. He glanced at Chu Wen and Zhang Shi before focusing on Wu Xingkong, whose palpable sword intent was striking. From Liu's perspective, to comprehend sword intent at such a young age was a commendable achievement. Yet, for him, it was not particularly remarkable, as he was already acquainted with this individual. Wu Xingkong, a true disciple of the Xixia sect, was destined to become a formidable golden core cultivator, entering the path through swordsmanship. In his previous life, Liu had diligently studied Wu's sword techniques to refine his own. With a brief glance, he returned his attention to relishing the spiritual meal just served by the attendant. Indeed, the master chef in the kitchen of Ling Shantang possesses remarkable culinary skills. The clear-braised phoenix-tail chicken is exquisitely tender with each bite. A burst of flavor envelopes the palate, the succulent juices rendering each morsel a true delight. Consumed, it ignites a warm flow from the belly, spreading a comforting warmth throughout the body. The braised dragon crocodile tail offers a rich tapestry of flavors. Although it is braised, it retains the essence of the dragon crocodile meat, making for a splendid texture. Paired with the phoenix tail chicken, it is a delightful enhancement. Furthermore, the light and refreshing clear soup with yulon buds provides a palate-cleansing experience. Such a life is truly exceptional. The three then engaged in conversation, inevitably touching upon the recent emergence of extraordinary beings from beyond the heavens. When discussing these beings who possess the ability to return from death, both Chu Wen and Zhang Shi could not help but express a hint of envy. Wu Xingkong, however, maintained a demeanor of calm. Given the magnitude of the events transpiring in the earthly dry realm, it was impossible for someone of his stature to remain unaware. As for the purpose of recruiting these extraordinary beings, perspectives would certainly vary. After discussing the extraordinary beings, the conversation naturally transitioned to the remarkable talents among the younger generation in Tongzhou, along with some amusing anecdotes. For instance, a disciple from a certain sect recently made significant advancements in their cultivation, achieving the pinnacle of postnatal qi refinement at a remarkably young age. Another tale recounted a scion from a prominent family who, while venturing outside, unexpectedly faced an ambush by demons. Utilizing his extraordinary abilities, he fought valiantly, slaying numerous fiends and carving a bloody path to fame throughout the entire Tuchuan prefecture. There was also the story of a certain wandering elder who, not long ago, took a female extraordinary being as a disciple. However, in a turn of events, he unwittingly allowed her to become his concubine, which, while not entirely shocking given the nature of human desires, led to an unforeseen outcome. Upon returning from an outing, the elder discovered that the female extraordinary being had seduced his disciple into opening his secret chamber, resulting in the theft of his precious collection of texts, magical artifacts, and elixirs. This incident quickly became the subject of much laughter and gossip. As the conversation continued, the focus shifted to the more renowned individuals among the younger generation in Tongzhou's cultivation community. In my view, within the current young cohort of Tongzhou, one must certainly include Brother Wu, brothers Washangyang from your esteemed sect, sister Gusun, and several capable disciples from the Shinshao sect. With the remaining worthy of note being merely a handful, Chu Wen's tone was nonchalant, yet his words carried an air of arrogance. Drawing sidelong glances and frowns from those nearby, who found his demeanor rather off-putting. Nevertheless, having engaged in such discourse, the listeners grasped Wu Xingkong's identity. And although they felt a twinge of discontent, they chose to endure. Wu Xingkong's expression remained indifferent. While he did not wholly concur with Chu Wan, he acknowledged a semblance of truth in his assertions. As one of the most outstanding figures among the younger generation in Tongzhou, and backed by the formidable Zixia sect, he was well aware of the talented disciples cultivated across various sects and families. While Chu Wen's claims may have been somewhat boastful, they were largely rooted in reality. "Brother Chu, have you heard about the recent mysterious fog incident at Niujiao Mountain?" Zhang Shud inquired with a smile. Zhu Wen chuckled and remarked, "Brother Zhang, are you perhaps referring to that enigmatic Qingyu Taoist who seemingly appeared from nowhere?" A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Wu Xingkong's eyes. Upon hearing mention of himself, Liu took a moment to glance at the group. Noticing the curious gazes directed at him, Zhu Wen maintained his composure and continued. "I have indeed heard of this individual. He has defeated Li Zhu of the Demon Suppression Division, which certainly attests to his capabilities. However, to assert that he resolved the peculiarities of Niujiao Mountain seems rather far-fetched. Matters concerning the supernatural are hardly trifles, and it is improbable that a mere second-tier loose cultivator could handle such an affair." Zhu Wen shook his head, clearly skeptical of such claims. The emergence of anomalies at Niujiao Mountain was initially a matter of significant concern, yet it was inexplicably resolved by an innate loose cultivator, which indeed raises eyebrows. Anyone with a modicum of understanding regarding the supernatural would harbor doubts. Author's note: first and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my editor, Fu Chen, for the unwavering support and guidance. I am also immensely thankful for the encouragement and affection from all esteemed readers. Shortly after midnight on July 1st, this book will be available for purchase, and I kindly ask for your support. The initial subscription figures are crucial for the book's future recommendations and benefits. Those in the know will understand. On a side note, I married at the end of last year, and due to the pandemic over the past 2 years, I have not accumulated much savings. Thus, I intend to earn a living through this book. A friend jokingly remarked that as long as the money in my pocket isn't in the negative, I'm already doing well. In these times, making a little money is exceedingly challenging. Regarding updates, there will be 2 more chapters coming shortly, which is part of today's normal update of 4,000 words prior to the book's release. In just over an hour, expect a total of 10,000 words and 5 updates. There will be at least 3 updates daily, exceeding 6,000 words. If I can improve my writing speed, there may be even more. My writing process is quite slow. I cannot compare to those prolific writers, as I must ponder carefully and check my work twice before uploading. I believe that quality is more important than mere quantity. As for the title of Alliance Leader, I dare not ask or even dream of it. I must focus on writing my book to honor your support. In closing, I beseech you to subscribe. Chapter 94, Creatures of Pig and Dog. Were such matters to involve Tao Foundation or even Golden Core, there might still be a chance. Innate? Yet I have heard, when this person defeated Li Zhu, he had already condensed his sword in tint. Moreover, it seems he has recently made significant progress in his cultivation. During a recent emergence, he conjured an astonishing phenomenon, his entire true energy transforming into a celestial river reaching the clouds. Zhang Shud replied earnestly, this level of cultivation is far beyond that of an ordinary innate practitioner. Some speculate that this individual may be perilously close to attaining Tao Foundation. To possess such prowess suggests that this matter is not merely a fabrication. However, Chu Wen harbored a different perspective, asserting, this person's origins are shrouded in mystery. He may not belong to the younger generation of cultivators, but could rather be an elder adept at maintaining his youth. As for the phenomenon he caused, it is not particularly extraordinary. To my knowledge, there are several rare treasures in Tongzhou capable of such feats, such as the Xianling water bottle from the Xian Shui sect and Elder Chio's washing water banner from the Zixia sect. His tone clearly conveyed skepticism towards the rumors. Liu, having satiated his hunger and thirst, shook his head gently upon hearing this, expressing his sentiments. Youth, how delightful it is, fearless of heaven and earth, self-assured and obstinate. In his younger days, he too was like this, but after experiencing the harsh realities of society, he developed a sense of reverence, beginning to act and speak with caution. Furthermore, his current identity was not that of Qingyu Taoist, but rather that of the demonic cultivator Zhuang Yuan. What others said about Qingyu Taoist had nothing to do with him. Zhuang Yuan. Chu Wen, however, took note of this scene. A glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes as he looked up and said, "What? I see this esteemed brother shaking his head. Do you perhaps have a differing opinion?" Liu was taken aback, not anticipating that he would attract trouble before even seeking it. "Misunderstanding, my friend. What opinion could I possibly hold?" Liu chuckled nonchalantly. "Humph." Chu Wen huffed, choosing not to elaborate further. Beside them, Wu Xingkong held a wine cup. Gazing at the rippling liquid within, his expression tranquil, yet a hint of displeasure stirred within him. Although he was a true disciple of the Zixia sect, his obsession with the sword path led him to act with integrity, measuring his cultivation through the blade in his heart. And he had never engaged in any acts of bullying or arrogance. Anyone who provoked him would simply face his sword. There was no need to vent his ire on others over trivial matters. It seemed unnecessary to maintain relations with Chu when going forward. Zheng Shud, however, was accustomed to such behavior and felt no sense of wrongdoing. The entire Sanhua Fong was essentially the domain of the bias sect. Being audacious in one's own territory was hardly remarkable. There were even more brazen individuals whom these people had likely never encountered. "Waiter, I have a question for you." Liu called for the server, though this one was not the previous player but a native of the Diqian realm. After settling the bill, he tossed a Baiyang Dan into the waiter's hands. Upon seeing the Baiyang Dan in his grasp, the waiter's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly stowed it away, bowing and saying, "Esteemed sir, feel free to inquire. I shall answer without reservation." Liu inquired, "Are there any renowned alchemists currently in Sanhua Fong?" Old Hu of Yuqing Tower is not to be underestimated either. His mastery of fire control is unparalleled, and his success rate in alchemy is remarkably high. In the presence of Master Ouyang from Baikeatang, upon hearing the name, Chu Wen furrowed his brows and barked, "Silence." Unconsciously channeling his true energy, his voice resonated like thunder, startling many. The waiter's complexion shifted dramatically. Realizing the gravity of Chu Wen's reaction, he regretted his indiscretion, wishing he could slap himself for his thoughtlessness. Trembling with fear, he knelt before Chu Wen, his forehead striking the floor with a resounding thud. "You seem rather unfamiliar to me." Ignoring the pale-faced waiter, Chu Wen turned to Liu, his expression cold and menacing as he interrogated. "What is your intent in asking these questions? Do you harbor any ulterior motives? Speak plainly about your purpose." Perplexed by Chu Wen's reaction, Liu shook his head. Standing before him, "I had no intention of engaging in conflict. Why do some insist on courting trouble?" "Oh, you wish to confront me? How commendable." Chu Wen's expression hardened, radiant auras illuminating from the jade pendant at his waist. His splendid attire and protective talismans glimmered, showcasing his affluent status. Meanwhile, his other hand was not idle. He delivered a series of resounding slaps, tauntingly. "You wretched creatures, continually provoking me. You truly test my patience." The sharp sound of slaps echoed, causing discomfort among the onlookers. Chu Wen's teeth shattered, blood seeping from his lacerated skin. After enduring more than a dozen strikes, Liu felt a sense of satisfaction, relishing the moment. Enough. However, when Liu retaliated with several fierce slaps, rendering Chu Wen unconscious with a split face, Zheng Shid's countenance soured. Raising his hand, a green wooden ruler emanated a radiant glow, infused with vitality, intertwining into a cascade of light directed at Liu. A weighty pressure enveloped the surroundings, leaving nearby patrons breathless and immobilized. Without a flicker of hesitation, Liu sliced through the luminous haze with a swift motion, striking the wooden ruler and sending it flying, subsequently delivering a blow to Zheng Shid's chest, causing a splash of blood. Zheng Shid staggered back, his expression transformed. "With such formidable prowess, you cannot be a mere nobody. Who are you?" Liu embedded a strand of demonic thought deep within the unconscious Chu Wen's mind, casually discarding him to the ground. "What does it matter who I am? This fellow provoked me, and thus he deserves to be taught a lesson. Do you wish to bear the consequences on his behalf?" Under Liu's chilling gaze and words, Zheng Shid wisely fell silent. Ultimately, the incident stemmed from Chu Wen's own arrogance and provocations. Although he enjoys a good relationship with Chu Wen, it is evident that the latter is not to be trifled with. Moreover, he is well aware of the gravity of the situation. Instead of killing Chu Wen, he merely rendered him unconscious. He would not provoke such a formidable adversary over this minor incident. Upon witnessing the once imperious Chu Wen now sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, the other patrons on the second floor fell into a profound silence, none daring to utter a word. Chapter 95. The establishment of the Merchant Association. Zheng should instinctively glance towards Wu Xingkong, who sat composedly beside him. Yet the latter exhibited no inclination to intervene or speak on their behalf, leaving Zheng Shi somewhat disheartened. Li Yu leisurely surveyed the group before turning and descending the stairs. Once Li Yu departed, Zheng Shi could not help but exclaim, "Brother Wu, just now." Wu Xingkong seemed to anticipate his inquiry and promptly interjected. "You wish to ask why I did not lend you assistance?" "I dare not." Zheng Shi quickly lowered his gaze, though his eyes remained fixed on Wu Xingkong, eager to glean his thoughts. "The individual who severed your Qingmu ruler with his palm did so not through the borrowed power of a treasured artifact, but with an exceptionally refined blade and tint, formidable and unmatched." Wu Xingkong casually set down his wine cup and replied with serene composure. "Such a person has approached the realm of no thought, no obstruction in the way of the sword, in the discipline of swordsmanship. This equates to nearing the clarity of the sword's heart. Even I fall woefully short and would not stand a chance against him." Zheng Shi was left aghast. "What? How can this be?" Wu Xingkong, a core disciple of the Zixia sect, has distinguished himself among thousands with his extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, innate abilities, and comprehension. If even someone of his caliber feels inferior. Moreover, Wu Xingkong rose, cast a glance at him, and turned to leave. In a moment, Zheng Shi was left speechless as Wu Xingkong descended the stairs and made his way into the bustling street. However, a flicker of doubt stirred within him. The blade and tint he had just felt was evidently grand and fierce. Yet why did it instill a sense of trepidation within me? Meanwhile, Li Yu had successfully evaded several pursuers, employing a concealment technique to silently arrive at another street. As he walked, he pondered, "The great Freedom Celestial Demon Blade is indeed effective, but it easily exposes the fact that it is a demonic art. Fortunately, I only invoked the essence of the blade's ability to sever all, without revealing its core, profound demonic nature." Wu Xingkong should not have perceived it. Before long, he arrived at a secluded location, standing before an unassuming small building. A sign hung above the entrance, inscribed with the words "Bai Cao Hall." A subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted from within, refreshing the mind and elevating the spirit. As he approached the door, he had yet to speak when a deep, resonant voice emanated from inside. "This establishment is currently closed. If you require assistance, please return another day." "Is that so?" Li Yu chuckled softly, employing a technique of sound transmission. "If I possess both the soul-nurturing wood and the spirit-infusing pill, might there be some flexibility?" As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped Bai Cao Hall. Suddenly, the door swung open, and an iron seal flew forth, radiating a deep, shadowy glow. Its surface shimmered with intertwined spiritual light, coalescing into the phantom of a small mountain, bearing down upon Li Yu with the weight of a mountain. The Iron Mountain Seal? Li Yu's gaze flickered with a hint of unusual intensity as he raised his palm, a faint crimson glow swirling subtly within, with what appeared to be a mere stroke. He cleaved through the illusory mountain, the force of his palm strike unabated as it struck the iron seal. A piercing sound echoed through the air as the iron seal was marked with a white imprint. After this decisive blow, Li Yu refrained from further action, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and continued to communicate telepathically. "O Yang Taiching, if you wish for your daughter to perish, do feel free to act." Before long, a figure emerged from within, an imposing middle-aged man with a rugged countenance, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixated on Li Yu as he demanded, "Who are you?" "I am Zhuang Yuan, a mere nameless individual," Li Yu replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the surroundings. "I understand your curiosity regarding my knowledge, but it seems rather inappropriate for two grown men to converse like this in the middle of the street, does it not? Though this place is secluded. Lingering here could easily attract unwanted attention. Having struck Chuan moments ago, it was likely that some had already taken notice." Li Yu preferred that his visit to Ouyang Taiching remain discreet. "Please," Ouyang Taiching said after a brief silence, stepping aside to allow entry. From their earlier exchange, he had discerned the depth of Li Yu's strength. The Iron Mountain Seal was a spiritual artifact, yet Li Yu had effortlessly countered it with just his palm, even inflicting considerable damage. Such prowess was indeed formidable. Li Yu wasted no time, stepping inside, followed closely by Ouyang Taiching, who shut the door behind them. Turning to face him, Li Yu got straight to the point. "I cannot disclose my identity, but I am well aware of yours, including your current predicament." After a brief pause, he added meaningfully, "I am also fully aware of your daughter's condition." With a steely glare, Ouyang Taiching scrutinized Li Yu. "What exactly do you wish to convey?" "I have come to propose a transaction," Li Yu stated, flicking a pill from his fingers into Ouyang Taiching's hand. "This is a Yunqing pill, a token of my sincerity. Its value is considerable, and as an alchemist of notable skill, you should be able to discern its authenticity. Injuries to the body can heal, yet wounds to the soul are far more challenging to mend. The Yinshan pill is specifically crafted to nourish the spirit and heal soul-related afflictions. This particular elixir was forged by Li Yu from rare spiritual herbs, utilizing all his available materials to produce merely 5. Thus, the worth of this single Yinshan pill is comparable to that of a superior magical artifact, an exceedingly sincere offering. Ouyang Taicheng required no further inspection. Merely holding it, he felt its texture and caught a whiff of its medicinal fragrance, confirming Li Yu's words. This was indeed a Yinshan pill. What transaction do you propose? Ouyang Taicheng's demeanor softened slightly, though his gaze remained fixed on Li Yu. Li Yu stated his intentions clearly. Assist me in establishing and managing a commercial guild or organization, and in return, I shall heal your daughter's fractured soul. In a previous life, a couple of gamers inadvertently acquired the skills of herb gathering and alchemy. Due to the relentless exclusion from other guilds and studios, they took the initiative to establish an organization named the Water Cloud Chamber of Commerce, seeking solace and unity. Gradually, this couple came into contact with Ouyang Taicheng and uncovered the hidden narrative surrounding him. They diligently completed various tasks to earn his trust. As time passed, the Chamber of Commerce flourished, eventually inviting Ouyang Taicheng to take a prominent role within it, a decision that sparked considerable discussion. Ouyang Taicheng was, after all, a rare silver-tier NPC endowed with exceptional alchemical talents. Upon joining the organization, he showcased remarkable business acumen and management skills, demonstrating a significant vision and strategic prowess, marking him as a unique asset. With Ouyang Taicheng's guidance and strategic oversight, the Water Cloud Chamber of Commerce steadily progressed, evolving into a formidable entity that incited envy and admiration among numerous players. Chapter 96. Gathering strength to nurture oneself. Li Yu's ambition was straightforward: to establish a commercial guild. Relying solely on his own strength proved insufficient. Despite his burgeoning reputation among the myriad of players, he remained but a solitary figure. Overwhelmed by the multitude of tasks that demanded attention, engaging in trade with players was feasible for a brief period. Yet sustaining such an endeavor indefinitely would inevitably erode the aura of mystery he held, not to mention squander his invaluable time and energy. As an NPC, there were certain undertakings ill-suited for him, and herein lay the perfect utility of players. Their ability to resurrect after death rendered them ideal candidates for hazardous tasks, serving as expendable pawns to probe dangers, shoulder blame, and deflect attacks, should the guild come to fruition and flourish in the future. Players could be dispatched to explore perilous territories, gathering rare herbs and materials for Li Yu, or acting as informants to uncover vital intelligence. With a mere command, he could delegate responsibilities efficiently. In summary, the establishment of a guild, particularly one composed of players, offered abundant advantages. After all, harnessing the collective strength of countless players to sustain oneself allowed Li Yu to devote himself to cultivation, liberating him from the trivialities that would otherwise consume his time. This was the quintessential approach to achieving enlightenment. To create such an influence, however, two fundamental conditions must be met. Firstly, capable and trustworthy individuals must be appointed to oversee management. Secondly, sufficient financial and material resources are required to lay the foundation of the guild. Fortunately, the latter was not a concern for Li Yu. This would enable the guild to gradually operate smoothly and evolve into a robust entity. As for the primary condition, Li Yu had set his sights on Ouyang Taicheng. Why would you choose to seek my assistance, given that we are strangers? Ouyang Taicheng inquired solemnly. You, Ouyang Taicheng, are known for your loyalty and integrity. Your reputation precedes you. Li Yu replied with a hearty laugh, speaking candidly. A friend and I wish to establish a guild to pursue certain aspirations, yet my time for cultivation is limited, leaving me no opportunity to engage in such matters. My old friend prefers a life of seclusion, detached from worldly affairs, hence I thought of you. Li Yu held a profound impression of Ouyang Taicheng. This tale, while somewhat cliché, was rooted in a compelling narrative. Ouyang was once the most distinguished disciple of the Baiha sect, esteemed by its higher echelons, and many believed he possessed the potential for greatness. However, fate took a turn when an unforeseen incident led him deep into the Yunmeng Mountains, where he encountered a fox demon. It is well known that such creatures, upon taking form, often possess extraordinary beauty, and this particular fox demon was no exception, embodying a beauty that could incite chaos and calamity. As time passed, a singular human and a beguiling demon, one dashing and suave, the other enchanting and captivating, one flourishing in youth, the other innocent to the ways of the world, soon found themselves entwined in a blossoming affection. Before long, the fox spirit's belly began to swell. Ultimately, the truth was uncovered, and the nefarious deeds were revealed. The Baya sect, upon learning of the affair, was understandably displeased. A disciple nurtured with great care. A prominent figure of the sect had been beguiled by a fox spirit, jeopardizing not only his cultivation but also tarnishing the sect's reputation. Where could the honor of the Baya sect be placed? Consequently, an elder of the sect urged him to awaken from this folly and commanded him to personally slay the fox spirit. Believing it was not too late to rectify the situation. At that time, Ouyang Taichung, in the bloom of his youth and enmeshed in the tender embrace of love, was incapable of committing such a heartless act. After countless pleas fell on deaf ears, the Baya sect resolved to dispatch an elder to take matters into their own hands, personally eliminating the fox spirit. Even the unborn child within her suffered grievously, nearly losing its life. Had it not been for Ouyang Taichung's timely intervention, it could have led to a tragic double demise. Although the daughter survived, the love of his life was slain, igniting a profound fury within Ouyang Taichung, resulting in a near fallout with the Baya sect. Though his daughter lived, she was left frail and her spirit wounded. Had Ouyang Taichung not possessed profound knowledge in alchemy and healing arts, employing various secret techniques and elixirs, she would have scarcely endured to this day. Despite his efforts, she now merely clings to life, spending most of her days in a comatose state, her moments of lucidity growing increasingly sparse. Without Ouyang Taichung's vigilant care, her demise would be imminent. As for the matter of his reputation, it was later substantiated through various events. Previously, the couple of players who founded the Shuiyun Merchant Association witnessed its rapid expansion, attracting considerable trouble, all of which Ouyang Taichung adeptly managed. Eventually, the Shuiyun Merchant Association inadvertently crossed paths with the formidable Black Sand Old Demon. Disdainful of a mere throng of ants, the demon dispatched his foremost disciple with the intent to obliterate the Merchant Association. Faced with such a formidable NPC, the players found themselves powerless, suffering significant losses. In response, Ouyang Taichung resolutely engaged in battle, refusing to retreat, ultimately repelling the adversary, though he tragically lost his own life in the process. The news of this incident reverberated throughout the player community, sparking fervent discussions in forums. Who could have anticipated that a high-level NPC, endowed with sentience, would willingly sacrifice himself for a group of players? Gradually, the players comprehended that Ouyang Taichung's actions were rooted in gratitude towards the couple who founded the Shuiyun Merchant Association. Having once saved his daughter, though his daughter ultimately met a tragic end, he did not forget such kindness. Naturally, with both his wife and daughter deceased, Ouyang Taichung gradually became despondent, harboring thoughts of resignation, which contributed to his state of mind. In summary, he is a tragic figure. Is that not so? But why should I acquiesce to your request? Ouyang Taichung remained wary of Liu. Apart from me, you possess no other alternatives. Yet, with your standing, you could scarcely summon a being of celestial caliber. As for those rare and exquisite spirit elixirs, their value far surpasses that of the essence-nurturing pill, rendering them utterly unattainable for you. Ignoring the increasingly grim expression on Ouyang Taichung's face, Liu continued, however, I and my old friend do possess certain methods to address your daughter's injuries. Chapter 97, Zhuang Yuan of the White-Boned Demon Sect. In addition to the spirit-nourishing pill, I now possess a piece of soul-rearing wood. Though its quality is mediocre, it is sufficient to ensure your daughter will not face any unforeseen mishaps in the short term. Liu articulated some of his thoughts. Moreover, the merchant association I intend to establish will recruit numerous otherworldly beings, from whom you can harness their powers to gather various rare materials. My old friend is also adept in the art of external alchemy, even if you cannot acquire those specific elixirs for healing the spirit. You can still leverage the association's resources and my friend's abilities to collect recipes and spiritual herbs for your own alchemical pursuits. Wouldn't this be far easier than relying solely on your solitary efforts? Ouyang Taichung fell silent. Although Liu's words were somewhat blunt, they held a ring of truth. His daughter's condition had deteriorated to a critical state. If no solution could be found, it was likely. Conversely, while Liu's proposal still seemed somewhat uncertain, it at least offered a glimmer of possibility. I wish to know, who exactly are you? Ouyang Taichung inquired. Liu replied earnestly, I am Zhuang Yuan. As for my identity, he paused, extending his hand to conjure a long, pale white-bone blade, exuding a hint of menacing ferocity, with a faint yet eerily chilling light emanating from its blade. Ouyang Taichung's expression shifted. You are a demon. The remainder of his thoughts remained unspoken. yet he comprehended Li Yu's true nature. Li Yu gently caressed the smooth blade with his fingers, then flicked it lightly. The blade trembled, emitting a crisp sound distinct from that of metal weaponry. Li Yu smiled humbly. I am, in fact, a disciple of the White-Bone Demon sect. Given that I have acquired the 12 Yuan Chun White-Bone Divine Demon Relic, as well as the methods for refining divine demon forms, it would be rather wasteful not to utilize them. Instead, I might as well adopt a temporary guise, which may prove beneficial in the future. Ouyang Taichang gazed deeply at him, gradually regaining his composure, and said, I can agree to your proposal, but I will need some time to prepare. And I am still unaware of your specific plans. The demonic path has always been viewed unfavorably, yet he found himself with no alternative. Li Yu flicked his finger, sending forth a jade slip. Within it are my thoughts and plans regarding the establishment of the Merchant Association, which I believe will be of use to you. With this, you may seek out my old friend, the Qingyu Taoist, a name you should be familiar with. He will naturally guide you on what to do next. Ouyang Taichang silently accepted it, only to hear Li Yu add, furthermore, I hope you will keep my identity confidential. I understand. Ouyang Taichang nodded. Should his association with the demonic path be exposed, it would undoubtedly invite significant trouble. He also harbored a silent suspicion. Could it be that the Qingyu Taoist is also a practitioner of the demonic path? Very well, I take my leave. Li Yu smiled and nodded, turning decisively to depart. Quietly exiting the herbal pavilion, he soon found himself on the street, where he sensed several pairs of eyes discreetly observing him. Before Li Yu, the space appeared desolate, yet in the next moment, it subtly warped, revealing several figures. Each exuded a formidable aura, clad in azure and white long robes, with a white crane embroidered on their chests. One individual bore a cold smirk, a menacing energy tightly binding Li Yu. Brat, having wounded senior brother Chuan, do you truly believe you can escape? The others also wore unfriendly expressions. Li Yu glanced over the group, bemused. Who gave you the audacity? Merely a handful of acquired cultivators, and you dare to obstruct me? Though these individuals were relatively young and possessed commendable skills, they were far from capable of contending with him. As Li Yu's gaze swept across them, their expressions faltered, suddenly recalling that the person before them had effortlessly defeated the seemingly invincible Chuan, who was a bona fide innate cultivator. Fear not, Elder Yin will arrive shortly. With Elder Yan's intervention, even if this brat possesses some prowess, he will scarcely stir up any significant turmoil. The slightly older disciple reassured, and upon hearing this, the others felt a wave of relief wash over them, akin to having swallowed a calming pill. Is that so? I am eager to see whether you perish at my hands first, or if your so-called Elder Yin arrives before your demise, Li Yu replied with a sardonic smile, reaching out as if conjuring a white bony long knife from thin air. The blade emanated a chilling light, and with a mere twist, it cleaved through one of the disciples. The disciple reacted swiftly, invoking a short sword artifact to parry the blow. However, the blade's brilliance flashed, and both he and his sword were severed in twain. This white bony long knife was of exceptional quality. Forged from the principal relic of the 12 Yuanshan bone demon by the ancestor Mo Qi, infused with profound demonic essence. The surface of the knife shimmered with dark magic, voraciously consuming the essence and blood of the bisected corpse, leaving only a wisp of ash to dance in the wind. After devouring a life, the white bony long knife's aura visibly deepened, its malevolence intensifying. Indeed, a practitioner of the demonic path. The remaining disciples' faces paled, and one of them, casting a spell while his countenance darkened like turbulent waters, bellowed, "What audacity! To slay a disciple of the White Crane sect, regardless of who you are. Your demise is assured, and no one can save you. Fellow disciples, join me in vanquishing this demon." Bound by their shared lineage, they instinctively coordinated their efforts, unleashing their signature techniques and summoning their respective artifacts without hesitation. No rush. I shall ensure you brothers reunite shortly. Li Yu's smile grew ever more radiant, the malevolent aura of the white bony long knife casting him as a quintessential villain. With a flourish of his long knife, the black-red light surged forth, disregarding the fiery spirit or golden radiance hurled at him. Be it flying swords or spears, all were effortlessly shattered. The black-red light seemed imbued with a power to obliterate all, dismantling their techniques and artifacts, then sweeping forth to claim the lives of several more White Crane disciples. Only the slightly older disciple exhibited a degree of cleverness, utilizing a technique of evasion to retreat in advance, thus narrowly escaping the deadly strike. The blade's radiance consumed several souls, while the long white bone sword shimmered with a layer of bloodlust, as if it had amassed a pool of fresh blood. Just as Li Yu was poised to eliminate this individual further, An ancient bronze pagoda materialized behind him, radiating a brilliant light that solidified the space within a 100-foot radius. Following this, it unleashed a terrifying force akin to the upheaval of mountains and seas, crashing towards Li Yu with tremendous might. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of space appeared to ripple gently. Chapter 98. Your wife and daughter, I shall treat them well. Having slain a disciple of the White Crane sect. Young man, prepare to meet your demise. An elderly man with white hair appeared silently a short distance behind Li Yu, emanating a palpable aura of menace. His imposing presence suggested he was a formidable Dao Foundation practitioner. For the first time, a grave expression crossed Li Yu's face. He disregarded the disciple entirely, casting aside his white bone long knife. With several intricate hand seals, the surface of the blade transformed dramatically, shifting from a vivid crimson to a deep maroon, imbued with an eerie, malevolent essence that instilled trepidation in those who beheld it. With a single stroke, he effortlessly cleaved through the radiant brilliance emitted by the bronze pagoda, delivering a powerful strike against its structure. Clang! The seemingly rusted bronze pagoda was, in truth, intricately inscribed with protective runes, which now burst forth in a dazzling display of divine light. The sound of metal colliding rang out sharply as the white bone long knife struck, sending the pagoda hurtling away. Despite its once formidable stature, the tower was left with an almost imperceptible gash, some of its protective runes severed. The bronze pagoda hovered above the old man's head, spinning gracefully and casting down a broad expanse of light, rendering him invulnerable. This treasured artifact of the White Crane sect, having withstood the test of centuries, had vanquished numerous formidable foes and garnered countless accolades, now found itself compromised. Who, pray tell, possesses such formidable blade skills? What brings you to the Sanwa workshop? The elderly man's gaze darkened, revealing a sense of urgency. He no longer dared to underestimate Li Yu. Despite the slight gap in their cultivation levels, the sheer terror of Li Yu's swordsmanship posed a significant threat. Moreover, Li Yu's identity was suspect. His techniques clearly bore the hallmarks of the demonic path, prompting troubling associations in the elder's mind. Li Yu, of course, could not reveal the truth. Fabricating a tale, he sighed. I am Zhang Yuan, here merely to procure some medicinal pills and rest a while. I had no intention of causing trouble. However, your disciples have displayed considerable hostility towards me, provoking me repeatedly. Even a man of my patience could not endure such provocations indefinitely, and thus I was compelled to retaliate. He feigned a demeanor of unjust suffering, as though he had been wronged. You, a paragon of virtue? Elder Yan's lips twitched in disbelief, wishing he could unleash the mountain-moving pagoda upon him. When he had slain a disciple of the White Crane sect, there had been no hint of mercy from Li Yu. Now, he presented himself as a victim. Such shamelessness was utterly detestable. Though my disciples may sometimes act with arrogance, you need not have gone so far as to kill them. Furthermore, with your sinister blade techniques, it is evident you hail from the demonic path. How dare you make such claims? In an instant, Elder Yin was beset by a headache, realizing the gravity of the situation before him. Though the opponent was slightly weaker in cultivation, his strength was not to be underestimated. Even with the mountain-moving pagoda at his disposal, capturing Li Yu was not a certainty. In his youthful years, this Shuang possessed extraordinary skills and powers, indicating a remarkable background. He was likely a genuine disciple of a formidable demonic sect. If one were to act recklessly and attempt to detain him, it could result in dire consequences should he escape, potentially bringing great trouble to the Baya sect. Li Yu seemed to perceive his predicament and smiled, saying, The events of today are indeed my fault. However, given the situation, if Elder Yin finds it troublesome, let us treat it as though I have already fled. And you have not seen me. As for me, I shall consider this day as if it never transpired. What say you? Elder Yin paused momentarily, then quickly grasped his intent, but, surprisingly, did not express anger. Instead, he fell into silence. Observing his reaction, Li Yu chuckled, activated his escape light, and turned to leave, seemingly assured that the elder would not impede him. Indeed, after a moment of indecision, Elder Yin ultimately refrained from acting. Once Li Yu's light vanished into the distance, he turned to his disciple, coldly warning, Not a word of today's events shall be disclosed. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The disciple, quick-witted, immediately replied, Rest assured, Elder. That cunning rogue escaped after eliminating junior brother Qi and the others. You arrived a step too late. Excellent. Elder Yin nodded in satisfaction. Seizing the moment when the disciple was distracted, he suddenly summoned the mountain shift tower, constraining the spiritual light to crush him into a pulp, which was then incinerated into ash. After all, the living could hardly keep secrets like the dead. Elder Yin displayed a hint of reluctance as he sighed. Chinshurji, for the sake of my reputation, I must regrettably impose this upon you. I shall ensure that paper money is burned for you in the coming year, and your wife and daughter will be treated well. With that, he erased any traces left behind and swiftly departed, leaving the scene as if nothing had ever occurred. Shaoyuan Mountain, once the territory of the Su clan, now lay under the occupation of the Black Sand Old Demon. At the foot of this mountain, a small spiritual vein thrived, resulting in abundant spiritual energy that nourished vast fields of spiritual crops. Throughout the mountain, numerous formations and restrictions were established. Aside from the Black Sand Old Demon and his few disciples, no one else, including the servants tending to the spiritual fields, could enter freely. Although Liu had plotted to steal the remnants of the Chi Dragon's jade, he did not act impulsively, nor did he dare to approach. After all, he had once been a Golden Core immortal, fully aware of the sensitivity and terror of such beings. Typically, Golden Core cultivators would not release their spiritual sense, allowing them to perceive clearly within a radius of several dozen miles. However, at this level, it was challenging to conceal certain events from their awareness. If one were to expend no effort in concealing their presence, their spiritual sense could extend to cover hundreds of miles. Any hostility from cultivators of lower tiers would be easily detected, akin to a human radar in a world of immortals. Thus, Liu descended his escape light nearly 100 miles away from Shaoyuan Mountain at a small town. Although the plan on the other side of the river under the bright moon is progressing, he has decided to add an extra layer of precaution by seeking out some players to collaborate with him. After all, it is easier to fish when the waters are murky. Zhuge Taiden languidly squats in the corner of the street, his eyes half closed, staring vacantly at the passers-by. As he surveys the scene, he notices that every head among the crowd is shrouded in a dull gray, not a single ordinary white NPC in sight. Chapter 99. My kidney is remarkably sturdy. After a prolonged silence, he sighed. Ah, Wu Ji, when will these days come to an end? Hong Yi Ying and Mingyu, along with Chang He and the others, have all successfully advanced in their careers, either becoming disciples of formidable masters or joining esteemed sections. Yet here we remain, two brothers, scurrying about for tasks. If we fail to advance soon, and the calamity foretold by the Qingyu Daoist truly descends, initiating the main storyline, we will find ourselves severely lagging behind them, unable to catch up. At this rate, we might as well abandon the game altogether. Once again, I am Wu Ji. Not Wu Ji, a nearby young man, whose demeanor was aloof and somewhat detached, remarked coldly, moreover, the reason we have fallen to such depths is due to your inadequacy, which led to our task's failure and your inability to become the disciple of the Black Sand Old Demon's second disciple, the Azure Flame Real Person. My presence here is a consequence of your shortcomings. Very well, Brother Wu Ji. However, we have shared a bond for many years. Your words seem rather harsh. Zhuge Taiden chuckled lightly, yet his expression reflected a hint of helplessness. True, the failure of the task lies with me. But was it not the Azure Flame Real Person's outrageous demands? To assassinate 14 infants under 100 days old, extracting their organs for alchemy. The game's realism struck me profoundly. Those infants were vivacious and adorable, making it unbearable to proceed with such a task, which ultimately led to our failure and your involvement. Ask yourself, if it were you, could you bring yourself to slay those children for their viscera? Wu Ji remained silent, lost in thought. Rubbing his head, Zhuge Taiden lamented. In the end, this game is simply infuriating. I cannot fathom the intentions of the developers of this Eternal Dao game. Why create such a high level of realism for a mere game? While the experience is indeed remarkable, it has left me feeling constrained. This situation is utterly vexing. Both were core members of the Seven Stars Pavilion and esteemed veterans from its inception. Unlike colossal gaming guilds like the Myth Alliance, which boasted thousands of players, the Seven Stars Pavilion did not rely on sheer numbers for its reputation. Instead, it gained renown within the professional circle for housing the greatest elite players. As the game had been operational for over 5 months, in the earlier days of traditional MMORPGs, they would likely have embarked on strategies against formidable bosses or even engaged in dual cultivation with enchanting NPCs by now. Yet here they were, two professional players of considerable stature, having mingled for half a year without achieving career advancement, a matter that would surely provoke laughter among others. Undoubtedly, with their financial means, they could purchase some obscure scriptures from the black market to facilitate their advancement. However, the quality of such text available in the black market was subpar, hardly worthy of their consideration. Instead, both were more inclined to seek apprenticeship under a distinguished NPC or join a prestigious sect, valuing long-term potential and growth. Thus, We have been delayed until now. I must say, our fortunes are rather unfortunate, especially compared to Hongyi and Yingying. As for Mingwei and Changfa, we can set them aside for the moment. Hongyi, in a rather bewildered manner, was directly taken as a disciple by the esteemed Anti Kuei-hua. Such luck is hardly inferior to the legendary Xiao Li Qinglong. According to Hongyi, Anti Kuei-hua is practically on par with the divine Qingshan. Zhuge Taiden expressed a lamentation filled with envy and jealousy, causing Wujie to distance himself quietly from him. He continued tirelessly. Hongyi's luck has always been like this. Yet even Yingying has managed to step ahead of us, entering the hidden celestial sect of Baihua Valley, where she dedicates herself to arduous cultivation. I have heard that not long ago, she joined her fellow disciples in vanquishing a horde of man-eating demons, returning with considerable spoils. It is truly enviable. At least they are both sisters. I cannot criticize them too harshly. However, Mingwei and Chang'e are utterly heartless. Mingwei's entrance into the Zixia sect was solely due to that fragment of the Qi Long Jade, and Chang'e, riding on Mingyue's coattails, managed to persuade the elders of Zixia sect to accept him as well. Zhuge Taiden exclaimed furiously. The key point is that I also contributed to acquiring that Qi Long Jade fragment. Now, those two scoundrels have reaped all the benefits from the task, utterly ungrateful. Truly, they are not worthy of being called sons. Wujie wore a strange expression, suspecting that his dear friend had been influenced by the game, rendering his speech increasingly peculiar. Zhuge, you have no right to criticize them. Wujie bluntly exposed the truth. As compensation, they previously pooled resources to treat you to a few days of luxury in the mortal realm. When you returned, your legs were weak, and your vitality nearly depleted. You are still suffering from hair loss due to kidney deficiency. This is evident to all. Shut up. You are the one with kidney deficiency. Your entire family suffers from it. Zhuge Taiden, now filled with indignation, retorted, Who the hell is losing hair? My vitality is robust, stronger than ever. Wujie merely shook his head, too weary to engage further. Just then, an intriguing voice drifted over. Oh, you two happen to know Mingwei Zhedajiang? What a coincidence. I know him as well. The sudden voice startled them, and upon turning, they beheld a young man in his 20s who had appeared by their side. Clad in splendid garments, he possessed an unparalleled beauty, his skin slightly pale, with slender brows and eyes often graced by a mysterious smile. Yet, that smile exuded an unsettling aura. As the young man's deep-set eyes swept over them, they felt a chilling sensation, akin to being caught in the winter's embrace without clothing. Gazing above the young man's head, they were taken aback. A radiant string of golden data hovered above him. Rank? Introduction? Danger level? Good heavens, he is a golden, extraordinary level NPC. The two exchanged a glance, yet it was Zhuge Taiden who broke the silence first. Esteemed elder, may I inquire your name? Liu smiled and replied, I am but a humble individual named Zhuang Yuan, merely an insignificant figure. An insignificant figure? Whose insignificant figure is a golden NPC? If you were truly insignificant, I would rather stand on my head. Zhuge Taiden chuckled awkwardly, so it is Elder Zhuang. Liu regarded the two before him, his smile imbued with an air of mystery that left them pondering. He was well acquainted with these two. Both were core elder figures of the Qixing Pavilion. In the days to come, their futures appeared bright, one destined to become the successor of the ancient Sword Immortal, while the other renowned for his mastery of fire-based divine abilities. However, at present, both remained in a state of stagnation, with no path for advancement.